Hello duelists and welcome to this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from Utrecht 2022. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. My name's Ed Temple. I'm going to be your host over the coverage of this weekend. But before we get to our main feature matches for the main event, we have to hand you guys over to Paolo, who has some announcements for the tournament.
Good morning, duelists. Welcome to YCS Utrecht 2022. This is the first YCS of this year for KDE Europe. It is a pleasure to have you all here at this hall. It's been 2.5 years since we've been here in Utrecht. Last time was 2020. Once again, thank you for being here. There are 2,185 duelists at this event. That's a record for a normal YCS. We'd like to thank the Jarbius for allowing us to host this event here. We'd also like to thank Tournament Center, who helped us set up this event, this hall, and this venue for you. Also to thank the judge team that is present at this event. Without them, we wouldn't be able to run these events. As a reminder to all players, buying and selling in the venue is not allowed. So please ensure that if you want to sell your items, please go to the official vendors who are located to the right side of the hall. You can see their banners. Booster exchange can be done at the booth with boosters, so please ensure that you use your tickets to go claim your booster packs throughout the weekend. There is no rush, they will be there until tomorrow. Please note, you're only able to exchange them this event. You won't be able to claim them in Dortmund next month. As a reminder, online pairings will be available throughout the entire event. If you have any issues, please ensure that you come to the main stage. That is it from my side for now. I will now pass on to the head judge team, so please ensure that you listen carefully to what they're about to say. So thank you once again for being here. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Now this is going to be very exciting. We have all of our feature matches coming right up very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. So we are here with our first feature match. Very exciting that we have Martin Kelker versus Ryan Jabri, one of the top 8 in the Euros and also the winner of YCS Utrecht 2020. This is going to be a very, very exciting first game. So guys, have you done your dice roll yet? No, one of you kindly please start off the dice roll. 7. And that's an 8. You're going to be going first? Okay, guys, you've seen it here. This is going to be very, very exciting. I'm now going to hand you guys over to Marcello and Alberto, your Italian commentary team. Guys, take it away for our first round of YCS Utrecht.
Welcome to round 1 of YCS Utrecht 2022. I'm Marcello Barberi.
And I'm Alberto Marazzi.
We'll be one of the 2 teams for your commentary this weekend, and what a way to start things off again. As Ed mentioned, the last time we were here for a YCS, it was back here in Utrecht again in 2020, and Ryan Jabri just showed off incredibly in the end with a very, very good finals against our Italian friend, we can say, Matteo Bertulezzi. But in the end, he became a champion, and he showed off his dominance throughout remote dueling and just at the last event in Antwerp, where he was one of our top 8 duelists. So an incredible player from France, of course, but he's up against Martin, who hasn't really been up there at that level, but I'm thinking he will show off at this future match, and what a way to start. As I mentioned, really great that YCS is, and this is the first of the season, so we will be able to talk more into details, but first of all, I think it's huge that we got over these many amounts of players. It's incredible, really, but a new YCS, a new season, that means, as most of you know, a new prize card. So first of all, what I would like to do is bring up for you guys on the screen what the prizes for this event will be. And of course, to top it all is the new prize card, which is another Verse Dragon. So as you can see here, starting from that third place, of course, you get one of the first, and actually the really cool thing is that on these new prize cards, you get a template which actually shows which event they were gained at. So that means that in a way they're all unique, which I think is great, honestly, for the game and in general for our duelists this weekends. And of course, the branded premium messenger bag, the Nintendo Switch with our great games codes. So starting things off, I'm sure the third place will be pretty happy, but then we can show you guys also the second and first place for the event. Second place, we know the feeling isn't always the best. Our friend Federico Mecozzi knows that very well. But regardless, it's a huge show, especially when you know, you have 2,100 more players. It's always difficult to show off at these events, but you get rewarded with some pretty sick pricing. And now, of course, the one and only winner of the event who will get, let's see, of course, that YCS trophy, the ultra rare copy of the card, which again is even more unique with it being written that is the first European YCS of the season, and I think that's something you keep for your whole life, and you know, you have the bragging rights as well. So, and of course, travel and accommodation to the Continental Championship for next year. But regardless, as we mentioned, how can you win such prizes? The rules behind it are always, or pretty much always, the same, but just as a reminder, let's bring up on the screen the rules for YCS Utrecht. There is one big change, as you can see, which is we get 45 minutes. I think it's a big difference. Those 5 minutes can really put a difference, especially in some of the decks we might see this weekend. But of course, depending on the number of players we got, we should have 12 rounds of Swiss, which means 9 rounds today, followed by the last 3 tomorrow, and a top 64 cut. So quite a huge event, and we'll see who will come up on top. Best of 3, of course. But going back quickly on our players, we'll get to just talk about their decks. So Ryan is playing actually my pick for the event, so I'm really curious to see if he will show off, which is of course Runic Sprite. So Tactical Masters came out August 25th, and we just said that the Runics are great, right?
Yeah, especially basically over the last 2 months, the metagame has changed incredibly, especially with the Forbidden Unlimited list. We have seen Ronin Todin being forbidden. And basically, Sprite players relied on a different strategy. We have seen how powerful the Runic cards are, especially because you are able to activate them with the Runic Fountain during your opponent's turn, basically. So they are like entraps. And they're like...
And spells.
And spells.
Yes, yeah.
And I really like that on one hand, we also see, you know, Fairy Tail Snow being forbidden. So Tearlaments was hidden. But on the other hand as well, a lot of players relied on a different package on Tearlaments, which is my pick, by the way, so be careful about that.
Sorry about you guys, but yeah. As you mentioned, and we will be able to talk about it more throughout the weekend, and the deck breakdown for this event, of course, will be interesting, but I can already spoil you guys that the most played decks are instead, and indeed, Tearlaments and Sprites. But the really interesting team of the weekend will be, when you look back at the European Championship the builds of the decks were somewhat predictable, we can say. This weekend, madness is happening. We see all the way from like danger tier elements to almost control. We even saw Paleozoic tier elements, which is just unbelievable. And maybe, honestly, we wouldn't mind seeing it on stream later on. But on the other hand, again, same thing for Sprite. You have the more traditional control Sprite with M-Traps. You have again, Runic Sprites, which is my personal pick, as I mentioned, great deck, and I think Ryan is one of those players to keep grinding and really improves with new sets coming out, and I'm sure he will perform well. But, of course, Dark Horses are a team, and just in any event, really, and we can't underestimate them, because the last 2 events proved it. So last events going back, YCS Niagara, it was won by, of course, Exo Sisters. And what happened at the European Championship? I mean,
like we have seen Marcus Patel smashing the field with his Rick Casanova deck. So you never know.
I think, yeah, tier elements, Sprite, of course, good decks, but you have to watch out for the less underdog picks. And to start things off here, we do have one, because Martin is playing a deck we haven't seen in a while, which was really popular during the remote duels, which is Adamancipator. So that's a real combo deck focused on rock monsters, of course. Block Dragon was, when it was available and not forbidden, the key card of the deck. Yep. But still, Artifact Sight is there. So
yeah, it's like a very unique deck, because back then and still now you can special summon a lot of monsters, so you're able to make link summons. And as you mentioned, Artifact Sight is still one of the most relevant cards in the current meta, especially because like you're able to lock your opponent. And I think that, I mean, if Martin would have started things off, it would have been like, maybe Ryan would have been impressed. But
absolutely. But instead, as we saw, it is Ryan who won the die roll. So, without further ado, let's see who will win the winner of the first round in YCS Utrecht 2022. And here they are, ready with the headsets on. Again, another usual theme is that some of our duelists are more accustomed to the playing on stream, some are less. We know Ryan has been playing even just when we saw him losing to Altergeist recently. But, I mean, Martin might actually feel the pressure.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, playing on the stage, round one, could always be not easy, but Ryan starts things off here with the first runic cards we see during this weekend.
Absolutely,
which is the freezing curses.
Yeah. Because, of course, so runic cards, I mean, most of you guys will be learning more and more about this theme throughout the weekend, but essentially the idea is they're all quick spells, so first things off, that's always a great sign, and they have true effects. The main cost is keeping your next battle phase, which makes things actually quite interesting, because we saw in Sprite how good of a card Zeus can be. But, ooh, we actually see an early, pretty bad start from Ryan, who gets shut down by Infinite Impermanence. And here we see the first Emancipator card. So, actually, Ryan not happy with his opening.
Yeah, especially because like Ryan played remote duels over the last 2 years, and I think he might be having nightmares now.
Absolutely. That deck was absolutely crushing it at these events. And yeah, we'll see the first cards. On the other hand, Emancipator Analyzer will be able to just excavate the top 5 cards of your deck. And then you pick a rock monster from there. It's probably the Koaki. So yeah.
And once again, I think it's also interesting to talk about how many decks still are being played. Like we have seen multiple different decks at the European Championship.
Absolutely.
And still now.
And this is a great pick. So this is the Koakimeru supplier. When it's special summon, you basically just add one of the cards that mentions it. So he's gonna get one of these other Koakimerus, which is pretty much the one that stops monster effects, which is the Guardian. So honestly, not what we expected going into this round one, but I'm not complaining, honestly. So great showing off from Martin. And and like in this case, Infinite Impermanence, Ash, all these cards, we have seen two different directions. So some players are using like 12, even more. Some players are just cutting them completely. So very interesting line.
What do you think? Would you have been? I mean, are you a fan of hand traps during this format?
It really depends on the matchups, but I think when you're playing runic cards, you draw a lot of cards even during your opponent turn, so that makes it better. But at the same time, if they're not impactful enough, then honestly they're not the greatest. But here we see the Dragite, and I think Ryan is really struggling here. Probably, I mean, yeah, he's gonna be forced to use his own impermanence, but when you're cut off the sprite engine, this is really, really bad for you. So
yeah, because basically we have seen sprite players playing, let's say, just a few essentials of sprite monsters in their deck, and then they're allowed, you know, to play at least 15 to 18 runic cards.
Ooh, and we see actually a pretty interesting touch here. He is playing Sprite Red in his Unemancipator deck, and I mean, Seeker is level 2, and now he will Excavate 5, and wow, he gets rewarded pretty heavily. And here we see the Artifact Site, which is pretty much the ending board when he goes first, but in this case, he will just go and pick the other option of available, which was the Crystal. And this way, he will be able to even draw some additional cards. So I'm worried about Ryan fans at the moment. Seems like this game one is going the underdog way.
Yeah, because if he doesn't have any other interruption, like Infinite Impermanence, and he can really hurt.
It's tough, and now we see even Small Ward. Okay. Interesting, but unfortunately I think he did activate it in the same column, and this can be a proof of how tough it can be to play on stream, unfortunately. But I mean, I don't think he's stopping anytime soon, to be fair. But yeah, good catch from his opponent. Here we see the Raptite. Again, we'll see some excavation from the top of the deck. Wow, too bad about the Small Ward.
But we said that, okay.
Okay, so here he's thinking about it. He will just go for it. Is there a response? No, so we see the top 3 cards being banished. Nothing too important, and the effect is, of course, negated.
Oh, he also has the blue.
Wow, whew. What a end.
What a start from Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We expected some sprite action from Ryan. Instead, it is Martin who is just going off, even with the Small Word mistake. It didn't really matter. Wow, what a start. Interesting deck.
Yeah, I'm really liking it, because I think this is the first time we see something like this.
Yeah, very unique.
Yeah,
but it can work out. We have seen, and we'll probably see later on our future match, some of these very explosive decks. Of course, you had the chance to interview Herman Hansen.
Yeah.
The interview is coming up later on, but he's also playing, we can spoil you for you guys, a 60-card deck with a lot of engines. I mean, it's Herman.
Super spicy one.
Herman, that's what he does. Usually 60-card, you see some combos in there, and he's doing this. He's playing Desperate Elements and just trying to combo off his opponent.
I could have picked him up, but otherwise it would have been not a wise choice.
No, absolutely. I agree. I agree.
But now things for Martin are looking very good, because Ryan is left only with 1 card in his hand. And here I think we will soon see an Sprite Elf.
Yeah, but the problem is, which is also one of the main, if maybe the only issue of the Runic Sprite deck, like Sprite was already considered a little weak at breaking boards, but the best way to do it was Zeus. The problem here is, since you skip the next battle phase, you're cut off Zeus, so when you fall behind, it's really, really tough to come back. It's more of a deck that sets up really well, and usually when going first or second, you will end up with like 6 cards in his hand and a decent board. But like in such a spot, it's really tough to come back, because as I mentioned, without Zeus, we know that the Sprite deck really struggles.
Yeah.
And yeah, here we get to see even the Gigantic, I think, trying to just go for an OTK maybe.
Yeah. Because from what we've seen, basically, like most of the players are relying either on the Runic engine or the other one on the Evil Twin, which I really like.
Yeah.
I'm really fan of it.
They're also cool, yeah.
Especially because you can basically play multiple hand traps, and as you mentioned, I think like playing hand traps in this format is still good. And here Martin is continuing and explaining
yeah, his
some of his
combos,
effects.
just doing some math, and let's see if he will figure out a way to just close this game 1 as quickly as it gets. Very bad end on his opponents, and
Yeah, Ryan didn't see any Sprite monsters, and then 2 copies of Runic cards without having any other extender.
yeah, because the problem is, once again, like all these Runic cards, when you draw multiples off, but your opponent stops the fountain, then if you want to use the special summon effect, you're forced to summon on the extra monster zone, which means that you cannot activate multiples, and that's why Ryan was basically forced to pass his turn. And yeah, that's not an ideal end, but of course he didn't draw a single Sprite card, which is very unlucky on his side.
And one of the most played card for this weekend was indeed to play against the fountain is the Cosmic Cyclone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, and we will go into more details later on, we do have a list of pretty much the most played cards of the weekend, and spoiler alert, the #1 spot is not Mystic Mine. Instead, it is Cosmic Cyclone, which is quite interesting, with over 82% of our players using the card.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the strategy has changed quite a bit. We have seen pure Sprites being played at European Championship with Mystic Mine, with the Beat Cop protecting it.
yeah, it makes sense also because of the popularity of Runic cards,
Yeah.
because most of the time you will use the effect of the card we see on the screen, the Eugen, to search Fountain, but it actually has a really important second effect, which is pretty much a Bale Links for Salamangreat, which protects from destruction by banishing itself, which means it cannot be used against Cosmic, but it can be used. Ryan has seen enough, and he picks up his card, so surprisingly, it is Martin who takes game 1.
And this is definitely, I think, you don't really expect in round 1, because basically when you attend an event like this, you can play. I mean, I think we are we have at least 20 different decks in this format.
Oh yeah, even more than that.
But I think Ryan would have never thought about playing against Adamantipator.
No, absolutely, because I think when you, as you mentioned, when you walk into such a huge event over 2,100 players, you can expect the unexpected, for sure, and especially in like the first 2-3 rounds of an event. That's why usually you really want to win those first rounds, so you're guaranteed to play against the most well-known decks. But if then you can choose, basically there are 2 lines. You get to play either against those really trap-heavy decks, as I mentioned, Paleozoic, Eldlik, some of these. But then there are these crazy combo decks, which I think is the other side of the spectrum, which you really don't want to play against. Because you can find your way and maybe try and stop those slower decks. But if you're not prepared against like a side deck, you're done. So it's definitely worrying, and I think on the other end, Ryan's deck alongside Tier Element is the deck you should prepare for walking into YCS Utrecht. So I would be surprised if his opponent didn't have a solid side deck for the deck.
Yeah. I mean, from what we've seen, like the card also to go for in the side deck should be the Eradicator Virus, which I think is very impactful.
For sure.
like on one hand, I think they are both good, but in different, from different point of view. Like the Evil Twin Sprite, I think it's consistent on like being like playing multiple hand traps, while Sprite relies more, you know, on its speed itself. Still, I think that I was super impressed about how good Martin's deck is, because like basically he was able to put up an incredible field and basically go for game just in his first turn.
The problem is, of course, Ryan somewhat bricked. He got stopped by the impermanence, but even so, like, he didn't have the best of ends. So now, when you go first with such a deck, of course, you just try and play your own game, your own tempo, establish the fountain, and maybe we have seen, again, two different directions with the setup. Before, with Ronin Toadin, of course, everyone was going for Totally Awesome. There are still some brave duelists which are using just maybe 2 copies of Swap Frog, which is still possible to make the Toad. Otherwise, we have seen Mannequin Cat, which is an interesting one. We'll be able to, and I think, show you guys, because this basically allows you to set up with Mannequin Cat, which is, again, rank 2. It allows you to special summon a lot of different cards from the deck, all the way through the end of Anubis, which is something I think we have not seen competitively ever in Yu-Gi-Oh! But regardless, I think our duelists are pretty much ready, so let's see if Ryan will be able to come back and fight for a game 3, or if Martin will actually just swiftly chew out the previous YCS Utrecht champion. Let's go to the table. And here we are. So, I mean, I would be surprised if Ryan didn't go first again. So he'll just try his best to set up his combos. I do see some spells. Let's see. Good fist bump. It all comes down to this. He's thinking about using the Runic Engine once again, and we see exactly the same opening as the previous game with freezing curses. Let's hope that it goes slightly different this time. And again, he will try to use the Eugen.
Yeah, it's going through.
He's thinking about it.
And talking about side deck cards for this event, what would you be your approach about playing cards such as Dimensional Barrier, or I'm thinking about Anti-Spell, Fragrance, Solemn Judgment?
They're definitely interesting, but the problem is you run multiple copies of, you know, Cosmic Cyclone, the Runic Destruction, and here we see one of the attached cards for the weekend, which is the Wind Up Kitten. Of course, a huge throwback, and it's actually really nice because it's a level 2. You can summon it off Gigantic, and it's not once per turn in the way that you can just use it again with the Elf. So it basically is really, really good against tier elements and in some other matchups. So interesting to see the ultimate rare copy there from Ryan. But here he's able to set up slightly better. He actually starts things off this time with a Sprite card and the Fountain, so solid start. This is what you usually should see from Ryan's deck. And what a card Fountain is.
No, I mean, Fountain is like a game changer, for real.
Yeah.
I mean,
there are few cards that do this much in Yu-Gi-Oh! And just the first effect would have been considered really good. I'm thinking of like Temple of the Kings for traps, and it's really, really solid. But then the fact that it's not actually a hard once per turn. If you play a second copy of Fountain, then you can use the effect to shuffle and draw again. So we have seen some duelists like Marcus Patel actually trying out yesterday at the 3v3 public event a version with like all the runic spells in free off just to turbo through. And that's also an interesting take on the decks.
And I also like how Sprite has changed throughout these months, because basically you were going through Totally Awesome before very easily. And now instead, most of the players, as you mentioned, are either playing Swap Frogs or not playing them at all.
Absolutely.
So basically they prefer not to playing them or playing totally awesome as well in the extra deck, and because like their line has changed, and it relies more on the runic engine itself, and the yeah, as we are seeing, Ryan is continuing, and we will soon see as well
we
the
will
fountain.
see some draws here. This is the power of the runic deck, and yeah, here we see the fountain, the first fountain of YCS Utrecht, drawing 2 cards for Ryan and skipping, of course, the next battle phase. But this is a huge setup. You want to pick up any of your traps or engine cards. It's really a good start. So. Here the interesting thing is, as we mentioned, you could Eradicator, so if you play against the mirror match, this spot, you can just go for it, but instead we'll get to see some more action from Ryan, who still didn't normal summon this turn.
Yeah.
So great stuff. Basically, as you mentioned, since Swap Frog is not that popular this weekend, a line we've seen more and more popular is actually the one involving Sprite Carrot, because it can stop popular cards in the side deck like Evenly Matched. But here for now, we'll just get to see the other card. Essentially, this event, 2 interesting cards have been Hyperia, and then, as in this case, the card you've seen on the screen, which if used for the XYZ summon of a Dark Master, then you can draw a card. So it's just a lot of these level 2 monsters that allow you to pick up more and more cards. So here we see a really good setup with multiple interruptions, we can say, by Ryan. And let's see if his opponent will be able to fight back. He has to do it through a lot of cards.
And we see Lightning Storm being played. Is one of these cards that are still very impactful during this metagame.
Yeah, with the Gene Buster in play, it's essentially another interruption. And the Lightning Storm is actually a really good start. We could have expected the Eradicator, but instead that's not the case. And this does hurt quite a bit. Yeah. Because of course, as you can see here, that's it is an interruption, which is really good right now, but basically it was 2 monster interruptions, which I think was still a solid choice by Ryan, because usually you want to stop the monster effects when you're playing against the Adamantipator. So
we really have to see if Martin has any sort of solution, because Ryan studied pretty well.
Yeah, and here we see again the Researcher. Let's see if he wants to negate maybe with the red.
I think he could, because like this is being normal summon, then he also has the fountain. No, okay. He goes for the Jet.
Interesting. So Jet right away. Now again, the decision whether he wants to use his interruptions, and he does. So the red comes down, but it doesn't destroy it. Yeah, luckily they catch it up because it didn't tribute a Link or XYZ rather. So now this sticks, and let's see. He goes finally for the Researcher. And here comes from the end, banishing the top 3 cards of his deck and essentially using an infinite permanence. Yeah, pretty much. Then we flip the starter we know of. We can get through the Carrot, for example. Let's see. But definitely the start, yeah, you would expect from Ryan. So solid Yu-Gi-Oh here from the French player.
Yeah, this is completely different from game one, in which basically he didn't have anything else. It was really relying on the Hojin, and
So essentially, Ryan played around the Dark Ruler no more. In this case, he got punished by the Lightning Storm if he would have used the starter right away. I feel like Dark Ruler really fell off in popularity this weekend, especially because many players are using the Runic cards. So if you go Dark Ruler and then Runic, you cannot clear the board. So that's why most of these decks are really cutting the card. But now we get to see why Martin is playing Sprites. If you play against Sprite, which is something we had seen in some tier elements as well. Ooh, another interesting card.
yeah.
Basically, what you can do is just even run a few copies, even just one blue, one jet, and one smashers. And then whenever you make dark, you can just take your opponent's sprites and just, you know, push through. But
Yeah, Parallel Exceed is one of another monsters that we have seen during our remote duels.
yeah, for sure, mostly in Salamangreat, which is actually the deck Ryan won YCS Utrecht with, but not really as strong as it was back in 2020 today.
Still, we're seeing how many powerful plays Martin decks has, because he's continuing to extending his combos.
And we are pretty much half the way through the round, because, again, as a reminder, we will be playing with 45 minutes this weekend, and a new change, at least here in Europe, and one that I think is really for the best. Okay, so here we see the last card. We'll get to see two more drawn by Ryan, as he flips Runic Flashing Fire, which essentially targets a special summon monster and it destroys. And now, as I mentioned, he gets to draw two. This is why playing cards like even Nibiru or Ash in Ryan deck makes a lot of sense, but for now, we'll see if he has picked up any, because the play goes through. Wow, and even has the Kwakimeru to push through. So solid start.
Yeah.
Because he gets the Kwakimeru, he gets to add another rock to his hand, or rather in this case, the other Kwakimeru you play in the deck.
Yeah, he gets the Guardian.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow, this is very good stuff from Martin. Like, he had a very good hand once again.
Yeah.
And he's milling 5.
From the Raptite. I think he's really pushing the French player up against the wall. And at the end, this could come down to Ryan not using his not using his starter.
Yeah.
Because if he would have got to the carrot, then he could have stopped the Lightning Storm from resolving. And I think this game would have been completely different.
Yeah, it would have been different.
Because the Gene Buster would have negated, he would have had another negation with red. Flashing Fire, I think the game was over on the spot, but instead he kept it, tried to play maybe a little too flashy for the cameras, but this time he's getting punished by it. Also, because now the Guardian stops any possible, you know, Nibiru.
It will be interesting to understand maybe why I was more scared of Dark Lure rather than the Lightning Storm, which we have seen more players still siding.
Yeah. Here we see the Coral Dragon. Again, one of the older cards gets to draw a card. Let's see. Yeah, solid stuff. I think it's really surprising to me, not that he's doing really well, but that he's discomfortable, you know, because you're on round 1, one of the biggest YCSs ever held, up against the previous champion, and he's just crushing it.
Yeah. I mean, we just saw in game 1 basically that the small misplay, you know, with the small ward being activated, but still
But still, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
It's basically just absolutely flexing on Ryan and saying, yeah, I don't need a small word. But yeah, here we get to see again the top 5. Unfortunately, a whiff, but yeah, he will just put all of the cards back. Okay, and interesting, we see the carrot. I think Ryan is getting really worried here.
Now things are getting very complicated for him. He really needs to have some sort of interruption.
Yeah.
Or we are seeing...
and as more time passes by, there is a huge crowd formed in front of our players, already done with their matches, and just witnessing Martel deck in action. So.
Yeah, now really if Ryan doesn't have any other
interruptions, yeah. This could be game over, just like it was in game 1, honestly. We said it, even if in the end it is not done with this. It gets to the Baron, but yeah, he cannot summon it.
Yeah.
Good catch from the French player, because he's locked through the Gigantic. Let's see. Maybe got too excited. He still should have plenty.
Wow.
And he does it. So, wow. Martin takes it 2-0, and he is the winner of round 1 here in YCS Utrecht. What a match. Let's go back to us. Wow. What a way to start things off. We couldn't ask for a better start, to be fair. We picked who the winner of the last YCS Utrecht back in 2020 was, which is, of course, Ryan Jabri, famous player, absolutely astonishing. Top 8 finish at the last event in Antwerp, but up against a wall.
Wow, I mean,
literal rock wall.
If you're playing Martin, I will be scared now.
Absolutely, I mean, and also because we had 2 very different games, but the outcome was the same. So essentially, game 1, we see an infinite impermanence stopping the Eugene from resolving, and that was Ryan N. So maybe I can already feel the skepticism from some of you guys watching, saying, yeah, he won just because his opponent bricked, he started off things really badly, and that's it. Well, game 2 is quite different, isn't it?
It's basically the opposite, because like Ryan started things off very well with his combo with the Ojin going through, and then as you mentioned,
I don't think you can ask for more.
Yeah.
Like, he literally opened with red, Gene Buster, Elf, then he had the Flashing Fire.
Yeah, the Fountain as well.
He had the Fountain with a 2 setup, because he had both the Flashing Fire, and then in the end, another of the runic cards, and also the starter to get the carrot.
Yeah.
That's maybe the only interesting part which we could ask him, which is what would have happened if Ryan would have used the starter right away to get the carrot. I think it could have been quite a different game, because then by then you stop the Lightning Storm, you have the Gin Buster to stop another of the Adamantipator cards, but in the end, it was just Martin who absolutely crushed it. He showed off his plays, he showed off why it's tough, and we already mentioned it. So he was able to just push through an OTK. But the problem with the Runic Sprite deck is, even if he wouldn't have, the battle phase is lost. How do you deal with an established board? And this is the strategy for most of these duelists. We mentioned Herman Hansen. It's a completely different deck. He's playing Despia, but even there, you go second, you set up a board, you just disrupt, and then you put up, even if they're useless, just a bunch of 2,500 beaters on the field. Without a battle phase, Runic Sprite just can't deal with them.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe we'll see if that will be a punishment for our Runic Sprite duelists this weekend, and if my pick wasn't the correct one for once. But regardless, I want to thank you guys for having joined us for this round 1. We will be back with more action, but without doing it, let's go back to Ed with Martin, the winner of round 1.
Fucking amazing, man. I'm like so nervous.
Please don't swear on the stream.
I'm like so fucking nervous.
Please don't swear on the stream.
I'm really nervous on like everything I did and say like right now. Like, I'm really haspling my words, but it was really great. He was a nice guy, like overall.
So talk to us a little bit about your decks. You're the first Adamantipator one that we've seen so far. Talk to us a bit about the structure of your deck without any more swear words.
Yeah, sorry. It's really underrated, I think. Like the level 2 engine of Seeker, Researcher, it's really great to like get the game going, and it secures a lot of plays. If you have like Researcher and blue, you can go blue, Researcher normal, get blue, blue gets the negate, so you're like Nibiru proof if you whiff your mill. But yeah, it's pretty good.
It seems like a really versatile deck. Like you have so many options, you had loads of extensions, and actually there were a couple of moments, I've been writing down all the plays that were happening. Ryan started quite badly in the first game, so how did you capitalize on that moment where he didn't get Fountain off and things?
The thing about Runic, I think, is if you get them off the field spell, it's really easy to just like grind them out, and with the Dragite bounce and spell trap negate, it's really easy to just clean it up. But at the same time, like banishing my important stuff is also really bad with like the Runic card. So I was a little bit nervous, but the banishes was fine every time.
There were a couple of moments where we maybe saw some of the nerves shine through on your end because there were a couple of in-perm column errors. So what was happening at those moments and how did you try and calm yourself down and keep your head cool?
Well, I really didn't. Like, it was just the nerves going on. Like normally, it's the first time I ever played into in-perm column. So it feels really bad to do it on stage, but it worked in the end. So just shows the deck's power, I guess.
Absolutely, and hopefully this deck will carry on to carry you through the rest of YCS Utrecht. Best of luck, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your round 1 win. And don't go anywhere, guys, because we will be right back with our second feature match of YCS Utrecht. Hello and welcome to your coverage of this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Utrecht. My name is Ed Templar, and I'm going to be your host for this event, but I am not doing this alone, so it's time for me to introduce your commentary team. Leonard Koenig, Sebastian Lemka, Alberto Morazzi, Ed Templar, and Marcello Barbary. This is your amazing coverage team, and we are so excited to be bringing you guys all the coverage from this event. Don't go anywhere, there's plenty of duels coming right up.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now. 9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
The world of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is ever-changing. New Forbidden and Limited lists, new product releases, and the game has changed quite significantly since the European Championships. To talk more about the meta and what we're likely to see here at YCS Utrecht, we're going over to Marcello and Alberto. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Ed, and welcome officially to the meta discussion for YCS Utrecht 2022. I'm here with Alberto, of course, and we're gonna go through what just happened since the last time we were here at the European Championship. A lot, to be fair. Yeah. We got a new Forbidden Unlimited list, which we are gonna, of course, jump into, new product releases, and interesting meta ahead of us for this weekend. But I would say we go step by step, and I think going through the list and the biggest changes, even maybe our favorite changes. So why don't you go through with some of the most impactful one?
So first of all, I will start with Fairy Tail Snow.
Yeah.
A card we have seen being played by, I think, most of our players. It was incredibly good, especially in Tier Elements deck.
Yep.
Because basically you can mill a lot of cards and then you have easily access to it. And also, like in a meta game like the one we have had over the last few months, it was super powerful, especially because like once you special summon it, basically Boko Moon one of your opponent monsters. And I think that was an incredible hit, but still, I mean, we have a lot of different ways to go through a lot of mills. And but I think there's another card that it's worth mentioning alongside with Fairy Tail Snow, which is Ronin Toaded.
Absolutely. So both cards that special summon themselves from the graveyard by banishing other cards in the graveyard, but of course quite different. But both, as you mentioned, main hits to the two most powerful decks, which were Sprite and Tier Elements. So it will be interesting to see how those decks will perform this weekend and basically will adapt to these new changes. We have seen two different approaches, one following pretty much the Japan line where there is no totally awesome and therefore Swap Frog is not an option. Here, to be fair, I have to say a lot of players are still using Swap Frog even without Ronin Toadin, and I think it does make sense depending on how you open with the deck. But you mentioned sending cards or excavating cards from the deck, and one of the cards which were really good at doing it was Chaos Ruler. We saw how that card has been, I think, just the cherry on top of the Punk deck, and unfortunately we will not be seeing that in action anymore, but I think it was a needed change.
Yeah, especially because like we have seen the card being played by Dragon Link over the past few years, and I think the card was incredible because like you can play in so many different decks and you have easy access to it once it's in the graveyard. And I think it was needed, especially because like with Punk monsters, you had easily access to it. And I think another card is a Crystal Hulky Fibrax.
Yeah.
Like we have seen, it was one of the most played Link monsters so far, like in the past year. And I think it was very needed.
Absolutely, and alongside it, I think we have to mention and skip a little bit to the limited list, which is due to Alkai Fabrics saying goodbye. Some of the tuners are coming back, and in particular we got Blackwing Steam the Cloak and also Mega Phantom Beast Lion. Both very interesting tools, which of course were a little too good with the Link Monster, but now we're back and maybe we'll see players exploiting them. But again, the last card on the list coming to 0 and being forbidden is Retribute. What a card!
And I think we have a lot of players such as the Alter guys we have seen in the European Championship maybe being happy about this, but it was needed because it stopped your opponent from activating trap cards, and I think it was a good choice, especially because a lot of players such as Eldritch players rely a lot on the trap engine, and I think
it was needed. Also, I think another aspect to the card was that it became not only good against rogue decks or trap decks, but many of these combo decks, mainly Sprite and even Tier Elements, started to run side deck cards, side deck trap cards, which are really good after siding. So what I really like about the list is, yes, Retribute is gone, but a pointer of the Red Lotus, which was one of those really good trap cards after siding, is now gone to 1. So kind of a balance there among you not having to hope to draw into the reboot to negate the 1 copy. But alongside it, we have, of course, some of our all-time favorite cards coming back. Cyberjar, again, we have, I don't know if good or maybe nightmare memories for some really OTK decks, but another one, Substitute. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we were not expecting this to come, but I think everyone was, a fan of the card back then, and once we saw it on the list, I think we were all impressed about it. But another card that we used to play back then, it's been a while, it's the Spellbook of Judgment.
Absolutely. As we will go through, talking about the weekend and public events, we do have Time Wizard, which we will cover on a separate video, but one of our favorite formats of all time was 2013 with Dragon Lure, Spellbooks, and personally I think it was also, if not my first top at the European Championship with Spellbook, so I'm a big fan of the card and I'm of course looking forward to it. But talking of power for quick spells, before jumping to the rest of the list, I think we have to mention a product release, which is of course Tactical Masters, came out August 25th. And wow, what a set it was, bringing runic cards, one of the decks to look for at this event.
Yeah, because we have seen basically how the metagame has changed throughout the past month and a half, I would say. Runic cards basically allows you to make quick play cards, especially because with the field spell, with the fountain, you are able to activate your runic quick play in your opponent's turn, basically. And you have runic cards which destroys spell and trap cards on the field, one that negates basically effect monsters, one that protects your own monsters. And you keep recycling them turn after turn.
Absolutely. It's a very unique deck, or rather engine archetype, however you want to call it, because it requires you to skip the next battle phase, which is something I think we have not seen that much in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm already gonna skip ahead and say it's gonna be one of the best decks for this weekend. And maybe once we get to the ending and our usual little bit back, I will go more into the details of how good of a card it is, but definitely check out the whole set. Of course, Runic on top of it, but Tactical Masters bringing a lot of huge changes to the meta. Finally, before going to the back, I just want to obviously talk about what happened. And we got another event, YCS Niagara in Canada, which was a huge surprise because it was won by Exo Sisters.
Yeah.
What a deck! I'm sure our colleagues, our German colleagues, will try to bring a deck profile for the deck for you, and I'm sure we'll see some of it in action this weekend. But what do you think of the deck? Do you think it's a performer with now Tier Elements maybe being the most represented deck?
I think Exo Sisters is a very good deck, especially because it deals very well with your opponent graveyards by moving cards very easily. and I think most of the players still will rely on Sprite.
Yeah.
Because of course they lost the Ronin Todin, but they gained a lot of runic cards,
Absolutely.
which I mean are crazy. But Exorcist deal very easily with Gravy, as I said before. So it's a very good deck to play throughout a huge tournament like this. We will be having like at least 11 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah.
And it's one of those decks that I would play honestly. Like one of these rogue decks, which you sit at the table, you have comfortable doing, you know what you're doing, and I will be comfortable playing it.
Probably.
So definitely, I really like the deck.
A solid pick, maybe a dark horse, even though it won the last YCS, but we're in Europe. It's the first YCS of the European season, so we never know what can happen, and it will be, regardless, a huge event with a lot of different decks. The last time we were here, it was actually quite a different, with Salaman Great taking it home, but maybe we could see actually Salaman Great as another dark horse deck this weekend, but as you mentioned, Tier Elements, Sprite, probably the most represented decks. Tier Elements, it was seen popularized with Dangers. Maybe this weekend we'll see a lot of players using 12 to more end shops in the main deck. So that's an interesting one. Outside of that, we obviously have the usual Mafmec. Didn't, I think, perform that well at the European Championship, but it still showed a solid performance in the top cut. Yeah. And maybe Marcus Patel will just show up with this week again and tear down the competition. Do you think people will prepare for it now?
I mean, I would be scared. I mean, it was 18 win, 1 draw, 0 losses. So if you play Marcus Patel, be aware that he might be playing again his deck, and he knows his chances. So
yeah, I'm sure that will be interesting. But regardless, I think once again we'll go through it through the weekend. But I think Yu-Gi-Oh, especially at this day, is just a constant reminder that you can play whatever deck you're comfortable with, have fun with, play with your friends, and then just compete in these huge events. But I think if we get to the top 32, possibly top 64, we'll see a lot of different decks regardless. So guys, before saying goodbyes, we have to go to that moment, which is our little friendly bet of what deck do you think is gonna take it? And of course, guys, take a moment before Alberto guesses, because as always, it doesn't go that well. So I'm gonna go first, actually, this time around, and maybe exclude some of you and make you happy, but I want to go with the new cards, Tactical Masters. I am in love with the Runic cards, so I'm gonna guess Runic Sprite will win YCS Utrecht. And that's my guess. Well, for you, pick
I have to be careful though. Huh?
Yes, yes. Guys, I know. Be prepared.
I'm a very big fan of Tier Elements, but I will be picking Tier Elements Splash with Luna Lights.
Ooh, spicy.
I really like the deck. We have seen Luna Lights with Rifle Neville back then, how popular the deck was. I really like the interactions with Luna Light, which brings back, monsters on the field and big bodies, and you basically have easy access to link monsters. So my choice, guys, hopefully this time will pay off. Tier Elements, Luna Lights.
I'm sorry, you Luna Light players out there, but that's Alberto's pick. Hopefully for you, it will go different since the last events, but no matter what, thank you guys for being with us, and we'll be back soon with more coverage from YCS Utrecht 2022.
Join Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks, all in one box. Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Over 100 cards per box, each box sold separately.
So some of you watching at home may have been to some of our public events before. Some of you guys maybe haven't. What does an event look like, I hear you ask? I'm glad you've asked. So behind me, you can see all of our hundreds of tables where thousands of duelists are going to be taking part here in not only the main event, but also the side event. This is where every single duel that you see outside of our feature duels will be happening. So behind me is the public events desk. Now this is where you come and register for all of the public events, things like 3v3, the Time Wizard format. There's lots of different events going on throughout the weekend. And basically taking part in those, you win points, and you can use those points to exchange for some wonderful prizes. We have a whole different segment where we've talked about all the prizes that you can win, which you'll see during our coverage. Now this is the main event desk. This is where lots of our staff are working very, very hard to make sure you guys are all logged in. Bear in mind, this time we are using Neuron to make sure all of you are registered and have your deck profiles listed. But this is where all the hard work happens, keeping the main event of YCS Utrecht running. And as you can see, there are so many duelists. Sorry. And if you guys find yourself with some downtime between rounds, you can always come on over to our Duel Links area where you can play Duel Links on our massive screens. We've just introduced the new Into the Vrains world, so this is a good opportunity to get a bite-sized chunk of that. So finally, we're going to show you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of how the production works here at the live event. So behind me, you can see all of our stages. This is where all of the coverage takes place throughout the weekend. Live interviews, the feature matches, deck profiling, it all happens right here. So don't go anywhere, because we've got plenty of that coverage coming right up. So aside from the main event here at YCS Utrecht, there are also the public events. To talk more about this, we've got a very sharply dressed Leonard and Sebastian. Take it away, guys.
Hello Ed, looking sharp yourself. We indeed do have amazing tournaments next to the main event. We have some nice public events, and why don't we introduce them to you?
Absolutely. We have amazing ones, and the one is already having registration right now is the 3v3 tournament. A lot of attention is drawn to that tournament usually because it is the big tournament on Friday where a lot of people can already test for the main event itself. So maybe the deck that wins the 3v3 might also be the winner of the main event usually.
Yeah, the 3v3 event is also always a big indicator for the main event. Also, people love the 3v3 format. It's always fun to team up with your pals and just play a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh!
I love it myself because it's such a new perspective to the game. Normally it's a game you play 1v1. But in that scenario, you actually have two of your friends sitting right next to you. You can even talk during the match. You can actually help your friends. You can make correct decisions together. So it's a whole new dimension of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think it's an amazing perspective. So I really love playing 3v3s myself.
Also, deck building changes quite a bit. You can decide, does one of our team members not run any spell trap removal in the main deck? Do we all commit to it? Do we all play the same deck list because we think we have found the best deck for the event? Or do we all play different decks to see who's performing the best after all?
Honestly, I personally always have a hot take on that. I would never play the same deck all three persons because I would be way too scared of my opponents just having one anti-meta deck sitting in spot C and then I'm totally countered by that. So I would always just switch around it a little bit, you know? I think that makes kind of sense.
Does make sense.
Or imagine you play versus a whole anti-meta setup and then you always get countered. So I like having some variety.
Yeah, but if you're playing the best deck, then
I guess.
If you're getting countered, it's sometimes okay because the best deck might actually still be able to overpower
for sure.
the anti-meta deck.
But not regarding the current meta game is the Speed Duel event we have this weekend as well. There's actually a giant card event happening this Friday, also registration right now. And it's a great event as well because you can win a special prize.
Yeah, it's the giant card of Elemental Hero Tempest, one of the OG hero fusions. Absolutely. What an amazing card.
And also a card that actually got relevant in Speed Duel recently because there is a skill, it's called Fusion Party, and Fusion Party basically allows you to fusion summon out that Tempest. So this is actually quite a valuable resource in Speed Duel, and that deck was played a lot recently.
Yeah,
but maybe not anymore.
Midterm Paradox.
Yeah, because the format actually changed quite recently. There was a new release with the Paradox box, and maybe the new meta for this event is completely different. We got to see from there.
Yeah, exactly. And we also have some other formats. Two formats that I'm most excited about, I gotta be honest. I really want to see who takes it down. We are playing 2 Time Wizard tournaments. So to all the old school Yu-Gi-Oh fans, we have 2 formats. The first one is a Time Wizard March 2005 list.
Yes.
Releases up to 31st of July in 2005.
So long ago. Funnily enough though, quite a few players that travel to these YCSs have already been playing back in the day. We have so many players being non-stop Yu-Gi-Oh players for such a long time. So actually quite a few of them played back in the day. But funnily enough, the format is so popular that also people that get into the game nowadays will actually play this format because it's so cool and so brilliant and everybody likes it basically.
Everybody plays it.
Yeah.
And there are so many iconic power cards. I mean, you know the power spells. It's Pot of Greed, Graceful Charity. It's Delinquent 2. It's Snatch Steal.
Absolutely.
Heavy Storm.
Yeah.
I can't stop. Premature Burial.
Blackluster Soldier. This format was crazy. And some people even say that it was the most skillful format in all times of Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know whether I 100% agree on that, because I think modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also quite skillful, but on a different kind of aspect.
And I have a hot take on that. I think that the other Time Wizard format that we are playing, of which you can read out the date, by the way.
Oh yeah, of course. This is the March 2010 format in that case. And that is also just cool. Like in general, traveling back in time, playing old formats, I think that's a very, very innovative idea we have for the public events now. We had that at Euros, it was a great success, so we are doing these again this weekend. And tell me about the power cards we have there.
Yeah, so the power cards are not, I think, as strong as in the gold format. We don't have these crazy power spells that are Pot of Greed. I think Heavy Storm is allowed, but we don't have Snatch Steal, we don't have Pot of Greed. And the power plays are a bit slower. You have cards like Chaos, the Shadow Monarch, which is my favorite card of all time in Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's a great card.
We have Super Nimble Mega Hamster, which is a great combo with Chaos. I mean, you set it up for 2 turns. You can't imagine that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Nowadays.
Absolutely.
Having a set monster, special summoning out another monster, and then the next turn, tribute summoning a card, and just sitting there, drawing your first 6 cards in hand, and thinking like, haha, I'm going to tribute summon a monster in the next turn to apply pressure to my opponent. No, there are also some other decks, Blackwing, which is also getting relevant again with the new set in the current format.
Darkwing Blast is pushing that deck a lot, but back in the day it was already strong enough to compete in the meta fully, so it was definitely a competitor back in the day. And I like that because basically this is an input from the community, because the community themselves decided, hey, this format is great. So people started playing this format at home, and then now we picked up on that and basically are holding public events for this specific event. And therefore we are supporting that, and I really love that, because I think the 2010, March 2010 event at Euros was insanely big. A lot of players actually played it, and therefore it was a huge success.
I mean, there are so many fan favorite decks.
Oh yeah.
Gladiator Beast, I know this is a hot take. Some players love it, some players don't.
I love it personally.
Yeah, same. Lightsworns. Lightsworns have been popular also in modern formats, like in 2000, I think it was 18, 19-ish.
Yeah.
Big Lightsworn, Grasslook Screener decks.
Yeah, and also a very big deck back in the day was the Quick Draw Dandelion deck. I think that was also winning tournaments back in the day, so people were actually starting to play that.
Du hast nämlich Big Dick gesagt.
Nein, hab ich nicht.
Ich hab das. Können wir cutten?
Cutten ist schlecht, aber setz einfach mal wieder da.
Okay, ich hab's gehört.
Ich hab Deck gesagt.
Du hast Big Dick Deck gesagt.
Was habe ich davor gesagt?
Quick Draw Dandy Warrior.
Yeah, so also a very big...
Yeah.
Yeah, also a very big deck back in the day was the Quick Draw Dandelion Barrier deck. That was really, really cool because it was really abusing the synchro strategy, and no really other decks were doing that. I think it was the deck that pushed the synchro strategy the most back in the day. So that was like really, really cool. It was also very skillful. You were saying maybe this is the most skillful deck of all times, and this was definitely a very, very hard deck to pilot for sure.
Yeah, it is a deck which you have to apply pressure on your opponent with very little power on your cards. You have to manage your resources well. You have this power play of discarding Dandelion and summoning Quick Draw Synchron, which is iconic, but in reality, when you do it, it's not too strong. You know, you use 2 cards to summon Drill Warrior, you get some tokens, and you get the option to recycle your resources by discarding cards every time.
For modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! It doesn't seem incredible, but it was huge back in the day.
Yeah.
People are really abusing it.
Still, there's a lot of counterplay. If you invest in this play and your opponent just bottomless trap holds you, or uses other cards that are strong against it, it's really hard to pushed the strategy to the win. So I respect players a lot who win tournaments with it.
Also, what I like about both formats, we talked about both time wizard formats, is that Heavy Storm is a card that is around. So when that card is around, basically the whole format surrounds itself around that card, because nobody is going to set free and pass, because there's always the possibility of Heavy Storm hitting you.
However, Stardust Road, Starlight Road.
Oh,
Starlight Road was a card
yeah,
that was introduced a bit before the format started. And we've earlier discussed with other players some deck lists. Hero Beat was also a thing, a big trap deck with like 18 traps or something, and you run Starlight Road. Maybe just to bluff, maybe you don't even have it in hand, but as soon as you set 4 cards, your opponent is not going to fire out the Heavy Storm immediately. They will be afraid of this card. And yeah, Hero Beat, such a great deck. Has a trap card, Hero Blast, which was phenomenal at that time.
100%.
Yeah.
What would have been your deck from that format that you would play in such a public event today?
I think I'm such a big fan of the Hero deck and Hero Blast especially, that I would consider it. Maybe I would also go for the Quick Draw deck.
Yeah.
Or it's so hard to choose, honestly.
Yeah,
I
there's
was
so many
just going
great
to say,
decks, it's
or
insane,
Gladiator Beast or Blackwing.
For sure. For me, it would be between Gladiator Beast and the Hero Beat as well. We're both like control players and we really love that aspect of the game, so that would be maybe our pick. But yeah, that's a bunch of fantastic public events we have this weekend. Everybody hopefully joins them. And one more cool thing is that Ed is going to show you what kind of cool prizes you can win over there. So Ed, go ahead and show the prizes.
Thanks very much, guys. Yes, if you guys do take part in some of these public events, you can accrue some of the prizes and come over here to the prize wall where you guys can talk to people like Brian and win yourself some amazing prizes. Brian, talk to us about what kind of prizes people have been quite interested in so far.
Everybody likes the mats, but I think the most, important thing is the giant cards. And there's a beautiful one right there. That's Blue Eyes. It's amazing. It's like 150 points. It's a little bit expensive, but you have something there.
And how do people win that prize specifically? Just getting 150 points across all the public events, or is there a specific event they have to take part in?
No, for this giant card, it's 150 points for any public events. Scheduled ones, on-demand ones, any ones.
Brilliant. Talk to us about some of the other prizes that people can win here at the table.
We've got mats, we've got boxes, we've got these ones, which are quite nice for like 12 points, I think. Yeah, 12 points. And the big one is 16 points, which is very nice as well. We've got sleeves as well, we've got deck boxes, we've got everything, man.
What's a personal favourite item of yours? If you were taking part in a public event, what would you want?
It's not here.
It's not here?
It's the judge socks.
Okay.
Yeah, the socks are amazing. Bring the socks back.
What about at the public events table? What would you take in?
At the public events table, I've got enough deck boxes, right? So I take one of those minis. Yeah, the Blue Eyes White one. I like the Blue Eyes White one.
Maybe you will also get your hands on a Blue Eyes Pop. But it's not the only prize that you can win. Brian, there's a very exciting prize that people are very, very much coveting. Tell us a little about that.
Yes, the most exciting prize of this event right now. It's a full set of Scapegoat cards. They're not giant, they're just a little bit smaller, but you get 4 of them for only 120 points. That's a steal.
That is a steal, 120 points. And how many cards do you get in the full set of Scapegoat big cards?
4.
4. Do you know the colours?
There's a blue one.
There is a blue one.
There's definitely a blue
you
one.
guys will find out the colours if you guys can win 120 points at the public events. Make sure you guys do come over, check out all the prizes available at the table. It's a very, very exciting event to be part of. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more coverage coming right up.
Join Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Welcome back, fellow duelists. I am here with Alexander for a deck profile of a deck that has been pushed by Power of the Elements and that has been quite successful lately. So, Alexander, what deck are we talking about?
We're talking about Exorcisters. The deck has got a lot of recent support. The most recent support was definitely the best cards in the archetype, Exorcister Martha. It allows the deck to actually have a 1.5 card play. It really boosts the consistency and overall just makes the deck a solid contender with the meta. One of the other new cards is the new trap card, Exorcister Eternia. It really combats the meta very well, both against Sprite, which is one of the deck's more tough matchups, and the elements. It really complements the playstyle of the deck and overall a very solid boost to the deck as well. One of probably the best hand traps in the deck, Dimension Shifter. I think that every deck that can play the card should play it. It gives the deck a fighting chance against the elements going second and just complements the strategy really well because the deck doesn't really care if the card gets banished. And as probably the best extra deck card in the deck, Exorcister Magnifica, also a new addition to the deck, gives the deck OTK potential, also keeps the deck, because the deck before used to be very back row heavy reliant, so it allows the deck to play even if your back row gets destroyed, facilitates OTKs, and you can also go from one Martha and any Exorcister card in the hand to Magnifica and set up a very solid board.
Okay, so those are all some new cards, and especially the Shifter has been quite dominant in tournaments lately. Decks that could run it, as you said, tried to run it. So what do you think is the strength of the deck? Why is this deck the best at what it does?
Well, I think after the recent ban list, Sprite got hit pretty hard. So most people are switching to the Elements as the best deck of the format. And this deck has a really good Elements matchup. Going first, going second. The engine itself really trades well with the Element cards. And I think that with also Red Reboot getting banned, one of the biggest counters to the deck has gone. I think the deck is currently in the best place it has ever been in since its release. And I think it also has a solid matchup against rogue decks because it doesn't only rely on your opponent banishing cards from the graveyards. You have enough cards to play with your engine by yourself right now.
Okay, and what is the biggest flaw of the deck? What side deck cards are you most afraid of?
Well, another good part of the deck is there isn't a single blowout card against it, although Evenly Matched is pretty strong against the deck because it forces you to choose if you want to play with your back row or most of the time with your Magnifica. The deck kind of struggles with breaking boards. If it's a very big established board going second, the only thing you can do is attempt to, because it's an Xyz deck, so it has access to Zeus. You can attempt to make a Zeus play, but the engine itself has a hard time breaking a board going second.
Okay, and so the last question is, how many players do you think will advance to the top cut playing Exorcisters?
I think the format is pretty Exorcister favored. I would guess at least 6-7 people. As long as they're familiar with the deck, they shouldn't really have any problem beating tournaments.
Okay, so 6 to 7 players should be above 10% of the top cut. That's a really high number. Thank you very much, Alexander, and we will go back to the coverage.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2022, and I'm here with another piece of content, and we have a deck profile. And who I'm here with?
Yoda Brunn.
Wonderful, and you brought us one of the newer decks we have, and that is the Labyrinth deck, exactly. That released on Tactical Masters, and you brought it here to this event. So, first of all, we're going to talk about the 4 main cards we have, and you just explain to us what they're doing and why they're good in that deck and what the general mechanic of the deck is, and then we go from there. So, take it off.
So, Welcome Labyrinth Fish summons a Labyrinth monster. You can either search some Researcher, some Specialer, or the big boss monster in the moment. We are getting a new one, Darkwind Blast.
So it's getting even better then?
Yeah.
Nice.
And she can set itself. Can set itself.
Yeah.
And she can set a normal trap from the grave. The opponent cannot chain monster effects to the normal trap effects you
that's
activate.
pretty cool, yeah. That's pretty
very good. And when monster leaves the field because of a normal trap, she can pop 1 card on the field or on the hand of the opponent.
Nice, that's
good.
very
nice.
So you snowball basically off of 1 trap all the time, yeah?
And Labyrinth does give Welcome Labyrinth a pop when it's activated.
Oh yeah, like it's an additional effect. You say when this card is on the field, this also happens, right?
So you activate Welcome Labyrinth, summon her, pop a monster and pop another card.
Nice, nice.
Yeah. And it can summon a fiend from the grave or hand when a monster leaves the field because of a non-Labyrinth normal trap.
Okay, okay.
And for that is Ghastly Glitch, Archfiend's Ghastly Glitch. When you control a fiend, target a card, pop it, mill a fiend. So you are milling Backjack, End of Anubis.
Oh, you've used Backjack as well, nice.
Yeah, End of Anubis very nice against Tears. Yeah, and that's the 4 cards I very use often.
Yeah, and so you said you also have to fit in non-Labyrinth trap cards. So which one would that be in general?
Ice Strength Prison, Dogmatica Punishment, TT.
Torrential Tribute as well. Yeah, all the old cards. That's cool. Very cool. Very cool.
Compulse.
That's a lot of good trap cards. So this is really one of the new trap cards, not new trap decks in the format, and definitely one to watch out for. What would you say is the biggest strength of this deck going into this tournament?
End of Anubis.
End of Anubis because it's so good versus Telements, yeah? Okay, so you basically have a really, really good Telements matchup, in your opinion.
When I get it out.
That's great. I mean, we expect a lot of Telements, so that's a very fair point. But on the other end, what are you fearing? What do you think is a deck you could really struggle against?
Adagas.
Look, guys, I mean, it wasn't top 4 at Euros, so maybe it's coming again.
I've tested against it, and it's, they can play better with mine.
Oh, okay, I see. Maybe any specific side deck cards you're also afraid of? Some back removal in specific?
Back removal.
Yeah.
Evenly. Lightning Storm.
Of course.
Everything of that.
A lot of people are also on Cosmic Cyclone. I think this weekend this might already be also be a little bit annoying, but I think you can handle
Hitting the field spell Labyrinth is very hard.
Yeah, that's true. If that's gone, then you are struggling. Yeah, for sure. And then I've one last question for you. What do you think? How many Labyrinth players in this event are going to be in the top cut of this event then?
0 to 1.
0 to 1. So you think maybe one lucky guy is making it, but it's not that much. Interesting. So. Maybe it's going to be you. Who knows? Best of luck with that. And hopefully we're going to see you at some point in the featured match area even. And therefore I'm going to give back over to the featured match area. See you there, guys.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule. To make the grade, you first must duel. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks, all in one box. Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Available now. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Now available.
Rated T for Teen.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule. To make the grade, you first must duel. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks all in one box. Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Available now. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately. Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale.
Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for Teen.
Welcome back to YCS Utrecht 2022. You're here with the coverage that we've got going on here. We've had our round one, it was all good, but now we move on to the second feature match. So on my right, we have Nadir Mazzoni, and on my left, we have Marine Duterte. So this is going to be a very exciting round. Guys, have you done your dice roll yet? Who would like to roll first? Okay, let's see. That is a 5. Can Fafa do any better? He also rolls a 5. This is the whole duel now. A 6. Marginally better than the previous roll. Okay, who's going first? You're going to go first? Okay, that means Marine is going to go first. So guys, take it away with the commentary for our second round of YCS Utrecht.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 2 of YCS Utrecht. We have quite a good one for you guys, and of course, you might have noticed already one of the 2 duelists sitting down, of course, none other than Nadir Farfa. Yeah, and of course, he has been doing a lot of different things in Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, playing. He's well known as a content creator, and he's also been at this same table doing some commentary for us. And today he's even in a diverse, I guess, role, because for this event, for the first time in Europe, we introduced these bounty duelists, which is, I think, a really cool concept, something that I would have liked to experiment as well. Essentially, one of them is Nadir. What happens is every round they get to accumulate an amount of packs, usually 2 packs per round, and then if you play against a bounty duelist and you beat them, you get to keep for yourself all of the packs they have accumulated up to the point. So it's a really nice, interesting addition, and it just makes you look forward to these players, and we have quite some big names around. Yeah. But of course, if having a future match with Nadir wasn't good enough, we just had to pick him because he is playing his signature deck.
Burning Abyss. Yeah.
Burning Abyss, yes.
A deck that's still here, still rocking.
Wow.
He's a fan of the deck, we all know that.
Absolutely.
And I really like the fact that he's playing this version full of traps.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is a very heavy one, especially like with some spicy with Lava Golem.
Absolutely. I mean, as you mentioned, just Burning Abyss being around since 2014, that's, I think, one of the few decks which has gone this long. So we have seen a lot of different versions from the deck, some more combo-oriented. This one really reminds me of the 2015, with like against Necros, you would play a lot of traps, and Nadir is doing it, and both of these duels are 1-0.
Yeah.
On the other end, one of the more expected decks, I would say, for this event, Marine is playing Sprite, but he's playing the other most popular version, which is the Live Twin you were talking about.
Yeah, we mentioned this in our previous future match. We have players who decided to play Runic Sprite, and on the other side, the Evil Twin side, which is characterized by playing multiple hand traps. We have different ones, such as Ghost Ogre, Impermanence, Ash Blossom, Nibiru, and also there's the Winter Cherries.
That's what I'm interested in, like Winter Cherries in the main deck. That's absolutely bold, but it has to do with, and as I mentioned in the last future match, we will be able to go through the list of the top 10 most played cards. I can already tell you one of them for this event is Sprite Elf.
Yep.
That's such a good card, generic. You can play it in, not only in Sprite, but pretty much in any deck of the format, and that's one of the main targets for the Winter Cherries. Still, I think it's not going to be that great in this specific matchup, but if he is smart enough, you can call the Zeus, so maybe that could come. Regardless, our players are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of round 2. Here they are. So, as we have seen, Marine did win the die roll, huge thing. And of course, once again, when you go first with the Live Twin version, it's actually quite interesting, because you can go through a different variety of plays. And here we go with the one Hyperia.
Yeah, we've said this before, especially because like the deck still goes through a lot of plays. It's pretty much different rather than the Ronic Sprite deck because it plays multiple copies of Ash Blossom, Impermanence. These are the most played cards.
And I think he passed just like this. I think so. Wow, what a start. It just passed with the Hyperia. Such an unfortunate end. Ooh. And we see here a little smile when the Fiendish Rhino comes down. And here, after 8 years, almost 9, we get to see once again the boy, Dante. Probably, at least, let's see if Nadir will go for it. But
yeah, most likely. We have seen throughout the time how this deck still powerful, how much it is, and like with all the Link monsters, he gained advantage with Cherubini and.
Absolutely, yeah. Wow, and actually an interesting play here. We get to see Nadir just actually attacking and maybe going for a huge Zeus in Memphis 2. Could be the case. He doesn't want to waste the materials. He wants to go for a Downerd or just Zeus right away. He does. Interesting sequence here for sure. And this is already looking promising for our Burning Abyss player.
What you thought about summoning Dark Magician over Dante?
He's even playing it.
Yeah,
then.
he's playing 2 copies.
Okay, that's an interesting thing, but for sure.
Yeah.
Now we get to see. I think he has like maybe. I saw a droplet.
Yeah,
and I can't quite tell the other trap card, but just as we mentioned, we can quickly cover some of the really good things about this engine, which is that you can draw multiple cards. Essentially, first of all, you don't give up your battle phase, which is huge. And then you get to just do a lot with these, for example, here on the field. Essentially, they are similar to Dipsy Diva and the Beavers, which we saw very popular at the European Championship, in which 1-card combo.
Yeah.
But the plus side is that you get to draw 2 cards, which is why they play these many entraps.
Yeah, and also I think that the Evil Twin Link monsters are very powerful in between another because basically you can bring them up very often during the main phase. If you don't control one on the other, you can special summon them from the graveyard.
Yeah.
Okay. Now he goes for another Zeus, and I think he also drew into a nice Dragon Prison. Because he's maining, he's maining 3 copies of it, which is great in this context.
Yeah, it's one of those trap cards which is considered really good because even going second, you can use it.
Farfa just taking a look at the life points, and you can consider now going for the Zeus because like he could push enough damage later on.
You think to go for game maybe?
Yeah, you could.
It's bold. Yeah. I think he is doing it,
yeah.
Right? He's also playing the rest of the Burning Abyss package, and he does go for it. So Farfa just trying to go for game right away, giving up 2 of his cards, but he gets it with a Ghost Ogre. Wow.
Gets punished here.
Yeah, big punish. Big punish here.
And also he chained Winter Cherries. I mean, for sure, like you don't expect Ghost Ogre being played because it's not so popular.
Absolutely, yeah. Ghost Ogre is one of those which we have seen maybe in the past against like the adventure decks, but for this event, definitely an interesting choice. And now I think it's a huge punish, as you mentioned, and he will be forced to just try and push some damage nonetheless. It is possible.
Yeah.
But
he could go for Seer.
He's risking it, yeah.
He could because like with Run you can bring Seer or Graph, yeah. And also Ash, wow.
All
it was
of
all
the entraps.
all of them.
All of the different sisters, we can say. So Ogre, Ash, and Winter Cherries. Essentially, Bell missing a few of them, Marner, but yeah.
He could have gone instead for Sir directly rather than risking the Ash Blossom, right?
Honestly.
Yeah.
And now let's see if he can push for game. He does have Seer. He special summons this card.
Yeah.
and he will try and push 4 game right away. He just needs another name. You can go for Beatrice, for example. But definitely hurts, because also the decision, as you mentioned, to not use the downers and use the second Zeus is a huge one.
Yeah, because if your plan is really going into Zeus, then I will not risk the second one. So you're playing 2 downerd. Why not?
But here we get Cherubini.
Yeah.
Let's see, he has a few options. He's not playing the Phantom Knights, by the way. He's just playing straight up Burning Abyss, which is interesting. Just filled with traps and some of these tech cards like the Dinomiscus, Lava Golem. So an interesting build for sure by Nadir. He should have enough. Is he playing access code or which? Yeah, he does. So like he can go even just for a simple access code play with the Barber, and that's enough for game, for example. So let's see.
Yeah,
honestly, I still have.
There's Nibiru.
And yeah, Nibiru, even the last of the entropy, essentially drew
all of them.
One of each entropy he's playing, but. Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, that's why he passed turn.
And honestly, yeah, this is when I think you think a little too much. He could have simply rode this Zeus to victory, I think, without doing anything. Yeah. And instead, he risked it, got too greedy, and he's getting punished here. Now, yeah, he gets to push like 900 damage if he feels like it. It seems like he's considering just doing 600 to him.
Because now Nadir needs to be careful, because he's left with 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
He gets the Search in hand faced with Skarm.
He does use the Barbar, but
I'm still pretty convinced if he had some on the Downer Magician, and then now he would have another Zeus, right?
Yeah, for sure, this is definitely a huge punish. And now let's see if Marin can pick up another of his live twin cards. He doesn't, but he has Jet. Let's see if he has something else in his hand. Wow, and look at this graveyard. It just has all of the entrops in one off.
And this is on the other hand, I think the risk of playing so many, you know?
Absolutely. And here you thought that Nadir has a Ice Dragon Prison set, I think?
Torrential.
No, yes, Torrential Tribute. Wow, what a throwback. So Torrential Tribute from Nadir. Definitely a card we haven't seen in a while, but does the job done. And yeah, you can see both players smiling a little bit, and now it's Nadir once again who needs to top deck Tour Guide, for example, would be nice. Let's see what he gets. I can't quite tell, right? Probably 2 Burning Abyss Monsters. How many Dante is he actually playing?
I think 2.
Yeah, just 2 Dante, okay. Well, as you mentioned, no more Zeus.
Yeah, there's no more Zeus, but this is huge, because like here he could have pushed some damage.
It's basically getting to an old top deck game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where they just gonna see if they draw anything relevant off the top. But yeah, he basically has 2 Burning Abyss, I believe. Yeah, yeah, he does go for Seer. And another Seer, wow. That's not the best, but yeah, he can push some damage. And unfortunately, he's out of Zeus. So he will need to just try his best to stay in this. But what an unfortunate decision, because if that was a downer, you know, he would have used it. Now he could go for Zeus, and this game would be much, much better for Nadir.
Yeah, his decision to cap the downer, I think, could change this game.
Absolutely. Now he has 2 useless downers in the extra deck, and no more Zeus. And here Dante, what year is this, honestly? Lava Golem even, and he does mill far finally. But yeah, this is definitely an interesting one to see in 2022. But now it's Marin who needs to top deck one of his Pride monsters, any evil twin will do. Wow, and he does not. So maybe we'll get this game won from Nadir, who needs to mill, but really is in a really good spot. Let's see if he can hit anything relevant. It does not. I mean, if he has any monster, really, he can just bring out the Farfa and just win with himself, essentially. So, let's see. Okay, considering bringing back Cherubini. And yeah, this is looking quite promising from Nadir. And to the Farfa, he takes the game. It doesn't get much more than this. Yeah, what a game, what a game. Honestly, it's showing off. Again, these Sprite decks, which have been using these engines, maybe not testing to the fullest of their potential, and we have seen both times where they pick up their cards and they don't have the most explosive events. This was the case. I mean, he literally just went first, Hyperia, pass.
I mean, I think I've never seen it.
Yeah, just Hyperia and pass. But the end was crazy, because the end was actually all of his end all of his cards, like one Ash Blossom, one Ghost Ogre, one Winter Cherries, one Nibiru. This was the end. And Nadir honestly risked it a lot. Like, he had pretty much just this juice. He could have won the game with the... I don't know. We can probably ask him at the end, because he could have went for Downerd. Stacked the Zeus on top. That was it.
Yeah, because he risked it. Because basically, if Marine would have drawn into any other card, basically, because like he said, a monster and he passed.
And again, also, like, you know, Hyperia is being played by sprites only. What cards really can they have in their hands which are not used? Like, it's obviously gonna be those type of cards. So once you get to the Zeus, you don't want to commit. You just attack a couple of turns and you win the game. And in case they get something to get rid of them, because he also was holding Dynamiscus, which is so good against Sprite. I think, yeah, really, Nadir got super greedy. Maybe the only real punish was the Ghost Ogre, which he couldn't see. To be fair, but I mean, still congratulations to both, and Burning Abyss, one game up.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were not expecting to seeing Adamantipator being played round one and then Burning Abyss, but looking at the side decks...
Yeah, let's look at what do you think Marine is going to try to do now?
I mean, if I would play against Burning Abyss, first of all, I would have troubles, because, like, basically I'm prepared to play against basically all of the other decks. You know, Trillaments, Mirror Match, Ronick. I think against Burning Abyss, Dimensional Shifter is a big one. For sure, but of course, like, he's going first. The thing is that he's playing a lot of Enter, a lot. So basically,
and he saw it.
So I think he needs to side out the Winter Cherries. It's not useful against Burning Abyss at all.
Instead, one of the, I think, tech side decks ideas for this weekend is Dimension Shifter. In Sprite.
Exactly.
Essentially, you side 3 copies alongside Sprite Gamma Burst. And then when you go second, you can pretty much try and OTK these decks. I think it's really cool. So that, as we saw, against that traditional Burning Abyss list is really good. But as you mentioned, if I was Marine, probably I would have PTSD from 2014, because there was a time in my life where I lost to Burning Abyss over the course of, I think, 5 years in a row, and every year Burning Abyss was still there. So I wouldn't want to be in Marine's shoes at the moment, but we'll see. He'll try to keep up his nerves, but I think our players are pretty much ready for Game 2. Let's see if our duelists will be able to beat Farfa Nadir, the bounty duelist. And here they are. So obviously we're hoping for a better starting end from Marine. Let's see if he can get things done. To be fair with this build sometimes, okay, this is already much better. Luckily for him. As we mentioned, one card is really all you need to combo off with this engine. And in this case, he got one of the better ones, which is the Lilla.
What I really like about playing Evoltine Sprite is that if you play against Ronin Sprite instead, as we mentioned earlier in our first feud match, they don't really play beside Ronin cards, cards such as Ash Blossom or Impermanence.
Yeah.
So you can commit more. And like the Evil Twin Link monsters are super powerful. And he's also playing, I think, one of the cards that could be the highlight of the weekend, which is the Mannequin Cat. Hopefully we will see it in action soon.
Yeah. He does not play some of these really interesting tech cards in the side deck, but it is definitely one of those you can bring out, and it's an interesting idea for this weekend where we have seen like tech cards all the way from the end of Anubis, which we probably won't see, but would be absolutely great in this matchup against Burning Abyss. So let's see if we can see it. Definitely, I think we have never seen this card out of YCS ever since it came out, so it would be cool to do it for sure. And yeah, it's obviously there for tier elements, but you take it against Burning Abyss any day of the week, really.
I'm looking at Farfa's side deck. I think good side in Red Jackie.
Yeah, Raigeki definitely an option. Interesting that he went with triple Raigeki instead of Lightning Storm.
Yeah.
But it is there, so we might see it
stick to the old school plan.
Yeah. It is at free. It is at free. Yeah. So you might as well use it, to be fair. So we'll see if Nadir has one of these copies. But here for now, as mentioned, this is what you usually start things off. And you go for the live twin combos. Essentially, you get to draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Fish for any of your options. Nibiru, one of them. I think Ghost Ogre probably got sided out, I want to bet. But it did win him the game in game 1.
The deck is super consistent. I really like it, especially because like you keep, you know, summoning back your Evil Twin Link monsters from the graveyard once you don't have one or the another. It's not easy to play against the deck. It's very consistent. Plays, you know, multiple copies of Ash Blossom Impermanence.
Absolutely.
He plays 15 in
I
total.
think, yeah, he's playing main deck in 15, siding even the Effect Veilers, Shifter. So he has so many interruptions coming from these draws. And here, again, continuing his usual plays. Is he also using some trap cards in the side deck? I don't think so. Yeah, no. Not really, but it sets Shu, which could be, again, Infinite Impermanence or, of course, the Sprite Smashers. Let's see if there is a Raigeki, though, coming down from Nadir.
I think there is a Lava Golem.
Yeah, we could have another of those cards, which surprisingly being quite popular in the main deck this week.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of players relying on Lava Golem in the main deck. We're talking about Sprite players or tournament players.
And he does have it, so Nadir with the Lava Golem in his hand, considering his options at the moment. And he does go for Lava Golem right away, so interesting start, both having a laugh at it, but
I think he might not be holding any other
too many monsters. Yeah, I think he's considering just setting a few cards, which makes this Lava Golem double-edged sword, I would say, because sure, you got rid of 2 of these monsters, but now there is this 3000 bit stick. Wow, and a set face down. Again, I will repeat what I said in game 1. What year is this? But Nadir seems to get things done, and Maren will now draw. I guess you have a lot of options, but yeah, he took 1,000 from the Lava Golem, and he's now considering his options. So seems like he wants to go right away for a Sprite Elf. It's considering. And yeah. Let's see what he goes for. It is
An
the
elf.
elf. Again, what a great card.
I think here if Nadir has a
Yeah.
Ice Dragon Prison,
I think so. he
that might
does.
hurt.
This is again one of the many trap cards in Nadir's deck. Let's see if he wants to activate it right away. And he does. So Ice Dragon Prison being used by Nadir. Probably wants to get rid of both elves. Yeah, this is what happens. But I think he has resolved it. That would be quite surprising, I think. Really? Okay. Does it surprise you at all that he didn't actually go for the other effect?
Yeah,
of
exactly.
Prison?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, does he have? Okay, he has Droplet.
Okay, if he
He can
gets
trigger
rid
graph,
of the face
yeah.
down. Oh yeah, that's still a little surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, because like here he can go for graph and then grab Tour Guide in the end phase if he really wants to. Still think about the Ice Dragon Prison.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't just go for the second effect, I would say.
But here we see the triple tactics
Wow.
talent.
3 copies in the main deck from Marine. Really thinking that it's a card that could shine. Of course, it really depends on the matchup, I would say, because against Runic Sprites in specific, it isn't the best.
Yeah.
But when you go second, it's one of those cards that could shine alongside Change of Heart as well. So it's definitely an interesting choice in the main deck, especially in 3 copies. But do you think he's gonna try and push for game right here, right now, or just?
I think he's considering it, but
Okay,
no.
He just moves to the battle phase, gonna push some damage, and either commit right away. Wow, okay.
Another
Interesting
elf?
line,
Okay.
another elf. What do you think is playing around here?
I think, what could he be afraid of? Because, like, yeah, I mean,
He ends. Wow, okay. Interesting line of plays by both, and now we get to see the first tour guide of the match. Again, a card that has been seen in play, I think, since 2011, winning the European Championship. And wow, it has been a lot of time.
Oh, and now we have seen Effect Veiler being played on the tour guide. Decided in Effect Veiler.
I mean, it makes sense.
It's okay.
It's okay. You can use it on that spot. Worst case scenario, you can just try and stop Zeus if they use it on their turn. But
Because like Farfa is holding a droplet, and he has a Rhino Heart.
Because then in that case, you can just consider using it right here, right now. But I think it is Maren who is now on the other side, thinking about his priority, we can say, to use the elf. definitely a slower game on our hands on this time. Our players really considering their options and not wanting to give up the game so quickly.
Because here you can risk on activating the droplet, but I think you maybe just wait. We don't know what the last car Nadir has, which is... Oh, okay.
Another Ice Dragon Prison, okay. Once again, Ice Dragon Prison. Used a copy in the previous turn, gonna use another one here.
Maybe he wants to deal some damage, because...
I mean, with this one, I can see it. With the previous one, I really don't see it, especially because if you... We mentioned now, for example, Maren is playing Winter Cherries in the main deck mainly for Elf. With one Prison, you just get rid of 2 right away. Then if you have another Prison, you get rid of the last. And the deck turns into a very weird grind game in which I think Burning Abyss can get favorite. But right here, he's just going to try and play his cards. He can go for Dark. Instead, he goes for the Nightmare Unicorn. Kind of a desperate last hope. Gets rid of the Rhino and will try his best to stay in this game. Let's see if there is a response from Maren.
I think he's going to shuffle back either one of the set cards, right?
It's one of those, you know, game of chicken where you have to figure out whether you want to risk it and hit one of those cards, or you think you can still hit in the battle phase and you just want to guarantee getting rid of the elf. Okay, doesn't matter too much. Impermanence comes down to negate the effect of Nightmare Unicorn, and now we get to see the Fiendish Rhino in the graveyard.
Ooh, okay, chains the droplet.
Interesting, okay. So chaining droplet, so Elf resolves, and now we could see the Rhino. Unless Nadir forgets about it. Okay, luckily he doesn't, and he will activate it and resolve Fiendish Rhino. He could get... Okay, place it a little slower. So he just moves to the end phase, activate this card, maybe gets the second copy of Tour Guide, and now Maren needs to push some damage. Is it Tour Guide? I think so,
yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Let's see. He needs, again, any of his twin cards. Starter. Ooh, and he gets the starter off the top. What a draw from Maren. Great stuff. Yep. It was definitely the best top deck for him. And we might see pretty soon a game 3, honestly.
Yeah, that's what he needed, for real.
Absolutely great draw. And this also cut some of the top decks from Nadir himself, because you get the Smashers now. And yeah, this is so... Okay. So much diff. Pico is considering his options.
Yeah, he added the start now. Because he already used True Elf, at least True Elf. But I think it makes sense to go for another one. Yeah. Now he gets to draw one with the
again,
Hyperia.
using his effect to draw one. You can actually go and probably push some damage with the Gigantic. He goes with the blue. Ooh, and now we finally see the Mannequin Cat. That's a card we have been hyping up quite a bit for different reasons. You can use it to special summon, as you can see here, a monster from your opponent's graveyard. So this is already a way to just push a lot of damage, which is probably what we're going to see here. But it's also the second effect, which is quite relevant in a lot of these matchups. because you can just end on a Mannequin Cat, and
Yeah.
as soon as they special summon, you get to summon these very cheeky cards from the deck. But now, Tour Guide, it's the field.
Yeah, he's trying to stay in this game. Now he's going to activate the Mannequin Cat.
Yeah, and here we get to see the Mannequin Cat in action. Will be able to use its effect to special summon one from the deck. What do you think he might go for? Just the Jet?
Yeah. He gets another starter.
Do you think he should have picked the Smashers instead of the starter?
I think so.
Maybe it's the last face down. But yeah, I think we have seen enough. So Nadir picks up his cards and will go to game 3. So 1-on-1.
Yeah.
Definitely a more of a back and forth game 2. Both players having a little bit of, I would get nerves on their ends on figuring out the best lines, but in the end it was Maren who just had too much of a good start for Nadir, and now it gets interesting actually.
Yeah, especially because like Nadir, I mean, he's prepared to go first as well.
Yeah.
He has Solemn Judgment. He also plays Anti-Spell Fragrance, which is good going first. I mean, also I think that we need to be consider is like there are almost 12 minutes remaining on the clock.
Absolutely.
Which is something you have to consider when you play against Burning Abyss because of Barbar and also because his deck is not easy, you know, to beat like very easily. Talking about
the Solemn Judgments are also
exactly. So it's
a
double-edged sword.
idea. Yeah. So on the other hand, though, as you mentioned, Maran now goes second. We saw he has between the main deck and the side deck 21 possible hand traps, but he can side evenly matched. And I think I really would like to see the Dimension Shifter.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting one, yeah.
I'd like to see this as well. I mean, Pancratops as well will go.
Yeah, Pancratops goes in. Cosmic Cyclone, again, the most popular card in all of our duelists this weekend. Over 82% of the field is using Cosmic Cyclone, which is unprecedented.
Well,
I think. Yeah. But then we do see the little cheeky red resonator in there, which could come in handy. Honestly, I think you side it every time when there is like 10 minutes left in the round, especially when you go second. You have to side it. If it is a different matchup, maybe not. It's BA. I mean, they have Barbar, as you mentioned. You have to side it in. So maybe we'll see that. But I really... Maybe for Nadir's fans out there, they wouldn't be on the same page as me, but I want to see this Dimension Shifter Gamma Burst combo coming from the Sprite decks. Really curious to see if that will impact. And at the end of the day, Dimension Shifter won the last YCS over in Canada, which was in Niagara Falls. But that's Exo Sisters, and yeah, we don't want to talk about that. We are focused on Burning Abyss at the moment, so I think our duelists are getting ready. So without further ado, let's find out if Nadir will keep his packs as a bounty duelist or if Maran will be the first to defeat him and already grab a small prize for this weekend. Let's go to the table for game 3. Here they are, almost done with shuffling, and there are less than 12 minutes remaining. What do you think is the ending ideal board for Nadir?
The problem here is that Maran is playing a lot of different hand traps. And he was punished in game 1 by Ghost Ogre as well, so you could consider it.
Is that a desire, maybe?
Yeah, is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Great start here. If we don't see Ash Blossom, that's always what you want to start things off with. Why not? It does resolve, so great stuff here already by Nadir. I see some really good traps. I think like double Ice Prison, maybe Torrential Tribute, so a lot of traps from Nadir. but he needs some monsters to stay in this game.
Let's see if he drew into... Okay, he has Seer. And does he have another one?
Okay, he does.
He
Interesting
has
order.
Skarm.
What do you think? Would you have done the opposite way?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, you go normal Skarm, special Seer.
I would say so as well. It depends again if he has maybe a third name, but no.
I think he...
Wow,
he
I think he might have gone for the other order actually. Very interesting here, but he goes right away into one of the tech ideas. And I mean, I guess I can see the merit of this line. It's definitely an unusual one, but we get to see the one gravity controller coming in the deck. Yeah, we see the setup with the Beatrice, and now he will set just a couple of trap cards.
Okay.
He sets 3, so here, let's see if Marin can draw his evenly matched, because that would be insane. Let's see. Do we hear the enter battle phase? I think we might, because I'm seeing Nadir shaking his head. We might have an enter battle phase from Marin. Ooh, and this is heavenly match coming down. What a heartbreaking moment. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it is like this. Wow.
This is what he needed. Yeah.
I mean, either you use the Beatrice now and then you keep a trap. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Or you just keep the Beatrice, but honestly, it's such a shame. Yeah. He does. He will go for the Beatrice, just trying to set up, maybe send the Skarm to get the tour guide. Let's see.
Yeah, this evenly matched.
Yeah, it hurts so much.
Hurts
I think
a lot.
you keep Torrential, right?
Yeah, I will keep Torrential.
I think I keep Torrential face down. And yeah, makes sense. You're not supposed to show them. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, he keeps one card face down. I would say the Torrential every day of the week. And now he goes and just gets some resources back. Maybe send a Skarm here. Or another Seer. Let's see. I think Skarm is better, right?
If he has another...
Of course. Yeah. We don't know because of Pot of Desires. He might have banished all of his cards, really. Ooh, what do you think of RP Feather Duster going first? Being kept in the deck?
Unusual. For sure.
So Graf is instead the option here. Maybe going for a Skarm instead, goes for a Farfa. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe he's out of fuss. Yeah.
Not gonna reply to that, but let's see now. So there is only one more card face down, and what a way to start from Marin. Not only the evenly matched, he even has access to his life twins, and this makes it so much more difficult for his opponent to fight back. And here is the key skill. Essentially, you can go either way. I think you'll get some translation here, but I mean, regardless, it's pretty simple stuff.
Yeah.
We have to keep in mind, of course, that there are 7 minutes left. Because the battle phase, to be fair, is gone.
Yeah.
So unless we see a combo with like Red Resonator on top, we might actually see a draw or a Barber for game in 2022. So this game is still far from over, or far from over. Which again, just to stay on your humor. Ooh, and here commitment. But the carrot was really, really what he needed. I have to say he got quite lucky with that one, but now the situation has gone dramatically worse for Nadir, and it's pretty much just on his opponent to do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Do you think there was any merit for just using it right away on the second summon? I guess, like, carrot is really the
Yeah,
only
I mean,
one.
yeah, that's the only one. Yeah.
It's quite unfortunate, but sometimes it's your day or it's your game. So from here on, as I mentioned, time is crucial.
Yeah.
So honestly, even if it's maybe not the best, you could go for the red resonator, just to not risk anything.
Yeah, you don't risk it.
Like technically, you would like to go for either Hyperia or the Jet, and then get smashers and so on. But 5 minutes remaining, we might see the ding ding dong coming down. So let's see. Of course, we can enjoy, or at least consider the fact that, as a reminder, for this event, we're using 45 minutes, which means that in 7 seconds, it would have been a timeout. And here we see the red resonator. Yeah. I called it. It was pretty much needed, but we'll see how much of a difference it makes, at least for this round, because now the game would be over on the spot, because there are 5 minutes remaining, but we play at 45. So let's see if this actually makes a difference. But this card still, we mentioned now it was quite popular at the European Championship. Makes sense. Wow, but there is actually the Art Drone Jet as well. So why not just go for the resonator to gain some life points?
No, as you said, like there were 12 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yep.
I don't think it was correct to side in the red resonator, just because the Burning Abyss deck do so much, and
absolutely
Evil Twin as well. So
now we can get to the Elf, which means if we want to go super aggressive on the resonator line, we could even just bring it back, but at the moment not really the best. You can do it next turn, potentially. Let's see. Okay, here we just see, I think it makes sense. You are in a spot in which your opponent is just forced, if he wants to do anything, to commit to the link. And obviously the cool thing is the Dynamiscus doesn't have a cost, which makes it a really good card in tier elements as well. Okay, yeah, it gets negated. And yeah, I think he changed the effect as well.
yeah, that carrot changed a lot. That changed the game, definitely.
But do you think actually keeping the Dynamiscus was better than the Torrential? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That will be interesting to know, because he had Torrential as Dragon Prison and the Dynamiscus. So.
Okay. It seems like he's basically done, but at the very end he basically goes for a third elf. No, instead he goes for the combo. Okay. So he goes for the Light Twin setup and the Evil Twin coming back. And now it's Nadir against this setup with just a few minutes remaining. He didn't go for the Skarm, but unfortunately he has double Seer. He needs something, and the Smasher coming down from Maren. Can this be enough? We know that the last card in his hand is Ice Dragon Prison, so this might just be enough for the UK player. Just trying to stay in this game with 2 minutes remaining, of course. Close one, closer, of course, than we could imagine. Well, tough.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, it's trying to remain into this game. There's not that much that Nadir can do at the moment.
Yeah, the last card, face down from Nadir, being this Ice Dragon Prison, which unfortunately will not be good enough for the moment, because as you can see here, getting popped, Marine just already ahead in life with 1.5 minutes later. And unfortunately, Nadir keeps up the game, and it is Maren who takes down the bounty and will get some free packs. So congratulations to both, but let's go back to us. What a match again. This time we saw actually a pretty good comeback because in game 1 Nadir showed off his Burning Abyss. Again, 2022, you were not watching a replay from a past event. Dante taking it down in game 1 with quite a fashion, I would say, and showing off why at least Nadir was able to win round 1 at YCS Utrecht. But in the end, we saw back and forth. I think game 2 was really the crucial one. Whoever was gonna win it, would gonna win it in the case of Nadir, but it was the real game in which they had the most decisions. And I think probably both could have done a few things differently, and we don't know for certain how the game could have ended.
Yeah, it was like, I think, I don't want to say 50-50, but close to that.
Close, for sure.
Because like there was a chance in which Nadir could have won the game, then Maren was able to come back into it. We have to say it was a very close one, especially because Maren deck is oriented to play against the current meta.
Absolutely.
And I think this is a very important win for him.
Yeah, as you mentioned, and as we were saying, even in round 1 with Ryan, when you have an event such as this one, where you have over 2,100 players, especially in the first 3 to 4 rounds, but probably like 2 to 3, you can play against any deck of the format and even decks you have never seen before. So if you play a deck so extreme as Maren one, with even Winter Cherries in the main deck, it's so important that you win these early rounds, and for now he's 2-0, so great chances of advancing and just crushing once he gets to play against Sprite, Ronix, and of course Tier Elements, which we have not yet seen this weekend on stream, but it's technically the most represented deck by a slight margin, though, I gotta say. But regardless, game 3 was the one where unfortunately the opening, I think, from Nadir was interesting, because we were expecting like a different setup with Seer and Scar.
Yeah, like usually you go for Dante Mill 3, then you search for Scar.
Yeah.
Then instead he goes for something different, you know, bringing on the field Beatrice, which was very interesting.
Yeah.
And I think the only real card that Maren needed was evenly matched.
Absolutely.
In order to, you know,
because
like,
to be fair, he opened with Beatrice, Torrential Tribute, Dynamiscus, and even the Ice Dragon Prison. That's really hard to fight back.
Yeah.
But this weekend is quite different from the previous one. Cards like Evenly Match, RP Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, they are all cards that are really popular because of the runic decks. And all of these cards could have been really good against the opening from Nadir. I did call it, so I feel slightly bad for like Nadir and his fans. But yeah, Evenly Matched was there. We could tell because pretty much at the beginning of the turn, Nadir was looking at him, looking at the camera and like smiling, because he probably just said, enter battle phase, anything. And I think Evenly pretty much won the game. But you did mention it well. What won it was also the Arjun Carrot. In the end, we discovered that Nadir kept the Dynamiscus. Of course, he's not the winner of the match, so we cannot ask him about that decision, but it would have been interesting, because if he kept the Torrential, maybe things could have gone differently. But regardless, just as a final reminder, Nadir was a bounty duelist, so once we get to Ed and his interview, we can ask to his opponent if he's happy about these packs that he claimed from Parfa. But without further ado, I want to thank you guys again for staying with us and watching this live stream. This was round 2. We still have plenty. There are 9 rounds today, so a lot of action. But now, let's hear it from Maren. Smash it, Ed.
Okay, guys, and I am here with the round 2 winner, Maren. First of all, congratulations. That was an absolutely amazing game. Firstly, just want to ask, how did you feel about going up against Burning Abyss in this tournament, 2022?
Like, you know, Burning Abyss is like one of my first competitive decks, so that was like a blast from the past, if I have to say this. Like, yeah, and also one of my favorite ones. So that was cool. Yeah.
And you beat Farfa, a well-known content creator in the Yu-Gi-Oh sphere, but also one of the bounties. So you've got yourself some prizes for winning this as well. How does that feel?
that's cool. Like also like that was my first feature match playing against Farfa. That was something that was really
a good memory to make for this. So let's talk a little bit about your game, because it didn't start so hot for you in game one. So you kind of bricked. Talk to us about what was going through your mind in game one.
In game one, I was like, I need to see a level 2, but also like when I saw one, like the live twin, he had something to stop it, so that was like really tough. But yeah, I also ran a lot of untrap, but things like this won't, like usually don't come like in 2 games in a row. So that was like I was confident from game 2 and 3, and yeah, hopefully I won't like break with the untrap again, like, and that didn't happen. So that's cool.
To be fair, the hand traps you had Ash, Ogre, Nib, Winter Cherries, all of these came out, or at least in your hand during that first game. So you, even though you bricked, you were kind of prepared for some of the stuff.
That's why also like I was, this untrap can give me time, because if I Ash the graph, if I Ogre something to remove the body and like make him do 5 summon for the Nibiru to come out, I can survive and I can wait for something. Like I need in the first game I drew a jet, and I was like, okay, that's the thing that I want, but he has something like for the jet with the torrential tribute, and I was like, maybe I can do an elf with level 2 and start playing, but yeah, that wasn't the case.
Game 2, you started off way stronger. You built a really strong field straight away. So tell us about the momentum that you had in game 2.
When I saw my hand, I was like, okay, this one, it will be hard to lose. If I lose, that's my fault. Like, because I had the sprite access, I have the normal summon, I also have the extender for the live twin. So I basically have everything. So if I lose this one, I also have TTT. But you don't have any untraps, so it come up like later in the game. So yeah, the end was like just unbeatable, I think.
And then moving into the final round, where you guys were playing quite close to time, but you still, again, you managed to set a lot of things up. The evenly matched as well.
A thing about this evenly, my end was like 2 blue, carrots, the evil twin, the red one, and another monster. Yeah, a Veiler. I drew the evenly as a 6 card, and I was like, okay, I need to beat 3 back row. And I see the evenly, I was like, okay, I'm beating 3 back row now, because like, yeah.
And how did you feel with the time coming near the end? Were you nervous, or were you remaining composed?
Because of the future match, I was nervous. It's like usually I'm used to playing with time and everything, but like here I summoned the red resonator as we've seen, because I was like, okay, if he tries to set like card, the game will take some time, so I need to be ahead of him and have my resonator in circulation, so I can, if we go to time, I can win with this.
And you did. Yeah. So congratulations. I'm really, really happy for you. I hope the rest of your tournament goes well. Yeah. Congratulations on winning this feature match against Farfa. I see you've had friends who've been behind the camera taking pictures. You've got your fan club here ready, cheering you on.
Obviously, because I'm from Paris, and the Yu-Gi-Oh community is huge in there. And also I was working in a card shop, so every player of Paris know me. So that was also something to like see all of them like looking at my match. So yeah, that was incredible.
Exciting. Well, maybe we'll see you in the top cut if this kind of luck continues. So perhaps you'll get another feature match. Marion, congratulations. That was a really, really awesome game. Don't go anywhere, guys, because round 3 is coming up very shortly. We'll see you soon. Hello and welcome to your coverage of this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Utrecht. My name is Ed Templar, and I'm going to be your host for this event, but I am not doing this alone, so it's time for me to introduce your commentary team. Leonard Koenig,
Sebastian Lemka, Alberto Morazzi, Ed Templar, and Marcello Barbary. This is your amazing coverage team, and we are so excited to be bringing you guys all the coverage from this event. Don't go anywhere, there's plenty of duels coming right up.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2022. I'm here with the one and only Marcus Patel, current European champion. How are you, man? How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Once in a lifetime experience, you know, to spend a year saying I'm European champion. So.
Has it kicked in already? Did you realize you're actually the European champion?
Yeah. You know, it's probably it's a feeling that I never thought could come true.
Absolutely, and yeah, we were chatting a little bit before the interview, sharing the experiences of such events, and now we finally get a new YCS. It has been a while. It was Utrecht back in 2020, and now this new season of YCS has kicked in, new prize car, and a lot of actual changes since the European Championship. So I'll just go through a little bit of the changes and ask your opinion on, of course, the elephant in the room, the new Forbidden Unlimited list, a lot of changes, and if I had to ask you just to pick your favorite change out of them, or what you think is going to be the most impactful one for this event.
It was either the Ronin Toden ban or the Fairy Tale Snow ban, because I think they changed the dynamics of how the 2-element deck and the Sprite deck played. Like the whole idea of Sprite having a very easy way to have an Omni negate was very difficult, and
Absolutely.
True Element having an interaction in the graveyard, like most decks can't build for that. Yeah, but now you can kind of break True Element boards because you kind of just have to deal with what's in the field, which is a lot nicer for maybe the weaker decks.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. And as you mentioned, we'll probably see a very diverse meta for this event, but still some of the decks being there. And so, of course, I gotta ask you, before talking about new releases, you got it all with a deck that no one saw coming, which was Rika. So do you feel the deck is still up there? Do you think it can be a choice for this weekend? What are your thoughts?
So I thought it was the perfect deck going into Euros because the Sprite and True Element lists going into that event were very predictable. Now the way that True Element looks and the way Sprite looks, it can take various different forms. There's True Element style combo, there's True Element style control, and there's Sprites that play with Sprites by themselves, and also Sprites that play with runic cards. And what my Rika deck did was the cards that were not Rika cards just dealt with those two decks very well because I knew what they were going to do. But now it's a bit more difficult, especially with the runic cards that Sprite have. I kind of lose my end board presence because I can lose games going first, which is not ideal in current metagame Yu-Gi-Oh right now.
Absolutely, and I mean, you mentioned them already yourself, but Tactical Masters releasing the runic cards obviously is probably the biggest change in terms of new product releases for the event. So what's your thought on like runic in general as an engine?
I think it's a nice mechanic. It's quick play spell cards that can do a lot of different things. I think they also are limited by the skip battle phase. And I think there's a lot of technical play that you can with the runic cards. It's not as simple as just they automatically give you the win. You have to choose when to activate them, and you have to time them. So I do think they are rewarding.
Absolutely, and without spoiling, we'll see tomorrow, maybe in a future match, who knows what deck you'll end up choosing. But we have seen a lot of runic players already at the events and the 3v3, which you have been competing at. So what do you think of, in general, of 3v3s? What do you think of the format and just playing with your friends?
I love the 3v3. Being able to play with friends and help each other out, it's just a great environment. I actually really like this format. A lot of the matches I have been playing, I do think there is elements of skill. Like a lot of the time, the winner decided because there's either a mistake in technical play or there could be an improvement in deck building. And there's still lots of things to discover with this format. I don't think it's completely solved. And yeah, I think all those aspects make playing right now really fun.
Absolutely, it will be, as you mentioned, a lot of different decks, a lot of different cards. So, of course, we mentioned current European champion, but also UK past national champion. So, before saying goodbyes, do you have any advice for like new players or players that wanna get to the higher level of Yu-Gi-Oh? On top of your mind, just anything you think will improve?
I think one of the big things is trying to have as much fun as possible, because if you have fun, you'll tend to play more Yu-Gi-Oh, and you'll play more Yu-Gi-Oh overall, and you won't ever stop. You'll just have a passion for it. You're trying to make time for it, and if you play the game long enough, you will get better. So, and if you're having fun, you'd want to play the game for a long time. Which, just try to find ways that you can have fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh in your own way. I think you'll get better.
Absolutely, and a great positive message from you. So you've heard it from Marcus. So we'll wish you good luck for the event, of course. Hopefully see you later on during the weekend. Yeah, that's not spoil it. But thank you guys for watching, and we'll be back soon with more coverage from YCS Utrecht 2022.
Speed Tool GX Midterm Paradox. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks all in one box. Prove you're clever like a fox. With Speed Tool GX Midterm Paradox. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Utrecht. I'm here with Christoph and we have something really special for you. It is a deck profile of a really old deck because it is the March 2010 Time Wizard format. Christoph, what are we seeing here?
Well, for the Time Wizard tournament for 2010, I'm playing a Lightsworn deck. So a Lightsworn deck, it's focused on milling yourself and then applying a lot of pressure early on and then just ending the game really quickly. So in order to do that, what you always want to see, your Charge of the Light Brigade, it's at 1 in the format, but it's super strong. For cost it mills 3 and then searches any of your Lightsworns, which is super strong. Of course, in a deck which is focused on milling, you want to play cards that are good when milled. So you play 3 of Wolf.
Absolutely.
It's a 2100 attack beater, which is really strong in the format because it's way slower than nowadays. It just summons itself whenever it's milled, and it applies a lot of early game pressure. It forces bottomless trap hole, whatever. It's really good at trading opponents' cards. And then, like the boss monster for the deck is Judgment Dragon. It can summon itself from hand by if at any point in the game when you just have 4 Lightsworns with different names in your GUI. And then not even once per turn, you just pay 1,000 and destroy all other cards except for himself on the field. And because you can summon multiples of them per turn, he just enables OTKs really quickly when you have multiples of him. So insane. And then just your second alternative win condition is Honest. It's a hand trap. I think everyone knows this card. When a light monster battles, you can discard her. And then, or him, whatever, I don't know. You can discard them and increase the attack of your monster by the attack of the opponent's monster. So it's not really easy to play around the card. And if you do, you might get punished by something else. But like, it's super strong and also just makes your OTKs way easier.
So, why are you playing Lightsworn? What's the best feature about the deck?
It's just that I've played the deck as a child. No, it's like of course like nostalgia plays into it a bit, right?
Absolutely.
But like even nowadays, I really like mill decks that play with their graveyard because it just gives you another layer where you can play from. And just Judgment Dragon is such an iconic boss monster. Honest is such a generically cool card.
Yeah.
And the cards just look awesome.
Yeah. So, what's the worst thing about the deck? What do you think is the weakness of the deck, and what side deck cards are you afraid of?
Well, biggest weaknesses are that you can't really afford to play back row cards because they don't do anything when they're milled, so you just try to play all gas 40 cards, no traps. I mean, of course you can play some, but that comes at a cost of your consistency. And probably the biggest thing I fear for the tournament is a Light Imprisoning Mirror, which is a continuous trap that just shuts off all light effects on the field and in the graveyards. I just have to draw Heavy Storm or MST to out that. Yeah, and besides that, I just feel like it just has solid matchups overall, and it can win any game because it's a bit sacky. Yeah.
So that answers my next questions. Do you think that this deck can win the tournament?
Absolutely. If I don't get paired against 3 Gladiator Beasts, I'm good.
Okay, there you have it. If you don't play versus Gladiator Beast, then you win with Lightsworn. Thank you, Christoph. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are going back to the live coverage of YCS Utrecht.
Hello and welcome to your coverage of this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Utrecht. My name is Ed Templar, and I'm going to be your host for this event, but I am not doing this alone, so it's time for me to introduce your commentary team. Leonard Koenig, Sebastian Lemka, Alberto Morazzi, Ed Templar, and Marcello Barbary. This is your amazing coverage team, and we are so excited to be bringing you guys all the coverage from this event. Don't go anywhere, there's plenty of duels coming right up. Welcome back. So we're here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Utrecht in 2022. Thank you for joining us on our coverage. You guys just missed a very, very good round 2 with some Burning Abyss coming back, showing a bit of a retro deck, but it was good fun to watch. But we're going to move swiftly onto our round 3. So on my right, I have Tobias Steckerman from the Netherlands, and on my left, I have Daniel Traxler from Austria. And this is going to be a very exciting game. Gentlemen, can we ask you to do your dice roll, please, so we can find out who's going to be going first? We go for high roll. That's a 5. And that is a 7. So who's going to be going first? You're going to go first? Daniel's going first. So without any more ado, I'm going to hand you over to our wonderful German commentary team who are going to be taking you through this round. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Also a warm welcome from us to this wonderful round 3 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Utrecht.
Oh yes, and we are also super excited. We are just starting off our day. This is our first featured match. But of course, it's about the players, and we actually have some really interesting decks. We searched for one deck. That's always like our task, to find a really interesting deck to feature for you. And then
we found it.
All of a sudden we found it, and his opponent is also on a pretty wild deck himself.
Absolutely,
really
this matchup is going to be absolutely crazy. I won't tell you already what it is.
Not yet,
but,
no.
The deck is very old, and it has some recent additions.
Oh yeah, you're going to see, You can be very, very hyped about it, as we are, of course. I mean, we're super hyped for the whole event. We are starting off now, but we have been waiting for this event for so long. A YCS again, Utrecht again.
Finally a YCS
Oh
again.
yes, and I mean, we are searching for the champion of the biggest European YCS we've ever had, actually. Over 2,100 players, which is insane. And therefore, we're going to play so many rounds. It's going to be top 64 as well. So this tournament really, really is setting the bar quite high again for YCSs here in Europe, isn't it?
Actually, wasn't Düsseldorf bigger?
Oh yeah, but it was 2 different YCSs, right? Oh no, you might be right. Yeah, true. Oh, of course, yeah, my mistake. But still a very, very, very big YCS, and the biggest YCS Utrecht we had so far, I would say. That pretty surely.
Absolutely. So, Basti, what do you think of the format right now? Do you think it's in a nice state where we can watch some amazing games?
Absolutely. I mean, we just had the recent Forbidden and Limited list, which of course shaped the format a little more, and therefore a little more has happened. We saw a lot of Sprite before, a lot of tier elements, and those decks have definitely found their solutions now to adapt to the list, and they are in a new shape or form. So I would say, let's just see whether we're going to see any of the 2 decks now in this featured match, and let's head back over to the featured match table right now. And there we have it, round number 3. 2 players will be fighting here, and I can already tell you we are not going to see any Sprite or, not Sprite cards, but I wanted to say no tier elements card as well. but there will be a couple of tier element cards actually in one of the decks. Ooh,
Absolutely.
I like that.
I love this new zoom-in mechanic that we are having here. So, as you can already see, Tobias is playing Crystal Beast.
Oh, yeah.
You saw the Rainbow Bridge. He is playing Foolish Burial Goods that can send the Rainbow Bridge to the other Rainbow Bridge of Salvation to the GY to add field spells. And one of these field spells that we can already see in Tobias's hand is a card that no tier elements player likes to see.
Absolutely not. Such an old and iconic card as well. Originally a Gravekeeper card, but the Crystal Beast deck is actually abusing it quite well. And we see what Daniel is on there, because I wanted to say it's not just tier elements, there's actually another archetype in this deck which is pretty old as well by now. And this is one of the newer cards of the archetype though. We see Taunt Scales of the Phantom Knight right there.
I personally feel old when you say that Phantom Knight is an old archetype, I gotta say.
I mean, you are turning a little old.
Stop.
But we see the new tier element cards popping up. Actually, this is the first time this weekend we have tier elements on stream, because round 2 and round 1 we didn't have them. But this, of course, is also still a very, very, very popular deck in this metagame right now. It's basically one of the 2 big contenders.
Wow, and what a mill with the kit colors. 2 names being Rhino Heart and Havenis, and a Salik as well.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see, because Tobias, actually, with his Crystal Beast deck, is relying on a lot of traps, continuous traps, and he's also having the Necro Valley, and you don't really know whether Necro Valley going second is that impactful when your opponent already set up his whole board. So therefore he could struggle a little bit going second versus this deck. But in theory, this is the matchup he wants. He wants to play versus a deck that's super graveyard reliant, that can be struggling against bounce effect with Crystal Conclave. So this is actually the matchup he wishes to see.
Yeah, but actually, I want to say that Necro Valley really helps to play through the boards, because if you are ending on Salik and a Kaleido Heart, then you really need to resummon that Kaleido Heart with Salik and then get your engine going.
Absolutely,
then you can
right.
go off with Paloreno, pop a card, shuffle one back with the resummon of Kaleido Heart, and then also fusion summon most of the time a Dragostopelia additionally to that. Once the Necro Valley is on the field, you just get the negate off of Salik, so it's much less powerful. However, Daniel also is running an entire PK and a danger package, so I don't expect to see him end on Kaleido Heart.
I mean, it is on the field right now, so maybe it's going to stay there. Maybe Daniel's hand didn't include a whole lot of Phantom Knight cards, but there is the Taunt Scales, also the beautiful Starlight Rare one.
Rugged Gloves, and this is a really good start. Because now, the field is kind of Nibiru-proof, right?
In which aspect? What do you mean?
In which aspect he has the Kaleido Heart that can be resummoned when Nibiru hits the field and shuffle back the Nibiru, so there's no body on board. And I don't think that the Merly has triggered yet. I think it was Shiren, or was it Merly?
I think it was Hafnis. Hafnis and Rhino Heart. That
went from Kid Colors, but he also summoned Shiren.
Oh yeah, you're right. That was the first card he summoned, basically. Yeah, he used Shiren effect in hand for sure. And he's also using Sprite Elf. This extra deck monster is now in basic everybody's deck. Everybody, be it Sprite player, be it tier elements player, this card is just such a universal, generic, great link to, and it's being summoned here by that tier elements Phantom Knight deck.
It not only summons back a monster from the GY every turn, also on your opponent's turn, it also protects monsters from being targeted by pointing at them. And honestly, this plays around infinite impermanence, especially in this spot right here.
Quite well, but I think that's not really something Tobias is thinking about, because Tobias has decided to not run any hand interactions on his opponent's turn at all. He's just playing like the big traps we talked about.
Oh no,
he
plays
the field spells.
The
oh yeah, the one, but we would have seen that one already, I would have said.
I think so too. This card is so strong against tier elements as well. Sometimes also strong versus Sprite. Not necessarily the best one versus Runic Sprite. Oh, not bad versus Runic Sprite, honestly. It is okay. The card is
I mean,
okay.
the spell cards don't get into the graveyard, so it's actually fine. But Daniel is not being stopped by any Dimension Shifter right here. He can do freely whatever he wants, and Tobias just has to sit there and wait for now. And I think Daniel might be done now. The thing is, how well can Crystal Beast even play through Fog Blades? Because normal summon Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus and then the Fog Blade on him, that could hurt actually.
6th card Dimensional Shifter, and it's just being discarded now. Daniel is laughing a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel will be quite happy about that. That's a little late for him, but maybe can still be enough when that Necro Valley is going to be added to the field as well there.
I mean, Necro Valley doesn't really make a difference now when Shifter is active, to be honest. However, Tobias can, I think he's probably going to be able to play through that board, but what does Daniel want to go in with this IP? What does
That's
he
a
have
good
there?
question. Let me check the extra deck of Daniel
Okay,
there.
so he chained Elf to Dimensional Shifter now?
To bring back the Merly. Okay, I mean, if he wants to mill with Merly now, but he doesn't mill with Merly anyways. Okay, I think he just wants another monster on board to link away with the IP Masquerena. He could go into Appaloosa, of course, that would be one option. Nightmare Unicorn as always, and I think that's basically all the options he has.
I mean, those are two really good options.
For sure, for sure. Don't get me wrong. But let's see what Tobias is finding with his Pot of Prosperity right here. I think he's definitely hoping for something along the lines of Mystic Mine maybe. He's only running one copy, but that would help right here.
Another shifter.
Oh, there's Secret Village as well, right?
Oh, and actually Triple Tactic Talents will be really strong because the Elf was already used.
Absolutely, yeah. The Talents could be really, really
But
clutch
he
here
is
too.
taking the Rainbow Bridge of the Heart.
Of course, you
I
want to
think that
actually
was-
go for the Crystal
yeah.
Beast cards.
And why don't I show it to you?
Yeah, let's look at them. Rainbow Bridge of the Heart, that's one of the cards from the new structure deck, and he is actually playing 3 copies of it, and it's a really, really good one because it gives you an additional normal summon for a Crystal Beast monster, first of all. But that's not all, Leonard. What is happening as well with it?
I'm just gonna read it out.
Of course, go ahead.
During your main phase, you can normal summon 1 Crystal Beast monster in addition to your normal summon or a set. You can only use each of the following effects of Rainbow Bridge of the Heart once per turn. During your main phase, you can destroy 1 Crystal Beast card you control
There we
or
go.
in your hand, and if you do, add 1 Crystal Spell Trap from your deck to the hand, and if a Crystal Beast card is placed in your Spell Trap zone, wow. Even during the damage step, you can target 1 card your opponent controls and return both that card and this card to the hand.
Yep, so potentially that could happen here. He is placing one of the other new cards that were introduced in the structure deck now into his Spell and Trap zone, and this is the new Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon. There was a Rainbow Dragon before, but now there is a Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon, so this has the name Crystal Beast in its original name. So you could actually put it into the Spell Trap zone with the Crystal Beast effects, which is really, really, really huge because this gives you more consistent access to the Rainbow Dragon itself.
Yeah, and this card is... it just packs a punch. It's just a straight up plus 1.
Absolutely, this card is insane because it can banish itself. Like, let's talk about it again, what it does actually. It can banish itself from the Spell Trap zone to then not just surge the Rainbow Dragon from the deck to the hand, but also
special summon a Crystal Beast from the deck.
Exactly.
Even though it does not have the effect just yet. So you can't just send another card with Crystal Beast.
Yeah, true. It will be negated, but still pretty good.
It helps you get into your rank 4s, which are a pretty important...
yeah, and as we see, it's not the only card he already has in his Spell Trap zone. There's also Sapphire Pegasus already in his Spell and Trap zone. So he's actually collecting Crystal Beast cards there in the back row. Yeah. And Daniel wanted to make sure to prevent some monster effects from now on, so he went into the Appaloosa there with the effect of IP Masquerena.
And I think this is getting bounced.
It
Rainbow
could very
Bridge
well
of the
be.
Heart. I don't really know why the Sapphire Pegasus was put to the Spell Trap zone, because Appaloosa doesn't negate and destroy.
That's true, yeah, you're right.
So, what destroyed the... maybe he attacked?
Potentially. Okay, we are definitely bouncing the Appaloosa here. So Tobias, as you anticipated, is working through that board here. He is starting it off, and it doesn't look too bad. And now he is using the Spell and Trap Zone effect of that Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon, I would assume. That's why it's banished right there. And we are special summoning Sapphire Pegasus. Let's go! The Crystal Beasts are popping off now.
Yeah, and now you can search for the OG Rainbow Dragon.
Yeah.
What a beautiful card. I have always loved this. Come on, get on the screen, buddy. We haven't seen you in ages in a live match.
Absolutely not. But Tobias is smiling while adding the Rainbow Dragon to his hand, and he now thinks about what to do next. And I think he's already breaking the board quite well, so that Necro Valley he has in hand can actually be really, really impactful. And we are continuing, and this is definitely Awakening of the Crystal Ultimates. While he has Rainbow Dragon in his hand now, he is actually able to activate and resolve that card. This is also one of the new cards from the structure deck. And actually you can reveal one ultimate crystal monster in your hand, which you now have with that Rainbow Dragon, of course. And then you can actually take one spell trap from the deck to the hand, which is really, really good.
And you can also use another effect, which is special summon a Crystal Beast from the deck, which has its effect, and now one of my favorite cards of all time. Ruby Carbuncle is summoned, and when Ruby Carbuncle is special summoned, you can special summon all the Crystal Beasts that you have in your spell trap zone to the field, and it is another Pegasus that sends another Pegasus.
Yeah.
I love what's happening.
That's
right now.
crazy because this deck has a lot of consistency cards. We just
Yeah.
saw search for spell and trap, search for monster, special and monster, so very, very consistent effects. But this actually has some aggressive cards to actually put out OTKs as well. But he does go for the Bagushka here.
Bagushka in attack position, and I can only imagine what this means. This means that he probably has not used his battle phase already, and he can just go into Zeus.
Oh, that might very well be the play here. Let's see, Tobias is considering his options. Maybe just Zeusing the whole board and then slamming the Necro Valley onto the board afterwards, which will be hard times for Daniel, I can tell you that for sure.
So does Daniel have removal in the main deck?
Let me check his deck list, which I have right here. And honestly, I'm afraid he doesn't. I think there's not a single back row removal card in his main deck, which is crazy nowadays, to be honest.
It is. It absolutely is.
That could really be something that could give him trouble
And he
over
also
this event.
has few in the side deck, not going to lie.
Yeah.
Even though Tobias' deck, when going first, also sets up negates.
You're right, yeah. It doesn't struggle that much with back row.
Fog play on the Bagushka attack, I think.
Ooh, so the attack does not go through and we're not going to see a Zeus here at all. Well, that's annoying. I mean,
But
Tobias
that's
probably
a
would have
full
seen that
hand.
coming, right?
Yeah, you should have seen that card coming. I think that it was even searched. I think the one banished card there is Silent Boots.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. He knew that card was there.
Yeah. But this is really interesting now, because after all these plays, he still has 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, really, really good. I mean, one of them is Rainbow Dragon, and you could not really tell whether that's going to have such an impact on this, because I
Doubt
think you won't really summon the Rainbow Dragon as much. It's really rare to have 7 different Crystal Beast cards on the field or in the graveyard or something.
However, it is kind of important to have it in hand, so you can reveal it.
Yeah, for
the
sure,
awakening of the Crystal Ultimates.
But still, there is that Necro Valley now, which we talked about. So Daniel definitely is massively hindered in what he can do in this turn now as well. So this could actually turn out to be a really grindy game in which I can see the Crystal Beast deck actually come up top.
So guys, it is not relevant on the field right now, but I really wanted to show you guys Carbuncle again. Such an amazing card.
It's quite funny that's just laying around there in attack position with 300 attack points just chilling on the board.
Not even getting attacked over.
Yeah, and I mean, Daniel just passed back over. It's back to Tobias. So that Necro Valley completely stopped whatever Daniel could think of. And therefore, it is back to Tobias, who is back into his Crystal Beast plays. And there is that Ruby Carbuncle now in the spell and trap zone, and he's going into his deck again.
And this is where it's the most dangerous. Rainbow Bridge of the Heart popped the Carbuncle to activate the effect. And now the Carbuncle gets bounced together with the Kaleido Heart.
That should be the plan, and Daniel is checking his back row, but unlikely that he can prevent that. And yes, the Kaleido Heart is going back into the extra deck, so Tobias has no field left on his opponent's side of the field and is free to go now, basically.
Another Awakening.
Oh yeah, the
Rainbow
Awakening
Dragon
of the Crystal Ultimates.
is not even revealed, so you only play one Ruby Carbuncle, so you don't even have to special summon from the deck. You just summon it from the spell trap zone, which is also an option, and you can summon the next Pegasus as well.
And there's also the next one. He's playing almost all of them. There's Crystal Beast, Cobalt Eagle now also joining the spell and trap zone. I love it. How old are these cards? These are so iconic. I love it.
Yeah, and Eagle is actually really strong. I mean, back in the days, I always, when I was a kid,
yes, of course,
looked at it weirdly, because I thought, okay, it takes a card from your field and puts it on top of your deck. That sounds like a -1 play. However, it can recycle your resources and put cards like Ruby Carbuncle back, so you can special summon it out if you don't have the option to put it in the spell trap.
100%. And now Tobias actually is starting to put damage onto Daniel's life points. So we see Ruby Carbuncle and the Sapphire Pegasus actually punching for what should be 2,100 in total in terms of damage.
Also, the Fog Blade is not on the field anymore, so I think that Bagushka can punch, and this is a pretty important turn for the Bagushka to punch.
Absolutely.
Because you can just summon Zeus over it. You don't have the option to summon Zeus for 4 materials
Not
anyway.
anymore. You're right, yeah.
Yeah, because you can't summon Download over Bagushka.
That's right,
so
yeah, it's a rank 4.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, Zeus worth 1 material is still kind of good, because if a card of yours gets popped, many people don't know that, you can attach another material to it. However, it's not that important in this situation. But do you even go for a Zeus here?
I think that Bagushka right on the field there is pretty fine, so he
Daniel
doesn't
can
do it. Daniel top decks into another Foolish Burial, which is actually with a Necro Valley on the board kinda hard to use. I mean, he can use it, but the card sent with it will not do too much.
I mean, he can normal summon the Telement Havness and attack over Ruby.
I mean, good luck with that, I would say.
He's just setting a monster, so Daniel is not... Oh, there we go.
And
It's
there
the
we
Conclave.
see finally the Crystal Conclave, which is honestly really, really important to the deck. Some people even call this the Conclave Crystal Beast Control, because this card is actually able to send itself to the graveyard and bounce one card on your spell and trap zone and one card on the opponent's side of the field, which he just did with the set monster of Daniel.
Yeah, and Sapphire Pegasus gets normal summoned. We are going into the battle phase, and the Brigadine, I think it is.
Yes, that Shade Brigadine right there.
Shade Brigadine is a trap card that can be summoned to the field as a level 4 monster, so one attack was blocked, and we are still in this. Daniel is still believing that he can take this game 1 from Tobias.
Absolutely, yep. So, still one more turn most likely. Tobias is putting the Sapphire Pegasus back to the spell and trap zone and is again going back to his deck. This deck is crazy. Honestly, I'm so convinced this is actually nice because it's so consistent. You're grabbing your deck back and forth. You're actually getting every card you want from your deck.
I
so
will
you can
play
actually,
this.
Yeah, it's
I will play this.
for sure. I know that you will. Honestly, you don't even have to tell me. I'm actually 100% sure you will. And there he's still popping off. And actually, this deck, I like the toolbox aspect of the deck as well, because you can actually play so many rank 4 monsters, so you can go with whatever situation you're offered.
You can go for Lightning Chidori.
Yeah, for example.
And this is game 1. Crystal Beasts win their first game on stream of the YCS Utrecht. 1-0 for Tobias. This is insane. The deck is so strong. I love it.
I definitely love it. Going second versus a combo deck, like a pure combo deck, which is T-Element, Phantom Knight, and he just squashed through it. No fear in his eyes. He just went, bounce this, pop this, whatever, I'm going through here.
To be fair, Necro Valley had
is a card,
Necro Valley and Dimensional Shifter had a big part in this.
I would say that's definitely true, but still, that was really cool. And as I said to you, it's just searching, special summoning. You're basically having your
really
deck in your hand non-stop because you are just going through it all the times. And I love the fact that you're playing so many different Crystal Beasts, actually. The fact that you're even playing, I mean, Ruby Kambunka is pretty obvious. I mean,
Ruby
this is
Kambunka
just insane.
Just the best. Pegasus is there for consistency. The Rainbow Dragon Crystal Beast.
For sure,
Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon is also really strong, especially when you send it with Pegasus. It's an immediately like +2.
What do you think is like the best new card that was introduced? I mean, that Rainbow Dragon is insane, right? That new one.
I think it's the Rainbow Dragon.
Probably, right?
It's actually just a +1 inherently, and it also has another effect, which I will tell you about later. If you're going second, it's really important, or I can tell you about it now.
Go ahead.
You can just special summon it to the field when you are attacking. I don't know if that's the full effect, but it really helps OTKing your opponent.
For sure, you can just use it in battle phase, right?
And I've talked to many players. Most of them didn't know what the new Crystal Beasts cards do, so this can really throw you off guard.
You know what? This could be Rika 2.0.
This could be Rika 2.0.
At Euros, nobody knew what Rika was doing, and then it just went through, and Marcus Patel won it all with a deck nobody had a clue about. And now Crystal Beast might be the new contender to actually pull it off.
So
Let's
here
see
we have
Crystal
it.
Beast win here. I mean, Tobias, the local hero, actually, he is from the Netherlands, so he might be the one taking it home for the Netherlands here in Utrecht. So this would be such a fairy tale story, to be honest.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't want to say that I'm 100% convinced that Crystal Beast is going to win the event. However, this was a pretty good performance, and we have seen it in YCSs before.
Yes.
Decks that can use Dimensional Shifter have a shot.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, he didn't even draw it at the optimal time because his opponent was able to actually set up his whole board, and then he was like, oh yeah, top deck Shifter, which is usually awful. You're always like, oh no, don't give me Shifter as a 6th card. But there he actually was still fine and happy about it. So I think we are going to see another very interesting game too. Maybe one where he does start instantly with that Shifter, so he would struggle even more against it.
Yeah.
But I think our opponents are ready. Not our opponents, but the 2 players on the table. So let's not have them wait anymore. Let's go back over to the table and let's start over with game 2 of this round 3 feature match. Oh, I'm so hyped already after that game 1. It cannot get worse. It will get better, right? It will get so much better now as well.
Absolutely. So let's see who is starting. Does Daniel say, okay, I want to start again? Does he have... I mean, he's hiding a lot of going second spell trap removal cards, so he might let his opponent start, and this hand looks terrible.
Oh yeah, we see an Imperm and another Imperm. I think it was 3 traps.
I think it was Fog Blades.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Daniel is switching his deck plan basically to back row control. Not by choice, though, I would say.
What's the side deck of Tobias look like?
Let me see. Is he actually digging for stuff like Lightning Storm or something? We see Lightning Storm would be in there, and he's actually activating Pot of Prosperity right now.
For it, and I don't think there is an option for Daniel to prevent it if he finds it.
If he finds Lightning Storm here, this might already be such a huge, huge game changer in Game 2.
I mean, he activated Pot of Prosperity, so he's not going to be able to OTK his opponent this turn, most likely, unless he puts 16,000 damage.
Let's see. That Sapphire Pegasus is also quite cool already.
4, 5, and 6. There is no Lightning Storm.
No Lightning Storm at all.
Maybe he has it in hand already, but if not, that's pretty unfortunate.
For sure. He just feeds a card he basically played with Game 1 as well. We see another Shifter, which is now not going to do anything anymore because there will be a card in the graveyard, being the Pot of Prosperity. Also Sapphire Pegasus, the Crystal Conclave. Did you catch what he actually took there?
Necro Valley.
Oh, he took the Necro Valley again, which we also saw
I think
in Game 1.
Lightning Storm in his hand, by the way.
Oh, that would be... Oh no, this is Crystal Bond, right?
Not.
This is Crystal Bond right there.
Actually pretty surprised that we are seeing him play Lightning Storm, because with so many spells that you're having, you're putting cards face up in your spell trap zone.
You're right, yeah. Later on in the game, it could be quite costly to have that card being dead in your hand there. You're absolutely right. But he is starting off with Crystal Bond. Another card, just getting one card out of your deck into the spell trap zone. I love how consistent this deck looks at the first.
And there is the Pony Boy. Sapphire Pegasus is being summoned to the field.
Yes, Daniel is constantly checking his back row there. I think I saw at least one Infinite Impermanence, but that's again another story we had with so many other decks before. When you don't know a lot about your opponent's deck, you just don't know where to interrupt it as well. So where are you actually throwing that Impermanence on? Yeah, look, he's just instantly throwing it onto the Sapphire Pegasus. Do you like the decision? Do you think that's a good point to interrupt?
He also changed the Havness, so this is maybe him praying a little bit.
And he did hit a Shiren with it, so Shiren and Harkness actually go on to fuse into that Kid Kalos right there.
And there was a mistake from Tobias. He could have activated the Necro Valley earlier to prevent Harkness. So he might not... He maybe just didn't think about Harkness, but now he can go into Dragostapelia if he really wants to, just before the Necro Valley hits the field, to have another negate of an effect.
100% true. I think Tobias did the same thing Game 1. He held onto his Necro Valley very, very long, maybe to actually bait out a Cosmic Cyclone potentially from his opponent early on something else, so the Necro Valley is safe and not gets hit by something like that. Because let's be honest, if Daniel has Cosmic Cyclones in his side deck, he will be siding it in going first versus Crystal Beasts, of course.
What do you think about summoning the Kid Kalos in defense position?
I'm not a huge fan of it, to be honest. I mean, how much defense is it?
It's 1-2 or 1-3.
So Sapphire Pegasus actually would be able to run over it. There we have it.
So Rainbow Bridge was activated in the Imperm column.
Oh no. Oh, how would you even get to that Imperm column there? I mean, there's so many columns you are not supposed to hit, and he is at his deck already, but this is definitely the Imperm column. I'm there with you. That should be the Imperm column for sure. And yep, I think the judges are picking up on it right now. Yep. I think the judge is telling him right now. So yeah, Tobias is just shuffling his deck, realizing that there's not going to be anything coming out of that Rainbow Bridge. And yep, that was the Imperm column. Crazy.
This is happening a lot today.
Yeah, it was in the round 1 featured match as well, twice actually. And now this is happening again.
But this is like not the zone you're playing cards into.
Certainly not, but maybe Tobias can pull off the same thing that we had in round 1, because actually in round 1, he used a card into the Imperm column twice and still made it with a 2-0. So maybe Tobias is just going the same direction here.
This doesn't really look like it, because he also has the Eagle, which is more of a brick, I think. Okay,
but he is showing him the Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon once again here, which he has in his hand, and I think he just gives it over, hands it over to Daniel to read it once more, and Daniel is considering his back row once more. And I think we're going to see... Ooh, there's the Salik on the... Oh, the Salik on the Sapphire Pegasus.
But Pegasus is already negated,
That's what I thought, to be honest.
Pegasus is already negated. I think that just didn't work here.
I'm quite sure you're right about that, yeah. Because Salik actually has to negate the card. I mean, let's just double check. We're going to double check there, but that should usually be the case. Look, yeah, okay. I think our judge is talking to the players, so everything is good.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, there we have it. Good that we're here, my friend. Good that we have an eye on that. No, of course, our judges are doing a fantastic job as well. We see that Daniel actually... Okay, yeah, look, they are rewinding. Perfect, perfect, perfect. He accidentally, because there would have been no win with Saldig at all, but he revealed that there was Twin Twisters, which I think is a really interesting decision, because our Daniel Drexler right there decided to not run Cosmic Cyclones and rather went with the Twin Twisters.
I mean, Twin Twisters destroys one more card.
Indeed it does.
And you can discard Dangers or Phantom Knight cards that are actually doing stuff in the graveyard.
Okay, so you are saying in this particular deck you like Twin Twisters over Cosmics? Because I think Cosmics, when I walked through the tables in round 1 and round 2 where we didn't have our own feature match, we saw a lot of Cosmic Cyclones.
I think it's the most played card in the entire event.
It might as well be, yeah.
I think it's really a possibility. I like Cosmic more, but when you're playing Dangers, I can see why you would go for it. However, I don't like it when you're playing versus Telements in the mirror match or something. If your opponent only ends on the Sullig and you destroy that, and also discard a card which is not a danger, then it feels
I think you pretty decently described the upside of it, being able to discard cards which are actually valuable in the graveyard, but the downsides are quite huge, because the cards you want to target with backroom removal right now really want to get banished and not go to the graveyard.
However,
certainly.
it gets rid of Fountain and Smashers if your opponent starts with Sprite. So,
but on the other hand, then your opponent can actually protect with Hagen again, because that is a distraction effect. So I'm really not a huge fan of it. But Tobias is a huge fan of Crystal Beast, and now he has the Eagle, the Cobalt Eagle, back on the field as well, and he's running into his sad Rhinoheart right there.
2,100 defense points of Rhinoheart. That is huge. He has to attack with the Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon and will deal significantly less damage.
Oh, and I mean, Daniel is now freezing the Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon there.
Does he play Zeus? Can he just normal summon a Shiren, go into a rank 4 and summon a Zeus? I really doubt it, gotta be honest.
Yeah, the Exodus space here is really tight. He's playing a couple of Exceeds, but there's no space for the Zeus as well.
Unfortunately.
Because that's always the struggle with a deck that fits so many different engines into it, which also have extra deck monsters next to it. And therefore, he just doesn't have the space.
He is summoning the Shade Brigadine, goes into the Time Thief Redoer, and this one could at some point reveal a trap card and then shuffle back the Necro Valley, but I don't know if it's enough time for him here.
I mean, he does have a trap card already underneath it because of the Shade Brigadine, so he can actually just shuffle away the Necro Valley. So he's free to play with his graveyard again. This might be really, really turning it around here for Daniel, honestly.
I mean, I'm playing Telements and I haven't summoned him with a trap card in a year, basically.
Yeah, I see, for sure, for sure.
But yeah, obviously, that's what was supposed to happen.
And we have Danger Nessie now as well, so maybe he gets into more of his Telements effect here.
Yeah, I mean,
this could be a really important turn in this game, for sure. He might be able to push through here.
So why did Tobias not go for a Bagushka in defense position here?
I'm also afraid that was the correct play, because what are those two Crystal Beasts doing in there on the field besides looking pretty, right? They definitely are really, really, really pretty and really iconic, but I think Exceed Monster would have really been in place there. I mean, we saw that in game 1 that Bagushka actually was pretty good, so I definitely
Bagushka in attack position was really strong. I think it's basically just can't be destroyed by battle or something?
We did discard the Taunt Scales and drew into another Phantom Knight monster. We are now normal summoning the Ancient Cloak, which he drew with Danger Nessie. Is that enough for him there, though? He would have access to Dark right there.
Can Dark summon anything?
Oh, it's IP Masquerade now. Okay.
But he can use the Cloak.
And then there's also, of course, still the Taunt Scales in the graveyard, so he does have ways to extend here. So maybe we're going to see the swing around, the turnaround here from Daniel.
This could actually be an OTK this turn.
I mean, this is one of the few decks, that is still playing Access Code. And we talked about the format a lot the last couple of days because we're always talking Yu-Gi-Oh, obviously, as you guys know. And there's not a lot of OTKing in this format particularly. And this deck is actually one of the few decks that would even play Access Code Talker, besides some other Link Freeze, of course, to get into that Access Code Talker as well. And therefore, he has a line here to go for game, maybe.
I mean, it's basically most of the decks that we have seen on stream so far. Not
not
most of the
enough,
decks, but we are seeing really aggressive decks here.
Definitely. Contrarian to, for example, the Sprite deck, which is actually really, really popular in this format and really struggles to actually go for game usually in one turn.
Yeah, and because of that, because Sprite and Telements are so popular, Telements pure without the Phantom Knight engine, which is quite aggressive, people seem to be playing rather conservatively carefully with their resources.
Certainly, yeah.
Trying not to overextend, not to open up a possible even lead that can win the game, as we have seen in Game 3 of the last featured match.
Yep. And we are going into Break Sword now. We are popping our own Fog Blade and the Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon right there.
So not popping the Phantom Knight is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I thought
Break
you're
Sword.
always just going for the
Yeah.
Break Sword because it can summon itself back. But let's double check on how many...
Oh, he popped the Sully to search for the melee and popped the Crystal Beast. So
oh, and there
Fog Blade goes to
okay, yeah, I see, you're right, you're right.
Ooh, that was a huge mill. Rug Gloves and the Shadow Beast.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about that part of his deck yet, because he's not just running Danger cards, Phantom Knight cards, and Teal Element cards. He actually is even running the 2 Shadow cards as well to have access to Shadow Winder in his extra deck.
A card that has fallen out of favor quite heavily for most of the Teal Elements players. You've got to be honest there. Why is that, Basti?
Because I don't think that Runic, which is a new engine in the meta game that is really, really popular, is struggling too much versus Winder, to be honest.
Yeah,
because they have a lot of ways to deal with it, and therefore it's just not as impactful versus it. And therefore I think Winder is just not doing the trick most of the time, and therefore people have cut it. And we are still going. As we said, Daniel actually with his version of the deck has a lot of gas, and he might be able to actually go for game
It's
here.
a scoop.
Tobias doesn't want to see it anymore. He has decided this game is probably going to Daniel, and therefore we have a 1-1 even score. 1-1 even score.
Is something that I have not seen coming. The removal of the Necro Valley was really important. He should have gone for the Baguska in defense position because Baguska is really, really strong.
Absolutely.
However, Crystal Beast is really strong at going first. We have seen combos in which you end on a good rank 4, you end on Conclave, and you end on the counter trap, which is Crystal...
let me double check what was the name of it.
Crystal...
Crystal. It's definitely
something.
a crystal card.
Of course it's a crystal card.
Of course it is. It's a Crystal Miracle, yeah. And it is indeed a miracle for the deck.
He is also running multiple floodgates.
Absolutely, yeah. What do you like more in this matchup? Is it Summon Limit or is it That Can Be Only One? Because those are the 2 traps he is main decking, actually.
I have to think if you can summon a card that outspell trap cards like Kaleido Heart in less than
2 summons. I think you will struggle, to be honest.
Yeah,
it will be
hard.
Very, very hard. So therefore, Summon Limit seems to be really reasonable. So I do expect him to keep that in for sure.
I mean, you have to basically summon Merle or Sharon with effect, and then mill a Rhino Heart.
The thing is, That Can Be Only One is pretty good versus the Phantom Knight part of the deck, but pretty okay only versus the Teal Element part.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, it's not really good.
Let's be honest.
And also, like, such a deck which is playing 4 different engines total, because there's also the Danger engine and also the Shadol engine. That's a good thing about it. You are actually going for all the different types, so therefore That Can Be Only One is not really that great against it.
But
And
Summon Limit, however, is really strong against such a crazy
good.
deck.
And let's see whether Tobias is actually siding even more. And there's a pretty cool card in his side deck on top of all of that. There's different Dimension Ground, which is siding triple copies of it. So
yeah, this is another shifter.
Indeed it is. And I mean, we have like 12 to 15 trap cards going first, which are really, really huge.
And we have the Pot of Prosperity, which is basically another one. Let's be honest.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
If you activate it, you will find a trap card.
100%. And players are ready, so I would say
Let's
this
go over.
game 3 should start now. Let's see it here. I'm really hyped for this. I love that we see a game 3 between these 2 decks, because Crystal Beast is making me happier than I've ever been for the last 3 weeks, honestly. This Crystal Beast guy, Tobias right there, is making my day already, and he's starting Shifter right there.
Oh, but he has Prosperity, and this Prosperity is going to be really important because he has no other place. He has
And
Eagle.
see, Daniel has sided in Droll and Lockbird. What do you think? Is Droll and Lockbird a good card versus this deck? I think it's insane,
I
right?
think it's really crazy. However, he has Dimensional Shifter, and Dimensional Shifter will probably prevent a big turn. So this Drone Lockbird buys
Honestly,
you.
let me tell you something. He's
He
not
has
even
to
going to
chain
be able.
Shifter.
Yeah, he will be chaining Shifter here, and then you cannot even chain. You cannot activate Droll and Lockbird even.
Oh, that's
so
really strong.
That's really good for Tobias here.
And, now he
And
has
there
the
is the Summon Limit on top of everything.
Rainbow Bridge, but he needs cards to play with. Sapphire Pegasus is a really good start.
I would say so, but maybe Daniel has additional hand interactions in his hand there. Who knows?
We could know, actually.
We could
have
actually
the
know, but I
deck list.
didn't see. I saw the Droll, and he's going
And it
for
is
the
Pegasus.
Sapphire
What
Pegasus.
a fantastic card. I'm so happy that with the new support, this basically best Crystal Beast is still the heart and soul
Oh,
of
he's
the deck.
checking. Nope, there is not another card he could use there. He is putting the Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon back into the Spell and Trap Zone. It's banishing itself. There's Rainbow Dragon itself back in the hand, and another Sapphire Pegasus on board.
And now we can summon a rank 4 monster. What's he playing even?
I think Dweller is, of course, also an insane option versus Tier Element versions, and of course, especially versus this deck, which is also throwing an additional entrance, being Graveyard
However,
Reliant.
I don't think that you have to summon it on this turn, because you have Shifter active. So Dweller is basically just losing one of your monsters and
You're
losing
right. And
100
also,
attack
look,
points.
he doesn't even summon any rank 4s, and I think that's a pretty clear sign of him having Crystal Miracle set.
Did his
or
opponent
Crystal
not draw a card
Conclave.
for turn?
I think he did. I think he did. There is the reinforcement of the army. Come on, Leonard. Of course he drew a card for turn.
It looked like Tobias set a card and then Daniel just activated reinforcement.
So we are resolving reinforcement of the army for sure. Oh no, I think he... Yeah, that was the deck of Tobias actually. So now we are actually resolving the reinforcement of the army, and
So
Daniel
no
is
Ash there.
considering his options again, checking back with his hand. You don't want to make a mistake here in game 3 because that
Absolutely
mistake would maybe cost you the whole match there.
The thing is, what are you even playing after this turn? If your opponent maybe he has like Silent Boots in hand. Okay, Nessie is interesting because he's trying to build up a little bit of a board so he can run over the Pegasus monsters. And his opponent didn't look like he had any follow-up plays, you know? So,
Didn't look like it. What are we hitting here? We are sniping
this is
the
perfect for him.
useless Droll and Lockbird out of the hand.
I mean, Droll will be relevant in the next turn if Tobias can play.
So there's Nessie being summoned, and what is the card he draws there?
Nessie, by the way, 2,600 defense points. He seems to be really strong right now.
Definitely. We're playing a little bit more of a conservative old-school game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here, where we are actually valuing the attack and defense stats of the cards, and therefore Danger Nessie is actually a pretty big threat right there.
Nessie just sitting there, chilling.
Absolutely, in the defense position. Nessie really one of the most popular dangers, because obviously it's like the most generic, which searches out every other danger you could imagine, and also the really important part for the Tier Element decks is that it actually is an Aqua monster as well.
Why do you set Sharon here? He set Sharon in defense position. Why? You have the Nessie. Your opponent doesn't get over the Nessie. This is just giving him an attack over the Sharon.
He's giving away his own Chiron right there.
Attack position would have been a lot better, by the way, because it has 1,800 attack as well.
Yeah, I mean, then you actually are putting the Sapphire Pegasus into the spam
Yeah,
trap
okay, you
zone,
don't
so
want your opponent to.
that could also help his opponent. There's
Oh,
different
DDG.
dimension grounds, so as he said, another shifter basically, and there's also the Crystal Conclave now, which is for a second I thought he's going to bounce back the DDG to the hand, but he didn't. He's sending it to the graveyard though, which is pretty cool. You can actually send the card you already activated, so you don't lose out on anything because the effect of that different dimension ground is resolving anyways. That's pretty cool for him. And still he will be able to bounce something. He has not decided on what to bounce yet though.
He has to bounce a Crystal Beast card, right?
And also one card on the opponent's side of the field. But there's coming the normal summon Chiron. Now he is actually normal summoning the Chiron, which is pretty interesting because last time he decided against it.
So let's see if he attacks or if he just waits.
He is passing it back over. Tobias definitely in the driver's seat here with those two secret rare
Is he
Sapphire
in the driver's
Pegasus.
seat? Does he run Zeus? He should be able,
he does,
should run Zeus,
he does
right?
definitely run Zeus, yeah, for sure. He's even running Zodiac cards to get into Zeus more
Oh, yeah, that
consistently.
makes
He's running
sense,
Checker 9 and Borbo to have consistent access to a rank 4, which could go into Zeus.
Pegasus is attacking the Sharon, and
There's the
Impermanence is
Impermanence
activated.
on it.
Probably to negate the Conclave.
For sure, but maybe there's another one. Oh no, it is the Crystal Miracle, which we talked about in between rounds. The counter trap of the Crystal Beast theme
And
that was
it
introduced
destroys
lately.
the Pegasus. The Pegasus now goes into the back row, and now you can bounce it with Conclave to add it
Indeed,
back to
you
the
can.
hand, which is really strong. So
Yes, you are now actually getting into your resources again. You will be able to resolve Crystal Beast's effect again, which you are in dire need of right now. You definitely want to get your engine going again there.
So Crystal Miracle, another beautiful card. What an artwork.
It seriously is, yeah. And Daniel is just sitting there on that Nessie in defense position. He's relying on this card being his wall basically right there. Just don't run over it, please, he's saying. But there is the Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon on the field now.
Yeah, that's the next effect of Conclave, right? Because when a card is put to the spell trap zone, then you can... and now we bounce the Sully, which is really strong, so you don't even get the fusion effect. I mean, DDG is active, so there wouldn't be a fusion effect.
No, it's not active anymore.
Really?
That was the turn before, yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. I'm sorry.
That was the turn
it's
before,
Tobias'
indeed.
turn.
Yeah, it's Tobias, and he's going to run over the Shiren there. He, for now, doesn't even really care about the Danger Nessie on the board. He's like,
and
okay, yeah, you can sit there with that card.
Are we going to see Chidori?
Chidori. No, it's going to be
Dweller.
the Dweller.
Makes sense. Fair
Absolutely.
enough.
Let me tell you something, he's actually not even running the Lightning Chidori.
Really?
Yeah, he's not playing it.
You're breaking my heart.
Oh, yeah, I know. He's,
Such a cool
he's
card.
rather playing the Gusto Emerald, actually, which I'm a pretty big fan of as well, because that's also such an old and iconic card.
You can recycle all of these Sapphire Pegasus.
Yeah, indeed you can.
Is the plural of Pegasus Pegasi?
I hope so. It sounds amazing, but I'm not 100% sure either.
We're going full Pegasi at this stream.
Yes, for sure. And I mean, we saw a lot of those Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus. It's definitely still the main monster of the deck. Of course, that Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon is really good. It's a great
Another
extender.
set monster. Wow, and Tobias now has plays because he can normal summon his Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus, and he also drew There Can Be Only One. So it is a floodgate that his opponent has to deal with. Also, this field can just run over monsters, attack with the
And now we are getting rid of the Nessie.
And Nessie is finally gone.
Yeah, it was sitting there for way too long, but Tobias decides it's about time to finally deal damage here in this game 3 of the third round. And now, as you said, there's one back row, and we already said it, and we're now showing it on screen as well. It is big. There can be only
another
one.
Nessie in hand, which is not the draw you want to see. And actually, in this position, I don't really know what you want to see. If Nessie gets hit here, he just lost a card from his hand because Dweller is active.
Yeah.
This could mean that Tobias next turn can close the game out. And actually, Daniel has to activate it because he needs to hurry. There are only 5 minutes left on the clock, and he's 2,900 life points behind.
So we are not hitting the Nessie bow.
And actually Nessie on the field is really tough on him because he has an Aqua monster already. There can be only one, prevents him from doing so much. However, this is the last Dweller turn. If he can manage to stay in the game for one more turn, he might be able to play.
That's what I'm thinking. And also, I mean, there's now Phantom Knight cards in the graveyard as well, which would not be Aqua monsters and rather warriors. So maybe you can then link climb at some point, but it's back over to Tobias, who now has the game in front of him. But there's the
Fogblade on Nessie, because Fogblade has another attack. It cannot affect the monster targeted cannot be targeted for attacks.
Indeed, it cannot be, but there is the Crystal Conclave of Tobias, so he could
really
actually be bouncing stuff here, which would probably be the Nessie then, right?
Yeah. Oh, Foolish Burial is activated, and now Dweller is not active anymore. We only have There Can Be Only One. So what are you trying to do here in this situation? What are you sending? Are you sending a Phantom Knight card? Because also the Phantom Knight cards are being limited by There Can Be Only One.
Yes,
he
you can always only work
Link
with
toolbox
one.
now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there are not even that many Link 2s in his deck. Let me double check. For example, one very good one is Dark, but the Crystal Beast deck actually is not relying on Dark monsters, so
One of the
therefore...
only decks that is not relying on Dark monsters.
Yeah, and then there's IP Masquerena and Sprite Elf, and that's all the Link 2 monsters he's playing, so it's actually not that great right there.
Do you know what I find really funny when I'm looking at this artwork? That Emerald Turtle is being played in actual meta decks, but not in the Crystal Beast deck right now.
That must be frustrating for the turtle, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at least it's seeing play, right?
Yeah, true.
Just look at the Amethyst Cat sitting in the background.
Yeah. But we saw multiple Crystal Beast players actually in the field, so maybe we're even going to see that Amethyst Cat at some point in the future match today, because we saw other lists actually running even a bigger monster package of the Crystal Beasts.
So Taunt Scales is being summoned to the field right now. Next to the Nessie, you can kind of link climb. However, there's still Conclave.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're getting through this, and now at this point you have to hurry. This looks like it's going to be the last turn of the game. We have 3 more minutes, and it is a really complicated game state.
Absolutely. Tobias has managed to really basically bring this down to simple resources.
Shifter is Dark. There is Shifter and
Oh, actually it is.
He can actually go for the Dark here.
True, you're right. So this will be Dark most likely. Yes, we are going for the Dark.
Oh, Starlight Rare. What a pretty Dark.
It is indeed. And we have a target in graveyard. Tobias already put it on top of the graveyard. That Dimension Shifter will be summoned here most likely, and then we actually have access to Link Freeze again, which probably I would assume would end up being the Unicorn, I guess.
Yeah, Unicorn is pretty strong here. Let's just check what the type of Dimensional Shifter is.
And then we could afterwards just go into Access Code Talker, probably.
Shifter is a spellcaster, so you can't summon it with Dark.
Oh boy. We were so hyped about finding a Dark monster in there already. We forgot about the
I was fearing it.
Type about it. But we found a way to get into Sprite Elf here. The thing with Sprite Elf, though, is you will not be able to Link Climb anymore because this card cannot be used for a Link summon the turn it was summoned. This card is insane and everybody is playing it, but you cannot Link Summon with it.
However, he can actually activate the effect of Merly and try to mill some cards and maybe hit a Rhino Heart. I don't even know if he's playing Rhino Heart, to be honest.
Yes, he is. I saw it.
Okay, maybe he hits Rhino Heart and another name to go into Havnis, a spell, and Jackalope.
That's not really what you want to see
you
there.
You can activate Havnis in the GY now for an additional summon.
The thing is, what are you summoning then? Because you have a...
Rura.
Oh, true, Rura would be possible. Yeah, you're right.
Rura is actually really good at dealing damage.
Yeah, everybody forgets about that. You're right. But wait,
however, he can go into Access Code when he has another monster on the field.
That's true. And also, shall I tell you something? He's not even running Rura. This card is in every deck list, basically, because it's also such a great super polymerization.
Okay.
Deck, but not in this one right here, no.
This is...
As we said earlier, the extra deck space in this deck is super tight, and now with less than 1 minute left on the clock, Daniel is really trying to get a hold on this game. He really has to hurry up. I think he's rushing into battle phase here. Yep, he is attacking right there.
No, the Sully was activated, chained to the Conclave. Now Merly is sent to the GY, and now Merly can activate to summon a fusion monster. But now there's the next question again. Which monster are you summoning? Which monsters can he summon even?
Now there's no Aqua monster on the field anymore, so that's Kid Colors again.
But the time is ticking. I don't even know if they have some kind of time extension. Why would you summon a monster in defense position now?
Oh no.
Kid Colors, this doesn't mean anything good for Daniel. If he summons it in defense position, I don't think he has a plan on how to win this game this turn. However, did he already normal summon? Because if not, I don't think so. He can search for the Rhino Heart.
He didn't.
He can actually activate the Rhino Heart. He can go into Kaleido Heart this turn and shuffle away the Rainbow Dragon. The question is, does he manage to do it in time? He discards the Sully, can actually search again, gets the next fusion now, and he's going to have a big board. But why is this Kid Colossus in defense position?
And we see it right there. There is the big T coming onto the table. Timeout being called. And therefore, Tobias has more life points than Daniel. So we see Crystal Beast actually taking the W here in round 3, and the crowd loves it.
Yep.
We have a lot of cheering going on. The crowd is super happy about it, as we are, honestly.
Yeah.
Crystal Beast, such a beautiful
Absolutely.
deck.
There's a massive crowd here, and people are really happy about seeing Crystal Beast. And I mean, it is a really big rogue deck. People don't really expect it, so I can only imagine what it's going to be like when you're sitting there with your probably Sprite deck in round 3, table 1, and your opponent comes there and looks you dead in the eye and says, normal summon Pegasus?
Yeah, people always love a hero story, right? I think this could be, we talked about it being maybe our next Rika deck, but also I think it's pretty similar to our Altergeist story we had at Euros, which came into top 4.
It's actually more similar.
Yeah,
you're right.
really, because it has a lot more trap cards, so it's definitely a lot more similar to this. And field spells as well, yeah, it's pretty cool. And I would love to see him go further and further and further. We are now already Crystal Beast fans. I mean, we've always been, but we have now been reminded again that that deck actually is so insane. And therefore, I would love it to go a long distance here in this tournament.
I'm just happy that I got to commentate a game in which Ruby Carbuncle was summoned. What a beautiful card, and what a strong card even. I mean, this card has no restrictions whatsoever. I know that back in the day when it was printed, when it came out, it wasn't that big of a deal.
Not really,
There was not much you could do with the monsters that you are special summoning. Okay, you can summon like one Pegasus and the Cobalt Eagle and Mammoth and the Topaz Tiger, which was really good because
it's
it has
funny.
Basically 2,000 attack points.
Back in the day, there were no Exceed monsters, no Link monsters, no nothing. But nowadays, you just have a whole toolbox right next to your main deck. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And therefore, you can just do everything you like, which is definitely
I mean, Tobias didn't.
Yeah, he
Not
didn't
gonna
really.
lie.
And it was still enough.
He just summoned the monsters in attack position and attacked occasionally.
Yeah. But I would like to talk about one thing. we really saw him having a favorable matchup here.
Yeah.
Because we see him main decking cards such as Necro Valley, which
Yeah.
are designed to beat the tier elements matchup. What do you personally think of the matchup against Sprite, which is the other big contender in the room, which a lot of people are on?
I mean, especially Runic Sprite is a really tough matchup for the deck. There's a lot of spell trap removal, and I mean, that says everything, right?
It could be a big struggle for sure. And therefore, it will be interesting to see whether he's going to dodge those or whether he's going to still manage to win with them.
I think it's going to be really hard to dodge.
Yes, there are a lot of Runic decks.
Also,
actually.
Evil Twin Sprite is really strong when they start. They have lots of pops. It's
Certainly,
really,
for sure.
really good.
And absolutely, we also... I mean, he has summon limits. So, for example, summon limit could still be a pretty big game winner versus the Sprite decks. So, I'm just wishing him the best of luck. I hope he is continuing the hero story here as our local hero here in the Netherlands, as a Dutch player. And I just want to hear it from himself now. So, let's get back over to the winner's interview at Please Interview Our Winner.
Thank you very much, guys. The excitement for Crystal Beasts was palpable over there in the commentators' box. I was very happy to see that. I am joined by Tobias, who has just won round 3. First of all, want to say a massive congratulations. You were telling me before the match that you've never done a feature before, so how does that feel?
It was very exciting. I've never done it before, and it was pretty cool with the headphones as well. And when I took them off, it was so loud out here. There was so much noise cancelling. But yeah, it was fun, and I really was looking forward to it, because I was like, if there's any deck I'm going to get a feature match with, it's going to be this one.
Well, you certainly did. And so talk to us a little bit about Crystal Beast, because obviously it got its recent support with the structure deck and stuff. But importantly, nobody's quite figured out how the new cards work, so it's kind of hard to deal with. Was that part of your reason for choosing it?
Yes, well, my first part of reasoning was because you can run Shifter, you can search Necro Valley, you can play anything that banishes or annoys Tears or any other deck that uses the Grave. And it was also like, if you put just some floodgates in that don't affect you, you can just freely just keep on poking over the monsters and just grind them out.
Nice. So let's talk a little bit about the sort of play-by-play that happened. So at the start, Daniel looked pretty confident going first in that game 1, but you were getting all the iconic Crystal Beast cards. We were seeing Rainbow Dragon, and then you started to put him on the back foot with Necro Valley. So what was going through your head? Were you just wanting to get to Necro Valley and sort of dominate the field a bit?
Well, my opening hand game 1, I had a couple options, because I opened Necro Valley, Foolish Burial Goods, and I opened Shifter. So I was like, I can't Goods and Shifter, but I already had Necro Valley, so I was like, I'm just gonna do the Shifter and get the Necro Valley, because there would be enough interruption, because all the Phantom Knights couldn't be used, and all the next elements also can't be used. So that would be enough, and then I would have the Foolish Burial Goods for the next follow-up if I needed some more. And then it was just a question of just like grinding out the monsters and scars that are already on field, because when they're in the grave, they just don't come out anymore.
Looking at game 2, there was sort of an immediate back row. You could have Necro Valley to prevent Havnis at one point, the guys were saying. So why did you not do that?
I kind of forgot Havnis existed, even though I was firstly planning on playing Tournament on this tournament. And I mean, I also played in the in-perm column that game, so game 2 was just like probably the stress or excitement. It was just a little too much, and I was like, I might win this right now or right now not, and just too much.
Well, then we got on to the 3rd game, which was very tense because it got right down to time. The big T was shoved onto the table there. So in that, there were moments where you dealt with quite a stubborn Nessie that was just sort of hanging around. It was quite a back row battle. Yep. So with that tension building and with the field being the way it was, how were you feeling towards it? Were you confident that you were going to win with that life point difference?
Well, the moment I had like the Crystal Beast Rainbow Dragon on field, so the big one, I was like, as long as I can do some damage, he won't get over this. He can't use his Grave, so then we just play it to time and we'll see what happens.
Well, congratulations, Tobias. It was an amazing win, and I hope you enjoyed your first feature. Great to see Crystal Beasts back in the game, and I hope you guys at home enjoyed seeing Crystal Beasts coming into the format right now. Very exciting. Don't go anywhere, because we've got the 4th round of YCS Utrecht coming up very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. So some of you watching at home may have been to some of our public events before. Some of you guys maybe haven't. What does an event look like, I hear you ask? I'm glad you've asked. So behind me, you can see all of our hundreds of tables where thousands of duelists are going to be taking part here in not only the main event, but also the side event. This is where every single duel that you see outside of our feature duels will be happening. So behind me is the public events desk. Now this is where you come and register for all of the public events, things like 3v3, the Time Wizard format. There's lots of different events going on throughout the weekend. And basically taking part in those, you win points, and you can use those points to exchange for some wonderful prizes. We have a whole different segment where we've talked about all the prizes that you can win, which you'll see during our coverage. Now this is the main event desk. This is where lots of our staff are working very, very hard to make sure you guys are all logged in. Bear in mind, this time we are using Neuron to make sure all of you are registered and have your deck profiles listed. But this is where all the hard work happens, keeping the main event of YCS Utrecht running. And as you can see, there are so many duelists. Sorry. And if you guys find yourself with some downtime between rounds, you can always come on over to our Duel Links area where you can play Duel Links on our massive screens. We've just introduced the new Into the Vrains world, so this is a good opportunity to get a bite-sized chunk of that. So finally, we're going to show you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of how the production works here at the live event. So behind me, you can see all of our stages. This is where all of the coverage takes place throughout the weekend. Live interviews, the feature matches, deck profiling, it all happens right here. So don't go anywhere, because we've got plenty of that coverage coming right up.
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performa Pals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual, Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force, available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule. To make the grade, you first must duel. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks all in one box. Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Available now. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately. Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale.
The world of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is ever-changing. New Forbidden and Limited lists, new product releases, and the game has changed quite significantly since the European Championships. To talk more about the meta and what we're likely to see here at YCS Utrecht, we're going over to Marcello and Alberto. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Ed, and welcome officially to the meta discussion for YCS Utrecht 2022. I'm here with Alberto, of course, and we're going to go through what just happened since the last time we were here at the European Championship. A lot, to be fair. Yeah. We got a new Forbidden Unlimited list, which we are going to, of course, jump into, new product releases, and interesting meta ahead of us for this weekend. But I would say we go step by step, and I think going through the list and the biggest changes, even maybe our favorite changes. So why don't you go through with some of the most impactful one?
So first of all, I will start with Fairy Tail Snow.
Yeah.
A card we have seen being played by, I think, most of our players. It was incredibly good, especially in Tier Elements deck.
Yep.
Because basically you can mill a lot of cards and then you have easily access to it. And also, like in a meta game like the one we have had over the last few months, it was super powerful, especially because like once you special summon it, you can basically Bokomun one of your opponent monsters. And I think that was an incredible hit, but still, I mean, we have a lot of different ways to go through a lot of mills. And but I think there's another card that it's worth mentioning alongside with Fairy Tail Snow, which is Ronin Toaded.
Absolutely. So both cards that special summon Belsel from the graveyard by banishing other cards in the graveyard, but of course quite different. But both, as you mentioned, main hits to the two most powerful decks, which were Sprite and Tier Element. So it will be interesting to see how those decks will perform this weekend and basically will adapt to these new changes. We have seen two different approaches, one following pretty much the Japan line where there is no totally awesome and therefore Swap Frog is not an option. Here, to be fair, I have to say a lot of players are still using Swap Frog even without Ronin Toadin, and I think it does make sense depending on how you open with the deck. But you mentioned sending cards or excavating cards from the deck, and one of the cards which were really good at doing it was Chaos Ruler. We saw how that card has been, I think, just the cherry on top of the Punk deck, and unfortunately we will not be seeing that in action anymore, but I think it was a needed change.
Yeah, especially because like we have seen the card being played by Dragon Link over the past few years, and I think the card was incredible because like you can play in so many different decks and you have easy access to it once it's in the graveyard. And I think it was needed, especially because like with Punk monsters, you had easily access to it. And I think another card is a Crystal Hulky Fibrax.
Yeah.
Like we have seen, it was one of the most played Link monsters so far, like in the past year, and I think it was very needed.
Absolutely, and alongside it, I think we have to mention and skip a little bit to the limited list, which is due to Alkai Fibrax saying goodbye some of the tuners are coming back, and in particular we got Blackwing Steam the Cloak and also Mega Phantom Beast Lion, both very interesting tools, which of course were a little too good with the Link Monster, but now we're back and maybe we'll see players exploiting them. But again, the last card on the list coming to 0 and being forbidden is Retribute. What a card.
And I think we have a lot of players such as the Alter guys we have seen in the European Championship maybe being happy about this, but it was needed because it stopped your opponent from activating trap cards, and I think it was a good choice, especially because a lot of players such as Eldritch players rely a lot on the trap engine, and I think
it was needed. Also, I think another aspect to the card was that it became not only good against rogue decks or trap decks, but many of these combo decks, mainly Sprite and even Tier Elements, started to run side deck cards, side deck trap cards, which are really good after siding. So what I really like about the list is, yes, Retribute is gone, but a pointer of the Red Lotus, which was one of those really good trap cards after siding, is now gone to 1. So kind of a balance there among you not having to hope to draw into the reboot to negate the 1 copy. But alongside it, we have, of course, some of our all-time favorite cards coming back. Cyberjar, again, we have, I don't know if good or maybe nightmare memories for some really OTK decks, but another one, Substitute. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we were not expecting this to come, but I think everyone was, a fan of the card back then, and once we saw it on the list, I think we were all impressed about it. But another card that we used to play back then, it's been a while, it's a Spellbook of Judgment.
Absolutely. As we will go through, talking about the weekend and public events, we do have Time Wizard, which we will cover on a separate video, but one of our favorite formats of all time was 2013 with Dragon Lure, Spellbooks, and personally I think it was also, if not my first top at the European Championship with Spellbook, so I'm a big fan of the card and I'm of course looking forward to it. But talking of power for quick spells, before jumping to the rest of the list, I think we have to mention a product release, which is of course Tactical Masters, came out August 25th, and wow, what a set it was, bringing runic cards, one of the decks to look for at this event.
Yeah, because we have seen basically how the metagame has changed throughout the past month and a half, I would say. Runic cards basically allows you to make quick play cards, especially because with the field spell, with the fountain, you are able to activate your runic quick play in your opponent's turn, basically. And you have runic cards which destroys spell and trap cards on the field, one that negates basically effect monsters, one that protects your own monsters, and you keep recycling them turn after turn.
Absolutely. It's a very unique deck, or rather engine archetype, however you want to call it, because it requires you to skip the next battle phase, which is something I think we have not seen that much in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm already gonna skip ahead and say it's gonna be one of the best decks for this weekend. And maybe once we get to the ending and our usual little bit bet, I will go more into the details of how good of a card it is, but definitely check out the whole set. Of course, Runic on top of it, but Tactical Masters bringing a lot of huge changes to the meta. Finally, before going to the bet, I just want to obviously talk about what happened. And we got another event, YCS Niagara in Canada, which was a huge surprise because it was won by Exo Sisters.
Yeah.
What a deck. I'm sure our colleagues, our German colleagues, will try to bring a deck profile for the deck for you, and I'm sure we'll see some of it in action this weekend. But what do you think of the deck? Do you think it's a performer with now Tier Elements maybe being the most represented deck?
I think Exo Sisters is a very good deck, especially because it deals very well with your opponent graveyards by moving cards very easily. And I think most of the players still will rely on Sprite.
Yeah.
because of course they lost the Ronin Todin, but they gained a lot of runic cards,
Absolutely.
which I mean are crazy. But Exorcist deal very easily with Gravy, as I said before, so it's a very good deck to play throughout a huge tournament like this. We will be having like at least 11 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah.
And it's one of those decks that I would play honestly, like one of these rogue decks, which you sit at the table, you have comfortable doing, you know what you're doing, and I will be comfortable playing it.
Probably.
So definitely, I really like the deck.
A solid pick, maybe a dark horse, even though it won the last YCS, but we're in Europe. It's the first YCS of the European season, so we never know what can happen, and it will be, regardless, a huge event with a lot of different decks. The last time we were here, it was actually quite a different, with Salaman Great taking it home, but maybe we could see actually Salaman Great as another dark horse deck this weekend. But as you mentioned, Tier Elements, Sprite, probably the most represented decks. Tier Elements, it was seen popularized with Dangers. Maybe this weekend we'll see a lot of players using 12 to more entrops in the main deck, so that's an interesting one. Outside of that, we obviously have the usual Mafmech. Didn't, I think, perform that well at the European Championship, but it still showed a solid performance in the top cut. And maybe Marcus Patel will just show up with this week again and tear down the competition. Do you think people will prepare for it now?
I mean, I would be scared. I mean, it was 18 win, 1 draw, 0 losses. So if you play Marcus Patel, be aware that he might be playing again his deck, and he knows his chances. So
yeah, I'm sure that will be interesting. But regardless, I think once again we'll go through it through the weekend. But I think Yu-Gi-Oh, especially at this day, is just a constant reminder that you can play whatever deck you're comfortable with, have fun with, play with your friends, and then just compete in these huge events. But I think if we get to the top 32, possibly top 64, we'll see a lot of different decks regardless. So guys, before saying goodbyes, we have to go to that moment, which is our little friendly battle. What deck do you think is gonna take it? And of course, guys, take a moment before Alberto guesses, because as always, it doesn't go that well. So I'm gonna go first, actually, this time around, and maybe exclude some of you and make you happy, but I wanna go with the new cards, Tactical Masters. I am in love with the Runic cards, so I'm gonna guess Runic Sprite will win YCS Utrecht. And that's my guess. Well, for you,
I have to be careful though. Huh?
Yes, yes. Guys, I know. Be prepared.
I'm a very big fan of Tier Elements, but I will be picking Tier Elements Splash with Luna Lights.
Spicy, spicy.
I really like the deck. We have seen Luna Lights with Rifle Neville back then, how popular the deck was. I really like the interactions with Luna Light, which brings back, monsters on the field and big bodies, and you basically have easy access to linked monsters. So my choice, guys, hopefully this time will pay off. Tier Elements, Luna Lights.
I'm sorry, you Luna Light players out there, but that's Alberto's pick. Hopefully for you, it will go different since the last event, but no matter what, thank you guys for being with us, and we'll be back soon with more coverage from YCS Utrecht 2022.
Welcome back to YCS Utrecht 2022. You have just seen round 3, where we saw a Crystal Beast win. Quite unusual to see that, but with the recent support, I guess it's not surprising. But very exciting to see some of those iconic classic cards. But we move swiftly on to round 4. So on my left, we have Sebastian Faas, and on my right, we have Nicholas Alt. This is going to be a very, very exciting game. So between them, these guys have decided about rolling the dice. Nicholas, you're going to be going first with the dice roll, so you roll the dice first for us, and we shall see what the high roll gets us. I can't see the second one. 11, okay, good start. Beat that, he says. At a 6, okay, which one of you would like to go first? Nicholas is going to be going first. Right, well, I hand you over to our wonderfully dressed German companions over at the commentary box. Guys, take it away for our 4th round of YCS Utrecht.
Thank you very much, Ed. Also, welcome from our side as well for this round 4 featured match. Round 3 was amazing, and now we're something really cool again, because we actually talked a lot about how the recent list actually affected the Sprite and the Telemans deck. But there was one deck pretty affected by it, and it is in the featured match area now, and I don't know how it's actually going to do it, because we are going to see one deck, you can call it.
Going to be pure punk. And
yes.
It looked like it was really hurt by collateral damage. That's
absolutely. I thought this deck is not even standing a chance anymore, to be honest.
The punk engine was defined by Chaos Ruler, the mythical Chaos Dragon.
Chaos Ruler, yeah. Almost. And also, it's already gone. It's already gone, right? Deleted. And also, Crystron Halkithi Brax, of course, was like the heart and soul of the deck. And both cards are not there anymore. And honestly, I loved that deck before the list. And I tried to get it into the featured match so badly before for Euros, actually. And there was just no one actually doing well with it. And now, after the list, I didn't even think about it. We've all of a sudden have somebody piloting it here, being undefeated in the tournament still. So I'm really, really hyped to see it.
Yeah, so why don't we just look?
All right. And we will be seeing Sebastian Faas with this pure punk deck, and he's facing one of the big contenders, which we didn't see in the last round, but we're going to see here now. It's going to be a Sprite variant, and I would even say it's the most popular one this weekend.
Yeah, Runic Sprite has definitely experienced some hype this weekend. This deck seems to be really strong and being piloted by almost all of the really good players.
Yeah, but it will be very, very interesting to see how it is going to do versus the deck that is playing a lot of hand interactions, and Pure Punk is known for that. He's playing a bunch of them, so going second, which he's going to do here, he will be going second. He actually has a lot of interaction, but judging his hand, it didn't look like there was that much, right?
Yeah, it looks like he has many extenders. This is not what you want to see. Runic Fountain is such a powerful card that lets you draw 3 cards, and you have Ghost Ogre, you have Ash Blossom, and you have Ghost Spell for it. All those cards basically stop your opponent from drawing up to 3 cards. And you really want to have at least one of those.
That is definitely true, and we are already going strong because there is Runic Tip resolving, getting us to the Hagian, and I think he just wants to draw 2 now with the Runic Fountain. This field spell really is insane, but there is Ghost Spell. There is one hand interaction we were thinking about, and so he was able to actually stop the effect of Runic Fountain. And honestly, myself, I haven't even thought about Ghost Spell actually being able to negate that effect, because it's only about the drawing with Runic Fountain, but of course there's also the shuffling back to the bottom of the deck, or putting back rather, and therefore it definitely works.
But Niklas will not be stopped by this. He has blue in hand to extend after the Fountain effect got stopped, and now Triple Tactic Talents punishes the Ghost Spell, looking at his opponent's hand and shuffling back 1 emergency teleport, which I find quite interesting. However, there's not much else you want to get rid of,
I think I would have done the same, honestly, because emergency teleport just gets you to whatever level 3 monster you want of your punk engine, and therefore I think it's the most scary card in there. And of course there are 2, so you will still have 1, but having 2 of them is definitely good. It's not like after the first one, the second one is not as good anymore. Both of them in that pure punk deck really can put in work, so therefore I would really go for the same, and I like that decision a lot. And now we are seeing that that is a good synergy between the 2 decks. It is Hagen being a level 2, and therefore we can use it to actually go into our gigantic Sprite right there.
And now there's a new addition. There are a couple of new level 2 monsters which haven't seen that much play in the last format, but now with a new list and the new variant of the deck being Runic Sprite, we actually have 2 additions to the deck. So that's the first one we're actually seeing right there.
Yeah, this one is Capsule, a monster that when it is used for an Exceeds summons material as a cost being discarded. That was not a sentence.
Yeah, just for
when you
to
discard it
activate
as
the effect.
cost.
Yeah, just to activate the effect basically. Is
yeah.
But also not
you
only
draw a card.
that. Yeah. That one, but it's more versatile. It actually is that, but also if you use it for
exactly.
Link Summon, the same happens. So
as he did with Elf.
Yes, exactly. So he was able to draw one there already, and if he's at some point now going to Djinn Buster, and he activates that effect on the opponent's turn,
draw basically.
he gets another draw. So this is really, really good.
But however, with IP it works as well.
Oh, of course. Yeah, right. He has multiple ways to actually do it in the opponent's turn. And now that is the opponent's turn of Sebastian. And the one already known emergency teleport is going to be fired onto the field here.
So is he going to summon out the army? Yes, I thought so. This is the single best punk monster. However, there are many strong small punk monsters.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one that also saw play in like splash decks. Like people that were just actually using the punk engine would always go for the Armin, but there are definitely a couple more cool punk monsters. And as he's playing the pure punk deck, he's definitely having more options. For example, the Ukiyo-e Punk Sharakuza is definitely a strong one because that gives you access to Synchro and Fusion plays.
Red already negated the Zeamin effect by tributing IP Masquerena. What do you think of that?
I mean, we thought that IP Masquerena is going to be the trigger point for the cap shell, so we thought he wants to draw there, but that's now gone, so...
But he can just summon it back with Elf.
Oh, yeah, you're right, and that...
He just negated and did not destroy the Zeamin.
Oh, but he
and
has
another
the
bell
Ghost
was
Bell.
top-decked, I think.
There we go. And of course, because he tributed a Link monster, he will have to destroy the Zeamin. Let's see what Sebastian has left here. And it is his Swarm World. We know about that. And we were wondering when we looked over his list what actually are going to be his bridges here. The first card he is revealing is the Dear Note from his hand. What are we revealing here to get into something else? I could see a level 3, maybe Ghost Spell, but he's only playing 2 Ghost
But Ghost Spell does not get you to your small punk monsters,
That was
right?
the Armin. Okay, we see the
That
Armin going into Ash.
Does work. That does work.
But I mean, what are we doing with Ash then?
Okay, let me just...
Because
I mean,
then
Ash is just existing now.
Because, I mean, okay, cool, we have a card to actually stop our opponent, but I would have hoped that we would actually get to an extender that makes us play on this turn now to actually work on the opponent's board and not just have a defensive card for the next turn.
And there's the next card that you were talking about, the new addition to the deck, Iperia.
Yeah, Iperia. And this one is even played thrice. Capshell is only a one-off, but this card, mostly I saw it like 1 to 2 times, but Nicolas actually is loving this card so much, so he's actually playing triple copy of it. And I can see why, to be honest. It's
You
really
just draw
cool.
cards when you summon it.
Absolutely, yeah. However you summon, even when you just normal summon it, you would just draw a card. So it's a good draw, basically, because it gets you into more of your runic engine. And also when you summon it out with, for example, Gigantic, it's always just another card to draw. So it makes sure when you only have your level 2, your sprite engine, that you also get to your runic engine, which is quite crucial, because this is basically the part of the deck that takes care of all the threats on the opponent's side of the field.
And this is game 1 done. Niklas wins it immediately. Sebastian says there is no point in playing this any longer. Yeah, this was a pretty decisive victory of Runic Sprite, I gotta tell you.
For sure. And I mean, it was mostly about the triple tactic talents, because let me tell you, if there would have been another emergency teleport, I think there was a lot more to come from him. Because he could have not only special summoned out one more level 3, but he could have also then searched for another level 3, which would not be Ash Blossom maybe. So I think we could have seen a line of actually going for multiple plays and even going for synchro summons. Because
I hate to do it, but I have to disagree with you. There were 2 set cards on the side of Niklas as well.
Yeah.
And he also reborn the IP. Oh, that was Belled, but there were still 2 set cards, so maybe he could have just summoned another monster and then activated the effect, get negated,
yeah,
and then
I mean,
pass the turn.
It depends on what the back row is, though. I mean, I will give you that point. There is not really that much useless back row in that deck, because all of the cards actually do a whole lot of stuff. So therefore, it's pretty likely that they had a good interruption there. But maybe he could have done a little more, because let's be honest, if he gets a chance to get Sharakuzai onto the board with another punk card in his hand or on the field, he will always get to the Rising Carp. And when he gets going with Rising Carp, that means 2 more Punk monsters from deck, and he can just use all of the effects, and that just snowballs very quickly, and he will get into all the monsters there.
Yeah, and I really want to see what he does when he summons 2 monsters off of Carp, because you can't go into Chaos Ruler anymore.
Yeah, actually, looking at his list, actually the only level 8 Synchro monster he's playing is the Theme Internal Punk Jam Dragon Drive.
Which is, to be fair, really good.
For sure,
Just searches out a Psychic monster, which can also be Ghost Ogre, which is amazing versus Fountain.
Yes, indeed. Nobody is really playing Ghost Ogre anymore, but I think it's actually quite good, isn't it?
It's actually quite
the only
decent call
downside
for
is
the
that it
format.
also is not really doing anything versus Hugin. Hugin is so great when Hugin is just there to be thrown onto the field to protect yourself from protection, so all the protection effects just are looking a lot worse than a Cosmic Cyclone, for example, banishing it. That just looks a lot better, and therefore Ghost Ogre maybe not that great anymore. But I was always struggling on whether to summon Chaos Ruler or that Punk Gem Dragon Drive, because Gem Dragon Drive is really good, and now you basically have no choice anymore, and you will always go for it. And I think it's still pretty good, because it's not only the Surge Field effect, it also has a Reborn effect from the graveyard, so you will always get it back, so it's another resource which will help you in grind games. It's kind of similar to Chen Chen, to be honest, you know? Because it's also like reborning itself from the graveyard all the time.
Also a Psychic type.
True, yeah, both of them are. That's really, really cool.
And those 2 combine your 2 favorite decks from the past few formats, right?
That's actually
Virtual
true.
World and
so
Punk.
I'm actually wishing, I'm hoping that Sebastian is now putting up more of his Punk deck, and both players are ready, so let's get back over to the table and watch Game 2 of this Round 4 feature match right now. I am really hyped, because as you say, this is one of the decks I really enjoyed over the last couple of months, and I really want to see it shine. And Sebastian is, not surprisingly, going first in this Game 2 right there. So
I mean, even the name fits with you, right?
Absolutely, yeah. He's like my brother. I mean, you probably wouldn't call my brother the same name, but I mean, you see what I mean. So let's see. We are starting off with the Ogre Dance. Ogre Dance is being discarded to search out for a Punk monster. That's just not another level 8, and he just goes for the Zeamin there.
Zeamin, basically the best normal summon that the deck has. You can search for any other Punk monster, and you're probably going to search for Foxytune.
Yeah, that is like...
Or Dear-Note.
Yeah, both of them pretty good. I think I like... oh, but there is the Impermanence on the Zeamin. Let's hope this is not stopping him entirely. Maybe he already has Foxytune in hand. Let's hope. Or another emergency teleport. Please, Sebastian, pull something out of the arm.
I remember testing against you a lot when you played Punk, and sometimes this just ends the turn.
Yeah, but he has the Small World. He has his Small World. Now the question is, can he somehow get his way into a Foxytune? And I think there are multiple ways to actually get there, because over Veiler you should be able to bridge into a Foxytune. So he reveals the Moonlit and Chill.
And it has 0 attack points, so you can get the Veiler out. Nothing else matches from Veiler with the Moonlit Chill, and now we have Foxytune in hand. So this Imperm did not stop the entire turn. Are there any other hand interactions?
Let me watch the deck list of Niklas, and Niklas only has the Impermanence in his main deck, and I'm watching the side deck, and there's nothing else. Okay.
Foxytune discards the Impermanence, so there are few cards in his hand. You have to see... Zeamin was searched with Ogre Dance. Normal summon Zeamin, 4 cards in hand. Then Small World, discard 1, you are 3 cards in hand, and then Foxytune, she should have 1 card left in the hand, and this is not really strong.
Not that much, but now we are starting to plus, actually, because there was that Rising Carp I was talking about. We did the fusion summon over Sharakuzai, and we are summoning out Vagon and Dear-Note, and Vagon searches us the field spell, the Extreme Session, and now we are jamming. We are actually drawing a card for every single time we are going to pay life points for the effect activation of a Psychic monster.
So now we have the Jam Dragon. Jam Dragon also pays
Yes,
to search out a card.
it does. So
and
we are now
will
drawing.
Fetch another draw.
Honestly, the field spell of the Punk theme, the Punk Gem Extreme Session, is kind of similar to Runic Fountain, isn't it? Because both of them actually will be the drawing cards of the deck, and we are searching for Madame
Spider.
I think it's Madame Spider, yeah, you're right.
I think it's the German name is Madame Spinner, so it
yes,
should be
it is Madame Spider for sure.
Perfect.
And actually, it was always the case that you would only be playing 1 trap card to search out with Madame Spider, but he made the choice to even go with 2. So he's playing the Dangerous Gabu and the Nashivari Surprise, so he has a choice here.
Now he summoned it out with the Extreme Session, because the Extreme Session not only provides you up to 2 draws per turn, but also if you banish a monster from the GY, a punk monster, then you can special summon another one from your hand.
Absolutely.
And now he searches for the Neshiwari Surprise, which is basically a pop.
Yes, indeed. If you do not control a punk card, you would only be able to pop face-down cards, but I think I'm pretty confident he's going to end on a punk card, and therefore you could also target face-up cards there.
Dragon.
Yeah, I was thinking that you would normally now, because he's also playing triple copy of this, go into the Amazing Dragon in your first turn combo, because it's also acting as an extender and can special summon back punk monsters from the graveyard, which he's doing. He's just going to get back the Sharakuzai, and now Sharakuzai on the board again is an interruption on the opponent's turn, because it can secure to get to another Amazing Dragon. You could also, of course, summon out the Psychic End Punisher if you feel like you need a monster that cannot be outed anyhow.
But there is already a normal summon red, and that is a really strong start if you want to play through a board that consists of monster interactions. Carrot is also being searched, so
yeah, I mean,
wow.
Sebastian had a choice here basically to just go after the normal summon of Sprite Red, because we know that he has the Nashiwari Surprise, so he could have just went after the normal summon, and then he would have been on better habit for Niklas, because Niklas then needed a way to go into a level 2. But the thing with Runic Sprite is every Runic card basically is providing you a level 2 monster. Yeah. So popping the normal summon versus this version of the deck is not really doing the trick anymore. It's a lot harder, but Niklas found his way into a monster negate and into a spell trap negate now quite early in this turn. But he's giving away his monster negate again.
And this is Nightmare Cerberus. This is a card that we haven't seen in a while, gotta be honest here.
Absolutely not. I think it got a little revival with the Sprite theme itself, because it now is a Link 2, so from time to time
also,
you are locked.
He linked away the red with it, so
he did.
He can't really respond to the Ukiyo-e effect.
He must be targeting the Ukiyo-e here, right? So
chain, right?
we just chain it right there, and the Bastion should still be fine, yeah.
He can summon another Amazing Dragon together with the Foxy Tune, right?
I'm not 100% sure whether you are able to control 2 Amazing Dragons, though.
Wow, that would be a really hard restriction.
I don't know, you can only use one of the effects of the card once per turn, but I think you can very easily control 2 of them, so that's good.
So either you go into Psychic End Punisher now, or you go into another Ukiyo-e Punk Amazing Dragon.
Oh, but he has another way to deal with the Ukiyo-e Punk. There is the Flashing Fire by the looks of it, and Flashing Fire is just going to negate. Oh no, wait, it does actually destroy it even, and it's doing the same thing basically, because that Ukiyo-e Punk really needs itself to be part of the Synchro Summon. And I mean, when we look at the field, there wouldn't be anything else to Synchro Summon with anyways. But now it's even more interesting. Why would you... He targeted the Ukiyo-e Punk with the Cerberus and also with the Flashing Fire. So he had basically 2 ways to get rid of it, and wouldn't it have been better to just go after one of the level 8s, maybe the Foxy Tune with the Cerberus, so you at least get rid of both of them?
That's true. I mean, he committed a lot into this as well.
Absolutely, he did.
He's probably going to... His plan is probably to go into the Gigantic Sprite. However, there is still the trap card that pops.
Oh, and look, we just went into a Gem Dragon Drive on our opponent's turn, and we're still going to be able to search, and we draw cards. We even draw multiple cards, because there is actually the effect of the Ukiyo-e Punk activated, and also, of course, of the Gem Dragon Drive, and we have the equal score now. Sebastian is taking game 2, and the Punk deck is still very well in shape.
That's what we wanted to see. I mean, you can pick the deck up as well again.
Absolutely, it looks great fun still.
Yeah, Amazing Dragon control. This was really good. Gem Dragon in the GY was such a valuable resource.
I honestly love it.
Gem Session still really strong.
It is. It's such a beautiful card, very new from Power of the Elements. It's
Pot of Greed and a special summon.
Indeed, and like even on our opponent's turn, that chain was really interesting, because he used the Ukiyo-e Punk to Synchro Summon out the Gem Dragon Drive, and then provided him 2 effects that were both paying life points for a Psy effect, and therefore he was able to draw 2 cards even.
And we said it earlier, the Forbidden Limited list really hurt the deck, you know?
Yeah.
With cards that are not really explicitly Punk cards. But the other decks also got weakened. So maybe adjusting the strategy of the Punk deck and running multiple hand interactions, which can really stop your opponent, as we have seen already.
Absolutely.
This could be a really good call. Punk could make its comeback here.
maybe it does. And I mean, it's quite interesting because most of the decks were not really playing that many hand interactions. And Punk was always a deck that would play so many. It was like the deck next to Mathmech, I would say, in the last format that would be stacked with hand interactions, and you would never really see a board breaker approach of Punk, and you would always just see so many hand interactions. I mean, reasonably so, because you are playing so many draw effects, and you want to draw into those
also
hand
in your
interactions.
opponent's turn.
Exactly, yeah, and you want to have something to draw into there. But I think it's pretty interesting that he didn't really max out on any of the hand interactions. That's quite
that is actually
funny to see.
Interesting. He's playing 2 Veilers, 2 Impermanents, 2 Ghost Ogres, 2 Ghost Bell, 2 Ash Blossom, 2 Impermanent. I already said Impermanents, but
he just loves the number 2. Yeah, he just loves the number 2, apparently.
And I can understand that with the cards that are hard ones per turn. Like, okay, you don't want 2 Ash Blossoms in your hand. However, I think that Effect Veiler is better, also in permanence, than Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill.
Yeah, I would say so. Even
and you
especially because it's not once per turn, right?
Exactly. You could cut the chills and especially add Impermanence, because Impermanence plays around triple tactic talents, and that is a really strong card.
I think the most important part here is that he needs a Moonlit Chill actually for his small
he can bridge
He
with
needs
it.
them as bridges. And I think this must be the reason why he's playing so many different things to actually always be able to bridge,
does he
right?
need it though?
I'm not 100% sure. I think he did bridge with Moonlit Chill this game, though, right? I think he did actually do it with Moonlit Chill.
But I think it was optional. I kind of think that Ash Blossom always does the same thing.
They're both level 3, so probably, yes, and they're both 0 attack.
Yeah,
so
and
that
fire and wind don't match with any of the punks.
Yeah, you're right.
And
yeah,
the other hand traps. So I think this is really optional.
Yeah, you're right. But, I mean, he's bringing in even more hand interactions from his side deck. There is Droll and Lockbird, and this is so funny.
Yeah.
This originally was never a card that you would side in versus Sprite last format, but now this deck, paired together with the Runic engine, is just drawing cards non-stop.
We could have seen it coming, because it came out as a collector's rare in the same set as the Runic cards.
True.
So we should have known, actually.
Absolutely, we should have. So he actually has the option now to side this in, and it would be a pretty good side in and could be really impactful here. And we are about to see as our players are ready, so let's get back over to the table for game number 3 right here. And it will be coming down to whether Sebastian is drawing into those hand interactions, whether he has Droll and Lockbird. Maybe he is going to get more Ghost Ogres, as we were talking about it. More Ghost Bells as well.
There is Droll and Lockbird in the hand, and we have seen Runic Sprite being completely stopped by 1 Impermanence already. Maybe Droll and Lockbird has the same effect.
We are about to see, I would say. Niklas is going to start it off with the
and now this is going to be really important. Does he activate this in the draw phase, or does he not think of Droll and Lockbird and activate it in the main phase? Because that would mean that after the blue ad, Droll and Lockbird could be dropped.
This is hyper important. Yeah, you're really right. This is very, very, very important to take care of. You want to do this in the draw phase to just play around the potential of Droll and Lockbird, and in this specific situation, there is one, so you definitely want to make sure.
Okay, so this is going to be really exciting, because this could be game-changing. Searching for the Sprite Jet.
And
does he get?
Looks like we are in the draw phase. Yes, that looks like we are in the draw
very
phase.
well played by Niklas. Dodged a huge bullet here.
Yep, but he's still going to search cards there. So this will still be a hard drawn Lockbird, in my opinion, because he will not be able to...
Is this not also a quick spell?
This is a quick spell, yeah. Oh, you think, oh, wow. We might still be in the draw phase. You're right. We might just still be in the draw phase.
After siding, this is a pretty huge deal.
Absolutely.
Not gonna lie. I think if you are playing Runic Sprite, no, Droll and Lockbird was Droll and Lockbird was banished from the deck, and now his opponent even knows that there is one, even though this would have been a horrible top deck.
Yeah, so he's probably happy about it. You're right. And I think he did search for the Runic Smiting Storm, didn't he? That looked like the hammer he added that to the hand. But now we finally get to the point where we can resolve the Droll and Lockbird, and Niklas is smiling. Yeah. He knows he did a good thing there by activating all of his cards in the draw phase.
But he has no brown cards in his hand. They are just spells and traps. I think maybe 1 Impermanence. He has Smashers as well. He has Fountain as well. So Fountain actually got hit by Droll and Lockbird pretty hard, but he can still... Of course, he will activate it to get access next turn.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good thing about it. Just activate a quick play next turn, and you can even activate it from your hand now because that Runic Fountain is there, so definitely still doing the job in some way.
If this Gigantic Sprite gets Ogred or Veilered or Impermanenced, then oh no, we just immediately resolve it.
So it does resolve.
Because this could have ended the entire turn.
Absolutely, it could have. And I mean, This is now kind of bad, though, because Niklas can only really summon out red, because the other options would be Iperia, which would draw you a card, Capshell,
You
which
can't go into Swap Frog Ronin into Toad anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, he's not even playing that. He's playing other cool level 2 cards. I don't think we're going to see it in this game, because this is a going first scenario, and Wind Up Kitten is way more of a going second card. But he's actually playing that card.
Oh, Niklas is setting 4 cards, so there don't seem to be too many
Runic cards, actually.
Runic cards.
He would probably keep the Runic cards, rather. So let's see what Sebastian maybe has in terms of board breakers. I was talking about it. This deck prefers having hand interactions in the opponent's turn over having board breakers on your own turn. Therefore, he should not have that many in his deck. And judging his list right here, there aren't any. I mean, he actually has evenly matched. There is evenly matched. There's that
and
one.
Harpy's Feather Duster as well.
Oh, I mean, he actually got together.
There are some cards, and don't forget, please, don't forget that he
that's
can
going
draw
to be a
many
back row.
cards.
That is going to be a back row. What is it? Okay, it's
Small
Small
World.
World once more. I was already hyped for it maybe being Harpy's Feather Duster or something. That would have been huge. But also Small World, of course, gives him a starter. The thing is, if you have to activate Small World as the first thing in your turn, it's always a bit weird, because now your opponent knows which starter you have, and you also are going to be left with one less resource, because you actually resolve the card by getting rid of one other card in your hand.
Small World, despite being a great card because it can basically search any monster card in the game, has a big downside, which is just investing 2 cards to get 1.
Yep, that's true. So we are revealing the Dianode right there. And how are we reaching there? I think once again we could end up getting into the Zeamin. Sebastian doesn't really know himself yet. But
how do you get to Zeamin here?
I mean, I'm hopefully about to see. I'm not an expert with the bridges of Small World.
I don't think there is a way.
Decks.
In the first game, he searched for Ash Blossom.
You're right, you're right.
So this might actually be another option, because there is the Runic Fountain on the field, so you want to be prepared for the draw 3 effect or draw 2.
I guess that could be a way for sure.
However, this is a Warrior Earth level 5, so you could get Ghost Spell. However, Ghost Spell can't search any of these small
So we are
psychics.
bridging with Zeamin. Okay, okay. What's coming out of this? Probably just in hand interaction. I think you're right about that.
Yeah, it can't be any of the starters, so I think this is going to be Ash or Ghost Spell. Can't be Ghost Spell.
It looks like Moonlit. He's considering Moonlit right there. And honestly, I was talking about the downside of having a starter but revealing it to the opponent and having one less card in hand. But now just getting a hand interaction actually gives your opponent the information which hand interaction to play against. And also, you know, there's one less card to actually play this turn. You know there's one Ghost, Morna, and Moonlit Chill, and that's not going to do any damage this turn, honestly.
Oh, this isn't going to do anything at all, I think, this turn. This card is not the biggest threat to Niklas' strategy. And I can see Emergency Teleport in his hand, which is really good. However, what do you do with this Ghost Morna?
I don't really know, to be honest. Probably just normal. I mean, before the last update of the Forbidden Unlimited list, I would have said just normal summon and go into Alkifibrax, but this is not really an option anymore. So I'm also rather interested to see what he's going to end up with here.
So Zeamin is being summoned.
Indeed it is. And he still has Rat on board, so he did always go after the Zeamin instantly. So I would assume that Niklas just sticks to that game plan and just negates the Zeamin here once more.
So the question is that why did Niklas not already summon something bad with Red to get some?
Oh, because we're just going to do something else. We just have our Runic Engine to take care of that. And we are banishing the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring as well. This was, of course, one of the Runic spell cards we didn't see yet, but it's Freezing Curses, yeah.
Yeah, and now he can shuffle back all the cards, so this is why I would have preferred Ash Blossom. Oh, he has Ghost Ogre.
Ooh.
Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit for the Fountain.
That is looking good,
and this one is going to be negated by Red, so...
he kind of has to, right? You want to have your Runic Fountain still in play.
This is why I was confused why he didn't use Elf, like, basically as a chain to the emergency
just
teleport.
Way earlier.
Because,
so he's drawing 2 cards, but the last card in hand, I think, of Sebastian is the Ukiyo-e Punk again. So maybe we're going to see the good old Rising card once more. But
Smashers. There's Smashers. Sad we know about the Smashers.
Oh, we do even know about the Smashers? Okay, that's unfortunate.
You can activate the effect.
I think Sebastian is down to 0 cards in hand, isn't he? I mean, you can just let him get to the Ukiyo-e Punk and then just banish the Ukiyo-e Punk, I think.
So you just wait until it's summoned. Sebastian should know about the Ukiyo-e Punk. I'm still kind of surprised about this Moonlit Chill situation, but like it's also not the best card to search out at all. So
maybe he just had no other bridges. Maybe he was confused himself because Small World is a very complicated card. Let's be honest about that. It's very, very much able to search out any card from the deck, but it can also be very confusing because there's so many routes and so many options you are given.
And Basti, I'm sorry to say that, but the Punk deck is not looking good here.
Not too good, and there is Viperia we were talking about. This card is just on every summon, be it normal summon or special summon, drawing you a card.
Cards over and over, and this is looking like a power turn for Niklas, but he cannot attack this turn, right?
That's true, yeah. That is the downside of the runic cards.
Yeah.
Everybody forgets about it because everybody's so in love with the runic engine right now, but there is that one downside of not being able to commit into a battle phase, actually.
Yeah.
And that usually is a big part of the game. Normally you win the game by attacking with your monsters, yeah.
Yes, in the main phase you make your plays, but you want to win the game at some point.
Indeed, indeed. You at some point have to go to battle, but the runic engine always delays that by one turn. You will have to wait one more turn. And I mean, you cannot activate runic cards in that turn because at some point you want to go into the battle phase.
Right.
You will actually snowball into so much card advantage with the runic engine, but you will not be able to have a lot of battle phases.
But I love how this deck just plays. You draw so many cards. It's just fun. Drawing cards is fun. You never know what comes off the top of your deck.
Certainly not. And it just, I think the perfect word for this deck is just card advantage. Like this deck evolves around card advantage.
And there we have the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill, but you can just chain elf to it, right?
Oh, doesn't look like that was a correct activation there. But yeah, there is the Moonlit Chill. Okay, okay. Moonlit Chill was activated, and I think that did in the end deal with the elf.
But you can chain it, right?
That's what it looks like, yeah. He was pointing on the elf, and yep, as you say, we are reborning the Sprite Blue, and you can tell by Sebastian's face, he is not incredibly happy about that, no. But Niklas is just resolving his Sprite Blue now, and he's back to the heart and soul of the deck. This is basically the backbone where this deck is always relying on.
The Sprite
You want to have the Sprite engine. This is actually those are the monsters you are going to end games with. Because the runic part deals with everything else, it gives you card advantage, but at some point you want to have a battle phase, and then you are going to go into that with Sprite monsters or rank and link 2 monsters.
And in the beginning, this Ghost Mourner actually also played into Talons.
Oh, yeah.
And he drew 2 more cards because there are no cards on the field of Sebastian. He doesn't have cards in hand.
Yep, and Niklas is setting up a lot here. We won't see a battle phase, but we see like 5 or 6 cards in hand. He's adding more back row, and it's going to go back over to Sebastian, who's top decking for a single card, and it's another small
one. And this does not help him at all. There is the handshake, and Niklas wins this game by just dominating his opponent, leaving him on 0 cards until the last top deck, which, as we already said, did not help at all.
Yeah, I'm in big love with the Punk deck. It couldn't really perform here well in Game 3, and we really saw for the first time...
The first turn was impressive in Game 2.
I mean, yeah, in Game 2 it was good, but Game 3 not so much.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's actually
honestly, on the other hand, we really saw why all the good players are on Sprite Runic. We saw that a lot when going through the rows. We saw a lot of players activating Runic Fountain. We saw a lot of players still sticking to Sprite cards. And it feels like this deck really is maybe even the biggest contender this weekend.
Yeah, it builds up so much card advantage. And, I mean, you don't have a battle phase, but I've heard many players say, yeah, my opponent just scoop at some point.
Yeah.
You don't sometimes I don't even attack in the entire game because my opponent is like, yeah, okay, I'm not coming back from this.
Yeah, honestly, what are you going to do against it? I mean,
the
when your
cards
opponent
recycle all the time. You can't never grind them out because they always put 3 cards down their deck and even then draw 3, then shuffle at some point, and then you have all the freezing curses you want.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny because we saw the pure Punk deck. And I think in the last format and for a long time, that Punk engine was actually something very generic that was thrown into a lot of decks.
That's true.
So it was something that was very much in common with a lot of the decks. And now we have a new engine, being the Runic engine, and this is also super generic and gets thrown into a bunch of decks and splashed into it. So we see the Runic Sprite variant, we see the Runic Telemancer variant.
I would almost say that this is a splashed Sprite engine in a Runic deck.
Oh, I mean, you could argue for it. I would say that's not totally out of the question. But
also with the Emancipator in the first round, we have seen basically the entire deck because there were always 5 cards excavated.
Yep.
And there is a smaller sprite engine. Like, they are not even playing triple jet.
That is actually true, but this is something pretty interesting to talk about. They are actually cutting down on Sprite Jet, which was always the standard ratio of free blue, free jet, and nobody was even arguing about it. And now we see some people being still on the free jet, but a lot of them are cutting down on it. And it's quite interesting to see because they are actually valuing cards such as Hyperia higher than Sprite Jet, which is just on summon I draw a card because they really want to get into a runic engine, which is the heart and soul of the deck.
The Sprite engine is there to end games, yes. But it just, other than that, does not set up any interactions except for sprite smashes.
Yeah,
so
really.
The runic engine is there to win the game or to basically grind your opponent out, and you're playing with more runic cards than you do with sprite cards. So I think this is a runic deck with a sprite engine, and you can't convince me otherwise. You can try it.
Certainly. I mean, Tactical Masters actually, I think nobody really anticipated it having such a big impact on the meta game, and then everybody realized, wow, those runic cards are actually insane, and now everybody is starting to play them.
Who would have thought that drawing 3 cards off of a field spell is strong?
For real. Like, at the beginning, nobody was really caring about it. Maybe that was the case because everybody was more focusing on the old format where nobody could really... Exactly.
Because it's you don't really have the space to summon, like, to have more Swap Frogs in there and Ronin Totem, but that's nothing you have to deal with anymore.
Yeah, indeed.
Especially not Ronin Totem.
And also for Euros, which was like the most important tournament for so long, this set was not released yet, so people were not really taking care that much of a set that was about to release and rather focused on the format before. But then after Euros, everybody had time, everybody was looking into the cards, and we're like, wow, those runic engine might just be the best thing ever happening to us.
Yeah, I have barely ever seen a tournament in which so many cards were drawn.
Yeah, indeed. It's really, really, really strong for sure.
Okay, so it looks like our interview is ready, so we are going to give it over to Ed for the winner's interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm joined by Nicholas, who's just won the 4th round of that. Amazing start. So before we go any further, congratulations, A. But B, that was your first ever feature, was it not?
Yeah, my first official feature in any big tournament. Like, I've had local features before, but that was my actual first big feature match, yeah.
How did it feel to be in one of these features live on stream with an audience, with all these people here? Were you feeling the nerves or were you quite composed?
Really nervous. Like, as soon as you came up to me and told me, oh, you have the feature match, I was like, whoa, I was like so overwhelmed. But in the end, it turned out to be quite relaxing, as my opponent was pretty cool too. So yeah, it was very nice.
There were positive vibes up on that stage when I went to introduce you guys, both very friendly, which is quite nice. It's really nice to see that sort of thing going on at these tournaments. So let's talk about your game. A very, very sort of speedy first couple of rounds. Yeah. So talk to us about what was going through your head with that, with the nerves and the energy and the momentum that was just shooting through there.
Like, I was feeling pretty good when I won the die roll and rolled like an 11. So I was like, okay, he can't beat that. And yeah, with that deck, obviously you want to go first. You can go second as well, but if you go first, you pretty much win the game, honestly. And as soon as I saw he was playing Pure Punk, I was kind of nervous because he's 3-0 at that point with Pure Punk after the hits of like
Chaos Ruler and stuff.
Hulk of Hybrax. So I was like, what's his win con? Probably just hand traps and the few interruptions Punk has on itself, like the traps. Yeah, that's also why I lost game 2 pretty much through the hand traps and all the interruptions he could put up. Also, my hand wasn't the best. And game 3, I sadly didn't see any of my side deck cards. That definitely would have helped. But in the end, I could win, even though he dropped me. But I had too much interruptions, too many.
Well, it all worked out in the end, and that's the thing that matters. It went really well for you. Very pleased for you getting your 4th win here, 4-0 now for you.
Yeah.
That's great. Do you feel confident about the rest of your tournament? Are there any decks that you're quite worried about going up against?
Well, the mirror match is kind of hard because it's real lengthy and it just isn't very pleasant. And there are, of course, decks that I don't like playing against. That I don't like playing against, like Fluanderies or Eldritch and the likes of that, because I'm not really a guy who likes to play against Floodgates. So yeah.
So a couple of different archetypes that you might come up against, but Fingers crossed that you don't. One more question. I want to talk about the runic choice that you went for with your deck, because that's become obviously one of the new sort of builds that people are going for with sprites. What attracted you to the runic sprite build?
I kind of just like the fact that with the Fuse Play you can just draw 3 cards like that, and also the deck out thing is something you don't see very often, like except those, I don't know, decks that play triple reincarnation and stuff to banish the entire deck. But it's also about resource management because it's really hard. And yeah, of course, Hugin is level 2, that's perfect for Sprite. And I've sat with friends of mine, and we talked about what list to play and what version to play. We considered pure Sprite or anything like that. But in the end, we all decided on Runic Sprite, which right now, for me, turned out to be the best choice.
It certainly did. And like I said, congratulations once again for getting this far. I hope to see you in some of those top cuts with your Runic Sprite deck. Give it up for Nicholas, everyone. He's done incredibly well. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've got another round coming up very, very shortly, and we'll have plenty of coverage from that. Weekend. In fact, we've got 2,185 duelists taking part. So we decided to go out onto the floor and ask some of those duelists some hard-hitting questions. So where are you from, and how long did the journey take you to get here?
I'm actually from the beautiful Greece, from Athens. And for this one, actually, I had to take 2 flights to get here because the flight tickets were very expensive. So it took me about 6 hours plus the train, yeah, around like something like that.
I'm from Germany, and I took about 2 hours to drive to Utrecht.
So I'm from France, and it took like something like 10 hours of a car and driving, so 10 hours, I think.
I'm from France, and it took 9 hours to come here by car.
I'm from a city called Eindhoven, and it was about 2 hours to get here.
Well, I'm from the Netherlands. It took me about 1.5 hours to get here.
Right, next question. What's your favorite card in Yu-Gi-Oh?
That's going to be the same card that I put it on my Facebook profile for Kazuki Takahashi. It was Phantasme. Actually, it's one of the best designed cards, I think, and it gets me so angry when I can't play the card.
It's hard to pick, but if I had to pick one card, it's sure the Blue Flame, because Blackwing is my favorite theme of all time, and since day one it was amazing a deck, and I still have today this deck, and it's wonderful, it's wonderful.
I might say the Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, the Link 2 that points down in Dragon Link. I love this card.
It's a close call between Zephyros, Blackwing, and Akashic Magician, or I would say Akashic. I just love like bouncing cards, like the best way to retrieve resources and play them again. So yeah, thinking Akashic Magician.
It would have to be Magical Musketeer Caspar.
My favorite card is Junk Synchron. I started playing the game when Synchros just came out, and that's been the first card I ever played, and it's still my favorite card.
What deck do you think is going to win the tournament?
Honestly, I can't answer this question. There are so many options. I guess something with Sprite or a Despia deck because it's a good meta call.
It's hard after the ban list, but I probably think Runic Sprite will take this event quite easily, or like a random rogue deck. Either of those.
One guy will be so lucky by playing Tear Element and always mill good, so Tear Element has to win, you know. It probably will tear.
I think a variation of Runic Sprite will win. Lately we'll see, since Ronin is banned, there is a lot of new level 2 tech cards, like a Cap Shell or Wind Up Kitten, so I think Runic Sprite variant with a good tech cards that nobody has saw yet.
I think Tier Elements is the expected winner, but I personally would give it to Runic Sprite.
I am thinking it's going to be some Runic variant. Probably right Sprite Runic.
And finally, what's your favorite memory from your time playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
So I can't choose single memory. There are way too many. It was my friend Andreas Velos winning both of his YCSs, my win of my Greek nationals. But I think mostly it's about traveling. When I was visiting Prague with my friends, staying together and just having such a great experience in all of our travels.
I think it has to be YCS London 2017. So I was playing Trickstar, and it was my first YCS ever. And I just went there with 2 friends, and I was alone most of the time because I didn't know a lot of people. And I managed to do 60 seconds at the YCS. And as soon as I finished my round, there was a lot of French players behind me who were cheering for me. And I was so happy that people I don't really know, are not by far away, who was cheering for me, and at home he was cheering for me too. So that was a great memory.
I think every time I drive to an event in YCS or like a European Championship, it's the time I spent with my friends, and yeah, the weekends and the fun we have together and the joy and the sad things all together the whole weekend every time. It's always the same and always fun to be here.
I don't think it's a memory, but all the people I've met, all the friends I've met, and I am kind of glad I started Yu-Gi-Oh because I've met so many great people, and I think the people are the best thing that ever happened to me in Yu-Gi-Oh.
After picking up the game, the second time I ever went to a regional, I got held over by a group of people who remembered me from the first regional I went to. And that's how I made my first group of friends who are standing right over there waiting for me now.
That's awesome. That's a really great answer. Thank you so much for doing this, mate. Much appreciated. It's been great to speak to some of the people who've been taking part in the tournament. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty of coverage coming right up.
Join Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Utrecht 2022. I'm here with Henry and he is going to tell you something about the Scareclaw engine that you can integrate in tier elements.
Yeah, so the Scareclaw engine works very well in tier elements because you can use Visa Starfrost to destroy your own tier elements monsters, to special summon itself, and then the tier element monsters triggers. And you can do a easy Curious with the Scareclaw monsters and also a Baron, which is pretty good. And especially right now where people are playing cards like Evenly, a Baron is really powerful.
Yeah, so why don't you show us the most important cards that you need for your combo?
Yeah, so we're playing Visa Starfrost, 3 of it, because it's the best card to draw in the combo. You can also do the combo if you draw other cards, but he's the one card, not like one card, but you need a tier element monster or anything to destroy it. But he's the one that enables your plays and gets you to Curious or to Baron and makes all your plays happening. Then we play the Scareclaw Link monster, which is Lightheart. You just need a Scareclaw monster or Visa Starfrost, and you can special summon it. And when it's special summoned in the extra monster zone, you can search the Scareclaw field spell, which is Reichphobia. The field spell, Reichphobia, searches on activation a Visa Starfrost or Scareclaw monster, which then searches you the Reichard. Reichard. Scareclaw Reichard.
Scareclaw Reichard.
Right. And you can special summon the Reichard under your Link 1 monster to search a rival, which is a reborn spell for Scareclaws or Visa Starfrost. And also the Link 1 special summon itself from the grave if you have Visa Starfrost, so you can bring back Visa Starfrost with a rival and make a lot of cool plays with it.
Okay, so why do you think is it better to integrate this in tier elements than other engines? What makes it better?
I think this engine does the most by one card, which is Visa Starfrost, and it still lets you play hand traps, which is kind of weird if you play Dangers or anything else. And it's just a really cool engine, which brings you a lot, and you don't have to commit too much to playing a combo deck, because this can still be a control deck, just with a way better combo in your first turn.
Can you search Visa Starfrost with Palorino?
Yes, that's
crazy.
An additional thing you can do in this deck, and this is really cool because you do this all the time. You need a little bit of a tier element engine to play and to make use of the Visa Starfrost, but most of the time you have enough of that so you can search Visa Starfrost with Palorino.
So what are the downsides of the Scareclaw engine?
Yeah, so as you see, we play a lot of one-offs, so actually we play 2 of the field spells and 2 of a rival, because milling them is pretty bad. If you mill more than one of these or draw more than one of these, it's really bad. You can really brick with this, or more than one Visa Starfrost is obviously also really bad. So yeah, I think it kind of adds some bricks to your deck, which is okay if you think about how much stronger it makes the first turn.
Okay, perfect. So, one last question. How many tops do you think this version of tier elements will get?
I'm not sure. I think about like 5 or 6. I think not many people are playing this version of the deck, but I think some of the top players are choosing this deck and will make their way into Top Cut.
Yeah, and as we hear it, one of the top players is probably choosing to play it. So
Lucas Windel.
Lucas Windel, you heard it. So, thank you very much, Henry, and we are going back to the live coverage.
Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule. To make the grade, you first must duel. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks all in one box. Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Available now. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Now available.
Rated T for teen.
Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for Teen.
So aside from the main event here at YCS Utrecht, there are also the public events. To talk more about this, we've got a very sharply dressed Leonard and Sebastian. Take it away, guys.
Hello Ed, looking sharp yourself. We indeed do have amazing tournaments next to the main event. We have some nice public events, and why don't we introduce them to you?
Absolutely. We have amazing ones, and the one is already having registration right now is the 3v3 tournament. A lot of attention is drawn to that tournament usually because it is the big tournament on Friday where a lot of people can already test for the main event itself. So maybe the deck that wins the 3v3 might also be the winner of the main event usually.
Yeah, the 3v3 event is also always a big indicator for the main event. Also, people love the 3v3 format. It's always fun to team up with your pals and just play a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh!
I love it myself because it's such a new perspective to the game. Normally it's a game you play 1v1. But in that scenario, you actually have two of your friends sitting right next to you. You can even talk during the match. You can actually help your friends. You can make correct decisions together. So it's a whole new dimension of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think it's an amazing perspective. So I really love playing 3v3s myself.
Also, deck building changes quite a bit. You can decide, does one of our team members not run any spell trap removal in the main deck? Do we all commit to it? Do we all play the same deck list because we think we have found the best deck for the event? Or do we all play different decks to see who's performing the best after all?
Honestly, I personally always have a hot take on that. I would never play the same deck all three persons because I would be way too scared of my opponents just having one anti-meta deck sitting in spot C and then I'm totally countered by that. So I would always just switch around it a little bit, you know? I think that makes kind of sense.
Does make sense.
Or imagine you play versus a whole anti-meta setup and then you always get countered.
So I like having some variety.
Yeah, but if you're playing the best deck, then
I guess.
If you're getting countered, it's sometimes okay because the best deck might actually still be able to
You're
overpower
right, for sure.
the anti-meta deck.
But not regarding the current meta game is the Speed Duel event we have this weekend as well. There's actually a giant card event happening this Friday, also registration right now. And it's a great event as well because you can win a special prize.
Yeah, it's the giant card of Elemental Hero Tempest, one of the OG hero fusions. What an amazing card.
And also a card that actually got relevant in Speed Duel recently because there is a skill, it's called Fusion Party, and Fusion Party basically allows you to fusion summon out that Tempest. So this is actually quite a valuable resource in Speed Duel, and that deck was played a lot recently.
Yeah,
but maybe not anymore.
The, Midterm Paradox.
Yeah, because
mini-box.
the format actually changed quite recently. There was a new release with the Paradox box, and maybe the new meta for this event is completely different. We got to see from there.
Yeah, exactly. And we also have some other formats.
Oh, yeah.
Two formats that I'm most excited about. I gotta be honest. I really want to see who takes it down. We are playing 2 Time Wizard tournaments. So to all the old school Yu-Gi-Oh fans, we have 2 formats. The first one is a Time Wizard March 2005 list.
Yes.
Releases up to 31st of July in 2005.
So long ago. Funnily enough though, quite a few players that travel to these YCSs have already been playing back in the day. We have so many players being non-stop Yu-Gi-Oh players for such a long time. So actually quite a few of them played back in the day. But funnily enough, the format is so popular that also people that get into the game nowadays will actually play this format because it's so cool and so brilliant and everybody likes it basically.
Everybody plays it.
Yeah.
And there are so many iconic power cards. I mean, you know the power spells. It's Pot of Greed, Graceful Charity. It's Delinquent 2. It's Snatch Steal.
Absolutely.
Heavy Storm.
Yeah.
I can't stop. Premature Burial.
Blackluster Soldier. This format was crazy. And some people even say that it was the most skillful format in all times of Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know whether I 100% agree on that, because I think modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also quite skillful, but on a different kind of aspect.
And I have a hot take on that. I think that the other Time Wizard format that we are playing, of which you can read out the date, by the way.
Oh yeah, of course. This is the March 2010 format in that case. And that is also just cool. Like in general, traveling back in time, playing old formats, I think that's a very, very innovative idea we have for the public events now. We had that at Euros, it was a great success, so we are doing these again this weekend. And tell me about the power cards we have there.
Yeah, so the power cards are not, I think, as strong as in the gold format. We don't have these crazy power spells that are Pot of Greed. I think Heavy Storm is allowed, but we don't have Snatch Steal, we don't have Pot of Greed. And the power plays are a bit slower. You have cards like Chaos, the Shadow Monarch, which is my favorite card of all time in Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's a great card.
We have Super Nimble Mega Hamster, which is a great combo with Chaos. I mean, you set it up for 2 turns. You can't imagine that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Nowadays.
Absolutely.
Having a set monster, special summoning out another monster, and then the next turn, tribute summoning a card, and just sitting there, drawing your first 6 cards in hand, and thinking like, haha, so I'm going to tribute summon a monster in the next turn to apply pressure to my opponent. No, there are also some other decks, Blackwing, which is also getting relevant again with the new set in the current format.
Darkwing Blast is pushing that deck a lot, but back in the day it was already strong enough to compete in the meta fully, so it was definitely a competitor back in the day. And I like that because basically this is an input from the community, because the community themselves decided, hey, this format is great. So people started playing this format at home, and then now we picked up on that and basically are holding public events for this specific event. And therefore we are supporting that, and I really love that because I think the 2010, March 2010 event at Euros was insanely big. A lot of players actually played it, and therefore it was a huge success.
I mean, there are so many fan favorite decks.
Oh yeah.
Gladiator Beast, I know this is a hot take. Some players love it, some players don't.
I love it personally.
Yeah, same. Lightsworns. Lightsworns have been popular also in modern formats, like in 2000, I think it was 18, 19-ish.
Yeah.
Big Lightsworn, Grasslocks Arena decks.
Yeah, and also a very big deck back in the day was the Quick Draw Dandelion Barrier deck. That was really, really cool because it was really abusing the synchro strategy, and no really other decks were doing that. I think it was the deck that pushed the synchro strategy the most back in the day. So that was like really, really cool. And it was also very skillful. You were saying maybe this is the most skillful deck of all times, and this was definitely a very, very hard deck to pilot for sure.
Yeah, it is a deck which you have to apply pressure on your opponent with very little power on your cards. You have to manage your resources well. You have this power play of discarding Dandelion and summoning Quick Draw Synchron, which is iconic, but in reality, when you do it, it's not too strong. You know, you discard, you use 2 cards to summon Drill Warrior, you get some tokens, and you get the option to recycle your resources by discarding cards every time.
For modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! It doesn't seem incredible, but it was huge back in the day. People are really abusing it.
Still, there's a lot of counterplay. If you invest in this play and your opponent just bottomless trap holds you, or uses other cards that are strong against it, it's really hard to push the strategy to the win, so I respect players a lot who win tournaments with it.
Also, what I like about both formats, we talked about both time wizard formats, is that Heavy Storm is a card that is around. So when that card is around, basically the whole format surrounds itself around that card, because nobody is going to set free and pass, because there's always the possibility of Heavy Storm hitting you.
However, Stardust Road, Starlight Road.
Oh,
Starlight Road was a card
yeah,
that was introduced a bit before the format started. And we've earlier discussed with other players some deck lists. Hero Beat was also a thing, a big trap deck with like 18 traps or something, and you run Starlight Road. Maybe just to bluff, maybe you don't even have it in hand, but as soon as you set 4 cards, your opponent is not going to fire out the Heavy Storm immediately. They will be afraid of this card. And yeah, Hero Beat, such a great deck. Has a trap card, Hero Blast, which was phenomenal at that time.
100%.
Yeah.
What would have been your deck from that format that you would play in such a public event today?
I think I'm such a big fan of the Hero deck and Hero Blast especially, that I would consider it. Maybe I would also go for the Quick Draw deck.
Yeah.
Or it's so hard to choose, honestly.
Yeah,
I
there's
was
so many
just going
great
to say,
decks, it's
or
insane.
Gladiator Beast or Blackwing.
For sure. For me, it would be between Gladiator Beast and the Hero Beat as well. We're both like control players and we really love that aspect of the game, so that would be maybe our pick. But yeah, that's a bunch of fantastic public events we have this weekend. Everybody hopefully joins them. And one more cool thing is that Ed is going to show you what kind of cool prizes you can win over there. So Ed, go ahead and show the prizes.
Thanks very much, guys. Yes, if you guys do take part in some of these public events, you can accrue some of the prizes and come over here to the prize wall where you guys can talk to people like Brian and win yourself some amazing prizes. Brian, talk to us about what kind of prizes people have been quite interested in so far.
Everybody likes the mats, but I think the most important thing is the giant cards. And there's a beautiful one right there, that's Blue Eyes. It's amazing. It's like 150 points. It's a little bit expensive, but you have something there.
And how do people win that prize specifically? Just getting 150 points across all the public events, or is there a specific event they have to take part in?
No, for this giant card, it's 150 points for any public events. Scheduled ones, on-demand ones, any ones.
Brilliant. Talk to us about some of the other prizes that people can win here at the table.
We've got mats, we've got boxes, we've got these ones, which are quite nice for like 12 points, I think. Yeah, 12 points. And the big one is 16 points, which is very nice as well. We've got sleeves as well, we've got deck boxes, we've got everything, man.
What's a personal favourite item of yours? If you were taking part in a public event, what would you want?
It's not here.
It's not here?
It's the judge socks.
Okay.
Yeah, the socks are amazing. Bring the socks back.
What about at the public events table? What would you take in?
At the public events table, I've got enough deck boxes, right? So I take one of those minis. Yeah, the Blue Eyes White one. I like the Blue Eyes White one.
Maybe you will also get your hands on a Blue Eyes Pop. But it's not the only prize that you can win. Brian, there's a very exciting prize that people are very, very much coveting. Tell us a little about that.
Yes, the most exciting prize of this event right now. It's a full set of Scapegoat cards. They're not giant, they're just a little bit smaller, but you get 4 of them for only 120 points. That's a steal.
That is a steal, 120 points. And how many cards do you get in the full set of Scapegoat big cards?
4.
4. Do you know the colours?
There's a blue one.
There is a blue one.
There's definitely a blue
you
one.
guys will find out the colours if you guys can win 120 points at the public events. Make sure you guys do come over, check out all the prizes available at the table. It's a very, very exciting event to be part of. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more coverage coming right up. And welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship live from Utrecht in 2022. We've seen an amazing few rounds so far, but these guys have been very patient waiting for us to get this round started. So we're going to launch straight into round 5. On my right, we have Steven Mielczarek, and on my left, we have Eldin Siddiqui. And this is going to be a good old duel. So guys, you've decided which one of you is going to roll first. Eldin, you're going to go first. So why don't you go for that high roll? We'll see which one of you will be starting the duel. 12. A strong starting roll for Eldin. And a 7. Which one of you will be going first? You're going to go first? Okay, guys, I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful Italian commentary team who are going to take you through round 5. It's going to be great.
Welcome back and welcome to round 5 of YCS Utrecht 2022. We have, I think, a unique one for you guys. Absolutely an astonishing match, the one that will be between Steven and Eldin. And I'm gonna start things off by being completely honest with you guys. When we look at decks, we were looking at obviously something out of the line and something doing still well at the top tables and walking around. And we were obviously surprised by Eldin deck.
Yeah.
So we have seen some version of Tielemans and all of these different fusion decks, and Despia, of course, as an engine. We have mentioned multiple successful players using it. But he's using a very interesting tech, which is the addition in the side deck of cards that I'm not the biggest fan of personally because of my experiences at the Greece National Championship. Essentially, the idea is that once you resolve a branded fusion and you get to the Mirror Jade, you can just set, instead of the obvious branded in red and banishment, there is one more, which allows you to summon a monster to your opponent field. And the concept is that you give them some of these cards, which basically don't allow them to play the game that much. One of them, of course, Destiny Hero, Dark Angel. Yeah, not...
You know it well,
no
right?
No comment on that. But it's definitely an interesting approach to the match. But we picked him, right?
Yeah.
We go and pick the players come here, then we discover and find out their opponents. Well, it's 2022. We featured already Farfa, who was playing Burning Abyss, a deck from 2014. Well, what if I told you that Steven is 3-1 here with 6 Samurai in 2022? He's playing probably the most unique deck we have seen all weekend. 6 Samurai, 50 cards, trying to FTK with so many combos and like Cursed Bamboo's Ward. It's really, really a unique deck. And without further ado, I want to see that deck in action. So let's go to the table and find out the winner of round 5. And there they are. It's already going to be an important one to start things off. And I think we do get to see Steven going first. So let's see if he will pull off this 6 Samurai FTK right away. What a deck, honestly.
No, I mean,
yeah.
like, I think we would have asked for more. But Sadiq is going first. And as you were mentioning, he's playing on Despia Tielemans deck, which I think is very powerful, especially because like he's playing also the Branded in Height Spirits to give consistency to the deck. And here I think we're just gonna see the standard lineup from Despia's with the brand opening.
Yeah, at least at the beginning right here, we're not gonna see something too out of the ordinary. We mentioned that he's playing these unique cards, but they are in the side deck.
Yeah.
So in the main deck, the deck list is pretty much straightforward. It's a branded Despia with Tielemans card that is using the branded engine as well with DES in the extra deck. So it's something we have been pretty much familiar with all in all. But here comes branded Fusion. Yeah, for here we're not gonna see actually the combo in act, but basically the idea, which is what I'm gonna show you guys real quick, would be to summon a Mirror Jade, then in the end with Albion set the Brandon Expulsion, which as you can read, you tribute a fusion monster and then target Shunon fusions, and you summon 1 to each field. And then, thanks to this, you can pretty much get either Dark Angel, which it's essentially an Imperial Order.
Yeah.
It allows your opponent not to resolve any spells. Or the other interesting idea in the deck, it's the Ido, which is Ido, the Supreme Magical Force, which essentially says, as long as you control it, you cannot summon any monster. So that's quite oppressive, and we'll see if we, throughout this match, we'll be able to witness it from Sadiki.
Yeah, we're seeing good stuff from him, but now I'm very curious to see his reaction when it will be Steven's turn.
Yeah, I mean, here, as mentioned, I'm pretty sure Sadiki is thinking, I'm the one doing these fancy things, and just wait until your opponent drops a 6 Samurai card on you. So, looking forward to that. And he's also using some interesting cards. So it is an FTK deck going first, but he's maining cards like evenly matched for going second. So it is a well-balanced deck nonetheless.
Yeah, it looks like well prepared. Also plays a very small package of Sky Striker cards, like Engage, Hornet Drones, just to get, you know, extra bodies on the field.
Yeah, I see, I think, Instant Fusion already, but like, of course, this would be one of the key cards. I think he does have an Instant Fusion in the end, but right now...
Is the Ready Fusion?
Yeah, Ready Fusion comes down.
And I think Sadiki is thinking, what am I up against?
Yeah, this is already something you have not seen that often. And he see both, wow. Ready Fusion and Instant Fusion. Of course, Instant Fusion, well known by everyone. Ready Fusion, essentially the same card, but for normal, non-effect at least, fusion monsters. And here we see already some of the cards which are quite interesting. And one of them is, of course, Raging, which is going to be able to force out a negation. And here he comes, so Chimera will take care of these monsters, but then does he have another interruption? That's the big question.
Yeah, because basically we see Steven has a couple of monsters left.
Yeah, because then you get back the Mirror Jade, so you essentially have another way to stop your opponent. And this might be just a little too much for his, but let's see. Yeah. He gets stopped in his tracks, and now is he gonna be able to push through this Mirror Jade? He doesn't seem to be the happiest. Still has to commit a normal summon. I see another spell, and 3 monsters can't quite figure out what they are. Unfortunately, we do see only a face-down monsters. It seems as if Sadiki opening was a little too much for the 6 Samurai deck to deal with. But then, still, if you are Sadiki...
Yeah, I mean, I will be confused.
Yeah. What do you think you're up against?
I will be very confused, but... you think Steven might have thought about going straight into game 2? Because like if he said a monster is hoping to survive this turn, but you don't really want to reveal what you're playing, right?
I agree. I mean, to be fair, even if he were to reveal it's 6 Samurai, it's not like he would have made much of a difference. I hardly think that his opponent tested against the deck, but yeah. At this point, it's really a easy way for Sadiki to close this game 1. But honestly, after siding it, where things get interesting, so. Yeah, here nothing too surprising. We get to see Lubellion, we could see the Avnis. Okay, yeah, he's using it. And yeah. This is pretty easily gonna be enough. Okay, my dragon, interesting. He's playing it a little safe, I would say.
Yeah, but still, I really like how the Despia interacts with Turtlemans as well, because like you can put a lot of fusion monsters on the field and push enough damage. And looks like Sadiki, I think, will be able to do that this turn and seal it.
That's why now he's thinking if he should just pick up his cards.
Yeah.
He does, so well played by him. Not revealing the rest of his deck, but I'm pretty sure Sadiki will now have a pretty severe headache trying to figure out what to side deck.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Steven's side deck, I mean, evenly matched has to go out.
I mean,
but
this is an FTK deck. You go first, you have one of the best decks in the room. You just cut the evenly matched.
And that's it, yeah.
And you might side in maybe super polymerization, which is good against this matchup, but you don't really need anything else. You want to combo off, try to FTK.
Yeah.
And the really good news for him is that his opponent only entrap in main or side deck is 3 copies of Nibiru, which is really good in this matchup, but there is nothing else that can stop this FTK by Steven. So, of course, we want to see it.
Yeah, no, we want to see it. We're here to see it.
We want to see this. And honestly, it seems as if the main key card would be Isold. So you just try to put 2 warriors on the field, go for Isold, then send the Cursed Bamboos wards. You get the actual Bamboos ward, the Golden Bamboos ward. You try and, get things going. And then the actual win condition of the deck is at some point just a loop between the getaways, which keeps on getting the counters and gets you more special summons. And either you go, as mentioned, with even the Sky Striker package, which is a 1-card Isold.
Yeah.
And finally, with the Gearfried or like Grandmaster, which you keep tributing off, you get to Fireflint Lady, and that's the win condition. So really, really interesting stuff.
6 Samurai is still rocking in 2022, and
yeah. That's for sure the surprise of the event. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, if the Ziggy doesn't draw the Nibiru,
no,
I
for
really
now,
hope.
as mentioned, it's just a matter of can he pull this through? Can he actually do it? But our players are ready. So now that Steven is going first, let's see this 6 Samurai deck in action, and let's go to the table. And here they are. Let's see if the end will look as good as... I see already a reinforcement of the army, so that's a good start. And a dojo, I believe. Yeah. Let's see it.
Looks like an old school
for sure.
starter,
For
dojo
sure.
reinforcement.
Dojo reinforcement. So that's a good way to start. He's not playing, I think, the Dolphin package, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But he has a lot of different targets for this reinforcement, which is already surreal. And as mentioned, Sadiki only card that can stop this is Nibiru. He has nothing else that can stop this from going through. So let's see if he can pull this off.
Funny to see how back then he was, Shien, Kizan, Grandmaster, and then with the counter traps, and now it's changed throughout, the Link Monsters with Walter Shogun.
And here we see yet another search from Steven's deck. He will be able to just go into dojo and then a lot of 6 Samurai summons, and you can already see Sadiki going, what's going on? Is this Time Wizard? Is this the actual event? But it's not Time Wizard, and Steven is 3-1. And here they go. So she and Dojo, of course, gonna be able to summon a monster from the deck. He's explaining it to his opponent. My God, what a throwback, honestly. What a throwback. Yeah. And I think I see even Grandmaster, I can't quite figure out. But
I think he has Kizan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks promising. You just try and go into Isold, and now he goes into the first of the many 6 Samurais we are gonna see this turn, which is great stuff by him. So
yes, the Mitsuo.
Yep.
And Mitsui do Yuzo. Yeah.
Yeah, here goes with the Mitsuo plus Shinai. Mobeko. And this is also one of the parts of the combo. He goes and pushes through. He can either go right now and right away for the Isold, or he could go first through the Link. Let's see. If he wants to go for the Shogun right away, or if he wants to go for Isold first and then search the deck, he does. So Isold here is where the best card in the deck by far comes into action, and this will be able to fetch him Broken Bamboo's Ward through to Cursed Bamboo's Ward. So lot of stuff that can go down this turn. Let's see it in action. So
yeah, and if Sadika doesn't have a Nibiru, I think we're going to see
yeah,
the old one.
this is a lot. This is a lot. Let's see. It's gonna send Living Fossil, and there it goes. So Cursed Bamboo's Ward, Phoenix, of course, just counting up the cards. I mean, Isold.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, this is already oddly believable, but okay. So 4 is the choice at the very end of this. So Isold resolves. You will be able to search for one of the bamboo cards from his deck, and this is the Secret Six Samurai Kizaru, which I'm gonna bring up for you guys on the screen. Essentially, when a special summon, you can add another Six Samurai monster for. So a lot
it's like
of
you keep
searching.
continuing,
Yeah.
you know, and then you
And
also
there it
have
is.
Dojo Signal. I mean,
Let's see. From here on, it's complete mayhem right here. So let's see what he wants to do.
yeah, I think we will soon see the Battle Shogun, I guess. And
Yeah, he
then
can go for the Shogun. He can go right away and use the Dojo, of course.
Oh, he has Nibiru.
Ooh, the one and only answer from Sadiki. That's unfortunate. He doesn't play any other interruption, just 3 copies of Nibiru in the side deck, and he does open it. What a shame here from Steven.
I'm thinking, I mean, of course, this hurts, but would you have waited longer? Or you just say, look,
I think the
I don't
problem
wanna
for
risk.
Sadiki is that he has
Yeah,
no clue what's
exactly.
going on.
Yeah.
So that's a big issue, because you see 4 monsters on the field, your mind goes into Appaloosa, and you're like, I have no idea what's going on. If he goes into Appaloosa, then Nibiru is completely dead. So I don't blame him. And to be honest, it could still be as good as it gets. So really unfortunate for Steven. As we mentioned, no other interruption in Sadiki's deck, but we get to see Dojo now.
And Steven will have to change his lineup. The
Absolutely.
plan was solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like even if you have any other interruption, I think you can still go through your combo, but Nibiru is the only one that really shuts down your strategy.
Yeah. And here is another one of the Secret Six Samurais. It's Atsume. Definitely an interesting one. He can get you again some of these searches from the grave. You banish it, you just summon back a piece, and let's see if he's able to go for it. He does. So banish one, get one back right away, and let's see if he can still pull something out of here. He does have the Broken Bamboo's Ward in hand. He can special summon one of the others he got, which is the Mizuo. But let's see.
Well, if he manages somehow to steal combo off after being Nibiru, that would be
impressive. Nonetheless, yeah.
Yeah.
Because essentially here he could go for the Mizuo and then even use this effect, but at the moment he doesn't really need to, I feel.
He's also playing Levier.
Yeah, he's playing Leviator, he's playing so many of these old cards, which just makes sense in this deck.
Yeah.
And here, oh, he's considering the Shogun, maybe he changed his mind. Okay, no, he does go for the Shogun, so makes sense. Again, this is one of the many archetype Link Monster that got released and that flew under the radar a little bit, I gotta say. But it's a great card nonetheless. You just make it, of course, with the 6 Samurai, and you discard a card and you add from your deck a card that has Bushido counters, so you can get the one and only copy of Getaway.
Wow.
And this is what's going on right now. So impressive stuff by Steven, nonetheless, not stopping. And what a card Getaway is. Yeah.
I didn't get away in 2022 with one card. Like,
yeah. I mean, it just does so much, and it's one of those very few cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! That can create this infinite loops in a way. So let's see if it was just a little late to the party, but here we see the Kizan, so already 2 counters on the Getaway, and the Shogun is still there. So of course, it's really good because you get to just place another Shogun counters, which is what we are seeing now. And yeah, he goes for another Shogun. So this time you have 4, he gets to use the effect, and this is a really nice combo, still even through the Nibiru.
because now we'll be able also to move the counters if really wants to on the Getaway. Still continuing to searching cards. There's another Kizan.
And this is so good, because now essentially we are already in a very interesting phase. Yeah, just checking the correct amount of cards. Yeah, just explaining that he only gets the counters when you special summon it to a zone, it points to. Yeah, it's correct. Okay, perfect. So now he gets either another search. Can he pull something interesting off what is in the extra deck for him?
He plays SHUEISHA.
Yeah, he plays, I think, like 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays 3 copies of Saruja, so that's one of the cards you try and go for. This is what you usually try and go for, but in this case, he has to figure out a way to access it if he wants to go that route. Okay, now goes into a XYZ to just detach 2 materials and special summon 1 back from the graveyard, which allows you once again to place even more Bushido counters on. Yeah. So again, you get 1 on the Shogun, and you get 2 more on Getaway. So you can just remove 4, get another search. This is something.
Yeah.
I can tell you that much. This is something, and we'll see. He can either add back, yeah, he's considering whether to add back from the graveyard. He does. This makes a ton of sense, because once you get special summon back, you can just get into the Mizuo loop. This is honestly
mean,
fun.
after being Nibiru, and you still
and
continue.
here it is, I think. Is it School Dread time?
Yes. It's going to see some cards now.
Here is the School Dread, and he gets to see so many good cards from his deck and still continue this loop.
Yeah, wow.
Okay. Okay, so I see a Sky Striker card, definitely not interested in that.
Has Called by the Grave.
I think we see the Golden Babu's Ward and another Dojo, which is actually really nice. I think it's probably Dojo, but my expertise on this one isn't as high as other decks, I would say. So, but it's probably Dojo. You just keep on accumulating these counters, and it's really good because you can get rid of 4 right away. Yeah. And then you get back this combo, which is essentially red and blue, and just keep on doing this every turn. But he didn't actually go for the dojo, I guess.
No, that looks
now
like...
he used the effects, he can get back something from the graveyard and pop the Nibiru with the other one. Nonetheless, an impressive amount of summons.
Yeah, here comes the keys, and yeah, this is basically what the Six Samurai deck has been doing throughout his existence.
Exactly. Just have to keep counting these. Now he has 4 once again. And we could see another Saruya right away.
Yeah.
As mentioned, he's playing 3 copies of School Dread Saruya, so might as well. And I think he's going for that, because right away he's just considering the amount of cards and trying to look for the win condition.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think, yeah, you try and figure out, you can go again for another Saruya.
Especially because like Sadiki here, I mean, doesn't have any other response. We already know that.
Interesting. He gets rid of the counter. Maybe to place it. Do you like that zone though?
I mean, yeah.
I think it would have been interesting to use it on a different zone, maybe.
Now he goes for Levier.
Yeah. Now he goes for Levier, so all of the ways to summon back monsters. Again, one of the first XYZs ever released, which was so strong back in the day and still showing off in 2022. It's absolutely great. So he gets 2 counters on the getaway.
And I think Sadiki is now wondering how is this going to end up.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Sadiki is just like, sure, do your thing. No worries. And yeah, here we get to see again the same loop with the Bushido counters, getting rid of some. Okay. So he keeps doing this, which essentially I think might give him infinite counters. Because, yeah, you keep doing it so you have infinite counters right now. That's so cool. He just found basically an infinite loop for counters. Essentially, you get 1 every time, and so you get infinite Bushido counters on the Shogun. That's crazy. Yeah.
Now, this is insane.
So now he has infinite counters on the Shogun, which means, oh my God, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's explaining.
He's explaining the way you get it. We just saw it. Essentially, every time you do the loop, you gain 1 counter on the Shogun. So it's +1 counter for free. And this means that it's an infinite amount of counters potentially, I guess. But for now, they are just explaining the way it is. And it's it seems like now you just get to add all of the 6 samurais you have in deck.
And also...
Then you add all of the 6 samurais you have in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And then you go Saruya and you fill your deck, and I think this is game.
Also because like the...
This is
this is insane, because like the Shogun gets like
I don't think we have
infinite.
ever seen on stream an infinite loop. And this is something. Wow.
Because he can continue to do that, and the Shogun has infinite attack as well.
Yeah, I mean, not that it matters too much, but like essentially here you go Saruya.
Yeah.
And then you keep summoning all of the 6 samurais from your graveyard. You add back all of your grave, and you keep drawing cards until you get to the 1 card which deals the damage. You special summon it with the Saruya, and you have game. So this is impressive. As soon as he gets his win condition, this is game. And now the thing is, you shuffle back 3 6 samurais, and you can get them back.
Yeah.
Just again. So, wow. This is unbelievable. Yeah. And yeah, as you mentioned, of course, the link as well is technically on infinite attack. What a turn of events. And yeah, now he gets the United. I think this is guaranteed game no matter what. So you now add all of the 6 samurais you want from the graveyard as well. And you get 2 counters on them. You have infinite counters on Getaway. This is absurd.
Wow, we have never seen something like this.
I think I've never seen something like this in forever.
Like yeah, I think in our
I've been playing the game for a lot of time, and I really cannot remember something as incredible as this.
Yeah, it's insane.
Look at this. It just keeps going. Unfortunately, it seems like the card is a little shy at the moment, but now you just get rid of it. You search for the 3rd, and yeah. Now you just keep the loop again. You add all of the 6 samurais you can from the graveyard. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and he picks up his cards. Woo! So Steven does it with an incredible round of plays. Yeah, he deserves a round of applause. What a game! Like Steven got Nibiru, and even through Nibiru, thanks to the Shogun, which was the MVP, which can search the Getaway from the deck, he found a way to get infinite amount of Bushido counters on his cards, which means essentially the Getaway searches all of your 6 samurai cards in deck. Then you go multiple Saruyas. You put the cards you searched at the bottom in the deck, whatever, you search them back, and you keep doing that until you draw your 1 card, which could be even, Cannon Soldier or whatever, and then you keep doing the loop with the red and blue. What a turn of events, and what a game, wow.
No, I mean, we said it before, even if...
I'm satisfied. That's it. I can go home. The weekend is already gone for me. It's absolutely great, and this was the highlight and will remain the highlight of the weekend.
Sure.
Now the pressure is on round 6 onward to beat this one, and what a way to just witness it. But the match is not over yet. The score is even. The game is now 1-1. So our duelists will move to the side deck and try to figure out who will be the winner and will advance with a 4-1 record. So do you think that now that his opponent has somewhat of an idea of what's going on, what is he going to side?
I would say likely for Sadiq, he's playing cards like Skill Drain.
Yeah.
Which we haven't seen at all this weekend so far.
Absolutely.
And this could save him. But
there is a but. The reason why we picked this one was not only 6 samurai, as mentioned, but it's because Steven as well, just like Steven is playing 6 samurais, Sadiki is hiding something. It's like, oh, you showed off in game 2. Now I'm going to show off in game 3. And he has these unique tech cards. As long as he gets to a Branded Fusion, essentially what I try to show you is he can get to the Branded Expulsion, send from his deck either the Dark Angel or the Idol, then activate the Expulsion. He gives his opponent the Idol, and essentially his opponent cannot summon.
Yeah.
So they both have these unique FTK combos. And I think now it's time for Sadiki to show off his own combos, as I mentioned. And looking at his opponent, it will be the exactly same thing. So 3 Nibiru for Sadiki, 3 Nibiru for Steven. Either you get to the Nibiru or you have no outs to this combo. Let's see, our players are ready. There is only 1 game remaining to find out the winner of round 5. Here they are. So, as mentioned, Sadiki, as long as he gets to a Branded Fusion, he has a combo with this Idol, which is just crazy. Let's see. Now, yeah, regular stuff.
Albion.
Nothing too surprising, just going for an Albion. Essentially, an Upster Goblin for the deck. And luckily for us, there are still about 15 minutes left in the round, so nothing to worry about. So essentially what I was telling you guys is this is the tech cards for Sadiki. Brandon Expulsion, which can get you, as long as you get to a Mirror Jade, you set this card in the end phase, you send Dark Angel or the Idol with the Brandon Fusion, and then you summon that card back to your opponent's field, and you lock them either with the Dark Angel, so it's essentially an Imperial Order. So that's one of the combos he can go for. So this is definitely an interesting one. And he does go for the Idol, so we see the combo here for the first time this weekend. He's gonna get the Brandon Expulsion and the Idol.
Wow.
Yeah, which unfortunately I would like to bring out. Essentially, the concept is the same as Dark Angel. Idol says you cannot summon monsters. That's it. So if he gives you the Idol, you cannot summon monsters, and that's as easy as it gets. Which is also really interesting, because Steven is holding evenly matched, but you cannot activate evenly matched even. So that's so crazy. And now we'll get to see the combo from Sadiki. Here it is, so Albion using its effect, and let's see if it is the Expulsion. It is.
Yeah.
There it goes. I mean, here you're gonna read it, but as long as you don't get, you know, Bell would be, and we already know there is no out, I believe, in the deck for Steven, this will be a complete lock. There he goes right away in the draw phase, probably giving priority to his opponent, and then he will be able to go for it. Yes, there it is. So Brandon Expulsion, tributes Mirror Jade, give your opponent the Idol, they cannot summon monsters. What a combo.
Wow.
What a combo. Yeah,
And
gonna take a look at it, but this is tough. There are not many outs in these kind of decks.
And I think this is the only one stopping Steven, because basically his deck is just, you know,
just
putting
summons.
multiple, you know, monsters on the field. And
honestly, Steven Hand would have been really good, because he has Raigeki, he has evenly matched, but he cannot use any of these cards. Yeah, you can see him just looking through his cards, but he cannot summon monsters. So essentially his whole hand is just useless at this point. I think he has double Dojo, like evenly Raigeki, maybe a 6 Samurai, and a broken Bamboo Sword, but yeah. This is it. Unless he has, he cannot switch the position right away. Yeah. He has nothing to do here. So as long as Sadiki can just close this one on the next turn, the game would be over right here, right now.
And it is a very good addition to like this kind of deck that has easy access.
I like it a lot.
Yeah,
like
it's crazy.
Branded Fusion is really good, but when you go second, you are in a really good spot against many of these decks. When you go first, you need that additional push and that a little bit of unfairness, let's say. And this is a great way to find it. And now, as mentioned, you just go Branded Fusion, try and go for an easy OTK, and the game would be over.
Yeah.
So great stuff by Sadiki. I think this is really easy. Like, you just go Lubellion, then afterwards he has the Brandon in red, and it's just really easy the game.
And that's it, yeah.
Let's see if he plays it well, because then you get, with the Tragedy, the second Aluber back, right? So you shuffle back 2, get a Mirror Jade, then you get the Aluber, normal summon, get red, and this is game. Like, almost guaranteed. Okay, considering his options. Yeah, as mentioned, you just go Mirror Jade, you use the Aluber, you can get to either another Aluber or just seems like he's just gonna use the
okay.
tragedy other effect together. Okay, this works as well. I think
this should be fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he could have pushed for game, but he's just gonna do it again next turn. So this does not really matter. Essentially, this is a loop.
Yeah.
So as Branded Expulsion also summons from the banished zone, this is a loop.
Yeah.
So essentially, you just do it again. I'm pretty sure he had game, I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, he just wants to show
Be
it
safe.
again for people who missed it, I guess. Yeah. Push some damage, now plays back to his opponent, draw face, another Regeki, another expulsion, and this will be the game for Sadiki. Again, giving his opponent this loop. He has nothing to do. The game is pretty much lost. And what a way to do it from Sadiki.
Yeah, I mean, that was we were waiting for.
Yeah. Just gonna go for a Regeki. I mean, gonna try his best, but we all know that this game is pretty much done. And okay, I'm gonna chain Branded in red. I'm gonna chain opening. Okay, has to be careful because opening will actually not go to the graveyard until the end of the chain, which means you will not be able to use the protection effect. But I think he goes instead for Chimera.
Yeah.
No, but that's not how it works. No.
He had another one.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had another one. Yeah.
Yeah, as he had a second copy of opening, this made a lot more sense. And as mentioned, it didn't really matter. This Regeki was not doing anything at this time, so...
Yeah, I mean, I think Sadiki just wanted to be, you know, super safe.
Yeah. And he even bought the bluff from his opponent, because that obviously something that was not really useful, I would say, but yeah, I think Steven is gonna soon realize that he just needs to set some of his cards, go for a Regeki. He has the second opening, but of course he already used it. Yeah, he just sets a bluff, pass back to his opponent, who is just free to do whatever he wants at this point, and even the third time, but honestly, this is just over. He can easily get back something with the tragedy. This is what I would like to see, for example. He's considering his plays. Yeah, he just shows the Aluber, and I think his opponent knows that this one is over. Yeah. Goes for the Branded Fusion, and he even had the tier element
that we haven't seen at all.
Yeah, we really didn't see it during this match, or at least this game. And honestly, I do like at least this inclusion, because as mentioned, like going first, you usually set up these nice boards with a couple of interruptions, but you miss the unfairness to the deck, especially since Fairy Tail Snow is not there anymore.
And I think you give a very good addiction as well, because basically you change your lineup of plays, and going into it, I think your opponent does not expect it at all.
For sure. Okay, here we see again Mad Dragon, Mirror Jade, and I think our players have seen enough, so in just a couple of seconds I think Steven is gonna pick up his cards and it will be Sadiki who will advance with a 4-1 record. Yeah. Here they extend the handshake, good match, and it's Sadiki who takes it home. So let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. What a match! I mean, we couldn't ask for more, really. Game 1 was the maybe underwhelming one, because Sadiki goes first. In the main deck, he is not playing this combo, so it sets up, in the end, it's too many interruptions for the 6 Samurai deck. And things are pretty much quickly over. Game 2, though, it's probably one of the best games of Yu-Gi-Oh! We have witnessed.
We have never seen something like this. I mean,
essentially, yeah. What happened was that Steven goes first. He tries to combo through, but his opponent has one of the only 3 cards that he plays as an interruption, Nibiru, which I think in most cases just completely crushes the deck. If you wait for the Shogun, you cannot blame Sadiki. You have no idea where to use it. He dropped it a little too early, and then we saw something which, guys, if you missed, just go back and watch what happened in Game 2, because for the first time, I believe, in history, I think Steven was able to pull off an infinite loop on stream, putting infinite Bushido counters on his getaway and on his Shogun, and pulling off a crazy FTK in Game 2. That was absolutely incredible.
It was absurd, really, yeah.
But in the end, I'm also happy about Game 3, I'm not gonna lie, because the style points were like going back on Sadiki, who is showing off that his deck is not just the regular Despia Tilleman deck, using his Ido, which he sided the Supreme Magical Force. He was able to lock twice, 2 turns in a row, his opponent, and just completely crush the game. And I think that makes a lot of sense, because we have always seen the branded banishment, the branded in red, just Chimera and stuff like this. But branded expulsion, I also really like the double, inclusion, because essentially against these kind of decks, or against Flowanderies as well, you can get the Ido, because it summons, not just special summons. So even against Flowanderies, it's great. But then he has the Dark Angel against Runic, Mystic Mine, a lot of these decks. So I think that was some great deck building.
Yeah, it's a great addition to the deck. But we said that like during the past months, the decks have changed. Also Despia, like we have seen a lot of players also during the national championship season relying on Despias, and I think having these other potential play, it's huge, because on one hand it's not expected, but even if you play and you know it, how can you really prevent this? I mean, it's
tough, because essentially
difficult.
one of the few cards which can be used would be the Ghost Bell.
Yeah.
Or maybe a Diddy Crow, like on the Albion, if you think they're going to go for that line. Because the problem is they can maneuver it in a way where it summons from the banished zone as well. So, like Diddy Crowing Ido doesn't do anything. It's actually a -1 right away, which is great, because as mentioned, just a single branded fusion, like they're going to get it, like they are going to get it, sends this target to the graveyard, and it's one branded fusion does it all. So, I mean, I think that's
one card alone. I mean, it's incredible.
Because it's a card you already play. You're playing everything.
Exactly.
Just by putting 2 cards essentially in the deck, you can do this lock. Count me in.
It's incredible, because basically it's part of the engine itself.
Yeah.
This is
just
what it's
count
great.
me in. No matter what. Again, great match. But we mentioned it. Go back and watch it if you missed it, because it's one of the best matches I have seen in a while personally. Regardless, thank you again for being with us. And in round 5, we will be back. We still have 4 rounds for the day. But without further ado, let's go with the myth, the man, the legend. Sorry, Ed, it's not you, it's the guy next to you this time. But smash it, and let's see what Sadiki has to say.
You guys are right. I am with the man, myth, the legend. You're right, it's not me. I'm with Eldin Siddiqui, the winner of round 5. And I've just had to echo what all of you guys have been saying in the chat, you commentators. That was one of the most exciting and fun games that we've seen in a while. How did it feel to be a part of?
It was fun. I see FTK. I also FTK with Ido, so 2 FTK in the game. Yeah, that's fun.
So that first game, you were pretty dominant. You got that one done. Then the second one, that was when the FTK came out with that infinite loop going on. So when you saw that, did that scare you for the third round, or were you pretty confident going into that final round?
I was confident because I had Ido. I see he don't play end traps. He should play like Heavenly, Lightning Storm or something else, but he cannot use it on Ido. And I used my Nib maybe early, but I thought he will do Appaloosa. And if you do Appaloosa, I cannot use my Nib, my only end trap.
It was quite interesting that he managed to play around the Nib, despite you doing that, but it was probably the right thing to do to put that in.
And the game 1, I special summoned this Adlib, just in case I had Super Poly. If I got Veiler or Infinite on Aluber, I cannot play, and I need to do it.
You did, and you certainly did do it, because now you've come out on top. You're now 4-1. You've never done a feature match before, have you?
It's my first time, yes. I only lost against Flunderies. I didn't start. I play Ido because of Flunderies. Otherwise, I played the Ra Disciple, but now Ido just for Flunderies. I had it. I win my game 2 against, but I lose to Shifter, Statue, Amp, and Apex.
Well, best of luck for the rest of your rounds. That was truly amazing. Thank you so much for being a part of that spectacle. I don't know if you saw the size of the audience that you had at any point. You were probably so locked into the game, but you had so many people. There's a couple of hundred people all stood around watching you destroy the 6 Samurai deck. It was amazing. Congratulations again. And guys, don't go anywhere, because we've got our 6th round and a couple more rounds coming up for the rest of the day. It's going to be very exciting. What other decks will we see? You'll find out soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage of YCS Utrecht 2022. And I'm here with Nico Schlierkamp, a very familiar face, for example, winner of YCS Utrecht 2018, for example. Pretty accomplished player, and we're going to talk about the Runic engine here today. It's a very new engine from Tactical Masters. And basically tell us what the engine is all about in general.
The engine is about, like, basically every Runic can summon a Runic fusion monster from your extra deck. And the deck rules all, like all the Runics also have a second effect that lets you banish cards from the top of the deck. And the main thing is their field spell that lets you recycle Runic cards and draw cards
Pretty cool.
to replace them. It's
So
like feels a little bit like Sky Striker used to be in the beginning.
Yeah, it's an extra deck mechanic. It's involving a lot of spell cards, basically,
and it's
right?
like the field spell is kind of like multi-roll a little bit, so
true.
it's like kind of similar.
True. So it's in general an engine which is played in a lot of decks, but let's go into the cards a little bit more. Maybe show us the best and most important 4 cards of the deck.
So, first of all, the field spell. This one lets you activate every Runic on your opponent's turn, also from hand, so you can play around back removal and stuff. But
you don't have to set your stuff.
You don't have to set your stuff. Your opponent cannot force it or something. Like,
And also, Runic Fountain is the name, just to be clear. And the draw effect you talked earlier is insane to me. When I first read that card,
it's like every time you activate a Runic spell card in the new chain, it lets you target up to 3 Runic cards, put them to the bottom of the deck, and draw that many cards. And it's amazing because it's not once per, like it's soft once per turn for this copy, but if you activate a second top copy, you can draw again, and you have ways to add it back again. So you could theoretically activate a third copy, draw again, and
Have you ever drawn 9 cards with Fountain in one turn?
I never drew more than 5, I think, but
5 is still pretty good.
You still also draw like sometimes 3 on your opponent's turn, and then on your turn again you draw 3 again, and it's like
pretty good.
It's pretty annoying to face.
Yeah, for sure. But let's see some of the quick play spells which enable the draw effect then.
Yeah. So the best one is Runic Tip. As any other runic, this lets you special summon 1 runic fusion monster from your extra deck as the first effect, and the second effect adds you any runic card from your deck. So it also adds Fountain.
That's great.
And it lets you add any other card, and then your opponent banishes one card from top. The best thing about this is you get 1 more runic engrave, so you get 1 more draw
exactly,
for free.
exactly. You have 1 for free draw already. That's really, really good.
And you can search a lot of different things. They have a pretty big toolbox to do things.
Cool.
This is probably the best one. This, of course, lets you special summon a runic fusion monster.
Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
the second effect destroys 1 special summon monster your opponent controls.
That's really good.
Then he has to banish the top 2 cards. So deck out is also an option for this deck sometimes.
For sure, yeah.
Because I forgot to mention, every runic skips your next battle phase.
True.
So,
that's very important to note.
So you can't kill on regular ways as long as you're activating runic. So you either have to deck out, or you have to reduce your opponent to basically 0 cards, so you don't have to activate runics for 1 turn, and then try to kill them.
Yeah.
With like any other engine, depending on what you use it.
Absolutely.
And then for the fusion monsters, there are 3 different ones, but this is by far the best one. It's Runic Hugin. If this is special summoned, you can discard 1 card and search the Runic Fountain. And like
so many ways to fountain in this deck, it's great.
Not once per turn, so if this gets interrupted, you can, because this only summons an extra monster zone, so you have to get rid of your fusion monster first. If you make an Exceed, for example, or get this to the grave somehow, you can activate another runic spell, like summon another Hugin, and try to search field spell again, so you guarantee have access to field spell.
Yeah.
And the second effect is also really clutch, because you can, if any card on your board would be destroyed, you can banish her instead.
Oh.
So you can protect this from background removal.
Insane. You could actually even chain it to cards as Lightning Storm, for example,
For example,
right?
your opponent activates Lightning Storm. You can chain any runic from your hand because you don't have to set them. Special summon this and just protect your field spell, and then you can
really
draw and then you chain.
So you have an in-engine protection from back row removal, and you're playing a lot of back row, and a very important field spell, of course. So it's really, really good. So this seems really versatile as an engine. But what are the decks that could really fit that engine in? Where is it being played in right now?
It is played purely to some extent with Mystic Mine and stuff. True. There your win con is only deck out. You don't play for any other win condition.
Sure.
So that's pretty vulnerable to like obviously back removal and stuff because you can't kill on normal ways.
Yeah. Also cards, for example, Evenly Match is really popular right now, and Hagen cannot prevent Evenly Match, so this is really tough.
Evenly Match is actually fine because you can still leave the field spell on board and keep everything else in hand.
You're
so
right.
it's like not that terrible, but you kind of rely on other cards like Rivalry of the Warlords, Ghost Match and stuff.
Yeah, I see.
But the main deck using this is probably Splite, because this is level 2.
Yeah,
and so it enables you all your Splite plays. The Splite toolbox is great to remove for removing things and stuff with like Smashers, Onibimaru and stuff.
Yeah.
And also Splite gives you an option to set up negates, and if you don't have to use runics for 1 turn, Splites can easily kill on the following turn. So Splites, like those fit very well together.
Yeah. I think what I like about both of them, basically Sprite as an archetype and also the runic engine, both are very versatile. Both can adapt to a lot of different scenarios, so they're a pretty good fit together. So this engine is pretty good and can fit into a lot of other decks because, for example, I also saw some Tier Elements player play this, so you can basically throw it into everything. So with an engine being so generic, what do you think, how many decks in, let's just assume it will be top 32, will have runic cards in their main deck?
I think for top 32 it would probably be like 9 players.
Oh, 9? Honestly, I would have expected more.
I think I think this deck is really hard to play. If people play it correctly, I think it could be much more.
Okay.
But it's pretty hard to play, and it also has some auto losers in the format, like Eradicator, Spell Canceller. There are ways against spells, so you kind of have those random losses where you can't do anything about it.
I see.
So yeah.
Okay.
But I think 9 is realistic.
All right. So we will see in the live coverage over the 2 days whether 9 runic variants will find their way into the top cut. So let's head right over to that live coverage. See you over there, guys.
Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks, all in one box. Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately.
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
And welcome back to the coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Utrecht 2022. It's very exciting to be here. I am joined by Sebastian Lemke and Leonard Koenig, two of the guys who you've been seeing commentating over some of your games. Firstly, guys, how are you enjoying it so far?
Pretty fun. It was a chill time so far, but pace is picking up now, really getting tense in here. People want a top. We're getting close to 2 top cards, so yeah.
What have you enjoyed so far? Which duel has been your favorite so far that you've commentated on?
I mean, I have seen Crystal Beast, so there's nothing more to add to that.
That is true. So the reason we're on screen for you right now while we wait for the next round to come up is we have got some questions submitted by you guys, the viewers, to ask some of our commentary teams. So right now I've grabbed my German companions and we're going to go through some of the questions that you've got. So the first question, if you played at a YCS, which I'm sure both of you have in your past, which deck would you bring to the table? Who would like to answer first?
We're talking this specific event today?
Yeah, let's say this one.
Okay. I think with this event, I would very certainly have picked Runic Sprite. To me, it looks like the best contender, and I'm really, really convinced that it's a very strong pick.
You wouldn't have gone more rogue like Six Samurai or Crystal Beasts?
I love what these guys were doing, but I don't think I could have pulled it off.
That's fair. What about you?
Yeah, I think Basti and I are pretty much the same. We both play meta, and it would be Runic Sprite. It seems like the best contender for the tournament.
So you two would be a mirror match in the feature. We'll see how that goes. Next question. Remember, these are all submitted by you guys, the fans. So what is it like to work on and play the best game in the world? Good question, that one.
It's great fun, of course. I mean, you're in touch with the game constantly, and honestly, casting the game is a whole different perspective to the game again, because there's only 2 people sitting in that seat actually talking about the game for all of you at home, so it's a really privilege I'm enjoying doing every single time.
And how about yourself?
I mean, it's great to see all these people again all the time. The game itself is also really fun. The casting is fun a lot with Sebastian. It's always a pleasure for me also working with the other guys on the coverage team.
Thanks, mate. Glad you kept me involved in all that. It is amazing working on this. Like, as a game that we all grew up with and play as a hobby, being able to come on here and sort of be part of the content that you see around it is very exhilarating. I'm glad we all agree on this. So the next question we've been asked by you guys: how can we encourage more female players to get into Yu-Gi-Oh, as I'm the only woman at locals? Quite a heavy question to ask. How would you guys go about trying to encourage more female players?
I think just generally spread the word about Yu-Gi-Oh, and then just give it out to everyone, and then also female players will pick up on it. So just don't exclude anyone, just talk about it with everyone, and then you will actually reach out to female players as well.
Sagely advice. How about yourself?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just invite them to play and teach people, no matter whom, just teach them Yu-Gi-Oh, and they will start playing, I can tell you.
They absolutely will. So that's something that you guys can all try and do at home. Help spread the word. Help try and make this a nice, diverse group of people who are all coming to play these at the YCS events, locals, regionals, everything. Next question. Now we're sort of throwing back to the old school anime here. Which Millennium item would you pick, and why?
That's definitely a tough one. Let me just quickly think about it. I think one is pretty cool for dueling specifically. I think I will go with the Millennium Eye.
Ooh!
Having a chance to just see the opponent's cards seems pretty busted, so I think that would be a pretty good advantage for myself, and I would do better than before at events.
And if you're having a bad time at a feature match, you can trap your opponent in a playing card and use that as a token for the rest of the game. So there's multiple uses for the Millennium Eye. How about yourself? Have you given this much thought?
So Basti really needs to see the opponent's hand. Okay, that's good to know. I think it would be the Rod, because you can mind control people with it, and then I could make like predictions in the coverage, which deck is the most played, and then it will always be the most played because I told the people to, and I look really smart on camera then, so I think that's it.
And what would you guys pick at home? There's 7, right? 7 Millennium items. But which would you pick? It's kind of difficult because I think you guys have picked 2 of the coolest ones. Millennium Puzzle, you become the main character. It's kind of difficult to know, but everyone has their own opinion on it. We have 2 more questions for you. What is the must-have card in any deck for you?
Ooh, currently I would go with Sprite Elf. It's not in every deck, but in almost every meta deck we have right now, one of the most versatile and generic Link monsters at the same time, so I think that's a pretty good answer right now.
And how about yourself?
I think it's honestly Harpy's Feather Duster at the moment. There are so many strong spell trap cards right now, and it's the best generic removal for it, so I would go with that.
Interestingly, I'm going to throw out there, especially in this current format, and we know this from the data that we've seen, Cosmic Cyclone. It was in something like 82% of the deck lists that we had submitted, which is a crazy amount. It just shows how much people are playing that card. So that's what I'm going to pick. But what would you guys at home pick? Say it in the chat and we'll see. And then the final question. This is a slightly less serious one to end on. Slightly more fun. We've done this before. It's always going to be a silly one. This was another one submitted by you guys. The final question to get to know these 2. How many plants would a Predaplant plant if a Predaplant could plant plants? Sebastian?
2.
I wasn't expecting an answer. Leonard, what about yourself?
I would definitely go with 17 because you know all the Predaplant cards, and because of the lore of the arc. No, I have no idea.
I was looking at you guys. These taking this very seriously. I remember last time we had this, we talked about what does Pot of Greed do. Both of you guys made your guys and the Italian guys made the exact same joke, and you were both so happy about it, but the Italians were so devastated to know that they've made the same joke. But that's going to be it from this particular one. We're going to ask the Italians the same question, but also we're going to be doing this again tomorrow. So if you guys...
Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
And welcome back. So you now join us for round 6 here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from Utrecht. It's been a very, very exciting few rounds. Still got a few more coming your way. So without any more delay, on my right, I have Rafael Duriez. And on my left, I have Sever Benoit. And it's going to be a very exciting game to see what happens. You guys have already done your dice roll. And Rafael, you're going to be going first. Is that correct? Excellent. So, guys, please feel free to take it away, the commentary team, for this round 6 here at Utrecht.
Thank you very much, Ed. Again, we are having an amazing featured match for you guys. We have picked it out with our own hands. We have looked for the players. We went through the aisles and we were searching for the coolest deck that we could feature on stream. And I think we found it.
Yeah, we did. And it's crazy how fortunate it's turning out today, because last round as well, we actually searched for one deck, or our colleagues did, and then a 6 Samurai deck also turned up. And this round, we actually searched for a very cool water deck.
Yeah.
Being some kind of Yumi control, which was
Legendary
pushed.
Ocean.
Yeah,
got new cards.
Exactly. In the legendary pack of Maki Tsunami, that was really Mako Tsunami. It was insane. But then all of a sudden, his opponent, which sat down in the featured match area, also is playing water cards, and he's actually on Paleozoic tier, which is probably and hopefully going to be a wild matchup, and we are going to see, because players are ready, and therefore we will be starting with a round 6 feature match now. Let's get into it.
There we go. And have we seen who won the dice roll?
We did not, but we're going to see shortly. And I mean, one thing is very, very, very interesting about this. That Kairushin Umi Legendary Ocean control deck actually relies on locking every non-water monster deck out of playing. And now all of a sudden, Raphael is playing water cards with his Paleozoic deck.
Exactly. He can just hard summon totally awesome with the Paleo Traps. And that was a really good mill of Merly. He hit Backjack, Lost Wind, and a Paleo Trap. This is actually so good for resources. This is, if you were to resolve that grass looked greener a few years ago, this is everything you wanted to hit.
Indeed it is. And I mean, look at Saber. Saber's like, oh no, I'm definitely not prepared for this. Why are you coming with Paleos at me? And Raphael is starting to set cards into the back row. Which year is this? We're having Paleos back, and also we're going to see a Legendary Ocean being on the field in this match, most likely.
But Sever's hand is horrible.
Oh, what did you see?
He has multiple monsters, and I don't think that is what you necessarily want to have. And he has Mystic Mine in hand, which is not the best card against Paleos. Gotta be honest, there are so many outs.
Absolutely, yeah. Raphael in his Paleo list has multiple outs to it. Like, one card that is generally being played in a lot of other decks currently, which is Paleozoic Dynamiscus, which is already an out to the Mystic Mine that was just activated. But he's even playing more. I think he's playing more Paleo Traps. Is he playing... Oh no, he's not playing the back row removal one, so at least one less out.
He is playing another trap card that we have not seen before that came out in Dimension Force, Vivid Tail.
Oh yeah, you're right. He is playing Vivid Tail for real.
And Vivid Tail bounces back your own monster. Let me see if I can get it up.
There is the Morella. He's activating the Morella, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised by that, because he used the Backjack, and it looks like Backjack just had no good cards to actually stack on top of his stack, because he's not even chaining the effect of Backjack to the activation of Mystic Mine to actually set one of his back row cards there, and rather just keeps it in the graveyard, so maybe he just didn't reveal any trap cards. But there is the Vivid Tail you were talking about. He's just sending it instantly with the Morella, and now it instantly sets itself back as well by bouncing their own monster. Now, as you said, this is just instantly a Mystic Mine out. I did not see that coming.
He just said, yeah, okay, I'm going to take my small Merly back, and he can even use Merly next turn again for the really nice Mill 3 effect. And now Backjack is going to hit the Sharon, and Sharon can actually trigger. This is so huge.
This is really good. I did not even consider that.
Leo, I'm incredibly impressed by that Vivid Tail move. That was insane.
Yeah.
He just didn't even care about the Mystic Mine, a card that actually was insanely popular over all the events and was winning so many duels. But here, it wasn't even a problem for a whole turn. He was just getting rid of it instantly.
He just has a Morello Bill out.
Yes, indeed
This
he
is
has.
how we have to call it now.
Yeah, it is Morello for sure. And he is actually using the Rhino Heart. Rhino Heart is summoning itself back out, and he's dumping
Pitching
Hafnis for it.
Hafnis.
Yeah, he's dumping Hafnis. Okay, and we're fusion
Yeah.
summoning again. This is looking very, very good for Raphael because Saber wasn't really able to put anything else to the board. He relied on that Mystic Mine, and we're shuffling the deck now from Saber.
Did he summon the Rhino Heart with its own effect? I was reading a card here.
He did, yeah, he did summon
Then
the defense
it should have been banished, right?
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. Most likely he summoned it out by his own effect.
Let
I mean,
me
why would he? How would he summon it out otherwise,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So it must have been through its own effect. So we're definitely making sure to get that. I mean, it's on the bottom of the deck, so we can certainly still find it, but still it's good to keep a proper game state there. And we are attacking directly with the Kid Colors and the Kaleido Heart. One thing that Paleozoics usually struggled with was putting up a whole lot of damage onto the board, because all the Paleos are just 1,200 attack. Okay, you can make a rank 2, sure, but still you're not going to get there that quickly. But now you have Kaleido Heart and Kid Colors. When you pair it up with the Telemans deck, it's actually pretty good.
Oh, and there is another electric jellyfish as a draw. You would think that Sever at some point wants to draw some spell or trap cards,
Yeah,
right?
indeed, he wants to. But there is one of the new support cards for this deck, and Raphael has to read it as well. It was released in the Water Legendary Duelist pack, and it is actually quite good. It was one of the better support cards because it's also here played in free copies. And it's definitely one of the better ones, but I think it's not one of the ones, as you say, you want to draw multiple copies of in your hand.
No, not that. But this one can mill Umi from the deck.
And there it is, a Legendary Ocean, one of those very old school cards, which is just Umi wherever. It's not just Umi on the field, it's Umi in the deck. You can just put it onto the graveyard, even though the Electric Jellyfish says you have to send Umi. This is just Umi in that case.
And now we are going to see the most. There can be only one-ish card. There is, yeah, maybe. This card says that there can only be one monster other than a water monster on either player's side on the field. So a different attribute than water. And there are currently 2, so one will have to be sent to the GY, I think.
Oh, but there's Canadia trying to book down the Kairushin.
And I don't even know if this works.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, it was face up at some point, so I think it's a permanent effect for sure. It's definitely a permanent effect, and I think that's what they're trying to solve there as well. But he's just running over the resummoned Morella with the jellyfish, and I think it's going back over to his opponent. I mean, let's face it, Kairushin in the deck that Saber is playing is never a problem because you're basically only playing water monsters, so you can do whatever you want with your monsters. But against every other deck, it can be a really big problem when you can even protect it with other cards in your engine. And therefore, it's really good. But in this specific matchup, Raphael just has water monsters in his inherent engine, which is a Paleozoic engine, and that's really rough for Saber.
It's not really monsters, to be fair.
Yeah,
it's more like trap cards, but with a trick.
Yeah, with a little trick. And there's the Skill Drain coming in for Saber, but it might be a little late.
Yeah,
I think
Skill Drain is such a good card, but when your opponent's monsters are at 3,000 attack points, it's maybe not the best.
Yeah, I mean, having it right at the beginning would help, but right here, it looks like it's a little bit late because he has to worry about those attack points of Kaleido Heart and Kid Colors, which add up to more than enough damage. There's another Canadia, I think, being thrown down onto a jellyfish. And the other Canadia from the graveyard just comes back to the field. And there's the fist bump after game one.
This was really quick. Now that we have changed the timer for the rounds to 45 minutes, this game was almost over before the games from the last tournaments would have begun.
Yes, indeed. And honestly, by just looking at the deck list, we would have expected a very long and grindy game one, to be fair.
Absolutely.
But it wasn't at all. That Paleozoic Tillman deck just performed incredibly well there.
Yeah, and Silvestic he just drew monsters. I think we featured one of those decks at the German
Oh
Nationals.
yeah, we did.
And it went the same way.
Indeed, but now he will have the advantage of going first. So I'm actually having a lot of trust in him, performing a whole lot better. This guy is 4-1 in the tournament right now, so he must have something going for himself. And I will tell you, he's going to do very well in this game. I can already tell you.
Yeah, I think that he should be able to.
Yeah,
because,
I mean,
like if he sets up his Kairu Shin in the first turn, which is not too hard because you can normal
absolutely
summon
not.
it,
Yeah.
then your opponent might not be able to go for so many summons, maybe?
Yeah. And it's not even just normal summoning, you can also summon it out by Sea Stealth attack, for example, which is an insanely good trap in this deck.
You can summon this out by Sea Stealth attack?
I think so, yeah, for sure.
I think this just activates Umi, right? We will take a look at Sea Stealth attack.
Yeah, just right after we will look at it again. But there are definitely multiple ways to summon out this card. So the deck heavily just evolves around this Kairu Shin, and you will always want to make sure to get that card onto the field because it is your main win option, to be honest. And then if you pair it together with an Electric Jellyfish, which will be able to negate monster effects of that one monster your opponent is only allowed to have.
Activations.
True, that as well. Then you should usually be in a pretty good spot. But let's see what is coming in on the side deck as well. I see that Sever, who's going first here, will be probably boarding in the Pointer. A Pointer now limited on the list, so he's only allowed to play one, which he's doing. Also Fog King. Fog King is pretty interesting. Do you think Fog King is coming in here?
Fog King disables your opponent from tributing
Yes.
monsters, right? So I don't think this will be the case.
I doubt it. What would you want to prevent there versus the Paleozoic tier deck of his opponent?
Versus Flawandries.
Yes,
I think this
purely
is a
Flawandries,
Flawandries
for sure. But then, of course, there's Solemn Judgment and one card which I always connect to water decks, and you probably know which one I mean from the deck, and especially from his side deck. That's a pretty cool trick, to be honest. And I'm talking about the Spiritual Water Art Aoi. Yeah, and that's really cool. I think it's tribute one water monster to just discard one card from your opponent's hand.
And you can look at the hand, I think.
You can even look at it. That's even better,
I
so you get information.
There's a sailor joke in there because it's very close to Ahoy, which I think only Germans understand. So
Probably they do, yeah. But I mean, imagine activating this first and then going a Pointer after. You could actually just get multiple cards out of your opponent's hand. Let's see whether that's going to happen here. And I think the players are actually ready, so we are going to see now. Let's head back over to the players. Game 2 is about to start. Let's see.
So we are seeing another Electric Jellyfish. We are at 2 monsters so far.
Ooh, so that's a lot better, I think.
Playing so many different 1 or 2 offish cards that are from the LED set.
And look at that Warrior of Atlantis, an ultimate rare.
Beautiful.
I think Forces of Breaker, right? This card is insanely old, but still it gets out another card which is even older, a legendary Ocean right there.
This Ocean is so legendary.
Honestly, like today we have a little bit of a flashback, right? We saw Crystal Beast, we saw 6 Sams, and now we see a legendary Ocean. This is great.
200 additional attack points.
And
and
of
defense.
course, this is not what it's about. There comes the Electric Jellyfish. And this time, I think he's putting the Legendary Ocean to the graveyard now to search out another monster. But he's going for the Prosperity first, of course.
Yeah. So he just summons the Electric Jellyfish to have the possible negation.
Oh wait, you could even Jellyfish actually sends from the deck to the graveyard as well, so he doesn't even need to get rid of the one on field. That's great. And let's see what he's digging out here. Are we getting Aoi? Are we getting a Pointer? Or maybe we're getting one of the other trap cards he's already made.
Ocean.
That's
and
Fish Sona.
This is
That's
the trap
great
card
too.
you meant. So let's, what's it called? Reef? I think it is Dark Reef or something? Kairushin's Dark Reef.
Yes, Kairushin's Dark Reef, he revealed. But first of all, we're going to read. Raphael is reading, so let us read as well the Kairushin Dark Reef.
He will read so many different cards here.
Absolutely. Next, he's just grabbing the other trap that he has not seen before in his life, which is Ice Barrier. So many cool water cards.
Kairushin's Dark Reef on the opponent's turn. Of course, it's a trap card.
Yes.
Or also on your own turn. Sends a Yumi to the GY and summons 2 monsters, which can be a Kairushin. Fish Sona is basically a generic searcher for fishes.
And you could even, now is coming the cool part, you could even special summon out a normal monster, and he actually is playing one to have for that.
And he is playing one of the coolest, Skull Marina.
He is. He's playing Skull Marina. He's just playing all the OG cards.
He added the card. He added Fish Sona. And I think this might become a Bahamut Shark at some point. I
True,
think this
true.
is what the card is for, by the
Most
way.
likely, most likely. There is the
Very
Fish
sure
Zona
about that.
indeed. And also he revealed one other insanely iconic, because so old card.
Yes, there we have it. Skull
Yes,
Marina.
it is the Skull Marina being on the field here in Utrecht 2022. And also the Kairu Shin is coming onto the field. This is great.
So Kairu Shin has to be red, of course.
Once more. And yeah, you said it right. This is just a free monster being on the field with the Skull Marina, and it will be used for XYZ material. I cannot imagine in any other way.
I mean, we have said this about the Crystal Beast player earlier as well. And then he just left the 2 Sapphire
True, but
Pegasus
I'm
on the
sure
board.
Saber is not
Pegasus.
going to do that. Look, Electric
Yeah.
Jellyfish now uses its effect. He's putting the Legendary Ocean from the deck to the graveyard to summon out the Kairu Shin from the hand, so it finally hit the field. And I think this time it actually will be staying face up, in difference to the last game.
Also, there is a way to recover your Legendary Oceans, which is Sea Stealth Attack.
Oh, yeah.
On activation, it activates... Oh, there we have it on the field.
Yeah, he has it. Great.
This happens too
I mean,
often this game.
I mean, he just searched it with the Kairu Shin, so it's,
Yeah,
it's
true.
pretty easily explainable there.
So this card activates a Legendary Ocean from hand or from the GY. And it basically makes your bigger water monsters invulnerable by battle. So they get the construct effect, destroying opponents during battle by effect.
Yeah, I mean, this is cool, but I think the other effect is way more important, because it prevents
Banishing,
you from cards such as Lightning Storm, because it can actually prevent from destruction. When you get like a mass
prevents
removal
destruction,
thrown.
Exactly, by banishing 1 water monster from the field.
Yes. and
Duel
that's
Links players
pretty
know this
good.
card.
Yes,
OG Duel
absolutely.
Links
It was
players.
pretty popular there. And this looks way, way more comfortable for Saber now. Game 1 was rough for him, but Game 2 looks like he's actually going to show off
Are you
his
telling
game
me
plan.
that he's actually leaving the Skull Marina on board?
Wait, you're right. You are actually right. You
How
didn't
does
go
this
for
keep
Bahamut
happening?
Shark.
People apparently just like monsters with a few attack points at this point in the game.
I mean, it looks great. That Skull Marina right there on the board. You can't tell me any other way. This is looking great. And we're going for the end phase.
Yeah, and then we have
Kairu
Karishin's
Shin.
Dark Reef. Let me get it up for you guys. Again, there's no monster on the field, so the effect is slightly weakened. However, you can still send away the Umi and special summon 2 monsters. And
We're
there we have Sea
chaining
Stealth
the
Attack
Sea
as well.
Stealth Attack, so we have it back right there.
And it just makes sense, right? You want to use your traps as early as possible so your opponent cannot chain trap cards from his GY.
Yep, true. You always want to have that in mind versus the Paleozoic deck for sure. So what are we getting? Ooh, look, another one out of the deck. Also one of the
Wait.
newer cards. It's a Mega Fortress Whale. The Mega Fortress Whale coming out. And also a Legendary Fisherman right there.
Oh no, I misread the card earlier. Okay, no. If your opponent has monsters, you can summon additionally a level 6 or lower. But wait, he is playing the Legendary Fisherman?
Yeah, he's sided it in,
What is
actually.
happening in
he's
this game?
siding it in his side. Game 2, he has that. When he's going first, he wants that because it's unaffected by spell effects. I don't necessarily know whether that's so good versus a trap-reliant deck, but still, it's a pretty iconic and cool monster. I have
I'm
the
still
feeling.
not sure if this is Marco Tsunami's father or not.
I have no clue, honestly. He would have to ask himself. But it for sure is another iconic card he's bringing out there. I think Saber is just... He had the desire to bring us a blast from the past, and he definitely is providing us that.
And
there
he's
is the
just
Mega
putting the
Fortress Whale
monsters
as well.
to attack position, and this is actually a valid strategy against Paleozoic decks. Just baiting out possible interruptions by attacking, because they will have to respond.
Yeah, and did
before
you
you go
see his
into any
hand
further
pose?
plays.
He's like so hyped about it himself. He just enjoys every single moment of that. And he already wants to go into battle phase and force all of that out.
I mean, you said it about Sea Stealth Attack. If there are any interruptions, if there are destruction effects, you can dodge those, but you can also dodge targeting effects. If there's a Dynamiscus being thrown onto the Kairu Shin or something, you can banish it until the end of the turn with Sea Stealth Attack and it will return.
Yep, that's actually true. So there's Lost Wind. Lost Wind in that case should...
Yeah, and it's dodged.
Yeah, it does dodge it immediately.
I think he feels the need to do so because Lost Wind, unlike most of the other trap cards that negate effects, negates permanently.
Oh yeah, you're right, 100%. That was definitely the reasoning. And he's going to his deck as well, now being able to Get his surge there as well. Ooh, and look at that. He already has the Sea Stealth attack on board, but he's also searching for Sea Stealth too. He's playing both of them.
Yeah, this is a card that kind of surprises me because I did not consider this card to be that powerful.
Absolutely not.
Let me get it up for you guys.
Yeah, basically it says at the start of the battle phase, you can special summon from your hand or graveyard one monster that mentions Umi or a normal water monster in defense position, but destroy it at the end of the battle phase. So I'm kind of interested in that because
you have a small combo with the Mega Fortress Whale because it floats.
Oh yeah, it has to be the Mega Fortress Whale then.
Yeah.
Only a combination with that.
And maybe the Legendary Fisherman. Wait, it says it's unaffected by spell cards or cannot be targeted.
This card is unaffected by spell effects, so you could actually do it with that. That's really, really, really cool.
You can summon it back, but then it won't be destroyed.
Oh, and there's the Dynamiscus on the Mega Fortress Whale. If he manages to banish this, that's quite annoying because then that doesn't work anymore.
It does, and Backjack is discarded, so...
And I think we saw another Dynamiscus right there on top of his deck. But there are no more cards in his hand, most likely, so he has no discard for the Dynamiscus, sadly.
Also, there are many more monsters to attack here.
Oh yeah, and Raphael is already down to 4,600.
Or maybe he attacked with all of those and just banished the Fortress Whale now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first turn he actually deals damage, right? So it should be all of them already. Oh no, the Fisherman is still missing, so the Fisherman is swinging in some for more damage as well.
And he has 200 attack points more. This is 2,050 damage. This card is almost as strong as a Cyber Dragon.
True, but isn't the Legendary Fisherman also unaffected by a Legendary Ocean Van? Because he's unaffected by spell effects. That's what I was thinking, but apparently he's still pushed.
That is actually a really good point.
That's what I would have thought, because... oh, look, we do mill another Dynamiscus. So next turn when we draw another card, we will have a discard and we will have that live again. But still, there's so many monsters on the board. And now, at that point, I even like the decision of Saber to keep that Skull Marina on board because it just acts as a beat stick right there, and it's bringing the life points of Raphael more and more towards 0.
Who would have thought that an actual 1.6 vanilla
from, I think, Pharaoh's Servant, right? This is so old and iconic again. But there comes Merly from the top.
A lot of pressure here.
Raphael is milling, and he hits a double Backjack Pearl Rhino. I think there are better mills than that.
Okay, it started off strong, but then it got slightly weaker. I mean, the second Backjack was unnecessary, and the Pearl Rhino you would like to have on your field, but...
I mean, he knew about the two Backjacks because he stacked his deck, so he knew what was coming there.
I think he just knew about one Backjack, right? Because he drew for turn.
Oh yeah, you're right. True, 100%.
Got the Merly, and he would mill the Backjack.
Yes, true.
It's actually quite funny, I think.
It's actually good because you stacked yourself to get the Backjack then, which is definitely great. Oh, there's a breakthrough on the Kairyu-Shin.
Also such an iconic card when it was released in Cosmo Blazer?
Yeah, yeah. I know which set you're talking about.
It was the Fire Formation set.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I think it was Cosmo Blazer, pretty surely. And also in one of the structure decks, yeah, there you have it. That's the structure deck version, of course. And there is again the Sea Stealth effect to prevent the negation of the Kairyu-Shin. But that also means that Kairyu-Shin is not longer on the field for this turn. So Raphael now for this turn is free to go, but there is the Kairyu-Shin already returning, so there was nothing more from Raphael.
So that was interesting.
And
oh, wait, he wanted to chain a Paleozoic trap from the GY, but the Sea Stealth attack was chained, so he couldn't. So that was the plan behind that.
Most likely, yep. And now we are using the effect of Kairyu-Shin, searching ourselves one more time. The Kairyu-Shin trap, the Kairyu-Shin's Dark Reef. Now, that is looking pretty good for Saber here. I can see how he's really winning all these games today. This is definitely a good pick, it looks like.
Yeah, with Skull Marina beatdown.
Yeah. Who would have thought that?
I didn't.
I certainly did not as well.
This is not what I was expecting from this game.
I did not wake up today and was like, yeah, probably Skull Marina will be appearing in the feature match today. This will make my day, and it's kind of making my day now, to be honest.
Oh, and Canada is being set here. This Sea Stealth attack is really strong against Paleozoics. I might side it in my Tier Elements deck.
Yeah, you should definitely. I would recommend it to you as well. Also play Skull Marina for sure, definitely, yeah.
Absolutely, this card is super strong.
Yeah, it's just beating over all of the monsters. Almost at least Merly, yeah.
And it's a pirate ship.
Yes.
So Legendary Fisherman attacks, and if this goes through, this is significant damage again.
Yeah, but Raphael certainly has some more traps. Oh, he wants to bounce his Merly to have it as a resource again next turn.
This would mean that there is a replay attack.
That certainly is true. And he chains the Paleo, though. Of course he does. He at least wants a monster on board.
And he prevents some damage.
And you actually get yourself another resource because that Merle is back in hand, and it can turn out to be really important here. And he still has one more backjack in hand, so in the graveyard. So, and there's a Dynamiscus.
Oh, he can discard the Merle.
True, that's a pretty neat sequence Raphael is pulling up there. If it is resolving, though. But there's his Solemn Judgment again.
Wow, this is crazy. Solemn Judgment on Dynamiscus. This is going to hurt Raphael so badly. Is this even game? He's attacking over the Canadian... Oh,
another Dynamiscus.
This is absolutely massive. Merle will be discarded in Resolve and triggering in the GY. The Jellyfish,
Jellyfish can negate it, though. Finally, the negate effect of Jellyfish also is coming into place. This has not happened yet, but he was reminded there. Raphael was reminded by Saber that the Jellyfish is also able to negate monster effects.
This small monster with 1,400 attack points that you are seeing on this field that was punching for a little bit of damage has a significant impact here.
Yeah, and also it actually was boosted by 600 attack points right there because it did the negate effect. So it's even bigger now, and it will actually bring Raphael down to 550 life points. And there's a pointer now as
well. On one card in hand, which is...
But he does have no cards in hand, so Saber could not activate the pointer, sadly.
So
we were too happy already.
This is a Harvest in hand, and this card won't really do anything. I am pretty sure of that. Backjack can be activated, but only on the opponent's turn.
Yep, he would have to wait one more turn. So Raphael is considering his options. And oh yeah, the Kairyu has to come back, of course. How could you forget about that? That's your heart and soul of the deck, and you can just leave it in the banish pile.
And this is not helping your case, Raphael, but Raphael scoops it up, so Sever wins game 2 with the Kairyu Umi deck. And Skull Marina.
Wow, I did not see that coming. This is a fantastic featured match already. This is great. We're in the Waterlands now because we see Paleozoics versus the Kairyu Umi deck, and I love it.
Guys, get yourself some Skull Marinas. This card is
might be format breaking. Yeah, this might be the card that breaks the format, actually.
So, I mean, I don't know what to say about it. Honestly, I thought he was going to go into Bahamut Shark, and
which he's playing 2 copies of, to be honest.
I mean, Electric Jellyfish is not a card that you want to use as an Xyz material, and I get that. However, he also plays 2 Toads, so if the first Toads or if the Bahamut Shark survives the first turn, then you can actually summon another Toad with it.
And I mean, you could basically have a direct comparison between Totally Awesome and the Jellyfish there, because you would basically get away your Jellyfish and then go into the Totally Awesome.
However, Sever has the direct comparison between Bahamut Shark and Totally Awesome, and Electric Jellyfish and Skull Marina.
Oh,
and
I see.
I think everyone in here agrees that Skull Marina is definitely better than Bahamut Shark.
It's
or
definitely
totally
more
awesome.
iconic, that's for sure, and it looks great. We haven't
now
had
it is. I did not know the card existed before.
Sure.
I mean, I have seen it in my old cards.
I mean, we haven't had a Plunder Patrol deck in the feature match area yet.
Yeah, Plunder Patrol should play this.
Yeah, but definitely we at least have the appearance of some pirate cards all of a sudden.
Exactly.
Which is the Skull Marina. But now let's see what our Paleozoic Telemans player Raphael is bringing in as going first options in his deck. And I see something which is very interesting in the format, but I don't know whether it's going to do so much versus this specific matchup. He's siding Missive of the Gnomes. Do you think that's good? Not really, right?
I'm not too big of a fan of it. I mean, it's
Why?
cool that you can Morella it. It is Morella-able.
Morella-able.
This is getting smoother every time I say it. But I don't think that the impact of Mischief of the Gnomes is so big. You can reduce the level of the monsters in hand.
Yeah.
And that does work.
I think
However, if you get to summon another monster from the extra deck, like the Hugin, the Runic level 2, you can't reduce that, and then you can go into Elf, summon back something, and then you go into the Gigantic, so you are in your engine.
For sure. I think this card was very, very highly anticipated when everybody was anticipating the Sprite deck, because they thought it's a really good counter to it. And then it didn't turn out to be that well, and nobody
figured
really
out how
was
to
playing
summon
it.
Sprite Elf with one monster.
Exactly, that wasn't too hard.
That is level 1.
So this card did not really see any play, like a little bit, but not really that much.
People thought it would be great in Telemans.
Yeah,
like
but I like something here. He's actually siding in more trap cards out of his engine. He's siding 3 Paleozoic traps, and he's also siding 1 Telemans trap. So he's going with triple Oldinoidus, which I was missing in the main deck, but that's actually back row removal in the Paleozoic deck. And in this matchup, you most likely are going to see it.
This card is crazy. It can be activated against Umi. It can be activated against C Stealth Attack, which is a card that he should have targeted with Dynamishes before. I think that was really a misplay.
It was a game-winning card, basically, here. Yeah,
this card really stopped him from summoning back all the Paleozoics, basically.
For sure. And what do you think about Teal'c's Crime? I think that trap particularly didn't see a whole lot of play at all from all the Teal'c's decks.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
It's the counter trap, right?
Yeah, it is the counter trap, indeed.
So what does it do?
Let me just double check. When a spell trap card or monster effect is activated while you control Teal'c monster, you can just negate the activation and then shuffle something back.
It's not bad.
Cool. Yeah, it's definitely not good. It's definitely not bad. That's what I wanted to say. Let's see whether he sided it in because players are ready now. Game 3 of this thriller is about to start, so let's dive into it.
Okay, the players are drawing their opening hands. We are seeing so many good going second options from Sever, but nothing to actually play with. He has Gameciel, he has Harpy's Feather Duster, and he has 2 Accesses.
But let's see what Merly is milling. Merly is hitting a Shiren as a last card. I thought he's going to miss, but there's a Shiren to activate as a third card.
Merly normal summon is a pretty huge play in his strategy, right?
I think he is definitely loving that for sure. Is he even playing Rhino Hearts?
Yeah,
Let me check. Oh, he's playing double Rhino Heart. Okay,
And he's also playing like triple Pellerino and Terraforming. But I mean, merely hitting another name is basically the same as normal summoning Rhino Hearts. So there's that.
Absolutely it is. So Kid Carlos is probably just going to mill like Hafnis, I would think, right?
Or it might actually add Salik.
Oh, that also would work. Yeah, for sure. That definitely works.
Rise to Full Height is an interesting card that he's playing. Let me just get it up. We're just scrolling casually through his deck list.
For sure. And I mean, Salik obviously in some kind of trap tier deck, which we see here, combined with the Paleozoic engine.
Oh, that's the
obviously a card you want to play Fries. Oh, he's going for Crime, yeah. Look, I was talking about it. He's adding Teal'c's Crime here, so he probably has access to Salik already, because I think Salik is a pretty reasonable choice versus this deck, because you always want to negate the Kairushin. And then he's about to set 4 and pass it over to his opponent. That's great. Looking good for Raphael right here in Game 3.
So, does Raphael play one of the best cards in the game right now, which is evenly matched? But he also has Harpy's Feather Duster.
Where's the Harpy's Feather Duster?
Does this card resolve?
Oh my. So it's really important that he searches the Crime. We know
really
that he has a Crime, and he discards the Merly, so he can even activate the Merly. Saber doesn't even realize what's happening here, but it is negated, and he puts it back to the bottom of the deck. Oh no, he just shuffles it in.
Playing Teal'c's Crime is really good in this Paleozoic strategy.
Yes, for sure.
Just because cards like Evenly Matched and cards like Harpy's Feather Duster are so popular right now.
Absolutely. So he's even playing it over cards such as Solemn Judgment. He just wants the in-engine searchable way for Solemn Judgment, basically.
So he fusion summons another Kid Kalos, which makes sense, so he can get another search off. He could search the Salik, he could also search Hafnis, and we will never know.
We're going to know shortly soon. And
I mean
we know that one card is in the hand of Saver, and I think that's Gameciel, right? But I don't really think you want to Gameciel a Kid Kalos, do you?
He could have Gamecieled the Kid Kalos because he knew about the Crime and then activated the Harpy's Feather Duster. I just realized that now.
That would have been huge, actually.
Yeah, that would have been jack.
That would have been insane.
And he knew about it.
Absolutely. And does Kid Kalos trigger when you tribute it for Gameciel?
No.
Probably not, right?
I think
because
it's
no card effect. Yeah, exactly. So we see one card we haven't seen at all yet. So let's get it up onto the screen.
The OG card. No, it's not, but...
Not really, no. It's one of the other trap cards he's playing. It's Ice Barrier, which he's sending to the graveyard by Foolish Burial Goods. And therefore, the last part of the effect basically is the relevant one, because you are having it in the graveyard, and you can banish it from there to actually do what, my friend?
You can mill a level 5 or higher water monster from the deck and then add one of those back to your hand from your GY. So basically, you can add the card to your hand now. But however, if you have multiple level 5 or higher water monsters in your GY, then you can...
Yeah, you could even go for others. But yeah, he's just pulling the Kairyu-Shin back to the hand. This deck is for a good reason called Kairyu-Shin because it really evolves around this card heavily. So a Legendary Ocean is on the field. Saber is shuffling his hand and he is ready to do more. There is the normal summon of Kairyu-Shin.
Actually, what do you think about the decision to run Gamma Seal as the Kaiju? Because if you're going second and you want this in your opening hand, right? I mean, in the grind game, it makes sense to have a Gamma Seal because as long as you have Kairyu-Shin on the field, you cannot summon other Kaijus.
Yeah.
But if you summon a Wind Kaiju, Gadarla or something, to your opponent's side, and then after that play the Kairyu-Shin, then you can't play any other cards.
That is actually true, yeah.
So you're kind of soft-locking your opponent, and I think that was Breakthrough Skill? Another
Yeah, that was Breakthrough Skill.
He took the card. I was wondering why the Crime was the top card of the G1. Okay.
No, he was just reading the Breakthrough Skill again. And just in case you guys are wondering why that Kairyu-Shin could just casually be summoned there, besides being a level 5 monster, a Legendary Ocean, it has been a while, that's why I'm saying it again, it actually reduces all the water monsters by 1, the level of them. And therefore that Kairyu-Shin is just a level 4 monster you can casually throw onto the board, and he just did that right there, which drew out the Breakthrough Skill of his opponent.
Look at how beautiful this card is.
Honestly, it's insane. And so all too. I feel like the half of the deck of Saber is actually more than 10 years old, honestly. All of those cards I haven't seen in so long.
And the other ones are brand new. It's a nice mixture.
Yeah, and I think even the old cards have been reprinted in the new set, which is quite cool. So if you are getting that pack, you actually get provided with all of the water cards you want to have. So we use the Breakthrough Skill effect in Graveyard. So in your turn, you can negate again. So 2 turns in a row, we are negating.
Actually, so relevant in this matchup. And now we are seeing the Kairyu-Shin's Legendary Reef, tributing the Legendary Ocean to probably get out another Kairyu-Shin and maybe an Electric Jellyfish.
Most likely, yeah. Kairyu-Shin has to be the card you want to summon out here because the other one is negated, so you definitely need this one now. And I think he's searching for it. Did he side copies of it out? I mean, going second, it seems like it could make sense, but there's one. I see one. And I also saw Skull Marina. Please summon out Skull Marina.
He did not side out the Skull Marina, which is a really important part of his deck, as we have already figured.
So there is the Kairyu-Shin, but what's the second monster we're going to see? Probably Jellyfish, right?
Is it going to be the Mega Fortress Whale?
It could also be... Oh!
It is.
Okay, it's Maiden of the Aqua.
Maiden of the Aqua, which is basically another Umi. And now he can also summon out the Skull Marina because his opponent is controlling monster. So you can summon out a level 6 or lower vanilla water monster, which is the Skull Marina. I would actually really like to know what the French translation is. I cannot read it right now. I will not try to read it.
If he wins, that's something that Ed can ask him about after the match, I think. But there we see it, and that Legendary Ocean was sent to the graveyard to activate the Kairyu-Shin's Dark Reef, but that Maiden of the Aqua actually is also just Umi on the field. That's her monster effect, basically. And, I mean, that's 4 monsters on the field now for our friend Saber, and that happened on his opponent's turn, actually. So that's quite impressive. And Raphael now has to find a way to deal with that here.
Can he find a way to deal with Skull Marina?
Impossible. I mean, in Game 2, it seemed impossible to me. He had no answer to Skull Mariner, so maybe this is just a card that, again, is breaking this game.
Kid Carlos could theoretically attack over Skull Marina. However, it is protected by Kairyu-Shin, because Kairyu-Shin looks more like a threat, so you want to attack over this. So this is a really neat part about Skull Marina, because your opponent does not want to get rid of it, because it does not look like a threat. However, it is one.
For sure it is, yeah. So they are having a little talk about something, because I think nobody is really known to those Kairyu-Shin cards because they haven't seen that much tournament play. Everybody has to get totally comfortable with them, and I think we just had a little
comfortable
ruling
is such a nice pun that we can make later on. Awesome.
Absolutely, yeah. And now the Kid Carlos is... Yeah, the Kid Carlos is actually running over the Kairyu-Shin, as you anticipated. That's absolutely happening. Oh,
but it's the negated one.
I think he ran over the negated one indeed,
I mean,
yeah.
They both would be not negated in the next turn again.
But that means that Raphael just has no more plays for this turn, right? And indeed, he just sets another back row, and I think that Kairyu-Shin is long-term going to be a problem for Raphael here. On the other hand, we know that Raphael is playing so many outs to it. There could just come Dynamiscus or something
Canadia
in the neighborhood of that. He still has that Gummy Ciel in his hand.
I think that is a Mega Fortress Whale.
Yes, he drew Mega Fortress Whale, but he also drew into a Legendary Ocean, which is not needed right now, though, because there is the Maiden of the Aqua still on the field.
So, and the Ocean Dragon Lord Kairyu-Shin was activated again.
Yep, and this is getting us to most likely the Sea Stealth attack. That's on top of his stack. Maybe
Or
also the Dark
Reef.
Reef.
Okay,
yes.
so another Reef. By the way, if you were wondering that Kairyu-Shin sounds familiar, this is the original one that is unfortunately not being played. I would have loved to see it. Skull Marina is changed to attack position.
Oh
This
boy,
card
we
is
are going
full of
in now.
surprises.
We are going in now. This is really happening. And Saber is not even thinking about linking or XYZ summoning this card away. This looks like it's the hardest. Oh, he does. He made the aggressive move. Maybe your opponent wants to react on the attack position move, but then it gets Exceed summoned into Bahamut Shark. And does Raphael have an answer to that? Because if you have like Dynamiscus or something, you should definitely throw them to this. Yeah,
it definitely is the time. Or even Sully.
Or
there are
Canadia.
so many cards in the deck of Raphael that can.
Oh, but this is not it. This is Morella.
This is Morella. So let's see which Morella-able card he is going to use here. The two other set cards have to be something in the direction of Dynamiscus or Canadia or Sully, right?
I think it could just be once more the Vivid Tail. Oh no, it's okay.
It's Sully and he searches for Harvest, and this is going to be interesting.
Do you think he's just somewhat gambling right there to hit a Telemant name with the effect of Hafness?
On the effect of Bahamut Shark. By the way, I did not even think about Morella hitting Sully.
Yeah, the synergy is insane, right? That's really pretty decent, for real.
Oh, he searches for the Rhino Heart.
Oh, he just wants to have setup. But I know
it's
what's
a water
happening.
monster, by the way.
He just wants to have a discard. I'm pretty sure there's a Dynamiscus set and he needed the card in hand, and I think that's what we're going to see soon.
Then he would have activated it already because the costs are being paid.
Oh,
again,
is he
detaching the Skull Marina?
Oh, this must be Lost Wind. I'm calling Lost Wind right there. Oh, it's Rise to Full Height, another old school Paleo card. And this is just on field. I think this is one of the cards you rather want to have in the graveyard than on the field, because Rise to Full Height on the field says you can target one face-up monster and you will double its defense, but also its defense becomes 0 at the end of the turn. So you basically just said, okay, this is going to be 0 at the end of the turn, but you of course made sure that Rise to Full Height now is in the graveyard, where the effect is a lot more impactful, because it will force your opponent to only attack one of your monsters, which is pretty cool.
So Bahamut Shark is tributed for the Mega Fortress Whale.
There it is again. Honestly, I didn't anticipate this card to hit the table that often, because it seems like kind of niche, and he also only plays one of it, but he now in both games 2 and 3 has summoned it.
It is a level 7 card, however you can tribute it for 1 tribute less.
Yes, of course.
And it can just attack over Kid Killers. And in the battle phase it could... Yeah, okay, so you can now just attack the Morella, attack over it. You can destroy the Kid Killers via effect of Mega Fortress Whale, because, no, I think it's only in the opponent's battle phase.
Yeah, it's only the opponent's battle phase.
During the opponent's battle phase, however, you can activate the effect of Mega Fortress Whale to pop a monster on your opponent's side of the field, which is massive.
Indeed
sometimes.
It is. I mean, specifically when you can hit Skull Marina, for example. When you have so incredible monsters such as Skull Marinas on the opponent's side of the field, you wish you would have a Mega Fortress Whale. But let's see now. He has a negate set up with Totally Awesome now finally. So even when the Rhino Heart comes into play, it's going to be rough for Raphael. I think going second, we see Saber actually turning it around somehow here, right?
Yeah, and there we are always already seeing one of the downsides of these Paleozoic builds, because there are many cards that you want to mill, but you can, of course, you can draw them, and then they are less effective.
Yeah. I mean, Rise to Full Height was played in 60-card Paleos back in the day. That was already a card there. And I was always wondering why people were so in love with it, because it seemed terrible to draw, honestly. Like, the on-field effect is just, I mean, wow, that one monster on the field of Saber now has 0 defense points. Cool. And the graveyard effect is, it's protected you for 1 turn, but it's not really bringing you any further in your game plan. So it's, like, weird, but maybe that was enough time that Raphael bought himself there with the
frogs, you could make a soft lock with Dual Frog for a turn.
That's true. That's true for sure.
Kid Killers attacks over the Totally Awesome, but I think that Totally Awesome is boosted by a Legendary Ocean.
It definitely should be, yeah.
Did he just attack into the Totally Awesome?
Yeah, all water monsters on the field gain turn attack and defense.
Did he do the attack motion? Because I think it looked like he did.
I think we're still thinking about it. And yep, now he's saying it.
Wow.
He's telling his opponent, this
Oh,
Totally
no.
Awesome is bigger than you thought, and maybe you just made your kid colors run into my Totally Awesome.
Raphael says, Totally Awesome with 2,400 attack points is just unfair. He's crashing into it and taking 100 damage. This is looking crazy good for Sever because he just outed a Kid Kalos, which is a big monster that is not that easy to out.
Yeah, Raphael basically outed his Kid Kalos there himself.
Yeah.
And this is great
And
for
that's his battle
Saber.
phase.
And Saber has to use the 3.5 minutes he has left now.
Oh, super
definitely.
polymerization hits the field now. You discard the Harvest, and now, I mean, this is a big, oh, not the biggest, but this is a Garura that can hit the field.
Let's see, Raphael is going for his
Oh,
extra
no,
deck.
actually, this is going to be a Mud Dragon of the Swamp.
Let's see, he's
Yeah.
double checking the graveyard.
This is Fish.
Let me just double check the extra deck of Raphael.
Maybe he crashed on purpose because he otherwise couldn't have gone into Garura.
Yeah, probably. So it wasn't by accident. Actually, Raphael was absolutely in charge of
yeah,
what he
he
was
summoned
doing.
the wrong card. It has to be Mud Dragon.
Yeah, it is Mud Dragon now. Everything is clear.
There he
and
didn't have
it's
to
cleared the field.
He didn't have to crash for it because Mud Dragon is water. So.
Yep. Makes sense, makes sense. Raphael knew what he was doing all along, and we were just fools here. So, he is taking back a water monster to his hand, which is even better in this Kairu Shin
And
deck
now
because
this
there's
is
so
still
many
the battle
of them.
phase. I think he can just... Oh no, he can't target Mud Dragon because Mud Dragon is the type of Mud Dragon. Oh wait, you can target the Mud Dragon, right?
Well, then Mud Dragon would chain itself.
Mud Dragon of the
Let's
Swamp.
get out the Mud Dragon again.
Oh yeah, this card all monsters. Yeah.
Yep. So this will be getting close. Raphael is using the effect of the Mud Dragon, and Saber's like, yep, I have nothing to do against that, but we should probably hurry up a little bit to get to my turn, because right now Raphael is favored by having more life points in this, so he is actually currently winning this.
Yeah, it's just 2 minutes left, and he can still, because the Rhino Heart is a water monster, do some plays in this turn. I think he can just summon Kaleido Heart, and honestly, I don't even think that this is going to be easy for Sever to break.
Yeah, indeed. And also he has to worry about no water monster restrictions anymore, because that Kairu Shin was just super polyed away. I think Saber probably did not face that many super polymerizations over the course of the day, because super poly honestly seems quite strong with this deck.
Yeah. Absolutely. As soon as your deck plays multiple monsters with the same attribute, Super Poly hits like a truck.
And I mean, this deck is full of the same attribute.
Yeah,
it's just water monsters all along.
Like, for example, just an example for a card, Skull Marina.
Yep, that's the best Super Poly target you could imagine.
Absolutely.
For
You
sure.
really want to Super Poly this card away, guys.
Definitely. But I mean, there's not that much Super Poly in the format anymore. At the beginning, everybody thought like tier is crazy and therefore everybody played Super Poly. But now that people are playing more and more Sprite Runic, I feel like Super Poly lost a bit of popularity.
Also,
honestly.
people started to play around Super Poly more, ending on boards like Kaleido Heart and Dweller, which you can't Super Poly at all.
Definitely. It was one of the main priorities for tier players to find a way to build an end board without actually getting Super Polyed every day of the
However,
week.
the card is still not bad. I mean, you don't use it on the first turn then, you just pass, and at some point when your opponent is trying to finish the game by OTKing you, you can still Super Poly at some point.
Yeah, and funnily enough, the Super Poly itself is probably even better versus all of the other decks. Like, it's, of course, versus a fusion deck, you would think it's great, but also versus all the rogue decks, such as Math deck or something, it's really, really, really good. It's actually
the
great.
combination of Garura and the Mud Dragon of the Swamp really hurts.
Yep, for sure. You can basically target whatever matchup you can
And
imagine.
now the Dark Reef is being activated. The legendary Ocean was sent to the GY, and we are seeing 2 more cards being summoned to the field. Unfortunately, he has already used the Skull Marina because this would have been summoned as well. So now we have again the Kairu Shin on the field and the Mega Fortress Whale, and time is called. This means that Raphael takes this game, and we are just waiting for the handshake.
Yep. They're both saying, is there a way to deal damage now somehow in the end phase? And there's not. We see a fist pump instead of a handshake. And we therefore have our winner for the round 6 featured match. And the crowd is loving it. And I think they just love it because we had a fantastic game, right? both guys
Absolutely.
really deserved the win there. They both were coming into this tournament with creative decks.
It was a real back and forth.
For real, yeah. I couldn't tell, like, 2 turns ago who would have won that third game. Like, it was actually looking quite good for Saver, honestly.
Yeah, I thought it was looking good for him, but he did not deal any damage whatsoever.
True.
And, I mean, it was just getting later and later and later, even with the 5 minutes more that we have for this tournament. At some point, he was just like 2,900 life points down. And then Rhino Heart and Super Poly as well. Super Poly played a big role in this because we thought he has the damage on the field. There was like 6,000-7,000 damage on board, but if everything you have is getting Super Polyed away, then you don't do much damage anymore.
It's interesting because after game 1, we actually talked about it being quite quick. And we were like, this is a control matchup. This is supposed to take a while because of both of those decks are designed to take a while. And now we actually took quite a while for game 2 and game 3. And therefore, we ended up being in timeout. But what do you think about that Paleozoic tier deck? How would you look at it in this general meta game? Let's just theorize about it. How is it versus the control tier variant without any Paleozoic decks?
So first of all, I want to mention that I am sad that no Totally Awesome has been summoned with a Paleozoic as a material. Second of all, I think that Dynamiscus, as it was already before in not full Paleo variants, is such a strong card for the deck.
For versus tier specifically, right? Just banish all of the monsters?
Also, I think maybe part of the thought process was, okay, Fairy Tail Snow is no longer allowed.
True.
So I play Canadia because people apparently thought that booking was good. So I just use Canadia to book my opponent's gigantic sprites or whatever. And then I play through their boards.
Yeah, and I'm really curious about that Vivid Tail. I mean, that's a pretty new card.
Was crazy. It was
Dimension Force. And it looks like it's giving the deck so many more options, right?
Yes. However, I think that the deck has enough inherent outs through Mystic Mine.
Yeah, it's not just about that.
Really need it.
But still, like, you have the opportunity to get cards back to hand for Dynamiscus, and sometimes you would struggle with that. So you get resources to hand.
But
exactly.
He never drew it.
Yeah, you never saw Palorino and won anyways. So I really like the inclusion of Vivid Tail. I definitely think that's a great one. Because you can not only send it with Morella, but you could also just mill it with Backcheck. So there are definitely multiple ways to get it into the graveyard. So I definitely think it's good.
Backcheck would actually set it to the field.
You could even do that. Yeah. Like, yeah, true. Indeed it would. But then you could still get it into the graveyard at some other point. And so it's looking quite decent versus the pure tier variant. But how do you like it versus the Sprite variants on the other end?
I mean, especially because of Runic Sprite, I would have thought that this deck was good when you are playing triple Olenoidus in the main deck.
True. Yeah,
I would have played the Spell Trap Destruction Paleozoic card. 100% I would have considered it. I think that there are so many evenlies in this tournament. This might I think that the normal tier variant could be a little bit better in this tournament, but Raphael has proven us wrong in this situation. I mean, we haven't made a statement about it, to be fair.
Yeah, but I mean, he also has proven a lot of other players wrong because he's already 5-1 in this tournament. So he definitely proves his point right now that Paleozoic tier is definitely a deck you should consider and which is performing well here in this big event at this big stage. And I mean, still, shoutouts to Saver for coming here with Umi control and surprising everyone, summoning Skull Marina in the featured match area.
This was really close. He could be the one being 5-1. It was basically almost all about the super polymerizations that came in the last moment that Raphael really needed it.
Absolutely. It was so close. As I said, we couldn't tell who would be winning just 2 turns before the game actually was over. And I think it was very well played, mostly by both of them. I think maybe Saver even wanted to do a little bit of a show, actually, because he was maybe intentionally leaving that Skull Marina on board. He just wanted to showcase the Maiden of the Aqua as well. He just really wanted to play with those old iconic cards and really wanted to give them the spotlight.
Aqua was important because he had the Kairoshin as well on the field, so he needed the Yumi. And yeah, of course, the Skull Marina.
Yeah.
Best card in the deck.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
We're in love with it.
However, there was a little cheeky, want to call it a mistake.
Go ahead. What was it?
Attacking with the kit colors into the Totally Awesome.
Oh, of course. You're right.
I think his thought process was that he would go into Garura with totally awesome.
And therefore he would have needed to get rid of it, but
had to clear it. But he couldn't summon it because Kairyu is a sea serpent or a fish, and totally awesome is Aqua, so you can only summon the Mud Dragon, which is a water monster already.
Yes, indeed.
So you can summon it with Kairyu on the field.
True,
so
true. That's
let's
really
hear
bad.
it from the man himself. Maybe Ed will address this in the interview. Maybe not. Ed, take it away.
Yes, guys, I am joined by Raphael, who has just won that round. He has told me that he doesn't speak that much English, so we are going to try and keep it fairly brief so that we can keep that fine. But firstly, congratulations. How does it feel to be winning this many? You're now, is it 5-1 at this point?
Yeah, 5-1, and I play against French players, so it's really cool. It's the first time feature match for us, so I'm really happy.
So, were you expecting to go up against a deck like the one that you went up against today?
No, with Cheer Paleo, I'm happy when I play against Sprite or Cheer. I think it's good matchup, but I don't know zero effect. I don't know this effect, and rigging, and I will with the time, but I don't know. It's really complicated because the big monster say control only one no water monster, so it's. I have Paleo, but it's not okay against a big monster, and I won this match because I have I don't know the English name. I can banish the card, target one monster of the field. You can attack only this one, and he take 300, so I won like this.
Perfect. And so talk to us a bit about why you chose your deck, because the Paleo version is one that we do see some people play it, but it's not that common. Why do you like that deck?
I see 5 person maybe in the top table with Paleo. I think Paleo is really good because you have Genomistress is the best card. You can out all of card in the game. And Opabinia can search Marella effect, Reborn Paleo, Sensuliek, add Merly, Melfree, Toad, and play. You play, you have a negate for Nibiru, for example, and I think it's really consistent.
It had a couple of moments as well where, because you're talking about Dino-Miscus being a very strong card, there was a moment where Solemn Judgment came out on your Dino-Miscus, and then you had another one ready to go that was then negated by the Electric Jellyfish. In moments like that, how did you keep calm and composed?
Yeah, with Paleo, we have a time, because I have the trap and you can battle. So I can just summon level 2, and Opabinia, Toad, just Marella, Church, a Cheer, and you can explode.
Perfect. Well, I hope this deck continues to bring you good fortune in your upcoming games. Best of luck. Guys, don't go anywhere because we have a couple more rounds coming up for you in today's coverage, so stand by. And off the back of that very exciting round, I'm now joined by our Italian commentary team. I've got Alberto and Marcello here, and we are ready to go through some of those same questions that we asked to our German commentator team, submitted by you guys. Remember, we are going to be doing more of this tomorrow, so if you guys want to have any questions that you want answered by our team, then you know where to go. You need to try and respond to us on Twitter, respond to the tweet asking for those questions, and maybe your question will be asked on the stream. So guys, got a handful of these fan-submitted questions. I'm going to ask you each these one by one. Should be interesting to see what happens. So first question, if you were playing at a YCS right now, what deck would you bring to the table?
I'm a big fan of Eldritch and Rock decks, but I mean, I would have played Tier Elements because I really like how the synergy goes with all the support with Despias and other engines. But actually, I would have loved to play Eldritch again because like a lot of trap cards, I really like it. So, yeah.
An Eldritch choice. What about yourself, Marcello?
I am sane still to this day, so no shade over to our dear Eldritch players. I also like the deck, but I will stick with my pick for the event. So Runic Sprite, that is. I think it's really cool. It's a new mechanic. I always like to, have some challenges. Not having a battle phase seems challenging, so why not?
So we'd have Runic Sprite versus Eldritch in your feature match. How do you reckon that would go? Only time will tell. We'll move on to our second question. What is it like to work on and play the best game in the world, the trading card game of Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's super cool because basically you get to see the game from two different point of views. When you are playing, you don't basically see your own mistakes, but afterwards, basically, because you are thinking about that. So basically seeing the game from another point of view, you are not really into it, but seeing it with different eyes. So yeah, I mean, it was completely different rather when I was playing. So yeah, it's great. Yeah.
What about yourself, Marcello? How do you feel about, the side of this that we work on now?
It's definitely game-changing. Like for Alberto, I think it's a really good excuse of why he didn't top the event. In my case, I think it's just such a great opportunity of getting even more into the game. Because at the end of the day, when you play such an event, you only get to face, 11 people in Swiss and then in Top Cut. But you don't get to really experience all of the others. While when I do this, I pretty much get to see what these thousands of players are using, how they're performing. It's really, really cool, and I love Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm pretty much all the time really curious to see what's going on. I love it.
Passionate answers from our Italian commentary team. This is what we like to see. These are your questions that we're going through with this kind of level of excitement. So we've gone to the third one. How can we encourage more female players to get into Yu-Gi-Oh? Because this person says that they're the only woman at their locals. What would be your suggestion?
Finding someone who play Yu-Gi-Oh. No, but like basically the game, from what we've seen throughout the years, has brought female players playing. Especially, I'm thinking on top of my hand, there were Trickstars. It was very popular among these decks, and Marcello has a good friend of yours, playing at the National this year. I'm thinking about that, but for sure, I mean, the game is super fun, a lot of people, a lot of content, so we're here, we're waiting for you, huh?
We're waiting for you. That's Alberto's message to you. What about yourself, Marcello? How would you be more inclusive and things like that?
Absolutely. As Alberto mentioned, we have had multiple times the proof that female players are just as good, if not better, sometimes than our male players. We have had incredible results, both in Europe and over the US, with female players just crashing it lately and topping events. So I think, to be fair, nowadays, both Duel Links and Master Duels are a great tool to help with that, because usually the way you would do it is build a community, but this way you can just find, if you prefer to get things off and meet other female players across the world, Master Duel is just perfect for that. So I think that's really a big change that will help out with the community.
Absolutely, you're right. Duel Links, Master Duel, really good way of sort of introducing people to the game as well. Might encourage people to start going to things like locals, and you meet that community, and that kind of thing really helps. And then social media comes into those things really well. All of those are helpful to try and be as inclusive as possible, guys. So we'll move on to another question. We're throwing back to the anime now.
Okay.
Which Millennium item would you pick and why?
That's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
I have to pick carefully. I think I'll go with the Millennium Eye from Pegasus. I really like the way he used it, to see not only the cards of his opponents, but also what it was in their mind, basically, and everything in advance. So I think that would be a huge advantage playing Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So
you'd hope to guarantee top cut with a power like that, wouldn't you? If you didn't, that would be super embarrassing. But that's a good answer. What about yourself, Marcello?
To be fair, I have kind of a different answer on my mind because I was also thinking right away of the high, but at the same time I have to think some of my games which are just stuck in my memory are those games in which it looked as if I was using the eye, so like getting those reads. I would just say I don't want any of those. I don't need them. Maybe it's, I don't know if I need them, but I just feel like the game is so great as it is that I just want to experience it to the fullest, and it would feel, kind of like cheating in a way.
What an honourable response. You don't want any of them.
I don't want it. I can give it to Alberto, and maybe that will make things fair.
You're going to have 2 Millennium items at the end of this. Wow. I mean, that was a very, very passionate and honourable answer. I'll take that. I'll take that. So you're going to cheat, and you're going to not. I think that's fair. Okay, we have 2 more questions. These were submitted by all of you guys at home. Remember, we're going to be doing more tomorrow, so if you want to hear some more questions answered, make sure you reply to some of our social media posts. What's a must-have card in any deck these days?
These days, I would say Cosmic Cyclone, because that's the most played card throughout the event. But to give you an answer, in general, I would say your favorite card. Basically, that's the card that I would have in my own deck. So
I like that. Your favorite card. That's quite an inclusive way of putting that. Yeah, just pick whatever you want as long as you love it. Right, Marcello. What about yourself? Because actually, interestingly, with the Germans, we discussed the fact that Cosmic Cyclone was somewhere around 82% of decks. So it's really been played a lot. But what would you say is a must-have card these days?
So I think there are a few. To name one, at least in the main deck, extra deck, and in general, I would say in the extra deck right now, Sprite Elf seems just like the best card around. It's so good in all of decks, just not Sprite. But similarly to Cosmic Cyclone, I would say, just because of memories, RP Feather Duster, I'm just a big fan of. And it's just, good if you play against Eldritch or even those decks, it's much better than a Cosmic Cyclone. And I think that card, you want to have it.
We actually saw a Harpies come out in one of the last one against the Paleozoic, but it got negated, and the whole crowd had a sort of audible sort of moment, and that's great fun. When you hear a crowd really getting involved in all the plays, that's when you know that you've got an interesting deck going on screen. Well, guys, this has been great, so I'm going to ask you the one final, and typically, for the final question, silly question. The final question is, how many plants would a predaplant plant if a predaplant could plant plants? Alberto?
Plant.
I didn't know what he was going to say there, but it got me. Good answer. I had no idea how I'd answer this either, to be fair, so that's a strong one. What about yourself, Marcello?
Gigaplant.
Well, there you go. There's another one of those silly questions that we've asked and answered very carefully and in a fun way here. Guys, thank you so much for joining us for this. And like I said, thank you guys for submitting these questions. As I've said a couple of times already, make sure you guys go reply on our social media, and maybe we'll have your question on tomorrow's coverage. Now, don't go anywhere, because we've got a couple more rounds coming up for the rest of this Saturday here at YCS Utrecht. Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Utrecht 2022. Now, we are trying very hard to bring you guys some interesting matchups. We've had a couple of decks that we haven't seen for a while. 6 Samurai, all kinds of decks really coming to the forefront. A Crystal Beast one earlier as well. But we are at least trying to continue that theme right now to bring you another interesting duel for this round 7. So to introduce our 2 duelists, on my right, I have Luis Olovcic, and also on my left, I have Nicholas Dietrich. And these guys are going to go for their dice roll. Which one of you is going to be rolling first? Nicholas, was it you? Go for the high roll here, seeing what is going to be happening. Okay, that's a 9. And that is a 7. You're going to go first? Okay, that means we're ready. So I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful Italian commentary duo, who you've just seen answering some of your fan questions. And we're going to kick this round 7 off. Only a couple more of these left. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 7 of YCS Utrecht 2022. As I mentioned, we are trying to just spice things up a little bit and bring you guys decks we have yet not seen this weekend. And we do have 2 different decks this round. Once again, getting rewarded, I guess, by our table of choice, because we were looking for the top tables. And to be fair, it seems like the meta is quite diverse. There are a lot of different decks performing well. So we will keep you, I think, really into this main game and match. And can you please introduce them to what we are up for?
So we're gonna be seeing actually a deck that we haven't seen in a while, I would say, which
it has been so
Sub-Terrors.
Yeah.
A rock deck, a deck that I would play actually, and I have played and was yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is your style of deck, of course. Rogue deck, trap deck, Sub-Terror. We have seen it a lot also in remote duels, and especially with this version, which is the Red Ice Fusion version. So we have not seen that much. And honestly, it surprised me because with the new Forbidden Unlimited list, there are 3 copies of Fusion Destiny. And usually that card is more popular, but it seems as if our duelist, Luis, is still preferring to use Red Ice Fusion. And I don't blame him, to be honest. Yeah. But his opponent, again, on one of the decks we have yet not seen, which is
Mathmech. I'm a super fan of the deck. We have talked about this deck also at the European Championship. I really like how the Mathmech Circular has basically changed the dynamic of the deck. Yeah. Because like that alone also can bring you the Mathmech Super Factorial. And hopefully we will see it in action. It has like multiple hand traps as well. Very dynamic deck.
Yeah, there is also a cool thing whether he's playing, of course, small word, because you want to get to the circular as fast as possible. And by playing small words, he has, you mentioned it, bridge, the word bridge. He has these kind of bridges in his deck, these one-offs that just work really well with small word to access a lot of different hand traps, a lot of different solutions. And it's definitely going to be an interesting one. I think the die roll will pay a key importance, at least in game 1. But let's see who is going to win this round 7. Let's go to the table. And here they are. It seems as if Nicholas won the die roll and is going to go first with Mathmech. Again, it makes it a little different. I'm already seeing one of the trap cards, which the deck is meaning so many. Yeah. One of which is this summon limit, which is just in the end waiting for it to be used.
But we've seen in action the previous mentioned Mathmech Circular. Which is now be sending the...
Such a strong card.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a very powerful card. It sends the Sigma, and now with the Diameter as well, I think it will bring up a very good field, especially because Luis is playing, I would say, a pretty standard lineup for hand traps. Like he plays Ash Blossom and Impermanence. And if this will not be the case, that he has any copies in his hand, Nicholas will be able to look up for his
Super
combo.
Factorial, of course. This is the key card of the deck, the card which makes, honestly, this deck a deck, and or at least that good of a deck. But again, this is kind of a weird one because you really don't expect Subterror.
Yeah.
So your opening is gonna be quite different if you knew it. And of course here we see arguably one of the best cards in the deck, which is of course the Albertian. Almost Albertian. But yeah.
Yeah, because this deck I think is very powerful against the current meta, like tournaments and sprites.
Yeah,
but
it's a cool rogue option,
yeah,
I'd say.
and playing a rogue mirror match will be very. I'm very interested to seeing.
I was about to say exactly.
Yeah.
So here we see already the impact of not knowing what your opponent is playing. A blind Abyss Dweller, which is usually really strong this event, but against Subterror, that's not gonna be useful at all.
Yeah.
So you can see how much of a difference it makes to just know what your opponent is on.
Yeah, because basically Abyss Dweller is a game changer for basically like most of every other matchups. In this particular case, that is not true. Still, Niklas is continuing, and
essentially, yeah, the plan will be the one we have seen often, to just end into the Factorial to get the Depletion, which is such a powerhouse, basically dealing with so much advantage and even a negation on top.
Yeah, just the diameter itself gets you really far ahead into the combo, and then if you also see the diameter, like this is getting really out of control.
Can we check maybe the trap lineup for Luis? I'm thinking if he has some of these Torrential, Ice Dragon Prison we have seen, or maybe, you know, what can he really do when he goes second?
By going second, I'm seeing, yeah, I mean, he plays, yeah, I mean, he has the Gozen match, or like three. No, it doesn't have any copy of a
like
very small line
that's
of
the thing. Like the really interesting thing about Luis' deck is he's maining set rotation, terraforming, but he's not playing Mystic Mine.
Yeah.
Instead, he's playing Necro Valley. So that's a very interesting choice. But going second, I think you would really regret it.
Yeah.
So.
And sixth card is unfortunately Ash Blossom.
Yeah, but he has the Cosmic Cyclone, which is pretty sick here. He gets pretty much to force out the Factorial, but still really, really strong.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he had to activate it, so at least he forced Niklas, you know, to activate the Super Factorial. And then we get to see the Depletion.
But it's actually really strong.
Yeah,
though.
it's strong, yeah.
Of course, as you can see here, we get to see the Depletion. But by doing it this way, you basically save yourself at least one. So the Cosmic was pretty good here. And let's see if Luis just has enough to keep him guessing. Let's see, first of all, this is super important. He has some key cards, and he gets the... Let's see. Ooh, the Guru. Not what he wanted to see, but and now he also reveals to his opponent what he's on, which is crucial if we get to the game 2 now.
Okay, he has the Extravagance, which is good.
Good for sure. Now he gets to force out the negation, I would say. I mean, you do it for sure. Let's see. He's thinking about it, and not a surprise. He's gonna negate it. Let's see if he has something else to push for. Yes, summon limit, I believe, but
And
he's gonna go right away for... Okay, this is actually kind of surprising.
Would you have waited? Like,
what does he have as targets? That's interesting, because you wouldn't consider Appaloosa great in this matchup.
Yeah.
So I'm actually surprised by this Appaloosa coming down. Not the obvious play against Subterror, I would say, but...
No, because basically you get to see what your opponent is playing by discarding the Guru.
Yeah, but even going for like an access code later on or one of these, I think it's much better.
Yeah.
So you also have the protection from the Masquerena. While Appaloosa, sure.
I'm not a big fan of it now. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And now we could see a big punish if he picks up the Red Ice Fusion. Let's see. He's gonna set a monster again. Not the most impressive of openings, but I think this game would already be over if you went for a different line, with like an access code.
Yeah, he would have gone for access code.
But let's see now. He goes and push for yet again another Muff Mech.
Yeah, he goes for the one copy of Nabla.
Here it is. It's the tuner one. Is he gonna use any of his effects right away? He's definitely thinking about it. Yeah, it's probably attributing itself to summon a Muff Mech from the deck. He does. Yep.
And we will also be seeing the Salmon Leaning being flipped face up from Luis, I would say.
Yeah, this is already the second summon, and we get to see summon limit. Yeah, so summon limit is flipped. Gonna try and stay in this again. The Appaloosa kind of giving him a chance at this point, but it's still gonna be quite tough. He moves on, destroys a Nash Blossom, and the pressure is on Luis. Can he pick up maybe this Red Eyes Fusion?
Yeah, that will be huge. That will change the game. Looks like he didn't.
He doesn't. He really needs to pick up some of these really good cards. And Nicholas goes for the Linguribo. Makes sense. Just want to try and push as much damage as possible without fearing any other trap. And yeah, just pushes some damage. Do you think it's worth it to do it in this order? Because like...
Yeah, you attacked first with Appaloosa, right?
I guess he's playing around Mirror for it. But yeah. And now, sets one. Can he pick up anything? He's really looking to do it. No. Just another set card, pass back, and yeah, Nicholas just unfortunately seems like he will be able to get this game with this Appaloosa. He attacks Impermanence is actually a pretty good one. You're forced to negate it. He does. Does he have a second copy of the card? No, he doesn't. So he picks up his cards, and it is Nicholas who wins this game one, not really giving his opponent a chance, sniping the Guru. But again, maybe Luis was quite an unfortunate end. He couldn't really get things going. At the end of the day, the die roll did it.
It was super important. Like, I mean, playing Sub-Terror, it means a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it's also relevant to say that playing against, let's say, a Rogue Mirror match forces you to win the die roll even more.
Absolutely, and in this case, we could just tell if he went first, he would have had Guru and Summon Limit alone, which Summon Limit just completely wrecks pretty much any deck of the format, to be fair. But yeah, Muff Mech on top of them all. But sometimes that's how it goes, and now he will go first. And he actually has a lot of good cards for going first, even in the side deck. Do you want to go through some of these options?
Yeah, as you previously mentioned, he's playing set rotation in the main deck with Necro Valley, but he's siding in Mystic Mines. So he has, other different options. He has third copy of Solemn Judgment, which will go in for sure. And then he has other cards which I think are very good against the most important deck of the format. Soul Drain, there can only be one. Third copy of Gods and Match.
There can only be one, definitely coming in. It shuts down so much from his opponent deck, which on his other hand now knows he's up against Sub-Terror and will be able to actually side a lot of 8.
Yeah, I mean, he has Lightning Storm, which we have seen basically every single player is sided. And then the evenly matched as well.
Yes, so much. He has literally 9 side deck cards. He has 3 evenly matched, 3 Lightning Storm, 2 Cosmic, and Pancratops, which are all amazing. What a side deck,
I mean,
honestly.
It's solid.
This is so much more than I was expecting. So honestly, I gotta give the advantage to Niklas. Like, this side deck is unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. Like, If it was Niklas, I want to play against his decks. Like,
did you see one of the cards?
See.
I mean, we probably will not see it in this game, but there is one which is just with the movement. Mystic Walk in the side deck for Niklas. Let's see if we will bring it to the kitchen in this match, but our players are ready. So let's jump to the table for Game 2 and find out the winner of Round 7. Here they are, and of course, Luis this time will try to find Eden City, Red Ice Fusion, all these power spells, Extravagance, of course. Let's see, he does pick up set rotation, which is at least guaranteed Eden City, and I think he does have the summon limit once again.
Yeah,
so set rotation is great because it prevents evenly matched, so you can't really complain about that one.
Yeah. Especially because, like, in this format, we have already said that most of the players are relying on evenly matched.
Yeah.
Some of them in the main deck, some of them...
Ooh, but I think I saw a Storm.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and differently from evenly matched, set rotation does not prevent it, because it's still face down. Yeah, we're gonna see here pretty much...
Impermanence?
Ooh, okay, this is a great impermanence.
Oh, but he cannot activate it because he has the...
Yeah, good catch here. Luckily, we didn't have to catch it. And here you can see just how good of a card set rotation is. Not only evenly matched is shut down, but impermanence is shut down as well. And this makes a ton of a difference because Lightning Storm is in the end, but now he can negate it.
Yeah. This is what, I mean, the Fiendness itself is very powerful, and then we will
but now you just use it right away to negate it. Is there something more that he can do right away?
Cold by the Grave.
Woo!
Wow.
Let's see it. And he does.
He changed the final battle. I mean, why not?
He does. So final battle is chained. And there is a round of applause from the crowd.
He also has the Circular, which is good. We have seen...
yeah, right away being used.
I think he decided to go with Lightning Storm on...
No, because he used the last effect, which is essentially a protocol. So he prevents the Call by the Grave from negating, and it's a great start. But still, he will try his best. But unfortunately, I am not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure the last set is a summon limit, which would pretty much shut down his opponent now. So this could be a quick one.
Yeah.
Let's see if this is the case, but I want to bet it could be. Let's see, does he have the summon limit here? I am thinking... I think I saw it. It is. So summon limit face down by Luis. Wow. This is turning quite quickly as a tough spot for the Mathmech player.
Yeah, this hurts a lot. It basically stops Niklas' strategy, who is now forced into searching the Mathmech induction.
Yep. Again, usually you get to see the super factorial quite more often, but induction and other options. And in this matchup, even the 500 attack boost is not nothing to be laughed at. But essentially, you can just send it from the field to the graveyard and destroy most likely summon limit, I would say. Now he reads the Eden City. I think great idea because the Eden effect, we could say, it's actually super relevant. As you can see here, I'm gonna bring it up for you. You cannot declare an attack.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would give so much advantage to the opponent. And just like in game one, it was Niklas who had the upper hand. It is now Luis who gets another turn, and he can get to combo through.
And it is very good, especially because like Luis has the Guru along with the final battle, so he can continue doing that. And it's getting very difficult for Nicholas because that summon limit hurt a lot.
I mean, now he has a way to deal with the summon limit, but does he have enough resources to still stay in this game? That's the question. But yeah, I think the card who is winning it right now is definitely the set rotation. It did so much for his opponent. And now, yeah, we just see a battle phase with induction. Interesting. Do you think he's using it right away on there?
Okay, but he changed the final battle. Yeah.
Does it once again. We're not quite sure which effects are being used, of course, because there are multiples. But I think he's probably doubling the attack. Yeah. Because in damage step, essentially, try to use the induction to get the 500 attack boost, but then his opponent just answered with his final battle to boost his attack, so it doesn't really matter. Now the induction can be used to instead pop the summon limit if he wants, but he still has a lot of advantage.
Yeah. There's not much at the moment that Nicholas can do.
And he does go for the induction, using its effects. He's thinking about which to use, but yeah, again, the Fiend is such a strong card.
I'm surprised that he's only playing True Gurus and True Fiendness without any other sub-terror monster at all.
Ball engine.
Yeah. And now plays back to Nicholas, which really needs to find a way to deal with summon limit.
He's getting one back, but then the summon limit is still there. And he's gotta find a way to deal with what's going on at the moment, but still in not that bad of a position. Ash Blossom comes down. He's negating it. You know, it's actually not that bad of a spot.
Yeah, it might be worse for him. For sure. It's still very hard because again there's the hidden city on the field and then he has the Guru along with the final battle.
And yeah, for now it just decided to get the equation, which at the moment is not relevant as summon limit is already on play. So 2 summons up already been undergone.
Yeah.
It turned into a grind game, I would say.
And he drew into another Lightning Storm, if I'm not mistaken. But
could be.
Can't really quite tell.
Yeah. He has another Lightning Storm in hand. At the moment, cannot be used. So play is back to Luis, who in the end phase is considering final battle just to get a +1. But if you tell me that the engine is this small, there is not even much.
Very small package. Yeah, I mean, maybe it would have been good to play at least another name, just in case, you know, to have it.
Interesting. So he's out of Sub-Terror cards already, and he top decks the Extravagance, so that's pretty good. Yeah, he doesn't play anything else, right?
Yeah.
Just one final battle. Shu Fiendus, Shu Guru.
That's it.
Wow. That's definitely not something we have seen. But he's being quite successful with it.
Yeah, because it's not easy to deal with, you know, like summon limits and gods and matches.
Yeah. Now it just goes and activate once again the final battle. MVP by far of this game. What a card, so many different effects. And now, yeah, we're back to the plan. But the Lightning Storm is now active and he doesn't have Fiendus anymore. And here it is, so second Lightning Storm coming down. Is there a solution?
Wow.
There is. Solemn Judgment back. Wow.
Good.
Yeah, good sequences here, but definitely one of the slower games, if not the slowest we have seen today on stream, but still, another way to play the game.
Let's see if Niklas tries to find a way.
Yeah, here is what we already knew. So equation coming down, bringing back something, boosting the attack by 1,000. Let's see. Still gotta find a way to deal with what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, the real problem is that the summon limit.
Yeah,
and,
again, now he's cut off. He will just try and keep this advantage while looking for some of his other cards. And this is the last, I believe, cards we have seen. The Factorial, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is actually completely useless.
Yeah, at the moment it's not relevant at all.
Yeah. Let's see. Wow, he declares an attack. Okay. Interesting. Does he have anything here? Wow.
What was the plan?
He's probably just trying to put enough in grave where he can use the Factorial. So yeah, he had to crash, essentially force out and put a third name in grave, because summon limit allows you to summon multiple monsters if at the same time, because it got errated in a way where, not really errated, but essentially the effect got clarified into players cannot summon more than twice per turn, but not 2 monsters per turn, so you could still use it. And another extravagance off the top. Wow.
Looking good for Luis.
Yeah, definitely good draws here from Luis. If he doesn't win this game, I mean, you gotta be skeptic about his deck. There's not much more than you can ask him. And it would come down to what you said about him playing just 5 Subterror cards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Subterrors, but like on the long run, I think having another name would be relevant, so that you keep doing your stuff and still having the opportunity to search more names. Still, it's working out well for Luis, which now really needs to find a way to deal with the Super Factorial, because I think Niklas has 3 names.
The Factorial can be quite annoying. As we know, I mean, he hasn't still picked up some of these Red Eyes fusions, really, which has been quite of a struggle at the moment. But gonna try and keep up this pace. We are pretty much at half of the round. There are 21 minutes left, and this duel is just trying their best to stay in this with a 6-1 record, which would be actually great walking into the last 2 rounds. And here we see the Factorial coming down. As mentioned, summon limit only preventing 2 summons, not 2 monsters from being summoned. And let's see. He's just trying his best to stay in this and grind, and I think he's doing quite well. Just needs that extra pressure. And we see again an Ash Blossom, not that it matters much, he can just negate it, so it's essentially a -1 for Luis at this point.
Yeah, Niklas is trying to keep in the game as long as he can, especially because if Luis doesn't find a way to get the Red Eyes fusion, it's going to be attack,
again, final battle. We have seen this plenty and plenty of times during this game. Final battle just allowing him to keep this pressure with the Guru. And now he's gonna use it to just put it face down, end this turn. And let's see, can Niklas pick up another Lightning Storm maybe? That would be huge. And that would actually mean that the Guru was a huge mistake.
Yeah.
You know? Does he pick up anything? I think he's just going for a normal summon at this point. Yeah, Nicholas is smiling a little bit. It doesn't seem like he's too happy with what's going on. He's just counting the summons, because this would count as a summon, by the way, which is interesting. And he goes for
the diameter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he cannot.
He cannot, yeah. Unfortunately, he forgot that flipping it face up counts as a summon. So he's already under the summon limit restriction when he tried to use the diameter. But that already counts as a summon. So this time he's forced once again to just move. And he has seen enough. After a long fought, grinded game, 1-1. We're going to game 3. What a match it is being. Game 1, honestly, quite quick. There was never a point in which either of the two could grind it out. Niklas just had the dominance right away with the Factorial. To be fair, sniping the Guru. That was a big part of it. But outside of that, game 1, smooth.
Yeah.
Game 2, I think we might have seen the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent decks. Because on the one hand, it seems quite consistent, a lot of good traps, but he's only playing 5 Subterror cards. So after a while, it seems as if he ran out of gas, and it just didn't have that much going on.
Yeah, I think Luis decks is good to play against Sprite elements and this kind of decks, because on the long run, in a grind game like the one we have seen, like, thanks to the, I mean, it was not that much going on from Niklas' side, but so he was able with the final battle to keep doing it again and again, but it was not. I was not super fond of only the 3 names being played by him of Subterrors.
The problem is that after a while you get more advantage, but essentially his deck is Guru, Final Battle, that's it. Like Guru, Final Battle, Control with no more advantage. And I think even in this game he was risking just losing out to sheer grinding and advantage. So I'm getting worried, but at the same time now things get a little more interesting because Niklas goes first. His side deck was better for going first. And while he goes first, he doesn't have that much going on. We won't be able to see the walk, I think. But outside of that, he's just going to try and do the same as game 1. Go for the Factorial, get rid of some cards, and keep the advantage up. On the other hand, his opponent has evenly matched Cosmic Cyclone. So these kind of cards which can stop his just the Factorial even from being that relevant.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult because we haven't seen in these 2 games the Red Dice Fusion and the Red Dice Dark Dragoon. It's a big deal.
That's true, to be fair. Like if alongside the Guru battle combo there was a Dragoon, that just changes the entire game. But he hasn't yet drawn into a copy of Red Ice Fusion, which makes the deck significantly slower. So at this point in time, he will just try to keep it up. And he also has another card, which you can talk about. We have not really seen much of yet.
We haven't seen Ultimate Slayer at all. Going second, I think, is very powerful card, especially because your opponent cannot activate the monster effects in response to it.
Yeah, it's probably so for, like, in other matchups it shines more, but we could also see it if he feels like he's not comfortable with what he has. Regardless, our players are finally ready, so one of them is going to advance with a 6-1 record. There is only 1 game remaining, so let's find out who the winner of round 7 will be. Here they are, and again, we're gonna see Niklas going first with about 15 minutes remaining in the round. Can he pull off once again the Factorial combo? And is that gonna be enough to win him the game? Okay, he
Once
opens
again.
once again with the one and only. But let's see. Definitely the best card in the deck. I mean, when you open it, you can do so much.
Yeah, I mean, alone it's super powerful. It gets you the super factorial, then you can go into the Allen version as well. Of course, like drawing it along with the diameter is crazy,
Yeah.
but I mean,
this
alone,
is pretty much what we have seen in game one. So it's gonna be already on Luis to prove that he can fight back, because this is gonna be just the same as we saw in game one. At the same time, as the tournament progresses, we will be able to talk more about the deck breakdown, the top tables, of course. But just as I mentioned, if you have any questions coming in for tomorrow, or even just some requests or ideas on what deck you would like to see, you can just try and comment in the chat, and we'll try to give it a shot if there is any successful player out there. And there are a lot at the top tables. It's quite diverse.
Known names. And here we are seeing the basic combos of Mathmech with the Disciple plus the Devotee, which brings the token on the field, and then here we are seeing the Wicked.
Yeah. Same combos at the Gnister deck. We have not yet seen it, but for now, not gonna be much of a surprise. We have seen the exact same combo, but I would be surprised if he goes once again for the Appaloosa.
Yeah,
what do you say?
Yeah, I will not go for it, honestly. After what I saw and how the deck works, I will not commit to Appaloosa, honestly.
Yeah, here he goes. Now he knows what he's up against, and that's why it makes a lot of sense to open up with Linguribo, even the small word. Interesting. Committing maybe to an Ash Blossom if he can.
Yeah.
That could be cool if he can get to it. Let's see if these bridges that we talked about can actually get him somehow close to that, and I think that's what he's trying to go for. Yes, makes a lot of sense, trying to just go for it. He gets an Effect Veiler, which can be helpful. And decent setup. Can Luis pick up any of these side deck cards? Evenly matched, by the way, gets a lot worse because Linguribo can negate it. So
yeah,
really solid start by Niklas.
Very good start from him.
I think he might have the fusion this time.
He has the Extravagance.
Okay, Extravagance is a great start. So this game's still far from being closed. It will be, I think, still back and forth, and as long as he doesn't banish all the copies of Dragoon. Okay, he will chain the Masquerena right away, and once again goes for the Appaloosa. It seems like he's a big fan of this card in this matchup. Maybe he has seen it all, and he knows something we are not quite sure about. And he does have the fusion. Wow.
He does have it.
Did he check the banish cards?
I don't know.
I haven't noticed, to be fair, but I think he did.
Yeah.
Like, that would be a shame if he didn't.
I mean, he's playing three Red Edge Dark Dragoon.
That's almost impossible.
Yeah,
But you never know.
You
never know.
Good friend of ours playing ABC one time, you know.
Lose up. Shout out. Oh yeah. Oh, I got worried for a moment because almost the end of the extra deck. But yeah, Dragoon eats the field, and that is really strong because now he can use the effect twice. Of course, he cannot destroy the Appaloosa because the Masquerena will protect it. But This is a huge start.
This changes.
And again, the set rotation, all of the good spells.
This is what Luis was looking for, especially because Niklas started things off pretty well.
Yeah.
The Red Ice Fusion, we talked about that. He didn't draw it in both Game 1 and Game 2. And the Dark Dragoon makes the difference.
For now, he's left just doing what he has. I was just thinking, what if he would have chained the Factorial to the Fusion? Because then you get to the Laplacian, and technically that was going to be chain link 1, and if he goes for the Dragoon, you have Appaloosa to negate it. I think that could have been a good consideration, but he's doing it now, so it's still possible, but now you can negate it, and then it gets negated. So it's not too much of a difference, but it gives your opponent a little bit of option. Let's see. He chains Call by the Grave. Wow. Wow.
What a hand. What a hand from Luis.
A hand. Wow. This is just the perfect end. You can see him just shaking his head, and what can you do?
I mean,
sometimes it's just your day, and this end from Luis is incredible. Yeah, you can see him shaking his head quite a bit. By the way, there are 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We have to keep that in mind, but this is so strong. You basically get rid of the whole board now.
I mean, he got to see the Red Ice Fusion set rotation called by the Grave.
An extravagance.
Incredible hand.
Yeah,
incredible
like
hand.
All of the power spells drawn by him, and of course Dragoon. We do not forget how good of a card that is.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a ridiculous card.
Yeah,
right?
it has been smashing like the fields. I don't know how many times we have seen it in action.
Especially at the remote duel, so it's quite cool to see it in action live here at YCS Utrecht. So, wow, what a turn of events. And now we'll see if he picked up the Necro Valley as well. He gave it to his opponent. That could have been an interesting choice.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, I saw that Luis has a copy of Fitness in his hand, and also has the final battle.
Yeah, but the cool thing is the Red Ice Fusion has the restriction. You cannot normal or special, but you can still set.
Yeah.
And that's as good as it gets for Subterrors. So, what a turn by Luis. Probably one of the best turn ones we have seen today. His opponent picks up his cards and now has a huge challenge to actually come up with. It's tough.
Yeah, very tough with the Dragoon on the field. And also
Where
there's
do you
the
even start
fitness.
from?
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Okay, Lightning Storm is a decent way to start things off. At least it forces out either the Fiendes or the Dragoon. He's considering which, and he actually goes for Spell and Traps because the Dragoon is protected. So he's just gonna chain it and be sure that his effects cannot be negated. And now it's tough because what can you even go for? I think the goal is to go for Zeus maybe, if you can.
Yeah, but here I think we're going to see the Fiendness being activated by Luis.
Yeah, Diameter is the one you will try to use. Let's see. I think you have to, right? Because the Zeus is the one.
Yes.
Oh, what?
What?
He use it for the Dragoon,
okay,
of course. He's not using the Shifter. He uses the Dragoon, discarding the Shifter for the Dragoon. And this is tough. Now we get to see, once again, Niklas trying his best to stay in this game. And he does have, of course, we know it, he had the last round. And now he can go and actually try to clear the board.
Yeah.
So this will still be a close one.
I mean, it's not easy, of course, to get rid of the Dragoon.
Sure,
Let's
but,
see if,
I mean, it still has quite a
okay.
few options. He goes right away for one of the riskier play.
Yeah, it goes with the Splash Mage.
Do you like the Splash Mage in this position? Actually, it's quite risky, isn't it? Like, isn't it just better to go for downward afterwards? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been safer. But, like, here Luis really needs to think on where to activate the fitness.
Yeah.
And I think he's just waiting for it.
Or maybe he didn't use it. Is it possible that he didn't get it? And instead
I'm pretty sure I
went
saw it.
for a different
Yeah.
line? Okay,
Yeah,
he does have it. So Fiendis comes down. And you can see it here being used, avoiding. Ooh! That's a big surprise, though. Interesting.
He has the addition.
Yeah, this changes a lot, because now we get to see the Axis Go Talker. What a turn of events. Actually, Niklas finding the way to out this. Yeah, plenty of targets. He's gonna just attack over the Dragoon. And I think he deserves a round of applause from our crowd, if possible.
I mean,
great stuff.
I was not expecting it to come, honestly.
Great turn by both players, just giving their best to fight back, but in the end it seems as if Niklas found the solution to this very tough puzzle. Maybe I gotta say thanks to Luis using his Dragoon in a spot which was not entirely needed, but now we get to see the other effect. Usually we get the discard to negate, instead you can also use it to bring something back from the graveyard. And we see the effect Veiler. We knew about it. He added it from the small ward, and this makes it quite tough, I think. He passes back, and now there is only so much that Luis can do to stop Niklas from OTKing this turn. He's gonna open up with this. Just a normal summon is enough to close this one. Can Niklas do it right away? He has it. I think Luis has seen enough. He picks up his card, and it is Niklas who is the winner of round 7. What a match once again. Our duelist just trying and fighting really hard in this round 7 to advance with a 6-1 record. Great chances making it to the top 64, but really, what a battle.
What a turnaround of events. I mean, I think we would have never expected Niklas to come back like this into this game 3. Because he was able basically to show us how powerful the deck is.
Yeah.
He drew the Mathmat Circular, like also in game 1 and game 2, and he was able to put up a very impressive field. And then in game 3, basically Luis started, I think, with the ideal end, like Pot of Extravagance, Red Ice Fusion, the Cold Body Grave on the Super Factorial.
Honestly, I think it's one of those ends that when you imagine what do I want to draw like in the game 3 at Worlds, it's probably worse than the end he drew, but still his opponent found a way to just capitalize what he had. maybe, just maybe, the Dragoon and Fiendish choices were a little bit off, or rather, they could have been on different targets, and it could have changed the outcome of the game. But regardless, I think they both proved why they were X1 in the first place, and why they knew their deck very well. As a reminder, they're always playing on stream. It's never easy. We keep on stressing this, and especially now because the field is getting thinner and thinner, and there are a huge crowd watching this live here, such as Erboigen here with us. But now, of course, we will be able to show you guys the last 2 rounds. Just as a reminder, today we witnessed 7 rounds already. We have 2 more rounds remaining for day 1, and then tomorrow we'll meet back at 9 for the last 3 rounds of Swiss, followed by top 64. I have to say this was honestly a hell of a day on our side. We were actually going and witnessing a lot of different decks. We saw some playing, of course, the most popular in the room, Sprite, Tier Elements, but we have seen all the things we didn't expect. Burning Abyss, 6 Samurai, Infinite Loop, go check that out. It's round 5, I believe. Yeah. So you have to watch that. I've never seen an Infinite Loop in my life, so go watch back the 6 Samurai future match. But then we can see decks just like these. We had seen at the top tables Light Swarm, Madolce, Exo Sister. Like, there are so many different decks at this moment just competing and doing well. So I'm sure we will see more and more of them. And even when it's top 64, actually, once we get to that tomorrow, it makes a huge difference compared to top 32, you know?
Yeah.
In a top 32, sometimes we had seen in the past maybe even 20 or more decks which were just a single deck. On top of my mind, I have your loved Spiral, but there are a lot of these, and I don't think we are gonna see something similar.
No, I mean, we were watching the tables before, and I think we have looked up for at least 20 different decks.
Yeah, that's why if it was top 32, maybe it could have been something along the line of 20-ish between Sprite and Tier Elements, maybe, but with top 64, I think we are in for a treat tomorrow. And it will be able to talk about what record you need for the event, because as a reminder, we almost hit 2,200 players, which means the competition is tough. The level is up here, and you need probably something along the line of you know, either, I think, 9 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses.
Yeah.
So probably that's the guaranteed score. That's not easy.
No, for sure. Like,
that's not easy.
I know it.
But
I know it.
I think just as a last thank you for you guys, you have been lovely. Thank you for supporting and watching the stream. On our side, the Italian duo, this will be the last future match we have done for the day. So we will leave you to our lovely German pair for the remaining round 8 and 9. So thank you. See you tomorrow on our side, but keep watching, because for now we will go to the winner and Ed.
A salute to you guys. You've done a wonderful job today. Thank you for your service. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more coverage. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got plenty more coming up. I am joined by the round 7 winner, Nicholas. First of all, congratulations. How does it feel to be this far into Swiss on the features and winning?
It feels very good. First time I got this high in the tournament before. Really? Yeah. I'm just a local guy.
Just a local guy who's absolutely destroying Utrecht. That's very good, though. It's nice to see these kind of things. So talk to us a bit about your deck choice, because we see a few people play MathMech, but it's sort of one of those, like, slightly rogue choices. What is it that you like about MathMech?
In general, I like Cyber stacks, and I played Salamangreat before, and Elignista, but I think MathMech is the best because of the Super Factorial, the trap, and yeah, I like OTKing with Access Code.
Were you expecting to go up against a deck like Subterra today?
No, not really, not really. I thought I'm the strange deck, but he was.
Yeah, that was truly a strange choice, but it was quite interesting because that's the kind of deck that's got like a lot of floodgates and things, and we saw that with the summon limit and things. So come a little closer to me, by the way, I'm being told in my ear. So I want to know what kind of things were going through your mind, because we have a bunch of different things happening in the game. Things like the summon limit was really helping Subterra in game 1. There was Imperm on your Appaloosa that you managed to deal with. So what was going through your head during game 1? Were you feeling confident, or were you sort of unnerved by the fact that Subterra was going on?
On game 1 I was confident, but in general, because Lingo Revo, I'm very confident against trap decks, but yeah, I couldn't handle too much trap, so.
But then we go into the second game. There were a couple of moments where apparently you didn't use the Lightning Storm on the back row. Were you feeling a bit like, I probably should have dealt with the floodgate there? But I mean, it all came back in the end, I guess.
Yeah, game 2 I should scoop earlier, so I don't know. I was nervous and then couldn't manage it, so I lost it.
It's the pressure of a feature match, you know, being on stage, there's a bunch of people watching on stream. There's a lot of tension, the lights, the cameras and everything. And then, yeah, you did scoop after a very long back and forth. And then in game 3, that was when we finally saw his Red Ice fusion and things coming out. So were you nervous, or were you, managing to deal with that? Were you always aiming for access code and things to try and get around Dragoon?
Yeah, Dragoon was scary, because I searched the turn before with my Veiler with Small World. I could search Ash, but I decided for Veiler. Yeah, I was wrong, but yeah, I knew I could kill him with access code.
Absolutely, and you certainly did, and it's now won you round 7, so I hope the rest of your tournament goes really well. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again. Guys, don't go anywhere, because as the Italian duo have said, the wonderful German duo are going to be commentating 2 more rounds today of the Saturday of YCS Utrecht. Don't go anywhere, plenty more coverage coming your way. So some of you watching at home may have been to some of our public events before. Some of you guys maybe haven't. What does an event look like, I hear you ask? I'm glad you've asked. So behind me, you can see all of our hundreds of tables where thousands of duelists are going to be taking part here in not only the main event, but also the side event. This is where every single duel that you see outside of our feature duels will be happening. So behind me is the public events desk. Now this is where you come and register for all of the public events, things like 3v3, the Time Wizard format. There's lots of different events going on throughout the weekend. And basically taking part in those, you win points, and you can use those points to exchange for some wonderful prizes. We have a whole different segment where we've talked about all the prizes that you can win, which you'll see during our coverage. Now this is the main event desk. This is where lots of our staff are working very, very hard to make sure you guys are all logged in. Bear in mind, this time we are using Neuron to make sure all of you are registered and have your deck profiles listed. But this is where all the hard work happens, keeping the main event of YCS Utrecht running. And as you can see, there are so many duelists. Sorry. And if you guys find yourself with some downtime between rounds, you can always come on over to our Duel Links area where you can play Duel Links on our massive screens. We've just introduced the new Into the Vrains world, so this is a good opportunity to get a bite-sized chunk of that. So finally, we're going to show you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of how the production works here at the live event. So behind me, you can see all of our stages. This is where all of the coverage takes place throughout the weekend. Live interviews, the feature matches, deck profiling, it all happens right here. So don't go anywhere, because we've got plenty of that coverage coming right up.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule.
To make the grade, you first must duel.
Gather your friends.
Then clean their clocks.
With 4 new decks all in one box.
Prove you're clever, like a fox with Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox.
Available now. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale.
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual! Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! Available now! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies. 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Utrecht. I'm here with Christoph and we have something really special for you. It is a deck profile of a really old deck because it is the March 2010 Time Wizard format. Christoph, what are we seeing here?
Well, for the Time Wizard tournament for 2010, I'm playing a Lightsworn deck. So a Lightsworn deck, it's focused on milling yourself and then applying a lot of pressure early on and then just ending the game really quickly. So in order to do that, what you always want to see, your Charge of the Light Brigade, it's at 1 in the format, but it's super strong. For a cost, it mills 3 and then searches any of your Light Swans, which is super strong. Of course, in a deck which is focused on milling, you want to play cards that are good when milled. So you play 3 of Wolf.
Absolutely.
It's a 2100 attack beater, which is really strong in the format because it's way slower than nowadays. It just summons itself whenever it's milled, and it applies a lot of early game pressure. It forces bottomless trap hole, whatever. It's really good at trading opponents' cards. And then, like the boss monster for the deck is Judgment Dragon. It can summon itself from hand by if at any point in the game when you just have 4 Light Swans with different names in your GUI. And then not even once per turn, you just pay 1,000 and destroy all other cards except for himself on the field. And because you can summon multiples of them per turn, he just enables OTKs really quickly when you have multiples of him. So insane. And then just your second alternative win condition is Honest. It's a hand trap. I think everyone knows this card. When a light monster battles, you can discard her. And then, or him, whatever, I don't know. You can discard them and increase the attack of your monster by the attack of the opponent's monster. So it's not really easy to play around the card. And if you do, you might get punished by something else. But like, it's super strong and also just makes your OTKs way easier.
So, why are you playing Lightsworn? What's the best feature about the deck?
It's just that I've played the deck as a child. No, it's like it's of course like nostalgia plays into it a bit, right?
Absolutely.
But like even nowadays, I really like mill decks that play with their graveyard because it just gives you another layer where you can play from. And just Judgment Dragon is such an iconic boss monster. Honest is such a generically cool card.
Yeah.
And the cards just look awesome.
Yeah. So, what's the worst thing about the deck? What do you think is the weakness of the deck, and what side deck cards are you afraid of?
Well, biggest weaknesses are that you can't really afford to play back row cards because they don't do anything when they're milled, so you just try to play all gas 40 cards, no traps. I mean, of course you can play some, but that comes at a cost of your consistency. And probably the biggest thing I fear for the tournament is a Light Imprisoning Mirror, which is a continuous trap that just shuts off all light effects on the field and in the graveyards. I just have to draw Heavy Storm or MST to out that. Yeah, and besides that, I just feel like it just has solid matchups overall, and it can win any game because it's a bit sacky. Yeah.
So that answers my next question. Do you think that this deck can win the tournament?
Absolutely. If I don't get paired against 3 Gladiator Beasts, I'm good.
Okay, there you have it. If you don't play versus Gladiator Beast, then you win with Lightsworn. Thank you, Christoph. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we are going back to the live coverage of YCS Utrecht.
Welcome back. We are here for the penultimate round of today's Swiss. We've had a number of very exciting duels today, and we're excited to bring you one of two more. So on my right, we have Nicholas Frey, and on my left, we have Finn Merlers, and they're going to be taking part in round 8. So would you like to roll the dice? We're going to do the high roll and see which one of you guys will be playing first in this game. That is a 9. And that is a 5. Who's going to go first? Nicholas is going to go first. Okay, this is going to be very exciting. I'm going to hand you over to the German commentator team, and we're going to jump into our penultimate round for the day. Take it away, guys.
Thank you once again, Ed. Welcome back from the German commentary team
Hi.
again. And we're here for the late shift for the last 2 rounds of the day. We still have some energy left to actually cruise through.
Oh, I've got a
those
lot
last
of
two,
energy
for
left.
sure.
Gotta be honest. I'm really
Definitely.
hyped for this one. Can't lie.
Absolutely. This meta game is really, really, really cool. And it looks like one deck is actually really strong. And we've managed to find 2 different versions of the deck here. And we want to see whether that one extra thing that was put into one of the 2 decks is actually going to be the change, the reason why it is a little bit better than the other one. What do you think personally?
I am absolutely biased.
That is absolutely true.
Biased. There are a few extra cards added to the deck that you are going to see soon when we are jumping into the game.
Yes.
And I am an absolute fan of those cards. I have a personal relation
I
to
know,
them.
my friend, I know.
Gotta be honest. So let's just jump into the game and see what the players are bringing.
So here we are, round number 8 for the day, and we see that we have 2 different Runic Sprite variants, but Niklas actually managed to fit in one of your favorite engines of the whole game.
It is a bigger Trickster engine. We have seen Trickster engines in Sprite versions before.
Yes,
However, this one contains not only Light Stage and Lilybell, but also Kandina and Reincarnation.
Indeed it does.
I want to count Drone Lockbird in as well.
That's actually true, because the combination of the Drone Lockbird and the Reincarnation was very, very popular back in the day. It hasn't seen a whole lot of play lately, but it's back here in the featured match area in the hands of Niklas.
Oh, Impermanence discarded
by the Hagen, and it's met by Impermanence of Finn, so this is not going to search for the Runic Fountain. Which, interestingly enough, in that version of the deck, I think Niklas is only playing 1 Fountain. So that's definitely something to have an eye on. So if that 1 Fountain actually gets outed, it's unlikely to recover back into the game, and he's going for Gigantic right here, right now.
Yeah, I must say, I'm a little bit surprised about the Trickster engine as well, because it's kind of conflicting, you know, Light Stage and Runic Fountain.
Yeah, but those are 2 field spell cards, and
Exactly.
of course there's only 1 field spell zone, but there is another
And
Impermanence.
the Veiler on blue before that. Triple hand trap, Imp, and Veiler. And now Light Stage is being activated, so we can actually kind of extend here. We can search for the Lilybell. You could search for Kandina, however you cannot summon Kandina anymore because of the restriction of Gigantic or...
But the Gigantic didn't resolve at all. That was Impermanence.
right.
The whole effect was negated, so he totally can summon Kandina here, and it is a card he's searching.
For it.
I didn't expect him to, in the first game, even summon this card, but because, as you said, he's focusing on the Sprite part of the deck, so this card should not be summoned that often, but it is summoned here and is resolving as well.
So now he has 2 options, either search for the one of Reincarnation, which is a valuable resource in the GY, and can also take away a Runic Fountain from the hand of your opponent as soon as it's searched. Or you go for the Lilybell and have another monster on board and possibly do some more combo-ish stuff.
True, and you can still go into Elf here because it only needs 1 level 2 or rank 2 monster. And let's not discount one thing here. It's cool to have triple interruption on your opponent's turn with double Imperm and a Veiler, but that also brings you down to only 2 cards in hand, 3 for the next turn. So this is definitely something to keep an eye on. Finn does not have a whole lot of resources here.
Yeah, and Niklas, by the way, the 3rd player called Niklas in our stream today. Niklas has Sprite Blue in the GY, so of course it was stopped in the last turn with the effect Veiler, but it can be summoned back with Elf. Cannot be targeted then if it's summoned in the Elf zone, and
That's
then
really
you
good.
are in your engine with a Surge Jet.
That light stage was really great for Niklas there. So we see actually that the Trickster engine in this particular game 1 right here might be the reason why Niklas is winning here. So we were wondering whether that Trickster engine is actually giving the little bit extra to the Runic Sprite deck, and here in the direct comparison it might actually be the key component for Niklas to win this.
Oh, DD Crow on the Sprite Blue as well, and now I'm curious, he is chaining Elf, he might have Lockbird in hand, and that would mean after the draw he can resolve Reincarnation and chain Lockbird, and this would take apart the entire hand of Finn. However, this does not seem to be happening.
Nope, definitely not. And there is the very, very popular Hyperia that has been played in basically every Runic Sprite deck we've seen so far. And there's the best quick play spell you could imagine from the Runic deck. It is Runic Tip right there. What are we searching for here? Runic Tip into Field Spell maybe? Are we going for Runic Fountain? Or do we? Oh, yeah, we will end up getting the Runic Fountain through the Hugget there, I think.
But I mean, you're probably just going to Reincarnation this as soon as it's searched, right? I don't know how experienced Finn is in playing versus Tricksters, but this Reincarnation could actually counter the entire strategy. How many fountains does he play?
That's a good question. I will look up.
Looked like one. Only one.
Finn is also only on Runic Fountain in 1 copy. Only 1 copy for both of the
this
players.
Could be devastating. And he doesn't even activate the effect as it seems. He just goes into Gigantic Sprite. Makes sense. You shouldn't really have too many cards in hand.
Ooh,
yeah.
But there is instantly freezing curses.
And the fountain is
he
even
hits
banished.
The fountain though. So there's no fountain left in the deck of Finn, and we know this Runic Sprite deck is totally evolving around that field spell, and it makes you recycle all of your other Runic cards, and therefore the whole recycle potential. And the reason why this deck is so strong is now gone with that 1 banish.
I find it really interesting that you decide to run only 1 fountain if you're expecting a lot of mirror matches.
That's true, because that banishing aspect of all the Runic cards definitely hurts there.
Yeah, there will be games where you just can't really play with your engine.
Absolutely true. So it looks like it is back to Niklas right there, because he drew for a card. And
no, I don't think so. I think... oh, no, wait, it was...
Yeah, he's actually activating the effect of Sprite Elf.
Yeah.
And he wants to summon back the Gigantic. Wait, can Gigantic just detach something from anywhere on the field?
Yeah,
so you could actually detach from opponent's monsters?
Oh no, from anyone on the field.
Okay, yeah, on your side of the field. That's what I was thinking. But he did have another Sprite Blue in hand. That's why he didn't want to special summon the Sprite Blue back. So
well, the Sprite Blue was banished with Crow in the previous turn.
Oh yeah, also. True. So it was the only target you could only have. So Niklas looking quite good here. Also, the comeback potential from Finn is severely hindered by banishing that Runic Fountain there.
Yeah, and this looks like the board is... I mean, it's already broken because it is just a Gigantic Sprite. And that one's not too huge, so...
Not really. So Finn also not looking too happy. We talked about it. In his turn 1, he already used 3 cards out of his hand on the opponent's turn already, and therefore was not left with a lot of resources. Those cards in his hand actually were quite good. He had the tip, he also had access to his Sprite engine, but still, nevertheless, Niklas had interruptions for that, and he also managed to banish the Runic Fountain, which could be really, really a huge turning point in this. So Niklas now being able to resolve the Gigantic Sprite there, detaching the Sprite Blue, and what are you going for here? Interestingly enough, he actually decided to not run the Hyperia. He only runs 1 copy of Capshell and no copies of Hyperia.
I mean, if you decide to only run 1 of these cards because you want to cut these drawing engine cards for Trickster, it makes sense to only run Capshell because you can special summon on your turn. Like, if you're comboing it out, I think Capshell gives you more draws overall.
Because it can give you a draw on your own turn on your opponent's turn.
You can summon it back with Elf after your first turn, and then you can go into a Djinn Buster, which Hyperia can't do because it's not a Dark type.
That's true. But I mean, you want to summon back something else with Sprite Elf on your opponent's turn, because theoretically you could also summon back the Hyperia, then you get a draw on your opponent's turn. But there's better stuff to Reborn, so you don't really want to waste it on that, and that's just the worst case scenario you would have to do it. But that is looking good. He also has Sprite Carrot now on the board. it's interesting to see
didn't
that
use
Sprite,
Smashers.
yeah, that Sprite Carrot though is getting more and more popular because it was always Sprite Red, the monster effect negator, being the more popular of the two. And now this format shapes up to be a lot of Runic, and therefore the Sprite Carrot all of a sudden is actually the better card of the two, or like the more used, the card you will blindly go for more of the time. So this is definitely the one that has more impact on the metagame right now, I would say.
I like the hair of Sprite Carrot, if you can call it hair. I like the lightning hair.
Yeah, the thunder hair. I don't know.
Okay,
and
so
there is the Sprite Smashers. He wants to get rid of the Gigantic, of course.
Also getting rid of the own Gigantic and not trying to activate any more Runic cards this turn, so he doesn't have to skip his next battle phase. Hyperia is normal summoned.
And he gets a one draw.
It's a one draw. Can you, if he draws into blue or Jet, then this could actually be quite the turn.
I mean, Jet would not be that great because there's still Carrot to negate the spell and trap you would Surge, but blue could be quite good. It is Jet, though. It is Jet.
It is still good.
I mean, it gives you another level 2 monster on the board, so you can actually extend into your extra deck, so it's definitely fine. And you can somehow play around the Sprite Carrot, maybe even if he summons a monster to run over it now. But that would need to be a pretty big monster, to be fair.
And we should not forget the last card that is set for Niklas, which is Trickster Reincarnations.
Oh, wow, true. He hasn't even used it at all. That's true. He hasn't even used it at all. He hasn't been able to pull off the Droll and Lockbird Reincarnation combo also. But I think, I mean, in this Trickster builds, it was always like a little bit of a rule to play Droll and Lockbird in your main deck as well, even though from time to time it would not even be that great in the format. But when we have a look at this format right now, seeing so much Sprite Runic,
it's fantastic.
It actually seems like a pretty good fit, yeah. So I think he's happy to actually main deck Droll and Lockbird in that big of a field with so many Sprite Runic players.
Yeah, and also your opponent can really not play around Droll and Lockbird plus Reincarnation. It's basically impossible. His opponent was kind of lucky that Niklas did not have the Lockbird, because otherwise this game would have been over in a second.
Certainly, yeah. Most certainly. And now it's on Finn. He's considering his options. He added a spell, but he knows that that spell could instantly be negated by the Sprite Carrot on the field. So I think maybe we see a Zeus line here. Okay, he goes Gigantic first of all.
Yeah, and he cannot activate it. I think he tried to activate it, but the first Gigantic Sprite was removed from the field already after trying to activate, and thus you cannot activate this new Gigantic Sprite, and this might have been
a little bit of a misstep there from Finn. He forgot about it because it totally didn't resolve the effect of Gigantic Sprite, but Niklas was clever and actually chained the smashes to the effect activation of Gigantic Sprite, and therefore no effect could be used.
Reincarnation was just activated maybe in the end phase of the turn, because he probably just wants to revive the Candina on his turn.
Yeah, probably he wants to have more monsters on board. Oh no, we're actually in the main phase.
Okay, that's kind of interesting.
Definitely interesting.
Because I don't really see the reason for it.
Yeah, I mean, the Sprite starter in hand was totally fine, wasn't it? Because he actually had a way to deal with it. So.
And you can also chain it to the Reincarnation.
Indeed, you can, yeah. Oh, and he drew into the freezing curses there.
So this is going to summon another Huggin, but what is Huggin supposed to search? You cannot get the fountain.
I mean, it can't surge anyways, because you would have to discard one card, and I don't think he has any more cards to discard.
He discarded two. He
you're right. Oh, true.
Starter and Effect Veiler. However, the bottom card of the banished pile is Runic Fountain.
Yeah, and I mean, this gives him access to Sprite Elf again if he wants to, but whether that's going to change the outcome here dramatically is questionable, I would say.
Yeah. Oh, red is being summoned as well. So you actually have a board.
Yeah, but this is looking better than I thought for Finn now. It looked really good for Niklas, and I was already thinking that he was in a really winning spot there, but Finn is fighting back quite good here for actually starting with only 3 cards in hand and got a lot of interruptions on that 3 cards even. So it is actually quite interesting and quite impressive even how Finn is coming back here.
However, Finn loses his next battle phase. Maybe
that is indeed true.
This one, actually. I don't think he attacked this turn.
He did run over the Sprite Elf, actually.
Oh, right. Right, that's why it's not there anymore.
Yeah.
So
there's
this
another
is
light
such a huge
stage.
draw, because now he can actually use the engine to summon Lilybell and add back the Candina. He has no targets to search for Candina except for another light stage, which really doesn't do anything, but it's still cool.
Yeah, I think you were about to say it's so good, it's so great, but
Yeah,
it's
if you had a
really just
licorice.
cool, isn't it? Yeah, it's
If you had a
really just
licorice,
cool.
it would be crazy.
Licorice would be the icing on the cake, but he didn't have space for that anymore, so it's just Lilybell, Light Stage, and Candina, and also the one reincarnation in the graveyard. So you don't even really want to get the Candina out of the graveyard right now, because in the graveyard you could at least reborn it with the reincarnation,
Yeah.
so I don't even know whether you want to use the add-back
I mean,
effect of Lilybell there.
You can go into Link place and then reincarnation out the Lilybell in the battle phase to add back the Cantina after that.
True, that's actually right, yeah. So, we see that Finn wants to summon back the Sprite Jet with his Sprite Elf, and he successfully does so once again, and he searches for another Sprite starter. So, he has follow-up for the next turn, but that Sprite Carrot is still looking chill on the side of Niklas, and is still ready to negate every spell and trap that Finn is about to activate.
So now we are seeing... Gigantic Sprite hasn't been used yet, right?
Nope, not this turn. That
He could
Sprite
just-
Carrot and Lilybell came there for other reasons.
Yeah.
But he's not using it.
Decides not to use it at all. Does he have any Link 3 or higher monsters in
Let
his
me
extra
see,
deck?
let me see. We have Nightmare Unicorn in there, so maybe he wants to go for Unicorn, but I mean, nothing on there seems to be like something that you definitely have to shuffle back to the extra deck, honestly. So I see Unicorn, and Link-wise, there's nothing else really. Maybe you want to make a Gigantic Sprite, which is 3,200, and that's why you went for the Dark Bear, but I'm not really sure of whether that's so important right now, because all the monsters that Finn provided aren't that big either, so...
Yeah.
Looks like it's a little bit unnecessary, but he's moving the Sprite Carrot to the attack position now, which makes it even more vulnerable, because now you can run over it even easier. We're running over the Sprite Red, we're running over the...
And it can't be run over, because the next battle phase is going to be skipped.
Oh, you're right. True, I forgot about that, but
And
that's
he's actually
100%
summoning the
true.
Candina, so that's why he didn't use the Gigantic to just go into Candina and run over the Elf, which kind of makes sense. I would just wish that Lilybell would have gotten back the Candina.
Yeah, I mean, and now you can just go into IP maybe in main phase 2, and then that's actually another interruption on the opponent's turn. But does he have cards in hand? That's a really important question, because the only thing he can really summon out is the Nightmare Unicorn, and Nightmare Unicorn without a card in hand is not that great, honestly.
I mean, did he even play anything out this turn?
Okay,
Did
now he
even
will
use a
get to
card?
cards in hand for
Yeah.
sure. He is securing some cards in hand here, and I'm pretty sure we're also going to see the IP Masquerena going to be on that end board here for this turn. And Finn is just drawing to one card. He has no battle phase to actually get any monsters off the board with attacking, so it's going to be a hard time for Finn here. But we see that this matchup, the Sprite Runic Mirror match in general, is so grindy. It's so much about resource management. It reminds me so much of other older formats we had, and this is really such a great game, and you really are playing this game in your mind, and it's not punch, punch, punch. It's just really, really thinking everything out for a while, and it actually takes a while to happen there.
And nobody in this game activated Runic Fountain so far.
That's true. I mean, that's the most impressive card of the archetype, or of like the engine, and wasn't even activated yet. Pretty interesting.
So does he now go into the Gin Buster?
He already grabbed Sprite Blue and Sprite Jet. It looked like he would go into it, but he's not sure yet.
I really like that he keeps Candina on board, maybe because for each spell or trap that is activated, there will be 400 burn damage. Okay, we don't use it. Fine.
Well, as I said, there is the IP Masquerena, and there's also Sprite Red now, so there's a lot of cards that Finn draws here which are not going to be
and I think there are
doing
no
anything.
cards in hand for Finn.
Right now there's none, so he's top decking into one, and it's going to be quite hard for sure.
I mean, it can't be a monster card, and it can't... Oh, there is one card in hand.
Oh, there still is. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, true. It is still the starter. He searched for starter with the Sprite Jet he reborn in the opponent's turn. But there's only Maru now banishing these Gigantic Sprite. Okay.
That is kind of surprising to me, because the Gigantic Sprite did not have any material, so it would not have been the biggest threat.
And it's coming back in the end phase, right?
And he's giving away a red for it. Also, this red is now not on the GY because he didn't detach it, but he detached blue instead, so you can't reborn it with the elf.
Honestly, by doing that, he actually gave his
and it's
opponent
a
a
scoop.
lot more, more
It is a
possibilities.
So there was a lot more possibilities, but with two cards in hand versus this board without a battle phase, Finn says, nope, no way I am winning this. So let's go into game 2 before we waste any more further time. And
Yeah.
Niklas takes the first game with the Trickstar engine.
Yeah, you must be a happy man right now
I am.
because your Trickstar deck is actually performing still in 2022 here at YCS Utrecht. It's only a couple of Trickstar cards, but more than you would expect, honestly, from that engine.
2 more, actually.
Indeed, the Candina and the Reincarnation. And we did actually see both cards, and honestly, those made a difference there in that game. But Candina was that extra thing to attack with. That Reincarnation, like that
Also,
banishing
the
effect was
Candina-
kind of random, right? We didn't really understand why he would banish the Sprite starter there. But anyways, it was there in the graveyard then to special summon back the Candina, which was cool. But I think in the first turn, it was especially important that he had the light stage to extend after the interruptions of his opponent. That was really, really good.
And you need to have Candina so you can get the Reincarnation there. I think it's a really great card in this matchup, especially because you can target basically the Runic Fountain as soon as your opponent searches it, which is basically the start of the combo.
Certainly, yeah.
You could just get rid of it forever if your opponent only plays 1, and this might be a problem for Finn.
Definitely. And I mean, the Trickstar deck, since its introduction, since its release, it was always a deck that would not struggle a lot against hand interactions. It would not be interfered a lot by Nibiru or something, because it really is just a very, very simple deck, to be honest. It's just searching, special summoning. The light stage is cool versus back row as well, but it's not doing something crazy or anything. But it's so consistent in what it does. It's so great. It's also, of course, having that cool little burn aspect you were just talking about.
The most important part about it is being annoying, and there is a crazy thing it can do. I mean, it's not spectacular, which is the Reincarnation Droll interaction. It's no spectacular combo, but it knocks your opponent out quite quickly.
For sure. You can definitely not disregard that. I will just have a quick look into the side deck of Niklas. He will be probably forced to go second here, so he's one of the many players in this event which is also side decking Cosmic Cyclone, and in this matchup, as we saw, drawing only one of it would actually be really great because there's only one Runic Fountain in his opponent's deck, so that could really come in clutch. He managed to snipe out that with the banish effects of his own Runic cards in this first game, and that managed to hold down his opponent really low on the resources, so he was never really in trouble of getting to lose that resource game, honestly.
There were barely any draws except for the Iperia ones.
Indeed, yeah. And also we see that he's on the Dimension Shifter package. Do you think this is going to come in here, going second?
I don't think so. I mean, he is playing a Runic Sprite variant, and his opponent is playing a Runic Sprite variant, so if he thinks that he can handle having Shifter activated, then his opponent won't be stopped too hard.
Probably. But then, I think the only real card he could side in is maybe Evenly Matched. Probably Evenly Matched.
The Pancratops as well.
Okay, the one Pancratops, of course. Let's not disregard him. He got a lot more popular recently again, right? Since the introduction of Sprite, this card basically is a staple again in every side deck. Before that, people were not even really playing it anymore. But now everybody is like, okay, the first card in my side deck probably is going to be the Pancratops. And therefore, people are really, really going with it again. And let's see whether Niklas also went with it here for his preparations in Game 2, because this Game 2 is going to happen now. Let's get back into it. All right, there we are.
Yes.
Niklas having the comfortable number of 1 next to his name, meaning that he's up 1-0 in this
He doesn't see
round.
it.
That's
but
true.
He knows.
In that round 8 featured match. They took up almost half of the time for this Game 1 right there, but still plenty of time to play, and Finn is having a close look at his hand, and he's thinking about the perfect route to go here. Which in this deck, honestly, can be hard to come up with because it's so versatile. There's so many different routes, so you definitely want to take a moment to actually consider all the options beforehand. And we are here starting it off with one of the Runic quick spells to summon out the Hagen. Hagen discards Red, and Red then searches us for, not Red, but Hagen searches for Fountain.
Yeah, Fountain is probably going to be activated quite soon, and it already looks like it's going to get a lot of draws. Iperia is normal summoned, so normal summons out here. We're going to fish for some probably Sprite cards or more quick spells. And, I mean, you can access the Sprite cards already if you want, but it would be better to just draw a jet.
There's Sprite Jet indeed. And it's cool for me that such a simple card, such as Hyperia, now gets so popular again, because this card is just whenever it is summoned, draw one card, and it's super popular. Basically, every Runic Sprite player is on it. Not Niklas, as we saw, but he had to fit in the Trickster engine as well, so he's a little bit of an exception anyways. But this card being so simple, still so impactful in this metagame right now.
I mean, cards that just draw stuff are genuinely good.
Certainly they are, yeah.
However, for most of the combo decks, they wanted to, in the past, rely on cards that directly search combo pieces out or mill the combo pieces out.
Yeah.
But this is more of a control-ish game.
True, true.
Of course,
I mean,
you don't want to OTK your opponent, so you take every extra draw you can get.
Yeah. And let's be honest, it's also interesting to see the evolution of the Sprite deck, because Hyperia is not a card that was newly released. This card was around for a while, and now all of a sudden everybody is on it. In the beginning, nobody was even considering it. And then at some point, I think at the end of the last format, some people were already starting to play it. But now with Sprite Runic being so popular, everybody is actually playing this card.
I mean, with Swap Frog, you most of the time had a better card to summon out with the Gigantic.
Yep, you're right. But now it's Hyperia all day long. And I think people are quite happy with it, to be honest.
Oh, we have Red and Carrot.
And the Runic Fountain now as well. Do we have a way to instantly trigger it as well? Doesn't look like it.
Nope.
We will not get the draw in our own turn already. Or is he just holding back on it? No, he gives over the deck to his opponent. Looks like Finn is done with his turn, not drawing any cards off of Runic Fountain. Maybe he has one card to activate on his opponent's turn, and then he will be able to draw more cards with it.
Maybe this set card is a impermanence, and now Trickster Light Stage is being activated, so his opponent might consider this card a threat, might value the set card a lot, and he could negate it with Carrot. However, this would mean that the second Light Stage in the hand of Niklas would be really, really strong.
Yeah, but did you see the facial expression of Finn? I think he gave it a little bit away there, because he was really making a grimace. He really didn't like it when he put it down.
He's using smashers on it.
Wow.
Immediately, this is so big, getting rid of the Gigantic, and he's not gonna like what's coming next.
Niklas is just, okay, let's get
another draw.
Okay, he gets another draw for Hyperia. We were talking about that earlier. This is not like the perfect card you want to reborn with Elf, but you will take it if you can do it. And there is another Light Stage. I think Finn really, really hardly wanted to draw into Runic Quick Play spell there, because he wants to get his Runic Fountain to work. But we didn't see whether he did draw into one there. There is another Light Stage now, though.
That would mean 2 more draws and possibly more Runic spells.
Indeed, indeed. We are searching for the Lilybell, and we know why he's going for Lilybell there. He has Candina already in hand, so therefore it wouldn't be any other card he could search there even. And he uses the effect of Lilybell in hand to special summon it instantly out when it's being added to the hand. And that resolves properly there.
So Candina is being normal summoned. He had the full package in hand, right? 2 Light Stages and 1 Candina already. So he's now going to, of course, add the Reincarnation. However, Finn's Runic Fountain is already on the field. I think actually Candina and Reincarnation are good side-out cards if you're going second. Not that I'm thinking of it.
Feels like it, honestly, yeah. I will definitely agree. But I mean, so far, they did a pretty good job, right? They drew out the 1 Smashers, and also they already provided you a level 2 plus another monster on board. And there's still less monsters on his side of the field, so there's space for Pancratops as well. So Niklas slams down the Pancratops you were mentioning earlier. So this is looking good, and Finn doesn't like it. Look, his facial expression doesn't get better there.
He can probably get rid of this Runic Fountain if there is not an immediate answer in Finn's hand, because he can just attack over the red. Elf was already used this turn, so he can just pop the fountain.
Absolutely. Look, it seems like he's in battle phase already. He wanted to move his Pancratops, I think, into the direction of one of the cards that's on Finn's side of the field. But Finn thinks about something. Maybe he does have a Runic Quick Play spell in his hand, because he's really, really considering something here. So honestly, that probably is the only thing he could have there, right?
Yeah, I think he could have...
Yes, he does have a Runic Quick Play spell in his hand.
It's Flashing Fire.
It indeed is the Flashing Fire.
And this is the monster pop, in case you did not know. So Pancratops will be chained.
Of course, but there is now the Sprite Red, so it was really important that he had the Runic Flashing Fire there. Or like, basically any runic quick play spell. But honestly, this may even be the best one because you now instantly get rid of the Pankratops, which is quite cool.
Yep. Exactly. So, is red going to be chained? No. The Runic Fountain is just out
but
of
on
this
the
game
other
now.
hand, now we cannot even draw with the Runic Fountain, so
yeah,
maybe that wasn't even that great.
Maybe he should have
Probably
negated
should have.
with red.
Yes, absolutely. He denied himself of the draws with Runic Fountain there
That would have
because
been a good
he
draw
didn't
too.
negate, yeah.
And now his Runic Fountain is out of the game.
And Niklas has the
Runic
Runic
Tip
Tip
as
as well,
well.
so he gets in his
Yeah.
Runic engine now as well. Oh my.
This battle phase was really important. He thinks he can skip the next one.
Yep, and Finn is thinking about it, but giving the thumbs up. And there is the Runic, I think it's Runic Slumber. Yeah, Runic Slumber being banished on
Honestly,
Finn's side.
I
of the
just
field.
love these artworks of the Runic cards.
Yep, they are fantastic, I will agree. They are absolutely fantastic. And Niklas now going after the Sprite Carrot with the next Runic Quick Play spell card he just searched out via the activation of Runic Tip.
The Flashing Fire has to be negated, right? Because, oh no, there is no Runic Fountain on the field. I thought that this was going to be a big draw, but...
Not yet, no. But he does still
Yeah.
negate it, so Flashing Fire gets negated and red finds its way into the graveyard. So Finn is going lower and lower and lower on resources here. And Niklas still sitting there pretty with his Trickstar monsters.
And Sprite
Oh,
Blue in
boy.
hand gets special
Oh,
summoned
boy.
next to the Trickstar Lilybell. There are so many resources for him. He has the Reincarnation in hand as the last card, I think.
Yep,
And now he
indeed.
can just Sprite it away.
Oh yes, oh yes. And funnily enough, the Trickstar engine, really both games, was the part that stuck to his board, really. Like, he had the Candina on board all the time, he had the Trickstar Light Stage on board all the time, and he really was winning because he had those Trickstar cards. I mean, it was really important that he had Lilybell there, because without a level 2 monster, he would have had no way to special summon out the Sprite Blue. So really, the Trickstar engine being here, the part that decides this featured match right there.
So Capshell is being summoned. This is what I'm saying. You can play it over Hyperia because now you can go into Elf with it, draw a card, and then summon it back with the Elf. Well, actually, there's another level 2 missing, so you can't go for a next draw. And it's an
but there's-
immediate scoop. Finn does not want to drag this out any longer. There was still a chance for him to get back, I think, but Finn decided this is not worth it. I'm not going to drag this out any longer, and I surrender to you, Niklas.
Niklas Fabian Frey being the winner of this featured match, still being in competition here at YCS Utrecht late in day one. He definitely made a bold call by adding that Trickstar engine to his deck. Just such an old engine, and I feel like we're just seeing old engines being reinvented today. It's like one deck after the other, having a cool old deck being featured. And I mean, he threw in some very new cards as well, but the mixture of
You can
both...
say so, yeah.
The mixture of both actually works insanely
Yeah.
well, as you just saw.
I gotta be honest, I did not expect the Trickstar engine to be this
No.
good.
As I said, both games actually, this was the part that was sticking onto the field.
Honestly, in this mirror match, 1,800 attack points
This.
is a lot.
Indeed it
Candina
is.
was always able to run over Elf.
And honestly, this reminds me of the original Trickstar mirror match, because Trickstar also had really, really hard struggles to out any big monster.
I remember losing games to normal summoned Garnet.
Like this, it definitely is supposed to happen in that matchup because there are just no big monsters at all. And therefore, Trickstar Crowbane actually was quite an important card being introduced to the deck because it was giving you an option to deal with such monsters. This is, of course, not a card you would consider playing in such a small Trickstar package, but it definitely has some similarities.
Crowbane can also be special summoned if you have no monster on the side of the field, so we could see a comeback for this card if maybe a rank 5 toolbox deck is
And I mean,
getting popular.
this is only working together with the Trickstar Lilybell, but there is Sprite Pixies. So there is like a similar card to Trickstar Corobane, but actually Niklas Fabian Frey is on Pixies. So there is that honest-esque effect he is playing. So this is quite cool. He's having a lot of cool gimmicks there in his deck.
We have seen a lot of Pixies recently. First, when the deck came out, people weren't really considering Pixie
Not at
because
all.
they thought, okay, you know what? Honest has been a great card. It has had its formats, but not anymore. We don't need cards like this anymore. And now people realize, okay, attack points matter in Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot right now.
Especially in the Sprite deck where you only have monsters with low attack points. So you are really having no other options to basically deal with.
It can become really annoying to
big monsters.
Try to beat over big monsters, and there is a Kid Colossus on the field, and you just can't run over it.
Exactly. So I think in the beginning, only the pure Sprite variant was really, really playing Pixies, because the pure variant was really struggling with that a lot. And like all the other decks, with the other engines they were adding, were having different options to actually take care of big monsters. For example, like the runic engine actually is providing you with stuff. So you would have thought, okay, in the pure Sprite deck, we would need Pixies, and maybe in the runic variant we don't really need it. But looks like even in the runic variant you would play Pixies, as we just saw here.
This is kind of fascinating to me, because this deck literally skips your battle phase.
Yes, true. You shouldn't be in the battle phase that often.
So maybe this Pixies is more of a defensive play. You don't really use the Pixies that often to attack over monsters, but to have it as a protection effect, because we have seen that Sprite Elf has become really vulnerable in these matchups.
Absolutely.
Sprite Elf has been run over a lot, and if you can just summon out a blue with Elf before and add the Pixies, then your opponent won't be able to out your Elf, and Elf can be such an important card to have on the field when you are going into your own turn.
I think, personally, it was a good decision to run Pixies in this tournament, because you probably anticipated that you're going to play a lot of mirror matches. And in the mirror match, in the Sprite mirror match, Pixie is actually great. And therefore you made a good prediction. You really anticipated this deck being maybe the best deck, maybe the most popular deck in the room, and it is looking like that a little bit. I'm really curious. I really want to see top card numbers tomorrow. But it's still going. We still have to take some steps until then. We are now done with round number 8. And I think our interviewer is ready as well. We want to hear about the Trickster Sprite runic deck of Niklas Fabian Frey. So Ed, please ask all the questions to him.
I am indeed joined by the winner of round 8, the penultimate round of today's festivities. First off, Niklas, congratulations. How does it feel? How many wins have you got now and how many losses?
I'm currently at 6 wins and 2 losses.
That's pretty good, though, this far in. How are you feeling? Because we're quite late in the day. There's still another round to play.
It's a bit late. I don't feel too bad. I think the rounds are going pretty well for me. So, yeah, I'm feeling fine.
Well, fantastic. So let's talk a little bit about your deck, because part of the reason that you were featured on here is you have a very interesting choice of deck, the Trickstar engine and stuff. So talk us through the thought process. Why was this the deck you chose to build?
So I played Sprite Runic with the Evil Twin engine the last regionals, but I thought that the Evil Twin engine was not too bricky, but it took too much extra space, and I wanted to play some other cards. Plus the Trickster engine, I think it's really good, because many people don't expect Reincarnation to just banish their hand, and I think Droll is pretty good right now, because a lot of people are playing either Sprite or Runic, or even against Tyr, it's with the new Scarecrow variant, it's pretty good. So yeah, cheese some wins with the good old Droll Reincarnation. And I think the light stage is especially good because you don't commit your normal summon, and it's like an immediate threat that the opponent has to answer, because most decks like Sprite sets Smashers, the Tillaments, which is like one of my hate matchups, is they set the Salik, so you force the back row, even super poly, and if you have multiples, because it's not once per turn, you can force multiple back rows and just play like through boards, and you don't commit your normal summon and get the free extender with the Lilybell to get off with your engine. And if you have the Candina to normal and get the Reincarnation, it's just so good follow-up with the Reincarnation. It's like it's not as good as Ronin Totem, but you can bring back Lilybell or bring back Link material for IP and so on and so on. So yeah, that's why I wanted to play it, and it's a very compact engine. I'm playing only like 3 field spells, 1 Candina, 1 Lilybell, 1 Trap. That's enough, I think.
I hope you're all taking notes, because that was a very detailed breakdown of exactly why this deck works. So I imagine during this tournament, because quite a lot of people are playing Runic Sprite at the moment, so have you had many mirror matchups yet?
I had 2 mirror matches. Actually, the last one before this was a mirror match and was a super grindy, intense game. And I enjoyed the mirror match a lot. Yeah, apart from this, a lot of Tillaments. So yeah, Tillerman, Sprite, the two main decks.
What were the 2 losses that you had against?
The loss was the last round against the mirror match, Runic Sprite. Yeah, I got Lava Golem and Ralsphere moded in one game twice, so that was a bit rough. And the other loss was to one of the Tillerman Danger, not Danger, the Hand variants, where I just lost the die roll, and yeah, my both the starting hands, they weren't optimal to play like through a board or to establish a board, so a little bit unfortunate, but it's part of the game.
It is part of the game, but you won this game. You won this round, so at the end of the day, you've done great. Hopefully in those other mirror matchups, those little trick star things you put in are going to be the thing that separates you from the herd.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. I guess we'll see what happens. Congratulations again. Good luck in the next round, the final round of today. I hope you're not going to be too tired. You're going to be switched on with that deck brain, but it's going to be great. Make sure you guys stick around because we've got the last round of today coming right up, and then tomorrow is going to be a whole other day, including our top cut. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2022, and I'm here with another piece of content, and we have a deck profile. And who I'm here with?
Yoda Brunn.
Wonderful, and you brought us one of the newer decks we have, and that is the Labyrinth deck, exactly. That released on Tactical Masters, and you brought it here to this event. So, first of all, we're going to talk about the 4 main cards we have, and you just explain to us what they're doing and why they're good in that deck and what the general mechanic of the deck is, and then we go from there. So, take it off.
So, Welcome Labyrinth Fish summons a Labyrinth monster. You can either search summon the Searcher, summon the Space Layer, or the big boss monster in the moment. We are getting a new one, Darkwind Blast.
So it's getting even better then?
Yeah.
Nice.
And she can set it saves. Can set it save.
Yeah.
And she can set a normal trap from the grave. The opponent cannot chain monster effects to the normal trap effects you
that's
activate.
pretty cool, yeah. That's pretty
very good. And when monster leaves the field because of a normal trap, she can pop 1 card on the field or on the hand of the opponent.
Nice, that's good.
That's very nice.
So you snowball basically off of 1 trap all the time, yeah?
And Labyrinth does give Welcome Labyrinth a pop when it's activated.
Oh yeah, like it's an additional effect. You say when this card is on the field, this also happens, right?
So you activate Welcome Labyrinth, summon her, pop a monster, and pop another card.
Nice, nice.
Yeah. And it can summon a fiend from the grave or hand when a monster leaves the field because of a non-Labyrinth normal trap.
Okay, okay.
And for that is Ghastly Glitch, Archfiend's Ghastly Glitch. When you control a fiend, target a card, pop it, mill a fiend. So you are milling Backjack, End of Anubis.
Oh, you've used Backjack as well, nice.
Yeah, End of Anubis very nice against Tears. Yeah, and that's the 4 cards I very use often.
Yeah, and so you said you also have to fit in non-Labyrinth trap cards. So which one would that be in general?
Ice Strength Prison, Dogmatica Punishment, TT.
Torrential Tribute as well, yeah. All the old cards, that's cool. Very cool, very cool.
Compodes.
That's a lot of good trap cards. So this is really one of the new trap cards, not new trap decks in the format, and definitely one to watch out for. What would you say is the biggest strength of this deck going into this tournament?
End of Anubis.
End of Anubis because it's so good versus Telements, yeah? Okay, so you basically have a really, really good Telements matchup, in your opinion.
When I get it out.
That's great. I mean, we expect a lot of Telements, so that's a very fair point. But on the other end, what are you fearing? What do you think is a deck you could really struggle against?
Adagas.
Look, guys, I mean, it wasn't top 4 at Euros, so maybe it's coming again.
I've tested against it, and it's, they can play better with mine.
Oh, okay, I see. Maybe any specific side deck cards you're also afraid of? Some back row removal in specific?
Back row removal.
Yeah.
Evenly. Lightning Storm.
Of course.
Everything of that.
A lot of people are also on Cosmic Cyclone. I think this weekend this might already be also be a little bit annoying, but I think you can handle
Hitting the fields where Labyrinth is very hard.
Yeah, that's true. If that's gone, then you are struggling. Yeah, for sure. And then I've one last question for you. What do you think? How many Labyrinth players in this event are going to be in the top cut of this event then?
0 to 1.
0 to 1. So you think maybe one lucky guy is making it, but it's not that much. Interesting. So. Maybe it's going to be you. Who knows? Best of luck with that. And hopefully we're going to see you at some point in the featured match area even. And therefore I'm going to give back over to the featured match area. See you there, guys.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule.
To make the grade, you first must duel.
Gather your friends.
Then clean their clocks.
With 4 new decks, all in one box.
Prove you're clever, like a fox.
With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Available now. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now. 9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately. Join Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Rated T for Teen.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2022. I'm here with the one and only Marcus Patel, current European champion. How are you, man? How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Once in a lifetime experience, you know, to spend a year saying I'm European champion. So.
Has it kicked in already? Did you realize you're actually the European champion?
Yeah. You know, it's probably it's a feeling that I never thought could come true.
Absolutely, and yeah, we were chatting a little bit before the interview, sharing the experiences of such events, and now we finally get a new YCS. It has been a while. It was Utrecht back in 2020, and now this new season of YCS has kicked in, new prize car, and a lot of actual changes since the European Championship. So I'll just go through a little bit of the changes and ask your opinion on, of course, the elephant in the room, the new Forbidden Unlimited list, lot of changes, and if I had to ask you just to pick your favorite change out of them, or what you think is going to be the most impactful one for this event.
It was either the Ronin Toden ban or the Fairy Tale Snow ban, because I think they changed the dynamics of how the 2-element deck and the Sprite deck played. Like the whole idea of Sprite having a very easy way to have an Omni Negate was very difficult, and 2-element having an interaction in the graveyard, like most decks can't build for that. Yeah, but now you can kind of break 2-element boards because you kind of just have to deal with what's in the field, which is a lot nicer for maybe the weaker decks.
Yeah, absolutely, makes sense. And as you mentioned, we'll probably see a very diverse meta for this event, but still some of the decks being there. And so, of course, I gotta ask you, before talking about new releases, you got it all with a deck that no one saw coming, which was Rika. So do you feel the deck is still up there? Do you think it can be a choice for this weekend? What are your thoughts?
So I thought it was the perfect deck going into Euros because the Sprite and 2-element lists going into that event were very predictable. Now the way that 2-element looks and the way Sprite looks, it can take various different forms. There's 2-element style combo, there's 2-element style control. There's Sprites that play with Sprites by themselves, and also Sprites that play with runic cards. And what my Rika deck did was the cards that were not Rika cards just dealt with those two decks very well because I knew what they were going to do. But now it's a bit more difficult, especially with the runic cards that Sprite have. I kind of lose my end board presence because I can lose games going first, which is not ideal in current metagame Yu-Gi-Oh right now.
Absolutely, and I mean, you mentioned them already yourself, but Tactical Masters releasing the runic cards obviously is probably the biggest change in terms of new product releases for the event. So what's your thought on like runic in general as an engine?
I think it's a nice mechanic. It's quick play spell cards that can do a lot of different things. I think they also are limited by the skip battle phase. And I think there's a lot of technical play that you can with the runic cards. It's not as simple as just they automatically give you the win. You have to choose when to activate them, and you have to time them. So I do think they are rewarding.
Absolutely, and without spoiling, we'll see tomorrow, maybe in a future match, who knows what deck you'll end up choosing. But we have seen a lot of runic players already at the events and the 3v3, which you have been competing at. So what do you think of, in general, of 3v3s? What do you think of the format and just playing with your friends?
I love the 3v3. Being able to play with friends and help each other out, it's just a great environment. I actually really like this format. A lot of the matches I have been playing, I do think there is elements of skill. Like a lot of the time, the winner decided because there's either a mistake in technical play or there could be an improvement in deck building. And there's still lots of things to discover with this format. I don't think it's completely solved. And yeah, I think all those aspects make playing right now really fun.
Absolutely, it will be, as you mentioned, a lot of different decks, a lot of different cards. So, of course, we mentioned current European champion, but also UK past national champion. So, before saying goodbyes, do you have any advice for like new players or players that wanna get to the higher level of Yu-Gi-Oh? On top of your mind, just anything you think will improve?
I think one of the big things is trying to have as much fun as possible, because if you have fun, you'll tend to play more Yu-Gi-Oh, and you'll play more Yu-Gi-Oh overall, and you won't ever stop. You'll just have a passion for it. You're trying to make time for it, and if you play the game long enough, you will get better. So, and if you're having fun, you'd want to play the game for a long time. Which, just try to find ways that you can have fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh in your own way. I think you'll get better.
Absolutely, and a great positive message from you. So you've heard it from Marcus, so we'll wish you good luck for the event, of course. Hopefully see you later on during the weekend. Yeah, that's not small, but thank you guys for watching, and we'll be back soon with more coverage from YCS Utrecht 2022.
Welcome back, fellow duelists. I am here with Alexander for a deck profile of a deck that has been pushed by Power of the Elements and that has been quite successful lately. So, Alexander, what deck are we talking about?
We're talking about Exorcisters. The deck has got a lot of recent support. The most recent support was definitely the best cards in the archetype, Exorcister Marta. It allows the deck to actually have a 1.5 card play. It really boosts the consistency and overall just makes the deck a solid contender with the meta. One of the other new cards is the new trap card, Exorcister Eternia. It really combats the meta very well, both against Sprite, which is one of the deck's more tough matchups, and the Elements. It really complements the playstyle of the deck and overall a very solid boost to the deck as well. One of probably the best hand traps in the deck, Dimension Shifter. I think that every deck that can play the card should play it. It gives the deck a fighting chance against the Elements going second and just complements the strategy really well because the deck doesn't really care if the card gets banished. And as probably the best extra deck card in the deck, Exorcister Magnifica, also a new addition to the deck, gives the deck OTK potential, also keeps the deck, because the deck before used to be very back row heavy reliant, so it allows the deck to play even if your back row gets destroyed, facilitates OTKs, and you can also go from one Marta and any Exorcister card in the hand to Magnifica and set up a very solid board.
Okay, so those are all some new cards, and especially the Shifter has been quite dominant in tournaments lately. Decks that could run it, as you said, tried to run it. So what do you think is the strength of the deck? Why is this deck the best at what it does?
Well, I think after the recent ban list, Sprite got hit pretty hard. So most people are switching to the Elements as the best deck of the format. And this deck has a really good Elements matchup. Going first, going second. The engine itself really trades well with the Element cards. And I think with also Red Reboot getting banned, one of the biggest counters to the deck has gone. I think the deck is currently in the best place it has ever been in since its release. And I think it also has a solid matchup against rogue decks because it doesn't only rely on your opponent banishing cards from the graveyards. You have enough cards to play with your engine by yourself right now.
Okay, and what is the biggest flaw of the deck? What side deck cards are you most afraid of?
Well, another good part of the deck is there isn't a single blowout card against it, although Evenly Matched is pretty strong against the deck because it forces you to choose if you want to play with your back row or most of the time with your Magnifica. The deck kind of struggles with breaking boards. If it's a very big established board going second, the only thing you can do is attempt to, because it's an Xyz deck, so it has access to Zeus. You can attempt to make a Zeus play, but the engine itself has a hard time breaking a board going second.
Okay, and so the last question is, how many players do you think will advance to the top cut playing Exorcisters?
I think the format is pretty Exorcister favored. I would guess at least 6-7 people. As long as they're familiar with the deck, they shouldn't really have any problem beating Elements.
Okay, so 6 to 7 players should be above 10% of the top cut. That's a really high number. Thank you very much, Alexander, and we will go back to the coverage.
Welcome back, duelists, to the final round of today's coverage. This is round 9. We appreciate all of you guys who have stuck around, taken part, or even watched all of the 9 rounds of Swiss that we've done today as part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Utrecht in 2022. Remember, there are a few more rounds tomorrow of Swiss before we get into the top cut, so plenty more coverage coming. But it's late in the evening and our duelists want to get underway, so let me introduce the two who we have for this final round of today's coverage. We have Michael Dürr and we have Danique de Jong. And this is going to be one heck of a duel. Guys, please do roll the dice so we can find out which one of you is going to go first. Danique's going to go first here with the roll. That's a 5. One for Michael. That's a 4. So who's going to go first? You're going to go first? Okay, Danique's going to go first. So guys, I hand over to you one more time for the one final round of coverage today. Over to the German guys for that bit of coverage.
Thank you so much, and welcome back for the last round of Swiss today for the YCS Utrecht 2022.
Oh man,
what
we've
a day.
seen so many great decks over the course of the day. Decks that I wouldn't have even imagined happening on stream today at the beginning of the day. And I can already tell you it's not stopping yet.
We will
have
continue
one
that
more
streak for today.
really cool deck for you. And it's also a deck that has been around for a while, but hasn't seen a whole lot of play lately, but it is seeing play here. Being X1 still in the last one of Swiss today. And do you want to tell the people what it is? Because I think the people
don't want to do it
have
just
headphones
now,
on.
but I think that we should just go right into the game and see what they are playing.
All right, and there we have them again. On the bottom, you have Michael Dürr, and on top, you have Danique de Jong. And you can already see the one deck name is standing out, and this is Modolce in the hands of Danique de Jong, who won the die roll. And we were wondering, is he actually going to go first or second? Because the deck has applications for both, but he decided to go first here.
Yeah, it looks like an OTK-ish deck, even though there is a Pot of Prosperity. That could have been a hint for us, by the way.
True, indeed. But still, so many going second cards still. But I mean, obviously, it's great in nowadays Yu-Gi-Oh! To have a lot of cards in your main deck, which could work for you as well in the going second scenario. So definitely a wise decision by him to even include some of these as well. And also, another surprise. Oh, there's the Dimension Shifter.
Again, another rogue deck that heavily profits from the Dimension Shifter. And as you can see, also Dimensional Fissure. So these Dimension cards going strong. But those are not the starter cards that you want to see.
This is interesting. I mean, there's basically only one starter he revealed, and that is Modolce Angeli, which he's taking immediately. That is the card he decided on. Of course, you're not going to take one of the two Modolce Promenades, because you have cards to search out for the Promenade, so you definitely don't want to just get it off of Prosperity. So he grabs the Angeli, and we see, I think, that he also has another Hoot Cake in hand there.
Yeah, Hoot Cake, a great card that has to banish a monster from the GY, which can be Dimension Shifter, I think, to special summon out a Modolce monster from the deck.
Yes, that's indeed what he's doing. And ooh, did you see that one card that Michael holds in his hand? That is a card that is not super popular this weekend. I don't even think
But it rocks.
Yep, it rocks, absolutely. And it might be a pretty harsh ending to the cake party that is about to happen on the side of Danique. He's really getting all those sweets onto the table, and he's already going through the Angeli, and now there's the Mass Gelato onto the field as well.
And this is bad news for Michael. However, his Big Rock can still maybe eat up all of the cards on Danique's table. Okay, we are going to stop those food trucks now.
But honestly,
Maybe
have you seen resolving a single Nibiru this weekend? I think Nibiru wasn't popular at all, but was it in one of our featured matches?
No,
Yeah.
it was used really early versus 6 Samurais.
Oh,
and
yes,
the
I remember
FTK
that one
still
as well.
happened.
Yeah, true. And Danique is still not finished, of course. Oh, looks like he may be finished there. He's setting 2 cards and he passes it over, because maybe Michael was actively counting summons there and he didn't want to commit into another summon and therefore played maybe around the Nibiru that is obviously in the hand of Michael there.
imagine counting these summons out loud. Was that one number 3? Number 3? Okay, okay, noting it down.
Are we on 5 summons already? No, and Danik didn't commit into 5 summons at all. And so we ended, like, this is a pretty weird end board, honestly. He just ended on 3 Madolche monsters and 2 backrow cards. And he's not supposed to have Madolche Promenade in his hand, right? Or among those set cards, because he revealed 2 of them of Pot of Prosperity.
Yeah, but he used Messenger Gelato.
And did he get one of those out?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
But
I don't
maybe.
think so either. So we are resolving Prosperity. He's not taking one of the 2 Ash Blossoms he's revealing. And we haven't talked about his deck yet, because Michael actually made a pretty interesting choice that a lot of people have not agreed on for this weekend, because everybody we've seen so far that was playing Sprite cards actually was mixing them, putting them together with Runic cards. But Michael was like, no, the Adventure engine is still pretty insane, so I'm just going to pair up Adventure and Sprite, making it Adventure Sprite, and he's doing very well with it in this tournament, and he's still only with 1 loss so far, so this is definitely a sign maybe that this version of the deck is still great. And look, I think we are going to see the Zeus play right there, and Danik
Zeus
doesn't like it.
Probably trying to nuke the whole board through Promenade even. It would negate the effect of Zeus, but you can obviously chain Zeus to it.
Yep, so we are running over the hood cake with the Sky Scanturia. And is there a response from Danik? He's thinking heavily about it, but it doesn't look like he has a response. Oh, he's considering the 1 back row heavily, but yep, he's resolving. Oh, the attack is happening, and the hood cake is gone.
And because
Michael,
of Dimension Shifter, it does not get shuffled back into the deck, it just gets banished.
Yep, Michael is there with the Zeus now.
This is the first
Ultimate
Zeus we have
Zeus.
seen on stream so far.
It's met by Impermanence, of course. I think we're chaining again. Well, Michael is not even that sure. Maybe he wants to hold the second Zeus effect for the next turn or something.
That actually would be... I wouldn't see a reason why, because then he can't really set up anything else. So this is the Promenade.
But where is he Promenade indeed? So,
but I mean, we got the 2 negations out. And
still, we have to deal with the permanent effect of Dimension Shifter, so we cannot really do our normal shenanigans, because this is a deck, this is a version of the deck, of the Sprite deck, that is still playing the Frog engine. He's still playing Swap Frog, and he's also, of course, still playing the Totally Awesome, so he just found another way to actually summon it consistently, because normally you would go Swap Frog plus Ronin Toadin, and nowadays you just go Swap Frog plus another Swap Frog you're summoning back of Elf, and then you have the Totally Awesome anyways. But let's see whether he's going to be able to pull that off here. He has Sprite started to start things off, and he made sure to not activate it into an Imperm column, which is really good for him, of course. So he pays attention here.
Bright Blue is being summoned for the gazillionth time this weekend. What a great card.
Indeed it is. And we've seen Sprite players actually side-taking the Dimension Shifter as well, and therefore we know that this card is not as crazy versus this deck as it maybe is versus Telements, so definitely not the hardest card you get here.
So I'm really curious as to what he's going to bring out. Because of Dimension Shifter, there is no way that he ends on an Elf here, because it would just not make sense. He's probably just going to search for a red and special summon the red next to it, so he has a possible interaction with his opponent. He might also search for a jet for the next turn. However, he already banished 2 of the jets, so he has to actually pay attention to his resources here.
Yeah, and he really takes that decision seriously there. You could see he put back his deck onto the table and was really thinking again, what is the best route we can take here?
Oh, he's considering Pixies, I think.
Oh, is he playing Pixies? Yes! We talked about Pixies in the last featured match, and he's going with Carrot, though. We had that discussion early on as well. Carrot seems to be the more popular choice today, and people are summoning it over red most of the time.
So he's going into a rank 2. He hasn't used Gigantic this turn, so this kind of makes sense. He can actually just summon Gigantic, activate the effect, and then we can see where he goes from this. Because I don't really see... Is he playing Hyperia or something? He should be playing it, right?
No, he doesn't play Hyperia.
Okay.
He does not. So he just goes red, so he wants to basically end on Gigantic plus red, which is the same than... Oh, it's actually even better than blue plus red, so I definitely understand the route he took there. I think it would have also been kind of okay to just go Jet plus Smashers, maybe, just having the one interruption.
Jet already.
Okay, yeah, oh yeah, you're right, true. So Let's see whether that will be enough for Michael. He was able to break the board. That wasn't that strong, though, of Danik, which only consisted of in-engine monsters of the Magadolch archetype and also an Impermanence and a Salon. Although it wasn't even Salon, right? Or it was Salon with Trap, yeah.
No, he is.
No, Promenade. Now I have it.
But I knew you were going to get there.
Yeah,
eventually.
but one cool thing for Danik is that he does not have cards in his graveyard.
Yeah. And he is probably special summoning Petting Cesur. I'm going to get it up for you.
Yeah, I mean, this card relies on having no monsters in your graveyard, and therefore you can just special summon it out right there. Danik is smiling while his opponent is rereading the card, and this card is not just special summoning itself, but it can snowball into another monster. So we can see why this deck has OTK potential a lot of the time.
Yeah. I think we know that Michael has Nibiru in hand, so this is an option for him. He can just let everything go through until there is a point in which Danik threatens to set up a negation, an omni-negate, or in which he will OTK him and then drop the Nibiru. But he could also try to interrupt the turn immediately, because negating this and destroying this is pretty strong.
I do agree. And he, again, really takes his time, his sweet time, to think about that decision. I think Michael is really eager to just do perfect decisions, and I think so far I haven't seen a single mistake of him so far. So he really seems to optimize the deck, the play style of the deck seems to really fit him, and he really is making all the perfect choices. And that's why he's here in our feature match now.
Oh, and he actually decides to let this Petting Cesur go off, and he is summoning the Pudding Cess.
Yep, Pudding Cess is a level 5 monster, but being summoned by the effect of Petting Cesur, it is reduced by 1 level, so he actually has 3 level 4 monsters on board now. So he would be able to go into rank 4 plays as well, and of course there's one very, very popular, like the oldest one as well, and that is Madolche Queen Tiramisu.
Which would not be too good right now, because he has no Madolche cards in the GY, so he couldn't even activate the effect to detach for a cost. He needs 1 card at least in the GY, so he can activate the Tiramisu effect.
Yep,
so
he
just
just
goes
go
into the
battle
phase.
phase.
Not even a Zeus play.
Straight into battle phase. Ooh, he activates the effect of Zeus to attach something, but there is the effect of Pudding Cess being activated as well.
Pudding Cess just shuffles itself into the back into the deck after attacking over a monster.
Yeah, but you can also destroy 1 card on the
not.
opponent's side of the field.
That's what I misread something.
Yeah. So what are we? We are actually going after the back row. I think Michael didn't even realize that effect was there. Oh, and look! Oh, he's getting the.
Wait, no, I think the red is destroyed.
Yes, I'm quite sure. The red has to be destroyed. I mean, how would the red not be destroyed? Or is he Pudding Cess on attack declaration?
Pudding
no,
Cess,
after damage calculation it is.
Yeah, but Pudding Cess.
But wait, Pudding Cess is exactly. Pudding Cess is only 1,000 attack points, so it could not really even run over.
But only by 800, and the Chateau, so it's 2,300. So never mind that.
Yeah, I think they're figuring it out now as well. Danik not even sure himself how big his own monster is right there, but now we are explaining it, and they are trying to figure it out. But it should be big enough. Yeah, it should definitely be big enough.
Okay, so a card is destroyed.
The Imperm gets popped.
Imperm was activated. Okay, yeah. And now the Zeus activates and attaches a Pot of Prosperity. So no cards that he wants to have in his GY at some point that are valuable resources for him there. He just does not want to activate any further Pot of Prosperities, which makes sense to me.
I honestly am kind of surprised by that, because he is running Water Enchantress of the Temple, which would be a pretty good card to have in your graveyard, honestly.
Fair enough.
So I would have assumed to actually attach this card right there, but he rather doesn't want to have another of the Prosperities. And I think
100%. I agree with you. He should have attached the Enchantress.
And there we have the first Exceed summon, and it's not the Tiramisu I was talking about, and it is rather the Glasslouffé.
Glasslouffé?
Or Glassoufflé, rather. And it's not there for a long time, because he immediately puts the Chocolat à la Mode over it. And this is instantly extending again, because Chocolat à Mode can just special summon out 1 more Madolche monster from the deck. And that's what's happening here.
Is attached to it.
Indeed, indeed.
And now you can summon the Angeli. What a delicious play.
Yeah. Honestly, it looked like Michael pretty much broke the whole board and was really putting Danique into a really weird spot. But now again, it looks better for Danique again. But we cannot forget about the Nibiru. It's still in the hand of Michael, to be honest.
Yeah, and to be fair, the board that Michael put out through 2 set cards and Dimensional Shifter couldn't be too huge.
Yeah, true. He was hindered there from the beginning, for sure. It looks like he even has double Nibiru, right?
Yeah.
It seems, yeah, he definitely has double Nibiru there.
So Hootcake hits the field and is absolutely ready to rumble.
Michael is really considering to drop the Nibiru here, and I could understand why, because there is the potential of a special summoned monster now, which just immediately activates its effect on summon.
Like Messengelado.
For example. But there's already Messengelado on the field. But it could be another one.
Oh, he is playing the coolest one of the Madolches, the absolute OG.
Yep, Madolche, Magellan.
Which does not search. Oh, I did not show it to you. This does only search when it's normal summoned. However, it is still a really cool card, and I'm glad that
he just wanted another level 4 monster to go into another XYZ play, and this will going to end up in... What are we going to go into?
Tiara.
Oh, now it is Tiramisu.
The Tiara, and there is the Glass of Flay in the GY, so he can actually... Oh no, it does not. So he can't activate it, right? Let me just get it up real quick again. There are so
He's just
many
giving him
tiaras.
another Tiramisu. He's running 2 copies of it, so there was a spare one is in his extra deck.
He has to target up to 2 Madolche cards in the GY to shuffle them back, and as long as there are none, he can't detach for cost.
All right, so Michael really has to figure out a time where he's dropping the Nibiru, and he still doesn't want to, and it looks like we're going to have a Link 2 summon, and that's probably going to be Madolche Fresh Sistard, I would assume.
It could be the case. I mean, there are no other Link monsters in the extra deck anymore. And yeah, now there are cards in the GY. So now he actually waits. He waits until the Zeus gets shuffled back to the extra deck.
Yep.
If that is the case.
So the Nibiru token actually is smaller, so
And
he
he
can
has
actually
Zeus.
run over it, and he will have Zeus again, you're right. He's bouncing the Zeus, and he's happy about it, I would say.
This is kind of evil, right?
Yeah, but imagine now
it's
having
not evil, but
Water
he's-
Enchantress in the graveyard. That would be so huge for Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Michael is kind of laughing alone to himself. And saying, ha, ha. However, his hand is not too big. He has nothing.
Yeah, he
Right.
really needs to top deck into something, because that Nibiru, of course, is going to wipe out the whole field of the Danique, but then you're facing a super big Nibiru token, which you cannot even out with your own Nibiru, so that is not too great for him.
Even though Danique is in front and the top decks of Michael aren't, or he can have good top decks, but the hand is not too good, the resources in the extra deck are getting lower and lower. He's at, I think, 5 cards in the extra deck, and if there are 2 Nibirus after another, then he might actually just be able to grind out Danique.
Yeah, for sure. And Danique now actually normal summons the Madolche Angeli, which he added with Prosperity, I think, in turn number 1. So he finally gets to use this, and he's looking out for a card that he could summon there. And he's not even sure himself, but he decides on... Oh, he goes for the
Another Magellan
again, but that again does not trigger on special summon.
Nope.
So I'm kind of curious why he's summoning it again, just for the second time, just using it for a Link summon or something. And there's the end of main phase Nibiru we've been thinking of for so long, and it's now resolving. It's going to give Danique a pretty big token, but is it even that big in terms of defense points is the question here.
No, Sistard has no defense points, of
Indeed.
course.
Magellan has 1,200, and then we only have to think about the Tiramisu,
Yeah,
right?
Tiramisu has 2,100, so it can't be outed by a Nibiru
big
attack, which
enough.
is huge.
It is big enough to actually withstand the attack of a Nibiru. He's even putting it in attack position. Okay, that's aggressive.
Yeah, I mean... Oh, that was... The battle phase is already over, right?
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
Then it makes sense, so he has the option to crash the token if he wants to. And there is Foolish Burial. He had this in the hand for the last turn already, but he couldn't use it because of the Dimension Shifter.
True.
So This is something we kind of forgot about, gotta be honest there. So the Water Enchantress is of course great in the GY now, and we know that Danique does not have any interactions in hand. So this full adventure combo will put down 7,000 damage at least because of the Nibiru on the field, and it will absolutely out the token. So there has to, like, is there a way for him to get like 1,000 more damage on board?
I mean, he just needs some kind of monster. He just needs Swap Frog, he just needs another Sprite monster or something. There's definitely a couple of ways. There comes the Fateful Adventure, and of course the token as well. And we are going to see him searching for Dracoback and also, of course, for the Griffin Rider. And that Griffin Rider also makes it a lot tougher for Danique then to come back into the game because there is a negate ready for Michael then later on.
Okay, let's get these official tokens
Oh yes,
out.
those look dope.
YCS.
As this is a YCS, of course.
So is there a way to even trigger the Fateful Adventure? I don't know if you said this already, I was focusing on something.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, you can just activate the Surge effect first and then afterwards trigger it on the summon of... Oh, but he's definitely not going to end this game right now. Because he's using Prosperity here. What is he going to find? He definitely needs to look out for Sprite cards here. Oh, he hits the Swap Frog, which could be huge.
He actually he even attached a Pot of Prosperity to the Zeus so he doesn't draw it instead of using the Water Enchantress because he had the Foolish Burial.
And he still drew it.
Drew the last one.
He still managed to draw the last copy of it. And what is he at here? We couldn't really tell because it was even out of our picture there. But oh yeah, it looks like it's the Sprite Jet. And Sprite Jet is being normal summoned here to the field, right? Because
yeah. And
how would
now
you
we can
special
trigger
it?
the Fateful Adventure
Oh, yes,
at the Dracoback and now search for either Illegal Knight or the Griffin Rider. And
He's
I can
only
see Griffin Rider?
Yes, he is only on Griffin Rider indeed. And now you even have access to Sprite Elf again, of course, which gives you access to Sprite Blue then again. So this is pretty huge, and this might even be the way to actually get to more than enough damage. But we still have to think about the Pot of Prosperity, of course. So this turn it will probably be tough. Still having the resource of Sprite Elf again is definitely huge. So getting into any Sprite card there was definitely helpful for Michael, for sure.
But I think you still want to attack first. Okay, you don't.
I mean, you can't get over the token yet anyways. I mean, you have the bounce,
it.
of course. Yeah, you're right, you're right. So there is the Sprite Elf reborning the Sprite Jet. Sprite Jet is searching for the Sprite Starter. And it's looking pretty good now for Michael. Okay, we are going into Gigantic as well. I'm a little bit... I think he's setting up game here. I'm a little afraid he's setting up game there, which he doesn't have because of Pot of Prosperity. But let's see, let's see. He's... Oh, is he summoning out Pixies? He was looking for Pixies. He put Pixies on the bottom of his deck already, but then is reconsidering his options again and maybe realizes himself that actually he's missing game because of the Pot of Prosperity he was using there. And look, there's the Pixies at the bottom of the deck, but he is rather going for Swap Frog. He decided again, and he
can't
wants
really
it.
do anything really useful with Swap Frog, right? You can send another swap from the deck to the GY, that's fine, but you have used the Reborn effect of Elf already.
Yeah, there's not going to be a totally awesome at the end of this turn, I'm pretty sure. There would just be no way. And yeah, we are dumping the Swap Frog into the graveyard.
Still nice to see you, old friend.
Of course, of course. And yeah, I mean, Danique, again, he doesn't have that many cards left in his extra deck, but we gotta say he is pretty much maxing out on all this stuff. He's running double, or not maxing out, but he's playing multiple copies. He's playing double Tiramisu, he's playing triple Glace Soufflé, he's playing triple Chocolate Amot, so definitely more resources left in his extra deck. So when he gets, if he gets another turn, then there's potential for him, for sure.
Absolutely. So I think Pixies just adds damage to an attack over a monster. That's just the honest effect. So why would you not just bounce the token here instead?
Is he really not bouncing the token? It looks like it, right?
He attacked over it and used Pixie.
Ooh, interesting enough.
This is really interesting.
I mean,
Is
this
honestly
looks like he just wants to go for game, but...
I mean, it would have been the same damage.
You're right, yeah, true, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So this is 1,000, this is 1,000, and this is 1,600. I can see what they are noting down.